Scorching summer. Southern Fujian. A small fishing village on a coastal island. Amid the noisy chorus of cicadas, a teenage boy sits beneath the shade of a tree staring at his phone screen, displaying a notification: National Academy of Fine Arts admitted. Chen broke into a knowing smile. After 3 grueling years of high school, he had finally made it into his dream university. But once the initial excitement faded, he was swallowed by uncertainty once more. The staggering tuition fees of an art academy, the enormous living costs of a big city, all weighed heavily on the heart of the 18-year-old boy from a poor family. Especially that day before yesterday at a casual gathering with classmates, someone behind his back had whispered with thinly veiled mockery, "No matter how well he did on the exams, does he even have the money to attend college?" Those words cut deep into Chen's heart. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated violently. A single message detonated the entire class group chat. "Xiaolu, congratulations to our Wangshu. Ranking 8th nationwide, she's been admitted to the National Academy of Fine Arts." Li Zihan, damn. Ranking 8th nationwide in the Shanghai Design Academy. Goddess Jiang is amazing. Su Ouyang, the class president, is incredible. Truly the top student beauty and rich girl of no. For high school. Wang Kaiping sob, so jealous. I also applied to the academy, but got eliminated at the art exam. Luna Jiang, Wangshu class president, won't you come out and share your thoughts on getting in? Jiang Wangshu, thank you all. College is only the starting point. The stars don't ask the traveler their pace, and time rewards the diligent. Let's all keep working hard. Li Zihan is expected of the class president. The level of speaking is really high. Staring at the screen, full of congratulations and flattery, Chen let out a self-mocking laugh. Jiang Wangshu, universally acknowledged as the school flower of Xiaozhong No. For high school. With her delicate features and pure graceful temperament, she was the moonlight in the hearts of every boy in school. Throughout all 3 years of high school, Chen and Jiang Wangshu had always claimed the top 2 spots in the class. Unlike Chen, who came from a poor family and was secretly mocked behind his back, Jiang Wangshu, born into a wealthy family, was the untouchable flower on the high mountain in everyone's eyes, the proud princess whom all sought to please and flatter. Buzz. His phone buzzed again, this time a private message. The avatar of his best buddy Chen Jiahao popped up, unleashing a barrage of voice messages. He casually tapped play, and his buddy's signature booming voice rang out across the small courtyard. "Bro, did you see the group? Goddess Jiang is amazing. The National Academy of Fine Arts. By the way, did you pass the academy exam too? You must have crushed it, right?" Hearing Chen Jiahao's boisterous voice, Chen screenshot national 3rd place. "Holy shit. Congrats. Wait, doesn't that mean you're going to the same university as Goddess Jiang? Why not make a move?" Chen, make a move my ass. Give it a try, bro. You two are a perfect match. Maybe you'll really marry into a rich family. And I heard that rich 2nd-generation Lin Ziyu from the neighboring class has been relentlessly pursuing Goddess Jiang. If you don't step up, you'll really regret it later. Listening to his buddy's relentless gossip, Chen simply shook his head with a smile. He set the phone aside. The boy rested his hands behind his head, leaning back in the reclining chair. His gaze pierced through the gaps of the pomelo leaves toward the azure sky above. Romance. Instead of entertaining such impractical thoughts, he might as well figure out where to get a summer job. Ding, suddenly a mechanical chime rang out in Chen mind. Perfect life system loading. Binding complete. Chen sat up abruptly. Was he so heat-stricken that he was starting to hallucinate? But very quickly a semi-transparent system interface quietly unfolded before his eyes. Chen age 18, height 186 cm, looks 91, must be the reader's average, standard intelligence 70, constitution 60, wealth 2130, skills painting intermediate, cooking intermediate, tags. Holy shit. Chen was shocked. The Yongla encyclopedia didn't lie. There's actually a system. Am I going to make it? Before he could fully process his shock, the system notification sounded again. First time binding detected for host. First binding gift pack has been issued. Would the host like to open the first binding gift pack? Open. Chen could barely speak, his entire body trembling with excitement. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the reward tag smile. Tag smile, your first smile of the day will earn you 1000 yuan in cash. Additionally, while maintaining a pleasant mood, you have a chance to trigger system rewards. Keep smiling and worries will melt away. Wow. Chen leapt to his feet and shouted toward the sky. All those years of hardship. Finally, they were coming to an end. So excited he broke into a wild, improvised kung fu routine in the courtyard. Chen suppressed his ecstatic feelings, took a deep breath, and made a smile at the cracked screen of his phone. Buzz. The screen lit up. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 404 has received 100,000 yuan. Current balance 12130,000. Holy shit. Bro, you're for real. Seeing the bank deposit message on the screen, the heartbeat he had barely managed to calm down began pounding wildly once again. 10,000 a day. That's 65 million a year. So all he had to do was smile every day and he'd be financially free. Ding, just as his heart was filled with shock and joy, the system notification sounded once more. Congratulations, host, on unlocking life growth. Quest 1 graduation trip. Graduation trip: read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. After the college entrance exam, you need an unforgettable graduation trip. A farewell to the past, a gaze toward the future. Quest content: randomly select a travel destination. From the moment you set foot on the journey, all food, clothing, housing, and transportation expenses during the trip will be automatically free. Upon completing the trip, you will receive a system reward gift pack. A life without a graduation trip is incomplete. A travel quest, and one where everything is reimbursed with bonus rewards upon completion. Chen's heart stirred. He had to admit the system's arrangement was truly perfect. Quests like these, give me a dozen more, please. Soon the system interface before his eyes quietly shifted. A lottery machine-like interface began spinning rapidly. Looking closely, one could see that the scrolling content was all place names. Yunnan, Hainan Island, the western region, Sichuan. A dazzling array, overwhelming to the eyes. Chen simply closed his eyes and pointed at random. He opened his eyes expectantly. He looked at the shining destination name on the screen. Dali. Chen happily clenched his fist. What a great place. Heart-pounding, he opened a flight booking app. With trembling fingers, he booked a first-class ticket. He clicked pay. 0 yuan. Fully reimbursed. The system delivers. Ding, experiencing the joy of financial freedom for the first time, you've triggered the smile tag ability. Reward: photography skill master level. Camera: Hasselblad 907X. Set off, young man. Go meet the winds of destiny. Dali. At Panchi village, the famous S-curve road was crowded with tourists. Chen raised his camera and aimed it at the distant Songshan Mountains and Arai Lake. Click. The moment was frozen in a photograph. A clear chime sounded in his ears. A system notification appeared. A beautiful landscape photograph has lifted your spirits. Smile trigger talent activated. Reward 200 RMB. A cash reward already. Chen was both shocked and delighted. He raised his camera again and snapped away at the lake and mountains. Click, click, click. With his master-level photography skill, Chen felt as if he had awakened the legendary photographer's eye. Composition and color came effortlessly to him. He earned another 10,000 from the system. Tired from shooting, he sat by Arai Lake, carefully selected 9 photos, arranged them into a 9-grid collage, and captioned it, "Go where the wind blows." He tagged the location as Dali and posted it to his WeChat moments. As expected, likes poured in immediately. Xiao Lu, wow. Dali. So jealous. Wang Kaiping, I heard Dali has lots of free fur coats. Zhong Xiao, is it really that beautiful? Qian Jiahao, what? Bro, you actually went traveling. What about next month's expenses? Li Zihan going there to work part-time. Nice thinking. Chen read through the comments and replied to several. Suddenly, he noticed a new like appearing on his post. Jiang Wangshu, how's the weather over there in Dali? Is the temperature high? Chen was momentarily stunned. He tapped to reply, very comfortable, not above 30°C. Jiang Wangshu, that's nice. We'll share more scenery photos with everyone. I think your photos are really beautiful, covering mouth. Chen stay tuned, clever. He set down his phone, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was the first time Campus Belle Jiang had interacted with his WeChat moments. He felt a little happy. With money in his pocket and newfound confidence, the whole world seemed different. No longer the quiet pushover in front of the Campus Belle. Because now Chen earning $1 million a year, was a young man of achievement with no inferiority complex. Add to that his 91-point looks rating. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Chen was willing, he had limitless romantic options. Let's try again. Maybe I can earn more rewards. Chen raised his camera and began capturing the beauty before him. The clouds wreathed Songshan, the azure waves of Arai, and the rolling scenery beyond. Such beautiful mountains. Such a beautiful sea. Ayo, watch out. Move. Ah! A terrified scream rang out from behind him. Chen attention had not yet shifted away from the lovely scenery in his viewfinder. He felt a tremendous force slam into him from behind, straight on. Before he could react, he was sent stumbling to the ground, landing face first on the grass. The panicked cries of the girl and the heavy scraping sound of the electric scooter overturning echoed in his ears. A sudden heavy weight landed directly on his chest. Ugh! Chen felt he could barely breathe. His fingers clawed the grass, leaving muddy trails. His vision suddenly went dark. His entire head was covered by the soft, light fabric. I'm so sorry. A panicked girl's voice came from above, her dark hair damp, with sweat brushing near him. Are you okay? Chen angrily yanked away the fabric covering his head and glared upward. From his first-person perspective, above him was a pair of rounded shapes. Seriously, he couldn't even see her face from this angle. How about I land one on you? Would you be okay then? Chen said irritably. Also, how long are you planning to sit on me? He was a traditionalist. He preferred to be on top. Sorry. The JK girl finally realized the situation and quickly scrambled off, Chen apologizing profusely. Chen sat up. His gaze swept over her. He was genuinely surprised. Princess-cut black hair cascading down a delicate face, flushed pink features, as beautiful as a painting. Beneath her JK pleated skirt were long slender legs wrapped in black stockings. No wonder it felt so smooth. A system chime suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, a wonderful encounter always lifts the spirit. Reward 1000 RMB. Holy! Chen was utterly shocked. 100,000. Such a windfall. Thanks, kind stranger who crashed into me. Ding. Another system notification chimed. The JK beauty whose looks and figure perfectly match your XP has stirred your heart. Activating limited time quest portrait photography. Quest content: take portrait photos of her at least 8 scenic spots. Progress 08. Quest reward system gift pack. Chen was dumbfounded. Perfectly matching my XP. Defamation. System, you're defaming me. Just as Chen was inwardly ranting at the system, he heard the JK girl speak timidly. The e-bike's brakes failed. And then, well, I'm really sorry. Are you hurt? I should be okay as a person. Phew. That's good. Though my leg feels like it might be broken. Huh. The JK girl was nearly in tears, flustered. Then what should we do? Should I call 120 for you? No need to make such a fuss. Chen sat up. How about we settle this privately? Settle privately. How much? The girl asked tremulously. She was regretting her decision to rent this e-bike with broken brakes. Not only did she crash, now she was being extorted. I won't ask for much. Chen said without hesitation. Just be my private photo model for one day. Huh. The girl blinked in confusion. Model? But I... Chen lay back down on the grass. No, don't do that. I agree. That's more like it. Chen stood up, took out his phone, and pulled up his WeChat QR code. YA. In case you go back on your word and run away. TSK. The girl pressed her lips together. Considering how handsome he was. She obediently took out her phone and scanned Chen QR code. Good thing his face was presentable, otherwise he'd be calling 110. Beep. A friend request popped up on the screen. Xiaonan requests to add you as a friend. Xiaonan. Chen murmured the name softly. Yep. The JK girl smiled. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Bai Xiaonan. And the Xia in my name means dawn. And you handsome. Chen The Che means clarity. Oh hi. Ding. Friend request accepted. A system notification immediately chimed in Chen ear. Adding a beautiful stranger on WeChat has made you exceptionally happy. Reward 100 RMB. Oh ho. Another 10,000. Chen was overjoyed. His gaze swept over her figure. What a cash cow. Just one glance, and adding her gave him 10,000. If that. Rubbing his hands together. The sky's the limit. Those long legs are mine for the taking. I'm claiming them. Being a model is fine, but you can't make me look ugly, or I'll get angry. Bai Xiaonan crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her head away, and spoke in its sundera tone. Rest assured, the legendary Chen is at your service. Can I still refuse now? No. Chen raised his camera, and quickly snapped a shot with a click. You sneak. You secretly took my picture. Bai Xiaonan panicked, instinctively shielding her face with her small hands. At least let me touch up my makeup first. Look. The JK girl took the camera and glanced at it. The image on the screen was so clean, it was almost healing. The sea breeze just happened to lift the stray hairs across her forehead. Sunlight slanted and casting a soft golden halo around the edges of her hair. The atmosphere was absolutely stunning. Wow. Bai Xiaonan's eyes lit up. She was utterly amazed by herself on the screen. As a great beauty, of course, she had been photographed many times before. But never had any photographer possessed such extraordinary skill as the one before her. She's in love. Is it good enough? Chen glanced at the system interface, showing a 38 quest progress. He bent down to help lift Bai Xiaonan's electric scooter, patted the seat, and said, let's go next stop, the covered bridge. On your scooter. Bai Xiaonan blinked. But the brakes are broken. No worries. The young man hopped on the scooter with a bright smile. Relax, I'm a pretty decent driver. They set off from Panchi village. Riding a small electric scooter, they headed north. Passing by Longxiao Shizhou ancient town, Haishi Park, and Zhoucheng. As the photos in the camera grew, the progress of the system task neared completion. The rewards triggered by the words also increased. Ding, you have completed a superb portrait photo, earning a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Ding, you have completed a perfect portrait photo, earning a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Ding, riding an electric scooter along the Urai Lake with a beautiful girl on the back seat made you feel life was wonderful, earning a reward esports master level. Okay, great. By the shore of Urai Lake, Chen checked the photos in the camera and nodded in satisfaction. The current progress was 7 out of 8, with only one scenic spot left. Let me see. Bai Xiaonan swayed over on her long black stockinged legs, took the camera, and flipped through the photos. A delighted smile immediately appeared on her delicate oval face. Hey Ache, can you send me these photos in a pack? Sure. Chen nodded and mounted the electric scooter. Let's go next stop. Okay. The JK girl happily bounced over, smoothed her pleated skirt, and sat on the back seat. Of course she sat sideways. It wasn't just to avoid being too close. Mainly sitting face forward would have pressed her chest too tightly. Ache is our next stop, Shashi. Hearing Bai Xiaonan's question, Chen turned and gave her a look as if she were an idiot. What? Bai Xiaonan blinked innocently. Come on. Chen smiled helplessly. Shashi ancient town is still over 100 kilometers away. Are you sure this little electric scooter of yours can make it? Huh, is it that far? Bai Xiaonan patted her chest and let out a long breath. Few close call. She had actually been thinking of riding the scooter there, damn it. Why do you want to go to Shashi? Chen started the scooter and drove smoothly along the lakeside asphalt road. Because I want to see the windy courtyard. Sorry, the windy courtyard is not in Shashi. What? Huh? The JK girl exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? The village was indeed filmed there, but the courtyard where Su Hongdo and the others stayed is near the old town. Wah. Miscalculation. But Shashi is indeed quite nice, Chen said. If the weather is good tomorrow, we can hire a car to go there. Okay. Okay, what? Did I say I'd take you? By the way, what's the range of this scooter? Let me think. The boss said 50 kilometers, I think. Why? Is it out of battery? Before she finished speaking, the electric scooter gave a creak and completely died. Oh, well, it really was out of power. Chen looked at the JK girl speechlessly. Your mouth is really jinxed. Sighing, Chen got off and pushed the scooter. Let's see if there's a place to charge nearby. Oh what? Get off. Bai Xiaonan stuck out her tongue and quickly jumped off the back seat. She walked side by side with Chen as he pushed the scooter. Hey Ache, how old are you? The JK girl asked with a grin, hands behind her back. Guess, Chen replied as he pushed the scooter. 20. Bai Xiaonan blinked. Close. Chen said I'll start college in a little over a month. Huh. The girl let out a cry of surprise. Her round eyes looked at him. You're still a high school student. 18. Waha. Ache, no Xiao Che. Call me sister. The JK girl lifted her head, putting on a mature air. I'm a junior now. 20 this year. 2 years older than you. You're a junior. Chen was a bit surprised. After all, Bai Xiaonan looked quite young. He had thought she was the same age as him, or younger. So she was a young-looking but well-endowed older sister. Call me sister. Chen changed the subject. Which university are you attending in? Local in Kainan. No, the innocent Bai Xiaonan was indeed distracted. She raised her hand to touch her Heim-cut hair. I'm from Shanghai, and I'm studying at Shanghai University. A prestigious school student. Chen gave a thumbs up. Bai Xiaonan raised her head proudly, but couldn't help smiling. Hey, what about you? Which university did you get into? Also in Shanghai, the Shanghai campus of the National Academy of Art. Huh. A cry of surprise echoed across the lake and mountains. Bai Xiaonan's eyes went wide. You're going to university in Shanghai too. What a coincidence. Are you an art student? No wonder your photography is so good. Just average third in the nation. Wow. That's amazing. Xiao Che, when you come to Shanghai, I'll look out for you. I'll show you around the big city. Sure, it's a deal. This unexpected encounter quickly brought them closer together. They chatted and laughed, pushing the scooter for about 10 minutes. Bai Xiaonan looked up at the darkening sky in the distance and scratched her head. Xiao Che looked, does it seem like it's about to rain heavily? Chen heart sank. Please don't say that. They were in the middle of nowhere with nowhere to take shelter. Whoosh. Before the dark clouds even arrived, heavy raindrops came crashing down. Chen was speechless. The JK girl blinked, looking at him innocently, and muttered softly, it seems. It's really raining. Shut up. Let's go. Wah Xiao Che, wait for me. In an instant, the scattered drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. The rain curtains swept across the mountains and sea, completely engulfing the entire lakeside road. In just a few minutes, they were both soaked like drowned rats. There's a guest house over there. Chen pointed to a white-walled, black-tiled lakeside guest house not far ahead. They hurried through the rain and rushed into the guest house lobby. They looked at each other's disheveled state and couldn't help laughing. How about we get a room? Chen suggested. We can rest, take a shower, and dry our clothes. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Xiaonan blushed and nodded. If it had been any other guy, she would never have agreed to get a room alone. But somehow she couldn't bring herself to refuse this young man's suggestion. The front desk girl was startled by the two drenched guests. Welcome, are you two checking in? Chen wiped the rain from his face. Do you have any available rooms? Let me check for you. The front desk looked down at the reservation system. After a moment, she looked up and said, sorry, there are many tourists around the lake today, and most rooms are booked. Only one deluxe sea view room is left. But since it's peak summer season, the price is a bit higher. How much? 6,888. 6,888. Bai Xiaonan's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively grabbed Chen sleeve and whispered, Xiao Che, let's forget it. It's too expensive and not worth it. No problem. Chen took out his phone. Scan here, right? 6,888. Done, please check. Bai Xiaonan was stunned. This kid, is he really that rich? Pushing open the solid wood guest room door, the view of the entire room was stunning. A full-length, frameless, panoramic floor-to-ceiling window spanned the wall facing the entire Irai Lake, while the distant Songshan Mountain was shrouded in rain and mist, ethereal and celestial. Wow! Bai Xiaonan was astonished. Such a breathtaking sea view room she had only ever seen in short videos. Now being there in person and witnessing it with her own eyes, it left a profound shock on her young heart. Indeed, the high price came with its reasons. Xiaoche, the scenery here is absolutely amazing. Bai Xiaonan turned around in surprise, looking at the young man behind her. What? What are you doing taking off your clothes? She looked at Chen, who was already bare-chested. The thoroughly soaked schoolgirl in her sailor uniform covered her face with both hands trembling. Could it be? So soon he couldn't contain himself. Soaking, what if I don't take it off? I'll catch a cold, right? She glanced at Bai Xiaonan, whose face was flushed crimson. Her sailor uniform was drenched through, clinging tightly to her body. Her curvaceous figure with curves in all the right places was almost bursting out. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Chen said, "What are you standing there for? Go take a shower now." Oh. Bai Xiaonan, as if pardoned, quickly scampered into the bathroom. After a moment's thought, she finally locked the door with a click, severing all trust between people. Hearing the sound of running water from the room, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his ears. On a rainy day alone with a beautiful woman in a secluded room, you can't help but feel restless. You can't help but think. No, I don't wanna. Chen was speechless. I am Chen living a perfect life, not some criminal from a legal case. He bent over and stood up. Opening the mini fridge in the bar, he fished out a bottle of pengzi from among the drinks and yogurt. He gulped down a large mouthful, and the burning sensation in his body finally began to subside. He glanced at the countdown timer on the system interface. Mission progress, 78. Mission countdown, 004956. Looking out at the pouring rain, Chen curled his lip. Damn it, time is almost up. The mission is impossible to complete. He plopped down onto the sofa, idly raising his head to survey the 6,888 yuan luxury guest house. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He quickly took out his phone and searched for information about this guest house. He searched for Wanshanqing Guest House on the short video platform. Surprisingly, he actually scrolled through quite a few check-in videos posted by travel bloggers. Flipping through a few videos, Chen learned that this guest house was the pinnacle of internet-famous guest houses in Dali. And the top-tier sea view room he was in now was the guest house's ultimate room type. The 8-meter-long celebrity floor-to-ceiling window faced the stunning views of Arai Lake and Songshan Mountain. That's why the price was so exorbitant. Chen had a brainwave. Since this was also a celebrity check-in spot, maybe taking the last set of photos here could complete the mission. Anyway, time was almost up. Might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Soon the sound of water from the adjacent bathroom gradually ceased. With a click, the lock opened. Steam billowed out. Bai Xiaonan, wearing the guest house's white bathrobe, cautiously stepped out. Her big eyes blinked. "Xiaoche, I'm done. Come here." Chen tapped the 8-meter floor-to-ceiling window beside him. "Lean on the glass facing away from me." Bai Xiaonan. What kind of thunderous development is this? Even a model couldn't act out such a stiff plot, okay? Is this how you rich second-generation types play? At least confess first, you idiot. Stupid Xiaoche. Chen picked up the camera, seeing Bai Xiaonan with a flushed face frozen in place. What's wrong? That's what I should be asking you. Bai Xiaonan in her bathrobe tightly crossed her arms over her chest. "Xiaoche, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. I know the law. According to Article 236 of the criminal law, your behavior could result in a sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison. Don't you think your statement is a bit problematic?" Do Bao misled me. Enough, come here. Chen raised the camera. "Today's last set, then we're done." "Oh, so it's just taking photos." Bai Xiaonan patted her heaving chest. Her big eyes blinked and she felt inexplicably disappointed. She walked over in her slippers. Placing her hands on the clear floor-to-ceiling window, Bai Xiaonan turned to look at Chen like this. "Is it okay? It still feels a bit lacking." Chen shook his head. "The emotion isn't right." "Then how do you want the emotion to be right?" Bai Xiaonan pouted with a huff. "Turn around." "Oh, Bai Xiaonan had just turned around. Then she saw the young man with one hand propped beside her ear. His deep star-like eyes gazed at her seriously. "A wall press." Bai Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock. Feeling the young man's heavy breath, so close the girl's face burned to its limit. The uncontrollable surging emotions within her made her temperature soar rapidly. That delicate blush crept along her slender fair neck, spreading down to her chest. "Oops. Xiaoche is so handsome." The girl's eyes grew hazy. Now, Chen took out his large camera. Click, 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 click. In burst mode, 30 shots per second, he frantically snapped, capturing the girl's shy beauty entirely within the lens. Ding, limited time quest portrait photography, 88, completed. Received reward system gift pack. Open. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Ferrari Puro Sang. Ferrari's top-tier FUV Ferrari multi-purpose vehicle night, black night color scheme, millions of options, for top configuration, on-road price 6.9 million. It has been stored at the Mingqing Luxury Car Trading Co. Ltd. showroom in Xiaozhong City. Please collect it with your personal ID. Wahoo! System buddy, you're awesome. Chen was so excited his face flushed red and his breath was heavy. A 6.9 million Ferrari Puro sang. As a hot-blooded young man, he naturally had no resistance to such a freaking awesome toy. He wished he could fly back to his hometown of Xiaozhong immediately and drive this dream car home. Snapping back from his excitement, Chen looked down at Bai Xiaonan in his arms. He realized that he had been too excited while looking at the rewards. So the original wall press action had unconsciously drawn closer. From his first-person perspective, the two were tightly pressed together. Even her full round breasts were compressed and deformed. What's worse at this moment, Bai Xiaonan, perhaps due to excessive tension. Her eyes were tightly shut, her delicate face slightly tilted up. Oops, this atmosphere. This is a bit dangerous. Could it be that the first kiss she had preserved for 18 years would be lost here? The young man's breath grew hot. His head involuntarily lowered. His cheek turned slightly, and his lips gently leaned in. Tangled breaths brushed between them. Ticklish, yet unexpectedly pleasant. Chen steeled himself. Unexpectedly, a cool finger blocked him. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Bai Xiaonan's playful laughter rang in his ears. He opened his eyes. He saw the girl's face filled with a mischievous smirk of a successful prank. Trying to sneak attack me. No way, I still have my first kiss, I won't give it to you. Who wanted to steal a kiss? I just saw a bug on your face and wanted to blow it away. Off. A bug? Where? Ding, the quietly growing ambiguous feelings bring you great pleasure. You receive a cash reward of 100,000. Near evening, the rain outside gradually ceased. Dark clouds were torn apart by the evening breeze, and the setting sun broke through their parting. Brilliant rosy clouds painted the entire horizon. Wow, so beautiful. On the terrace of a homestay adorned with flowers and succulents, Bai Xiaonan sat on a swing by the water, her fair and smooth bare legs swinging gently in the air. Indeed, it's magnificent. Chen beside her raised his camera to capture this breathtaking moment. Sunset glow, verdant mountains, and Arai Lake, a beautiful young maiden. Truly the most exquisite scenery in all the world. Gurgle, a sudden stomach rumbling shattered the romantic atmosphere. Bai Xiaonan's face flushed crimson as she awkwardly covered her stomach. Xiao, I'm hungry. Chen burst into laughter. Let's go. I'll take you to the restaurant for dinner, my treat. Okay. After all, she had squeezed a 6.9 million Ferrari Puro sang and over 300,000 in cash from him. Treating her to a fine meal was only fitting. They walked out of the room to the Ocean View restaurant on the first floor of the boutique hotel. The waiter hurried over. Good evening, what would you like to order? Any signature recommendations? Chen asked after settling into his seat. The waiter smiled warmly. For our specialty, I'd recommend our wild mushroom hot pot. You're in luck today. We just received a fresh batch of mushrooms from the mountain. At these words, Bai Xiaonan's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. She lifted her delicate face and glanced quietly at Chen, her round eyes brimming with eagerness. Gazing at her eager, food-craving expression, Chen nodded. Sure, we'll have that. Excellent, please wait just a moment. Soon a steaming pot of chicken broth was served to their table. The waiter promptly placed a large platter of sliced mushroom medley into the boiling chicken broth. Then, covering the pot with a lid, she set an hourglass atop it. Hey, miss, Bai Xiaonan asked with great enthusiasm. Are there any of those mushrooms that make you see little people? You mean see hand sign, don't you? The waiter replied. Yes, we do have those, so you must strictly follow the hourglass timing. Never eat them if they're not fully cooked. Okay, got it. Also, there's a dipping sauce station over there for you to mix your own. Great. Thanks. Following the waiter's guidance, the two made their way to the sauce area. Xiao, I'm the expert at this. Leave it to me. The JK-clad girl rolled up her sleeves, volunteering eagerly. I have a secret family recipe guaranteed to be absolutely delicious. Sounds good. Oh right, Xiao, do you eat scallions and cilantro? No cilantro, please. Heretic. After preparing their dipping sauces, the two returned to their table laughing and chatting. The hourglass atop the pot had just finished running through. They lifted the lid. Scorching steam burst forth with an intensely fragrant aroma rushing toward them. The pristine freshness unique to mountain wilderness mingled with the rich depth of chicken broth directly invading their senses. Itadikamasu. Bai Xiaonan clasped her hands together before eagerly grabbing her chopsticks. She blew on the morsel and took a small, careful bite. Oh heavens! So fresh. Xiao, you must try this. How can these mushrooms be so incredibly delicious? Under the JK girl's enthusiastic persuasion, Chen picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Fresh enough to make one's eyebrows fall off. Ding, the ultimate mountain delicacy has brought your taste buds extreme pleasure, triggering a smile. Keyword cash, reward 30,000. Whoa, another reward. Excellent. Hey, Xiao, look. See hand cyan mushrooms. Bai Xiaonan scooped up a bowl overflowing with mushrooms using a strainer, smiling radiantly. I heard many people get poisoned eating these every year and can even see little people dancing. Chen raised an eyebrow. Should we cook them a bit longer before eating? It's fine, how could it possibly be that easy to get poisoned? Huh. Xiaoche, why are there 7 of you now? And you're so short. Were you a dwarf originally? Ha ha ha, I'm a princess. No wait. Call me your majesty. Oh ho 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 ho. Dancing dancing, 7 little Xiaochis are starting to dance, huh? Huh. The JK girl's face suddenly flushed crimson. Why are there more Xiaochis appearing? Ah, Xiaochis, what are you doing? Don't. There. Not there. Ah, gazing at her dazed eyes and crimson-flushed face, speaking absolute nonsense. Chen. Good heavens, what on earth is she doing in that hallucination? Oh dear. This young lady must be poisoned. The restaurant waiter rushed over upon hearing the commotion, looking at Bai Xiaonan, whose breathing had grown rapid. It appears quite serious. We'll have to take her to the hospital right away. Chen sighed heavily. Late night at the hospital. Bai Xiaonan's eyelids fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, feeling utterly drained, as if her very essence had been hollowed out. Sniffling softly, fragments of memory returned. She had gorged on a whole massive bowl of Sihan cyan, got poisoned, and experienced hallucinations. In the hallucination, she had engaged in battle after battle with countless little Xiaochis. Bai Xiaonan, oh no. So mortifying. Her long legs beneath the blanket unconsciously twisted with discomfort. Bai Xiaonan turned her face to the side. There she saw the young man slumped asleep over the edge of the bed. His face rested on his arm turned toward her. His expression bore the weariness of exhaustion, accompanied by soft snoring sounds. Watching Chen sleeping so soundly, a surge of scorching warmth welled up from the depths of her heart. So he had been watching over her all this time. Slightly lowering her gaze, Bai Xiaonan's tender eyes came to rest upon the sleeping boy's face, quietly contemplating. With his eyes closed in slumber, Chen had shed all traces of sharpness. His features clean and gentle, his features handsome and striking, every contour remarkably exquisite. A subtle curve gracefully graced the girl's moist lips. This fellow, he's truly handsome. Quietly, she slipped out her phone and took a covert photograph of the sleeping Chen. Gazing at the boy frozen within the screen, an infatuated smile curled across Bai Xiaonan's lips. In her heart, she suddenly recalled the intimate afternoon moments in their room. After confirming Chen was truly in deep sleep, Bai Xiaonan drew a steadying breath, reaching up to tuck away the loose strands of hair at her temple. Blushing furiously, she leaned forward, quietly edging closer. Her red supple lips gently descended upon the boy's mouth. Suddenly, she felt something soft and slippery gliding into her own mouth. Be bastard. Pervert. Bai Xiaonan recoiled as if struck by lightning. Her delicate face burned crimson with heat. You were the one who ambushed me first. Chen replied without hesitation. How did I become the perv? No way. I just accidentally bumped into it. You're lying in bed, I'm leaning over the bed edge. How could that possibly be accidental? Hey, stop being so annoying. I said I bumped into it. Alright, you're the boss, whatever you say. The young man stretched languidly, his tone one of profound relief. Glad you're awake, that tired me out completely. It's 1 a.m. Bai Xiaonan glanced at the wall clock. Oh, sorry you had to stay up so late. Chen pulled out his phone, pointing to the date displayed on the screen. After you were poisoned, you remained unconscious the entire time. Today is already the 3rd day. Bai Xiaonan. The hospital room fell into a sudden, profound silence. Then a shriek of utter shock shattered the stillness of the night. Huh, 3 days? I was actually unconscious for 3 whole days. Xiaoche, thank you for all the trouble these days. When you come to Shanghai, you must contact me. I'll show you around Shanghai. Okay. Alright. Goodbye. No goodbye kiss for me. In your dreams. Absolutely not. Airport lounge. Watching Bai Xiaonan storm off in a huff, Chen couldn't help but smile meaningfully. What a charming young lady. In his memory, only the coldly elegant school beauty, Jiang Wangshu, could rival her beauty. But the two were entirely different in style. If Jiang Wangshu was a coldly radiant moon, then Bai Xiaonan was a warm, gentle sun. What a fortuitous encounter this journey brought. Just as he was lost in thought, a whiff of fragrance returned. Suddenly someone smacked a kiss on his cheek. Before the young man could react, Bai Xiaonan had already run far away. See you in Shanghai, silly Xiaoche. Bye. She dared to ambush him again. Chen touched his cheek, where the warmth of the girl's red lips lingered. He made a silent vow. The day I arrive in Shanghai will be the day you become a woman. Ding. The feeling of your first kiss is unforgettable. Triggered smile tag, reward miracle hand cream. After using it, your hands will undergo a complete optimization and reshape to perfect condition. At the same time, you will gain the tag miracle hands. Tag miracle hands, you automatically master all hand-related skills master level. A brand new tag ability. System brother delivers. With a thought, a small soft plastic tube the size of a sample packet materialized in his hand. Chen carefully squeezed out a bit and applied it to the back of his hand for close observation. It was just normal transparent ointment with a faint fragrant scent. Soon he evenly applied the entire hand cream to both hands. Chen hands were already well shaped. But after using the miracle hand cream, his hands, which originally scored a 90, directly shot up to a perfect 100. Cold white and warm, fair and delicate. As he gently moved his 5 fingers, Chen felt his hand's dexterity was especially acute, and his middle and ring fingers were particularly nimble. It had to be said, these hands were perfectly suited for being a tomb opener. Must be skilled at locating tombs. 1 hour later, Chen shouldered his bag, passed through security. Due to his first-class ticket, he could use the VIP lane and board the plane first. Nestled in a comfortable zero-gravity sofa, Chen took out his phone and selected 9 photos. After some thought, he changed the center photo of the grid to the one of Bai Xiaonan swinging by a Rai lake. Because this photo was the best in Chen mind, he typed the title, about a romantic encounter, and clicked to post on Moments. As expected, his Moments comments exploded shortly after. Zhong xiao wow. Brother Che, your photos are so beautiful. Sun Jia, oh ho ho, the girl in the middle, could this be an official announcement? Sneering. Lu Jin, damn, such a pretty JK girl. Chen you stud, when did you start dating? Wang Kaiping, so finding love in Dolly is really that easy. I should have gone to Dolly instead of Chongdao facepalm. Qian Jiahao, what the hell? Chen you actually got a girlfriend. Weren't you the one saying relationships are for dogs? At the flight attendant's reminder, Chen turned off his phone. Lying leisurely on the sofa with his eyes closed, he was increasingly looking forward to his wonderful future life. A coastal town in southern Fujian. A seaside cafe. At the window sidebar seat, Jiang Wangshu sat quietly. Her skin white as snow, features picturesque. A light white floral dress outlined her exquisite figure most charmingly, drawing many admiring glances from boys. Xiaoshu, I've never quite understood. Beside her best friend, Xiao Lu asked while scrolling through her phone, why did you choose the Shanghai branch of the Academy of Fine Arts instead of the Hangzhou main campus? Nothing much. Jiang Wangshu glanced away nervously. I just think Shanghai, will have better career prospects in the future. Oh, that makes sense, it's the magic capital after all. Xiao Lu nodded without suspicion. By the way, among our classmates, you're the only 2 who got into universities in Shanghai, right? Why, yes, I suppose. Jiang Wangshu lowered her head, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her lips. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall that young man's silhouette. Lulu, do you think I should send the enrollment celebration invitation individually, or everyone in the group chat? Everyone in the group, wow. Xiao Lu, scrolling on her phone, exclaimed, Chen has a girlfriend. Huh. Jiang Wangshu froze instantly. For real? Who told you that? He posted it on Moments. Xiao Lu pushed her phone screen over with a gossipy expression. Look, she's a beauty too. Jiang Wangshu looked up at the phone screen. In the photo under the sunset glow, the girl in the JK uniform was absolutely stunning. The smile at the corner of Jiang Wangshu's lips faded quietly. In her beautiful eyes a touch of dejection rose. Wow, I didn't expect quiet Chen from class to get a girlfriend so quickly. Not necessarily. Jiang Wangshu looked away from the screen, her tone self-reassuring. It's just a solo photo, doesn't prove anything. That's true. Xiao Lu nodded. A quiet guy like Chen probably wouldn't attract many girls. Well, you can't say that either. A blush crept onto Jiang Wangshu's face as she unconsciously rubbed her milk tea cup. He's actually quite handsome and talented too. How could there be no girls who like him? Hee, I didn't expect the great school beauty Jiang to rate Chen so highly yet. Xiaoshu, what's wrong? Your face is so red. It's just hot. Shanghai, Jiyuan community. The hair dryer sound faded. Bai Xiaonan changed into a home sleep dress, sat plump on her bed. Her chest wrapped in the light sleep dress bounced with emotion. She casually grabbed her phone from the bedside. Opening WeChat contacts, she sent a message to Xiao Che. I'm home. The trip went smoothly. Have you arrived, Xiao Che? She waited a long time without receiving a reply. He must still be on the way, right? Bai Xiaonan sprawled across the bed, patting the mattress with her delicate feet. Bored, she scrolled through Moments. Her finger paused suddenly upon spotting Chen post. A romantic encounter. The girl murmured softly, gazing at her own photo centered in the grid. Is this an official announcement? Bai Xiaonan's cheeks flushed crimson. Burying her face in the pillow, rubbing against it, giggling foolishly. After a long while, she finally calmed her racing heart. Bai Xiaonan picked up her phone and tapped on New Post, carefully selecting 8 landscape photos. She then placed the photo of Chen sleeping that she'd secretly taken at the hospital right in the center of the 8 photos. Typing on the rainy day that disappeared, I want to get soaked again, she tapped send. Soon the likes and comment notifications climbed at a visible speed. Before long, her phone started vibrating frantically. Bai Xiaonan opened WeChat. The pinned group chat was exploding with unread messages. Disney escaped princesses. Qingjun Moments screenshot. Qingjun, Bai Xiaonan, you little tramp, come out. Explain what this means. Qingjun, we agreed not to date in university, and you actually snuck ahead. Angry. Bai Xiaonan, how am I dating? What makes you think I'm dating? Su Xian, how dare you quibble? Guards, release Yuning. Su Yuning, Su Xian, you're the bitch. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. Su Xian, Su Yuning, are you stupid? You're cursing yourself. Qingjun, You two sisters, if you want to quarrel, do it offline. Bai Xiaonan, did you get a room? Su Xian, did you give it to him? Su Yuning, was it good? Bai Xiaonan, I don't want to deal with you perverted women. She was about to take on the three sisters in a verbal battle. At the top of the screen, a new message popped up from Xiao Che. Xiao Che just got off the plane on the way in the car. Bai Xiaonan's face lit up with a smile. She quickly sat up in bed, her slender fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Bai Xiaonan, glad you arrived safely, get some rest. Xiao Che, okay, you two, kiss emoji. Bai Xiaonan slap-face gif. She covered her burning cheeks. Bai Xiaonan pursed her lips. Suddenly, a whimsical idea struck her. She raised her arm holding the phone high above and took a selfie. In the back seat of the ride-hailing car, Chen Che opened the image received on WeChat and felt a jolt. In the top-down angle photo, a black-haired girl in a flimsy spaghetti-strap nightgown held up her phone with one hand and made a peace sign near her eye with the other. She stuck out her pink little tongue. Her delicate collarbone and large swaths of fair skin were exposed. At her high and perky chest, a hint of a snowy cleavage. It exuded a deadly allure. Chen Che studied it carefully for a long time. From a professional photographer's perspective, the pose gesture was indeed a bit stiff. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Chen Che looked down. Damn. It turned out he was the one who was stiff. The car stopped in front of Mingxing Luxury Car Trading Co. Ltd. Chen Che suppressed the restlessness in his heart, pushed the door open, got out of the car, and stepped into the showroom. Xiazong was just an ordinary third-tier prefecture-level city, without any official 4S stores for top-tier luxury brands. Hence, the Mingxing Luxury Car Trading in front of him was the city's top-tier luxury car hub. Hello, welcome to Mingxing Auto. A female salesperson in a well-fitted professional suit quickly approached. How can I help you? Hello, I'm here to pick up my car. Chen Che directly took out his ID and handed it over. Picking up a car. Okay, good. The female salesperson took Chen Che's ID, glanced at it, and her words caught in her throat. When she looked at the young man again, her expression had become extremely respectful. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll inform our general manager, Jiang, right away. Okay, thank you. He sat down on the sofa in the lounge area. After a few minutes, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, led by the female salesperson, hurried over. The moment he saw Chen Che on the sofa, the middle-aged man paused, clearly not expecting the big spender, who had paid 6.9 million yuan in full for the top-tier Ferrari Purosang, to be so young. He double-checked the ID. Damn, 18 years old. The same age as his own daughter. He was surprised, but as a businessman with over a decade of experience, what he valued most was always the client's financial strength. A client who could pay 6.9 million yuan in full for a car in a third-tier city like Xiazong was already the pinnacle for Jiang Mingxing. Naturally, he would come out immediately to personally make an acquaintance to show his respect. Hello, Mr. Chen. The man walked up to Chen Che with sincere warmth. I am Jiang Mingxing, the owner of Mingxing Auto. It's an honor to meet you. Hello, General Manager Jiang. Chen Che responded politely and shook his hand. Brother Chen, you're truly a young hero. Jiang Mingxing praised sincerely. Picking up the car will take some time. If you're not in a hurry, how about sitting in my office upstairs? I just got some fine tea from Tong Mugwen. Let's have some tea and chat. Chen Che was a bit hesitant. He was only used to deep conversations with pretty girls. He had no interest in drinking tea and chatting with an old man. Sorry, General Manager Jiang, I have something to do later, so I won't intrude. Okay, I understand. Having been politely declined, Jiang Mingxing showed no sign of displeasure. His tone remained as sincere and warm as ever. All right, I'll assign more staff to help you complete the car pickup procedures as soon as possible. Thank you, General Manager Jiang. Hey, none of that, General Manager Jiang. Business, you're being too formal. I'm older than you, just call me Brother Jiang. Okay, Brother Jiang. Jiang Mingxing had a good sense of boundaries. Noticing Chen Che's discomfort, he suggested adding each other on WeChat, then smiled and took his leave. About 10 minutes later, the female salesperson hurried over and respectfully handed Chen Che his ID card and a thick folder of purchase contract documents. Mr. Chen, your car has been arranged in the pickup bay. Please follow me. Okay. He stood up and followed the saleswoman through the showroom doors to the pickup area on the other side. The pickup bay had been decorated magnificently with flowers, balloons, and ornaments. In the center of the space, a completely black Ferrari Purosang stood silently. The matte black paint of the Black Knight Custom Edition was like solidified night. The sharp, low-slung body lines resembled a road beast poised to strike. After taking a group photo for the car pickup amidst the bang of celebratory cannons, Chen Che sat into this luxurious vehicle. His first impression: premium. The all-black carbon fiber interior with the yellow-backed prancing horse logo on the steering wheel was even more striking and dazzling. He reached out and gripped the steering wheel. Feeling the admiring gazes from the staff on both sides of the car, Chen Che finally understood why so many people were willing to spend a fortune on a luxury car. Performance aside, it was mainly the emotional value that was spot on. You don't need to say anything, the Ferrari speaks for itself. He started the car. The V12 engine instantly roared with a pleasant sound. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Che drove the Ferrari Purosang slowly out of the auto shop. Vroom vroom. The main road of the third-tier city had a steady flow of traffic, mostly ordinary family cars. As soon as this all-black top-tier luxury car appeared, it instantly dominated the traffic and captured everyone's attention. Many people took out their phones and hurriedly snapped pictures of this rare luxury car. Inside, Chen lightly rested one hand on the steering wheel, his expression excited. With the master-level driving skills granted by the miracle hand, his control over this super toy was as easy as moving his own arm. He rolled down the window, feeling the pleasure of the hot wind rushing past. Suddenly, a feeling of exhilaration arose within him. In the prime of youth, riding in splendor, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. There are many things that when you own them at 18 versus at 28, 38, or 48, are completely different experiences. As for him, from now on he was destined to have everything. Ding, the joy of youthful success delights you, triggering the smile, aptitude, ability, reward, skillsing master level. Ding, the moment he stepped through the door, the system prompt chimed in his ear as expected. Life growth task, graduation trip completed. Reward system gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the gift pack. Reward property, presidential executive mansion at Huhai Waitan Center. Huhai Waitan Center Tower, T1, 45th floor, 800 square meters, a top floor penthouse valued at 165 million yuan, fully paid and transferred. Please claim it at the Huhai Waitan Center sales office with your personal ID. System shop is now officially open, and limited time explosive prices are available. Chen was stunned. A super luxury mansion worth 165 million. Tongzi Gu is so generous. He jumped and cheered at home for a long time. Only then did Chen notice the newly added system shop on the system interface. He plopped down onto the recliner in the yard. With a thought, he clicked to enter the shop. The interface before him quietly transformed. The shop interface emerged before his eyes. Trait Supreme Demeanor, limited time, special price 100. After purchase, you will automatically possess a perfect supreme demeanor, comprehensively reshaping your posture, bearing speech and external aura, completely eradicating all physical habits such as stooping, slouching, fidgeting, and evasive eyes, while also enhancing your emotional intelligence and conversational skills to a certain degree. Outfit Campus Heartthrob, limited time, special price 100. Light-colored shirt, white t-shirt, washed wide-leg jeans, white sneakers. Additional effect, refreshing. When wearing this outfit, your appearance looks exceptionally fresh and clean, attracting stronger appeal to the opposite sex. 2 items for only 200. Chen's eyes lit up. He bought them outright. Supreme Demeanor has been bound. Body and temperament transformation initiated. The moment the system prompt faded, a warm current instantly surged through Chen's entire body. He hurried to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. The young man in the mirror stood with his back naturally straight, shoulders relaxed and open. Those postural habits cultivated over the years were instantly and completely corrected. The greater change lay in his eyes. Because he had always been alone and his family was poor, the former Chen harbored a deep sense of inferiority in his bones. He habitually lowered his head when walking and instinctively averted his gaze when meeting others' eyes. But now these habits were all eliminated. His originally slightly immature eyes had become clear and composed. With a thought, he changed into the newly acquired Outfit Campus Heartthrob. He looked in the mirror again. The person in the mirror seemed like a completely different person. His features were handsome and striking, his gaze confident and frank, his temperament relaxed and elegant. Absolutely a top-tier heartthrob. Nice. Chen snapped his fingers, a joyful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Those 200 spent were an absolute steal. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating life growth task, self-improvement. Task content, a well-read man shines with innate grace. Please diligently study 10 classic works beneficial to your own growth. Task reward trait, total concentration system gift pack trait, total concentration. When you focus on one thing, you can more easily enter a state of total concentration with memory, execution, and learning ability significantly enhanced. And there is a low chance of increasing intelligence attributes while reading. The second stage of growth tasks. After carefully reviewing the task requirements, Chen understood. A perfect life, of course, is not limited to eating, drinking, and having fun. Improving one's inner cultivation is also a very important part. Tongzi Ji's task hit the mark. He packed his luggage briefly. Chen took out his laptop, connected the camera, and began sorting out photos from the Dali trip. The phone lying beside the computer suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a message from campus belle Zhang Wangshu. Zhang Wangshu, Chen, do you have time tomorrow noon to come over for a simple meal? Seeing this message, Chen was a bit surprised. Because they had been friends for over a year, this was the first time she had privately messaged him. And it didn't seem to be a mass message. Chen, it's a graduation banquet, right? Congratulations. Zhang Wangshu, congratulations to you too. By the way, tomorrow is also our high school class reunion. No gifts. Please don't send red packets. Chen casually replied, okay, I'll be there. The reply came instantly. Zhang Wangshu, great. You must come. See you there. Zhang Wangshu addressed Minhai Yuehua Hotel. Chen yes sir. Jif, Jiang Wangshu Fage applauding. Jif, he put down the phone. Not long after Qian Jiahao called. Hey, Ache, are you back yet? Let me ask you, are you going to Jiang Goddess's graduation banquet? Do we need to split a red packet? How much? I spent all my money on skins. Is 50 okay? Listening to this guy's loud and excited voice, Chen Che laughed and cried, the class monitor already said we don't need to split red packets. No need. That's great. Qian Jiahao sighed with relief. Want me to pick you up tomorrow? My dad bought me a 9-bot, it's super cool. Chen Che smiled. No need to go to that trouble, I'll go by myself. Qian Jiahao's home was in the city center, anyway no need to trouble him to come all the way to the countryside. Alright, all the classmates will be there tomorrow. Remember to dress up handsome by. This guy. Looking at the hung-up call, Chen Che shook his head and smiled. No words that night. The next morning, Chen Che got up early as usual. He took a walk along the beach, picked up some small oysters, and made himself a simple oyster omelet for breakfast. After eating, he pulled out a copy of Artistic Human Anatomy and sat under the tree in the yard reading it. He read until 1030. Chen Che saw it was about time, stood up, and changed into a set of clothes. He went out and drove off. Minhai Yuehua Hotel. The most luxurious hotel in Xiaozhang City was especially lively today. The hotel entrance was exquisitely decorated with layers of colored lights, balloons, and flowers, creating a magnificent cascading floral waterfall, visually stunning. Beside the splendid floral waterfall, a photo board covering half the wall displayed the artistic words, Jiang Wangshu's graduation banquet. The sense of ceremony was fully maximized. In front of the photo wall, Jiang Wangshu wore an exquisite off-shoulder long dress. The lights and flowers complemented her fair skin, making her look exquisite and dazzling like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Wow, Jiang Goddess is so beautiful today. Looking at the elegantly dressed Jiang Wangshu, the attending classmates were all amazed. So beautiful, a top student, and from such a well-off family. She really got the perfect life script. Truly a child of destiny, so enviable. Today I'm just basking in the goddess's glory to get a taste of a top-tier feast. Whoa, I want to take a photo with the goddess. Listening to the compliments and praises from her classmates, Jiang Wangshu's delicate face maintained a smile. But her gaze occasionally glanced toward the hotel entrance. A hint of hidden expectation flickered deep in her eyes. A steady engine hum came from outside the hotel. Everyone turned to look. A brand-new black BMW X5 pulled up smoothly at the drop-off area before the entrance. The door opened, and a neatly dressed young man stepped out. From the passenger seat, he took out a huge bouquet of roses and walked over. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Whoa, isn't that Lin Ziyu? He's already driving an X5 right after graduation. Seeing the young man approach, the classmates whispered in surprise. As expected of the #1 rich kid in our school, he's been chasing Goddess Jiang for 3 years straight. Looks like he's going all out today. To be honest, his family background and looks are top-notch. He really matches Goddess Jiang. Amid the chatter, Lin Ziyu smiled and walked up to Jiang Wangshu, presenting the flowers. Wangshu, congratulations on making the honor roll. Thank you. Jiang Wangshu offered a polite smile, but made no move to take the bouquet. The meaning of 99 roses was unmistakable. Jiang Wangshu certainly wouldn't accept it. After all, public opinion could be misleading, and she didn't want any misunderstandings. Let's go inside and take our seats. The banquet is about to start. Those simple words gently but clearly drew a line. A flicker of disappointment passed through Lin Ziyu's eyes, but he could only smile and nod. All right, Wangshu, it's almost time. Shall we head in? After Lin Ziyu left, Xiao Lu glanced at her watch and reminded her. All right. Jiang Wangshu looked at the empty hotel entrance. The anticipation in her eyes slowly faded, and she pouted her rosy lips in disappointment. Just as she was about to turn and enter, light footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the hotel. Sorry I'm late. A clear, warm voice rang out, tinged with apology. Jiang Wangshu's body froze abruptly, and she spun around almost instinctively. Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. The young man walking toward her with a smile had short, neat hair and handsome features. His light-colored shirt, white t-shirt, and jeans made him look exceptionally clean and dashing. As he walked into the lobby against the light, it was like a campus idol drama hero stepping into reality. One glance was enough to be captivated. Jiang Wangshu's heart trembled, ripples spreading through her chest. Wow, is that Chen Che? So handsome. Xiao Lu's exclamation came from beside her. Her eyes were also full of shock, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Wangshu's hand. Class monitor, congratulations. While the two were still stunned, Chen Che quickly walked up to them and offered his congratulations with a smile. Thank you. Looking at him up close, Jiang Wangshu suppressed her wildly pounding heart. Many words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, and she could only return a blushing smile. Wow, Chen Che, how did you get so handsome? Xiao Lu, who was naturally outgoing, didn't hold back and chattered away. Huh, really? Chen Che smiled gently. That bright smile held the two girls spellbound for another 3 seconds. He had always been tall and good-looking, but due to his lack of confidence, he hadn't stood out before. Now with his changed mindset and the dual boost of peerless poise and campus heartthrob, the word handsome was tailor-made for him. How could you not be? Xiaolu breathed heavily and blushed. I thought it was some idol. I almost didn't recognize you. It's not that exaggerated. No, it's not exaggerated at all. Oh my god. How come I never noticed how handsome you were before? Well, it's good that you're here. Seeing the two chatting so warmly, Jiang Wangshu, who couldn't get a word in, pursed her lips. Let's go inside quickly. Inside the lavishly decorated banquet hall in the seating area for class 358, Lin Ziyu, who had arrived in his X5, naturally became the star among the classmates. The classmates surrounded him like stars around the moon, showering him with praise. Getting a BMW right after high school. Bro, you're amazing. Young and accomplished bro, you've got to remember us old classmates. Lin Ziyu toyed with the X5 key fob, a proud smile on his face. Although his appearance could only be described as moderately handsome, the wealth and status made him stand out among the naive classmates like a crane among chickens. Amid the waves of flattery, he became even more convinced that the goddess simply hadn't realized his true worth yet. With persistence, he could surely win her over. Thinking this, his displeasure over being cold-shouldered by the goddess dissipated somewhat. Just as Lin Ziyu was feeling pleased with himself, a commotion of surprise rose from the tables near the banquet hall entrance. Everyone's attention was drawn there, and they noticed the handsome young man walking into the hall side by side with Jiang Wangshu. The chatter first came to a halt. Holy crap! Is that Chen? Someone murmured, breaking the silence in the hall. A wave of exclamations erupted. Damn, what a huge change. How did he suddenly become so handsome? Oh my god. So handsome. Really handsome. Handsome. I've been in the same class with this handsome guy for 3 years and never noticed. What the hell are these dog eyes of mine good for? Don't you think Chen and the class monitor look perfect together? You're right. You're absolutely right. Amid the fervent exclamations, Lin Ziyu's fingers stopped turning the key fob, and his composed smile froze instantly. Especially when he saw the faint blush on Jiang Wangshu's face as she stood beside Chen. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Qian Jiahao was equally shocked. I told you to spruce up a bit, but I didn't expect you to turn into a heartthrob. Holy crap. Did you get plastic surgery in Dolly? Qian Jiahao pulled up a chair to sit next to Chen, his cow-like eyes wide open. Plastic surgery, my ass. Chen greeted the table of classmates and punched Qian Jiahao on the shoulder. Your bro is pure factory original. Qian Jiahao smacked his lips and pinched Chen clothes. This outfit is pretty sharp. Not cheap, eh? Did you hit the jackpot? No more pretending. Chen raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. I'm actually a billionaire. I'm coming clean. Ha. You're a billionaire. Then I'm the first emperor of Qin. As they joked, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed. Under the hostess's guidance, the celebration ceremony for the college entrance exam began. A carefully edited vlog played on the large screen on stage, reviewing Jiang Wangshu's high school life. Then as soft music played, Jiang Wangshu walked gracefully onto the stage like a goddess. After a series of ceremonial procedures, the restaurant began serving the dishes. The lights came back on, and a few waiters walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, pulling open the drawn curtains. Holy crap! Su Ouyang, sitting by the window, suddenly shouted. Pointing at the parking lot outside the window, he exclaimed loudly, "Look, a Ferrari!" Where? As the students gathered by the window to look, Qian Jiahao, who had been boasting about his electric scooter to Chen, quickly stood up and tiptoed to peer outside. Under the brilliant sunlight, a pure black Ferrari Purosang sat quietly in the nearby parking spot. Exclamations arose one after another. Whoa, that's really a Ferrari. This Ferrari. Why does it look a bit SUV-ish? Damn, you really know how to turn things upside down. No kidding, doesn't Ferrari only make sports cars? When did they start making SUVs? You guys don't understand this. Watching the gossiping classmates, Lin Ziyu smiled and said, this is a Ferrari Purosang. It's not an SUV, but an FUV, Ferrari utility vehicle. In Chinese it means Ferrari multi-purpose vehicle. Wow, brother, you know so much. Just a little bit. Seeing the stunned expressions, Lin Ziyu continued with a smile. This Ferrari Purosang is a Black Knight special edition with many carbon fiber options. The on-road price is probably no less than 5 million. How much? 5 million. Holy crap. The students were utterly shocked. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Their fragile hearts were brutally struck by the astronomical price of 5 million. Damn. 5 million could buy over 1,000 of those electric scooters. Qian Jiahao murmured, staring at the luxury car. I wonder who the owner is. Come on, call me Big Shot, and I'll tell you. Chen patted Qian Jiahao's shoulder. This car is mine. TCH, Qian Jiahao scoffed. Is this fun? Stop messing around. What am I messing around with? This car really is mine. Chen shrugged. Lin Ziyu sneered from the side. Having been overshadowed by Chen today, he wouldn't miss the chance to mock him publicly. I say, Chen, we haven't even started drinking yet, and you're already talking nonsense. This car is yours. Can you afford 5 million? Even selling yourself wouldn't be enough. Whether I can afford it or not is that any of your business. Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot, not holding back at all. I was just talking to my buddy. What's it to you that you have to come and mock me? Pure mental illness. Being publicly refuted by Chen, Lin Ziyu's face flushed red, and he lost his temper. I'm saying if you can't afford it, then don't fucking show off, understand? My business, why do you care so much? Chen said with a faint smile. Also, this car isn't just 5 million. To be precise, the on-road price is 9,056 million. Fuck, you're giving exact numbers, huh? Furiously enraged, Lin Ziyu gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Fine, Chen, I'll say this. If that car is yours, I'll eat 3 kilograms of shit today. And if it's not, you eat 3 kilograms. Dare. Huh. Brother, you don't do this, brother, you. Seeing Lin Ziyu truly losing it, the table mates began to dissuade him. HA just likes to joke, don't take it seriously. We're all classmates. Let's just have a happy farewell drink today and let bygones be bygones. Yeah, 3 kilograms is too much. How about 1 kilogram? Wong Kaiping, if you don't know how to mediate, then shut the fuck up. Just as the crowd was in chaos, a deep middle-aged man's voice rang out from beside the table. Oh, isn't this Brother Chen? Everyone instinctively turned to look. Jiang Wangshu approached with a toast accompanied by a suit-clad middle-aged man. He looked at Chen with a beaming smile. What are you doing here? Chen followed the voice and raised an eyebrow. Brother Jiang. Before the words faded, he immediately realized. Holy crap, what a coincidence. General Manager Jiang Mingchen. So he's Jiang Wangshu's father. Oh, my brother Chen. At the same time, Jiang Mingchen snapped back to reality and laughed heartily. I never expected you to be Wangshu's classmate. What a small world, huh? Yo, what a coincidence. Watching Chen, who was on such familiar terms with her father. Jiang Wangshu was bewildered. Girls, who knows? In one meal, my generation dropped by 1 level. She asked in shock, Dad, how do you and Chen know each other? Oh, brother Chen is a big client of my store. Jiang Mingchen patted Chen shoulder cheerfully. He just paid in full for a Ferrari yesterday. At these words, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qian Jiahao's lips trembled as he pointed at the Ferrari Puro, saying outside the window. Uncle, the Ferrari you mentioned. It's not that one, is it? Jiang Mingchen clapped his hands. That's the one. Dead silence. Everyone's eyes and jaws seemed to detach, each face conveying the signal of holy shit. With a clatter, the wine glass in Lin Ziyu's hand fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. He certainly wasn't actually going to eat shit. But that day he lost not only his love, but also his dignity. Because this glorious incident would haunt him for the rest of his life. Forever becoming a classic moment remembered by everyone in class 358. Wait. Hey Che, I mean brother Che, you weren't really joking with me earlier, were you? Qian Jiahao asked cautiously. You're not really a billionaire, are you? I told you I'm laying my cards on the table. Chen nodded. Although he only had over 300 in cash, he still had a presidential executive penthouse in Huhai worth 160 million. So calling him a billionaire was not an exaggeration at all. But where did you get all that money? Qian Jiahao voiced the question on everyone's mind. Even Lin Ziyu, who had been burying his head, quietly pricked up his ears. It's like this. Chen looked around and lowered his voice. After graduation, I found out that my grandfather had a younger brother who passed away in Wanbei last month. He was a tycoon in the insurance industry with assets of 30 billion. And I am his only surviving direct descendant, the sole legal heir. Holy shit. The revelation stunned everyone. Qian Jiahao felt a jolt of electricity run through his body from his scalp down to his toes. He never imagined that Chen, his buddy of 3 years, had suddenly become a true big shot. So awesome. Among everyone, only Lin Ziyu, who was eavesdropping with his head down, opened his mouth in surprise. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Wait. What the hell? Is no one noticing that this guy is just reciting the plot of Hello Mr. Billionaire? Fuck. Chun. Xiao Chun. You see, it's my oversight, uncle. Yesterday when you picked up your car, there was actually a gift box for car owners that I forgot to put in your car. I've already sent someone to retrieve it. Take a rest for now, it will be delivered shortly. After the college admission celebration banquet concluded, Jiang Mingchen's warm insistence compelled Chen to remain behind alone. Arranged to a lounge adjacent to the dining hall, he sat for roughly 10 minutes. The door creaked open gently. Chen lifted his gaze to find Jiang Wangshu cautiously peering in with half her head. During the dinner, she had already changed from her formal attire into a light-colored sundress. A sleeveless design with a hem that reached mid-thigh, revealing a pair of slender, graceful fair legs. Catching sight of Chen, Jiang Wangshu pressed her lips together and walked in carrying a large tote bag bearing the Ferrari prancing horse logo. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Jiang Wangshu set the tote bag on the table before Chen. Here, your car owner gift. Thanks. Chen was somewhat surprised, never expecting Jiang Wangshu to deliver it personally. He took the bag and opened it to examine. Inside was a Ferrari teddy bear plushie. Additionally, a gift box contained a 1-to-1 scale Purosang authentic model car. As Chen gazed down at the gift box, Jiang Wangshu beside him felt turbulent emotions stirring within her complex gaze. Because she had been secretly harboring feelings for Chen for 3 years, planning to confess after receiving her university admission notice. For this reason, when filling out her college applications, Jiang Wangshu had chosen to abandon Hangzhou's National Academy and deliberately selected the Shanghai campus, all to attend the same city and university as Chen. But now she was suddenly told that Chen was actually a super rich second generation. The kind of wealthy that places him impossibly beyond reach. The sudden gap and profound distance made Jiang Wangshu feel utterly crestfallen. Her nose tingled with inexplicable sorrow, her bright almond-shaped eyes subtly reddening. Hello, just as Jiang Wangshu stood with head bowed feeling miserable. A fluffy Ferrari teddy bear appeared before her. Hey miss, what's got you feeling down? The boy concealed his face behind the teddy bear, speaking in a muffled voice. Don't be sad, just smile like the little bear, and everything will be fine. Hearing Chen intentionally altered tone, Jiang Wangshu burst out laughing. Chen, stop it. Isn't it better now that you're smiling? Chen smiled gently. Here, this bear is for you. Thanks. Jiang Wangshu took the bear, clutching it tightly to her chest. Deeply moved, she realized he remained as kind and gentle as the cheerful little boy from her childhood memories. Such a festive occasion, why are you feeling down? And nothing. Jiang Wangshu buried her delicate face behind the teddy bear's head, mumbling softly. Thinking to herself, isn't it all because you silently became a rich second generation? Making me feel like I can't possibly reach your level. Let's go. Chen rose to his feet. Huh? Jiang Wangshu looked up at him. Where to? The young man flashed a bright smile. You seem to be in a bad mood. Let me take you out for some fresh air. Where's Xiaoshu? At the restaurant entrance, Xiao Lu dialed Jiang Wangshu's number. A dial tone rang. The call connected. Hello? Xiaoshu, where are you? I went out. Went out? Where to? With whom? And no one. Chen slowed down. Too fast. My legs are giving out. Stop. Stop it. Xiao Lu. Sorry to interrupt. No. Lulu, it's not what you think. On the Ring Road highway. Inside the Ferrari. Feeling the exhilarating power of the 3-second 0 to 100 acceleration beneath. Jiang Wangshu gripped the armrest tightly, trembling in fear and screaming. But Chen hands on the steering wheel was instead even more exhilarated. His foot stomped heavily on the accelerator, the V12 engine emitting continuous roaring sounds. The brutal acceleration's G-force slammed repeatedly against Jiang Wangshu's back. Screams rose and fell continuously throughout the car. 40 minutes later, the Ferrari glided smoothly to a stop in front of a seaside cafe. Jiang Wangshu pushed open the passenger door, feeling utterly spent and hoarse. Chen, there are countless roads, but safety comes first. Don't ever drive like that again. How dangerous. Don't worry, my driving skills are quite decent. Decent, my foot. I almost vomited from your driving. Really? That's great. Hey. The two walked into the cafe. The main hall was not large, with an open layout facing the sea on one side. Beyond, the flower-filled terrace. The afternoon sun blazed brilliantly, illuminating the sea in translucent azure. Jiang Wangshu's eyes brightened. So beautiful. Chen, how did you discover such a wonderful place? I worked here before. Chen pointed to the wall murals. I painted those. So beautifully painted. Jiang Wangshu gazed at the entire wall of murals, her large eyes widening in surprise. Beach beauties in swimsuits. All voluptuous curves and lifted figures. So this was the type Chen preferred. Subconsciously, she glanced down at herself. While not as exaggerated as the paintings perfectly see, should not be bad either. She'd text Xiao Lu later to ask about ways to enhance her figure. Ahem. Seeing Jiang Wangshu studying the murals intently, Chen cleared his throat. Let's sit first. Okay, sure. Jiang Wangshu turned away, cheeks flushed. The two sat at a table overlooking the sea. The server delivered their ordered drinks. 2 coconut lattes, the coffee aromatic and rich, the milk fragrant and creamy. When I'm in a bad mood, I come here to watch the sea. Chen took out a small notebook, daydream a bit, sketch for a while, and my mood relaxes considerably. Indeed it does. Feeling the sea breeze brush her face, Jiang Wangshu narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Chen said nothing and silence fell between them. Jiang Wangshu opened her eyes to look at him. He was holding the small notebook, using portable watercolors to paint back and forth across the page. Chen, what are you doing? Painting flowers. Flowers? Jiang Wangshu curiously looked at the paper. His watercolor brush seemed enchanted, a vivid rose springing to life on the page in the blink of an eye. So amazing! Jiang Wangshu exclaimed in amazement. A true craftsman's skill reveals itself instantly. I didn't prepare a gift for attending your celebration today. Chen said, sending you a flower as a gift. Thanks. Receiving the impromptu painting from Chen, Jiang Wangshu covered her mouth and laughed softly. As an art student, she naturally understood the romance within. It felt so flirtatious, she was completely smitten. Just as she prepared to put the painting away, Chen suddenly stopped her. Wait, actually I have magic. Chen blow on this painting. What? Jiang Wangshu smiled shyly, her full lips parting as she leaned down and gently blew. Don't blink. Chen smiled mysteriously. His right hand made an airy grasping motion over the painting. A fresh rose appeared in his palm, as if conjured from thin air. For you, wishing you may always be as radiant and beautiful as this rose. Oh my, how did you do that? Gazing at the rose Chen offered, Jiang Wangshu was both astonished and delighted. The magic was one thing. More importantly, this was Chen first time giving her flowers. And roses at that. When he finally made a move, it was a direct killing blow. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang Wangshu felt a surge of courage rising in her heart. In a moment of rashness, she blurted out, Chen actually I have feelings for. That donkey doesn't know he's a donkey, that chick doesn't know she's a chicken. The wretched ringtone drowned out Jiang Wangshu's voice. Sorry, I need to take this call. Chen picked up his phone and answered. Hello, Xiao Che. The call connected and a sweet, clear girl's voice rang out. What are you doing? Did you miss me, big sister? Jiang Wangshu. Alright, that's settled. Bye. After finishing the call with by Xiaonan, Chen turned his gaze to Jiang Wangshu beside him. Sorry, did you just say something? No. The girl holding a plush bear biting a thick straw turned her head away in a huff. Chen, why are you angry again for no reason? Women are truly complicated creatures. They sat and finished their drinks. Then the two stood up and headed back. In the passenger seat of the Ferrari, Jiang Wangshu watched the scenery receding rapidly. In her mind, the intimate tone of Chen phone call with that girl kept echoing. This girl, could she be the one in his WeChat Moments photo? What is their relationship now? Lovers? No way, they've only known each other for a few days, and they're already together. Judging by the photo, they seem to have booked a hotel room. Could they have already done it? Lost in anxious thoughts, Jiang Wangshu's mind was a mess. The car drove back to the urban area and stopped at the entrance of her residential complex. I'm going now. Thanks for the ride. Jiang Wangshu unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and got out. The moment she closed the door, her eyes, which had been holding back tears, suddenly reddened. Suddenly a memory from many years ago surfaced in her mind. It was also a hot summer afternoon like this. The gentle words and bright smile of that little boy. They had healed her entire childhood. It was clearly me who liked you first. The more Jiang Wangshu thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears of frustration silently streamed down her face. Thud. Suddenly the sound of a car door closing came from behind. Then footsteps approached. Jiang Wangshu quickly wiped her eyes and sniffled hard. You? Why did you follow me? Chen put his hands in his pockets. I'll walk you in. Who asked you to? Jiang Wangshu turned her face away. Aren't you going to call your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. Chen said. The one you just called, wasn't that your girlfriend? No. Chen shrugged. She's a travel buddy I met by chance in Dali. Since she's also studying at a university in Huhai, we hit it off. Jiang Wangshu suddenly turned her head. In her reddish eyes a look of surprise emerged. Really? Absolutely. What are you saying, you silly? The misunderstanding cleared Jiang Wangshu's anger, turned to joy. She was extremely happy. Suddenly the sky seemed bluer, the grass greener, and the world a better place. So Chen wasn't in a relationship after all. It was all my own wild imagination. How wonderful. Looking at the smiling girl, Chen discreetly wiped his brow. Thankfully, as a painter, he had sharp observational skills. Otherwise, he would have truly missed out on a wonderful opportunity. They walked all the way to the base of Jiang Wangshu's building. Here we are. I'll head back now. Okay. Seeing Jiang Wangshu enter the elevator lobby, Chen turned and left. Chen, not far away, the girl's voice suddenly rang out from behind. What's? A fragrant breeze rushed over with an unstoppable momentum. The boy's unfinished words were forcefully blocked by soft, sweet lips. Hot breaths tangled and fluttered between their cheeks. The girl's movements were stiff, devoid of skill, filled only with emotion. After an unknown length of time, voices could be heard from the elevator lobby in the distance. Jiang Wangshu, with dazed eyes, suddenly snapped back to reality. Her body jolted back as if electrocuted. I am going back. Watching the girl run away with a flushed face as if fleeing. Chen touched his lips and smiled knowingly. Compared to the first kiss stolen by Xiaonan, this kiss felt more real, more sweet, and more in line with his ideal definition of a first kiss. And it was obvious that the goddess Jiang was also a first-timer. Ding, the beauty of love makes your heart excited, triggering the smile perk reward cashback coupon appearance limited. Cashback coupon appearance limited. As a divine tycoon, your appearance, temperament, and image standards should far surpass ordinary people. Please go to any commercial district, make reasonable purchases, and enhance your personal image through haircuts, wardrobe changes, etc. Any consumption behavior that meets the system's judgment criteria will receive a random multiplier cashback, duration 5 hours, status unused. Holy shit, it's here. Nice, Atui. The cashback that's essential for a divine tycoon story has finally arrived. Chen was excited. Now his cash balance was about 5,000 or so. If he could find a top-tier commercial district and pull off a proper operation, he should be able to fleece the system handsomely. So Chen decided to set off for the big metropolis, Shanghai, immediately. Apart from the cashback scheme and a luxury mansion worth hundreds of millions waiting for him to sign for, Chen also had to accomplish the most important life event. The next day, Chen booked a first-class ticket and flew directly to Huai. It must be said having money during the summer vacation after senior year was really enjoyable. Anytime, anywhere he could fly across the country. It emphasized carefree freedom. A little over an hour later, as Chen just walked out of Hangzhou Airport, he saw that energetic, charming young beauty at the exit. "Xiao Che, over here, over here." Seeing Bai Xiaonan waving vigorously, Chen smiled knowingly and quickly walked over. "Waha, Xiao Che, long time no see." "Really? It's only been a few days." "Huh, only a few days." Bai Xiaonan said, "I feel like it's been so long. It must be that a day apart feels like 3 years. You who wants to feel like 3 years apart from you? Then let's make it a day." "What kind of wild words are those, eh?" Bai Xiaonan's face turned red. Although she secretly sent benefits to her little brother, that was their private little pleasure. Now in public, Sister Xiaonan was still very shy. "Xiaonan, is this your little brother?" Just as they were talking, then a tall, slender girl walked out from behind Bai Xiaonan. Unlike Bai Xiaonan, who was a sweet girl resembling Tian Shiwei, this girl had cascading golden big waves, a high nose bridge, a smiley mouth, and big sparkling eyes. She was at least 170 centimeters tall, with a pair of snow-white, stunningly long legs. She was truly a Korean-style girl group-like mature beauty that perfectly hit Chen sweet spot. Xiao Che, let me introduce you." Bai Xiaonan said cheerfully, "This is my childhood friend Qinjun." "Jinjin, this is Chen Sister Qinjun, hello." Chen greeted politely with a bright smile. Qinjun was stunned. Although she had already seen Chen photos, they were secretly taken by Xiaonan and didn't do justice to this little puppy's true good looks. Now seeing him up close, Qinjun was struck by his stunning appearance. No fancy adjectives needed. Just one word: handsome. Darn handsome. But there was one jarring thing. This guy's outfit was a bit lacking, since he had already worn the campus heartthrob outfit yesterday. So Chen changed back into his own clothes today. A basic t-shirt and wide-leg pants. They did look quite fresh and clean. But the strong Pinduoduo vibe made Qinjun, a Shanghai girl who was particular about high-end, exquisite outfits, completely baffled. A glint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Was he a rich second generation? Just this. Jinling West Road, Hunglong Plaza. As the most bustling core commercial area of Huai, it's extremely popular. A row of top international luxury stores lined up, and even the air conditioning exudes a strong smell of money. At the mall entrance, Chen walked side by side with 2 others. Beside the handsome young man, Bai Xiaonan's long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a white t-shirt tucked into denim shorts with calf-length socks and a pair of white German training shoes. Her curvaceous figure perfectly showcased her pure and seductive peak temperament. Beside her, Qinjun wore a dark stepmother dress with a dark knitted choker around her snow-white neck, exuding a sexy and aloof aura. Especially her pair of fair and lustrous comic-like legs, which attracted countless lecherous glances. One in white, one in black, one pure, one sexy. 2 super S-level beauties walked through the mall, turning heads everywhere. "I see you want to learn about styling, right?" After hearing Chen purpose, Bai Xiaonan proudly puffed out her chest. "You've come to the right person. No one knows styling better than us." "Really?" "Really?" Bai Xiaonan tugged her best friend's hand. "You know, Jinjin is the most authoritative fashionista in our dorm. There's not a single brand here that she doesn't know." "Really? That's great." Chen looked at the aloof elder sister. "Then I'll have to learn from Sister Qinjun today." "No problem." Qinjun's expression was aloof, her tone indifferent. Styling is simple as long as the budget is sufficient. As a pampered daughter of the socialite circles in Modu, Qinjun had seen many rich second-generation kids, but she had never seen one like Chen. Which rich second-generation kid uses a Redmi with a cracked screen? This kid, couldn't he be a scammer? The arduous task of preventing Xiaonan from being deceived falls on me. "All right, then let's go." Bai Xiaonan. "Xiao, where should we go first?" "Let's get a haircut first." Chen thought for a moment. "Any good recommendations?" "Yes." Seeing Bai Xiaonan's questioning look, Qinjun crossed her arms. "But the cost is quite high. Can you accept it?" "No problem. Let's go." Qinjun flicked her long hair with a cool air and led the 2 to a high-end hair salon. This is one of the best celebrity grooming salons in Huai. Qinjun introduced, "Many artists come here regularly for styling." "Wow, so expensive." Bai Xiaonan clicked her tongue repeatedly at the price list in the thousands. "If you're not going for the ultimate, choosing the senior director styling at 1288 would be pretty good." Qinjun said calmly, glancing at Chen. She deliberately recommended a high price to observe his reaction. If he were a fake rich kid, he would certainly find ways to decline and make excuses to switch to a cheaper place. After all, who would choose to spend over 1,000 on a haircut if they weren't wealthy? "Come on, young man, what will you choose?" Since Sister Qinjun recommended it, it must be right. Chen smiled. But since we're here, I'll go for the best. Saying that, he waved to the receptionist. Hello, may I ask if the brand director needs an appointment? Yes. Okay, please arrange it for me. Watching the young man scan the code and pay without hesitation, Bai Xiaonan and Qin Jun were shocked. Brand director, 2,988. Bai Xiaonan suddenly grabbed Qin Jun's arm, breathing rapidly. And Qin Jun, who had been calm, instantly widened her big eyes. This kid seems to be really rich. Soon the brand director approached and politely asked, Hello, handsome, what hairstyle would you like? Well, Chen was a bit troubled. After all, he used to just trim his hair with clippers. How could he know anything about hairstyle design? How about you just go with what you think? Okay, please wait. Bai Xiaonan quickly spoke up, taking out her phone. Sir, can you please cut it according to this? Okay, no problem. Watching Bai Xiaonan carefully instructing the stylist on haircut details. Qin Jun, who was sitting cross-legged beside them. What do you mean by reference? You're clearly telling him to cut it according to your personal taste. An hour later, the sound of the hairdryer stopped. Done. Chen stood up and looked at Bai Xiaonan in the lounge. Sister Xiaonan, what do you think? Yes. That's exactly what I wanted. The girl covered her mouth with both hands, her bright eyes sparkling. So handsome. Xiao Che. He had completely turned into the handsome young puppy that struck her heart. Beside her, Qin Jun's mouth was also a perfect O. Damn, how could he be so handsome? Not to mention the appearance obsessed by Xiaonan beside him. It seemed even she herself was a little attracted. Oh no. Sister's man can't touch. Ding, your appearance and temperament have been greatly enhanced, triggering a cashback crit of X666. Merchant, your account ending in 404 has received 1990008.00 yuan. Holy shit. Chen was shocked. Is this cashback multiplier for real? Let's go, Chen, aren't you still going to buy clothes? Bai Xiaonan urged impatiently. This feeling was like playing a male god-raising game, so fun. Okay. The three walked out of the salon and entered the luxury brand area. For men's clothing, any suitable recommendations? Chen turned to Bai Xiaonan and Qin Jun. As a poor kid who had been destitute for 18 years, the biggest brand he had worn was Baleno. And it was from Pinduoduo with a fake 1-pay-3 policy, which sent 4 pieces at once. Bai Xiaonan, who was equally clueless about men's fashion, directly looked at her best friend. Good, Jinjin, it's your turn. It depends on what style you like. Qin Jun thought for a moment. For understated texture, I recommend Zegna. For casual luxury, choose Loro Piana. For mature refinement, Dior or Armani are both worth considering. Wanting to see Chen real financial strength, she went straight to the top luxury brands. Chen nodded. All right, let's take a look at them all and buy some if they fit. Buy some. Qin Jun's mouth twitched slightly. This little brother, quite a big talker. Sir, this is our store's latest autumn high-end ready-to-wear. The price. Also wrap it up. Yes. Sir, hello. This is your purchase receipt, total 115,700 yuan. Sir, your total consumption this time is 158,000 yuan. Here is our VIP card, please keep it safe. Welcome your next visit. Mr. Chen, hello. Based on your spending at this mall, congratulations on becoming our honored Sapphire member of Honglong Plaza. Watching Chen swipe his card for a lavish shopping spree, Qin Jun. Sisters who can understand. Spending nearly $1 million in less than a morning. Directly getting the Sapphire membership of Huhai Honglong. What kind of god-tier rich kid is this? Watching Chen who looked completely transformed. Qin Jun bit her full lips. Her long legs unconsciously twisted together. She felt a tingling sensation. Although she frequented various WeChat socialite circles, always talking about co-branded items and limited editions, putting on the air of a chaebol heiress. But her family background was really just ordinary. So she dreamed of finding a tall, rich, and handsome man like this. Jealous to tears. Chen naturally didn't know about Qin Jun's change of heart. At this moment, he was immersed in the pleasure of financial freedom. Chen age 18, height 186 cm, appearance 91, intelligence 70, constitution 60, wealth 53569, hero skills, miracle hand, master of hand skills, singing master traits, smile, miracle hand, in 1 morning cashback of 53 million. System bro, awesome. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Hello, I am the logistics company representative responsible for the shipping of your car. As per your instructions, your car has been parked in space B108 of the underground parking lot at Honglong Plaza. Please be advised. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Hanging up the phone, Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had been worrying about where to put all the bags he was carrying. Fortunately, the car had been shipped in time. What's wrong, Xiao Che? Is there something? Bai Xiaonan, who was helping him carry the shopping bags, asked. Nothing. Chen said, my car has been shipped. I'll go downstairs to put the things away. You bought a car? Qin Jun asked with surprise. Chen nodded. I bought one after graduation as a graduation gift to myself. Oh, that's nice. Upon hearing this, the two girls beside Chen couldn't help but exchange glances. This younger brother is truly loaded. They wondered what kind of car it was. At least a top-tier BBA, right? With curiosity, the two followed Chen to the underground parking lot. Chen took out his car key and pressed it. Click. A soft sound. Then not far away a fully black SUV flashed its lights. Is this a YU7? Xiaoche, do you like Xiaomi too? Bai Xiaonan tilted her head slightly, looking at the familiar shape of the car. Hearing this, Qinzhen felt a bit disappointed. She had originally thought that someone of Chen Chei's wealth should drive a better car. She didn't expect it to be just a Xiaomi. So she had indeed overestimated his strength. How could it be? Suddenly, she saw the yellow prancing horse logo key in Chen Chei's hand. Qinzhen's heart, which had just settled, suddenly tightened. Holy crap! A Ferrari. Could it be that this car is the YU7's strictest father, the Puro sang? Actually, I also like the YU7, Chen Chei smiled. But their CEO Lei and I are in the same car club. As expected, Qinzhen's legs suddenly went weak. She almost sat down heavily on the hard ground. Mother. She had tried to think highly of this younger brother from the beginning. She thought he would drive at least an S-Class or a Maybach. Who could have imagined he would pull out a Ferrari? Rich beyond the sky. Qinzhen was so excited that her legs couldn't close. The contempt she had felt for the young man earlier completely vanished. She only felt that this young boy's charm had exploded instantly. He opened the trunk and stuffed all the shopping bags inside. Chen Chei patted the Ferrari's suicide doors. Get in. Let's find a place and I'll treat you to a big meal. Okay. Bai Xiaonan and Qinzhen nodded repeatedly. They got into the car carefully, as it was their first time riding in such a luxury car. Afraid of accidentally scratching something. Xiaoche, how much did this car cost? It's not cheap, right? After sitting down, Bai Xiaonan looked around the interior and asked quietly. Qinzhen also pricked up her ears nervously. It's okay, 6.9 million on the road. Hearing this price, both young ladies' bodies went limp. 6.9 million. They had never seen so much money in their lives. What kind of god-level wealthy younger brother is this? Too invincible. Chen Chei, the interior of your car is really luxurious. It's just alright. Chen Chei didn't think much of the interior. Actually, what he was most satisfied with was the center console. It was designed to be exactly parallel to his legs, suitable for the passenger to lean over. Shoo. By the way, Chen Chei smiled. Any recommendations for dinner? Bai Xiaonan, Zhenjin, you know more, what do you think? Qinzhen thought for a moment. There's a newly opened restaurant upstairs at the Bun Center. Why not give it a try? That's good. Chen Chei nodded. What a coincidence. I actually need to go to the Bun Center to take care of something. Alright, let's go there. Chen Chei started the engine, and the V12's roar filled the air. Sensing the surging power pushing against his back, the feeling of acceleration continuously hit his spine. Qinzhen felt a tingling sensation all over her body. Even her gaze toward Chen Chei began to grow hazy. She thought to herself that all the rich second-generation heirs she had met before were nothing but little brothers compared to this younger brother. The Bun Center was not far from Hanglong Plaza. In just over 10 minutes, the Ferrari Purosang arrived at the underground parking lot of Building T1. Xiaoche, don't you have something to do? Bai Xiaonan asked considerately as she got out of the car. Maybe you should take care of business first, and we can eat later. Alright. Chen Chei nodded slightly. The property had already been paid for and transferred, he just needed to verify his identity as the owner. It wouldn't take long. Honestly, he had been looking forward to seeing how stunning the mansion worth over 100 million would be. The three got out of the car. Qinzhen, who didn't know what Chen Chei was going to do, was full of curiosity. After all, she had never seen what a rich young master like Chen Chei did in his daily life. Then she saw the young man walk into the sales office of the Bun Center. Her beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. No way. Could this younger brother be planning to buy a house again? Xiaoche, are you here to buy a house? Bai Xiaonan voiced her doubt. No. Chen Chei waved his hand repeatedly. Oh. The two young ladies sighed in unison. I'm here to handle the property ownership transfer procedures. Handle property ownership transfer. He hadn't even arrived in Shanghai yet, and the house was already bought in advance. The two young ladies were completely speechless. They were even a bit numb. The world of the rich was truly beyond their imagination. Entering the sales office, Chen Chei stated his purpose. Soon a manager in a suit warmly and respectfully received him. With meticulous service as gentle as spring breeze and rain, the ownership transfer procedures were handled efficiently. About 10 minutes later, Chen Chei, holding the freshly issued owner's card, led by Xiaonan and Qinzhen to the 45th floor of Building T1 via the owner's elevator. Beep. The heavy armored entrance door slowly opened. At the end of the luxuriously decorated living room, beyond the 270 panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, lay the magnificent Huangpu River and the majestic skyline of the Magic City. It crashed violently into the dazed eyes of the two young ladies. 800 square meters. The Skyline Executive Mansion with an unbeatable river view. Priced at 165 million. Whoa. Both young ladies collapsed heavily onto the living room sofa. Their minds were in a dreamlike state, their two pairs of fair long legs trembling uncontrollably. It felt like they had stumbled into a celestial palace. Qinzhen looked at her dazed little best friend beside her. The envy in her heart surged like a turbulent sea. Seriously, what kind of lucky fate does Xiaonan have? She went on a trip and just picked up such a rich younger brother. Where's the justice? Are there any more such god-level wealthy younger brothers? Can I get one too? After resting for a while in Chen Chei's mansion, the three of them went downstairs to the restaurant in Building T2. They chose a seat by the window and sat down. Chen Chei, I heard you're an outstanding student at the College of Art. Qin Jun patiently waited for him to finish ordering, then propped her chin on her hand and looked at the young man with a smile. So your drawing skills must be impressive, right? It was only the power of money that could transform an aloof, cool beauty into a warm and affectionate one. Not bad, Chen Chei said with a hint of a smile. How about this, Sister Qinjun? Let me paint a portrait for you. Right now, Qinjun covered her mouth with a laugh. Sure. All right, please hold still for a moment. Chen Chei took out a portable miniature watercolor sketchbook. The tip of the brush lightly touched the paint, moving back and forth across the paper. As Chen Chei occasionally looked up, carefully observing her best friend, while chatting and joking with her, Bai Xiaonan felt neglected and pouted with dissatisfaction. Stinky Chen Chei, bad Chen Chei. He didn't even think to paint a portrait for his sister. I don't like you anymore. I can't. Chen Chei, are you done yet? Almost. Sister Qinjun, bear with it a little longer. Hurry up. I can't hold it anymore, my legs are numb. Alright, I'll speed up. With a flourish of the brush, Chen Chei finally completed this impromptu portrait. Okay. He put down the brush, carefully tore off the page, and confidently handed his proud work to Qinjun. Wow, thank you. Qinjun happily took the little painting, together with Bai Xiaonan, who leaned and they examined it closely. The paper was fine, the pigments were fine. But when combined, what was it supposed to be? Looking at the abstract, scribble-like portrait before them, it was like a ghostly scrawl. Qinjun covered her face with her hand, laughing and crying. Xiaoqei, are you a disciple of Picasso? This is way too abstract. Beside her, Bai Xiaonan was laughing uncontrollably. What kind of painting was this? And she made Jinjin pose as a model for so long. The little brother was too mischievous. With a cheerful mood, the previous resentment instantly vanished. Sister Qinjun, why aren't you happy? Chen Chei asked. Don't you like this style, eh? Well, Qinjun smiled wryly. The artistic content in it is too high, I can't appreciate it. Then can you give me another chance? Chen Chei smiled slightly, took the painting back from Qinjun, placed it flat on his palm, and extended it toward her. Sister Qinjun, can you flick this painting with your finger? Like this? Although she didn't know what the young man was up to, Qinjun obediently reached out and gently flicked the paper with her slender finger. Bai Xiaonan also leaned in, curiously watching Chen Chei. A soft snap sounded under the astonished gazes of the two young ladies. The small painting trembled slightly, and the image instantly changed. From an abstract doodle, it transformed into a sweet portrait of a young woman. The brushstrokes were delicate, capturing both form and spirit. Wow! The two young ladies covered their mouths in surprise, their expressions filled with disbelief. Bai Xiaonan's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement and ecstasy, because the portrait was of herself. So, Xiaoqei had seemed to be painting Junjun, but he was actually focusing on painting her all along. Xiaoqei had never neglected her. He had been thinking about how to surprise her from the very beginning. Realizing this, Bai Xiaonan's remaining little resentment instantly vanished. A surging wave of happiness crashed violently against her heart again and again, melting the girl's body and soul into such a romantic tenderness. She was completely smitten. Bai Xiaonan was utterly charmed. Beside her, Qinjun, whose mouth was stuffed with dog food, angrily crossed her arms and glared at Chen Chei, wanting to reward him with the 7 centimeters heel of her sandals. What a bastard. Using her as a tool to flirt with his girlfriend. Bai Xiaonan wasn't even yours yet. And you dare to offend her best friend, right? Qinjun cast a cold glance at her little friend, seeing her flushed and excited with watery eyes full of emotion. Qinjun raised an eyebrow. Bai Xiaonan, danger. She quietly took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Disney Princess in distress. Her long fingers with nude rhinestone nail art tapped on the screen. Qinjun photo. Qinjun, I announce a regrettable news, miss. Bai Xiaonan is done for, as she has fallen in love. The moment the message was sent, the phone vibrated wildly. Su Shuren, what the hell? That little bitch, Bai Xiaonan. What kind of love-struck expression is that? Su Yuning, Bai Xiaonan, didn't we agree whoever falls in love first is a dog? Angry Qinjun, don't her, the little bitch is too busy indulging in male charm. She won't even look at her phone. Su Shuren, send the photo. I want to see what male demon dares to seduce my beloved. Qinjun looked at the screen, then at Chen Chei, chatting and laughing with Bai Xiaonan. She bit her lower lip, quietly raised her phone, and focused the camera. In the screen, under the brilliant sunlight, the young man sitting in the light had a handsome face and noble bearing like a prince from a fairy tale. Thump, thump, thump. The golden-haired beauty's heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. The blush on her delicate face deepened, and her breath became rapid and hot. She was extremely nervous. After all, others had always secretly taken photos of her. She had never secretly taken a photo of anyone else. It felt like stealing. Stealing her best friend's man. What the hell am I thinking? Spit, spit, spit. Her finger trembled and accidentally activated the flash mode. A click sound. The sudden flash startled the two chatting people. They looked over in confusion. Seeing Qin Zhen's flushed face, "Zhen, what are you doing?" In nothing, just a wrong tap." Qin Zhen forced a stiff smile. Noticing that Chen Che didn't say anything, just looked at her with a smile, the golden-haired beauty's chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Could he have found out? Oh my god. Too embarrassed to face anyone. "Hello everyone, the dishes are coming. Please be careful, they're hot." A waiter pushing a cart arrived just in time to save Qin Zhen. "Qin Zhen, come on, try the food here. I heard it's really good." "Okay, Xiao Che, eat up, mm. Relieved, Qin Zhen picked up her phone and sent the photo to the group. "Su Shi and Zhen, what did you say to Doubao? The photo came out so handsome." "Qin Zhen, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Is this AI? Su Yuning, not AI. This modeling is amazing." "Su Shiren, then we really have to come see him." "Qin Zhen, aren't you still traveling in Rongqing?" "Su Yuning, thanks for the invite. Just landed in Shanghai." "Su Shiren, Qin Zhen, keep them steady. We'll be there soon." "Su Yuning, giddy up." "Qin Zhen, what a pair of lively sisters." After much effort, the dishes were finally served. The three of them were eating when suddenly light footsteps approached from not far away. Qin Zhen, who had been staring at her phone, quickly turned her head. She waved at a distance. "Yuning, in and over here." Hearing her call, Chen Che subconsciously looked up. Two tall, fashionable young women walked side by side. The one on the left wore a baseball cap and a cropped V-neck camisole paired with wide-leg jeans. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair swan-like neck and a pair of sexy sharp shoulders. Beside her, the other girl had long, wavy dark brown hair, cascading lazily. A black and white checkered dress accentuated her curvaceous, slender figure. Her long legs were sheathed in black knee-high socks, and between the hem of her dress and the socks a glimpse of pure white skin. The absolute territory stirred the heart. Truly two great beauties. "Yuning, on it." Bai Xiaonan jumped up excitedly, hugging the two girls and bouncing with laughter. "How did you get here? You're so caught up in love that you've got no time to check your phone." The girl in the baseball cap crossed her arms and poked Bai Xiaonan's forehead with her finger. The girl with wavy hair tossed her hair back. "Yeah, aren't you going to introduce your boyfriend?" What boyfriend? I told you he's just a little brother." Bai Xiaonan, I never knew you had such a forbidden fetish." "Get lost." Bai Xiaonan blushed, took her two besties' hands, and led them to Chen Che. "Xiao Che, these are also my childhood besties." She first introduced the girl in the baseball cap. "This is Su Yuning. And this is Su Shiren. Hello, two older sisters, I'm Chen Che." The young man greeted with a smile, but his eyes involuntarily widened slightly at that moment. "Twin sisters. Can you even handle this?" Ding. You discover a pair of twin sisters and feel excited, triggering the smile trait reward trait generosity of a heartthrob. Generosity of a heartthrob when a member of the opposite sex with a beauty rating of 90 and a favorable impression of the host interacts with the host. This trait ability has a certain chance to fulfill the material wishes in their heart free of charge. What? There's such a trait ability. It's definitely a simp system. Fortunately, with supreme appearance backing him up, even though Chen Che's heart was in turmoil. On the surface, he still maintained a calm and courteous demeanor. This couldn't help but make Su Shiren and Su Yuning's eyes light up. As a pair of twin sisters with stunning beauty, they had seen too many boys who upon first meeting them would reveal a hint of blatant indecency and frivolity in their eyes, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. So seeing the young man so calm and composed, their evaluation of him naturally rose a lot. Of course, more importantly, he was handsome. Even more handsome than in the photos. So the Su sisters, who had come aggressively to catch the cheat, both blushed and were at a loss for words. Although the four childhood friends had sworn since high school, whoever gets a partner first is a dog. If the partner was such a handsome younger brother, then being a dog for a while would be worth it. Woof. In just a moment of meeting, countless thoughts flashed through each party's mind. "Hello, Chen Che." Su Yuning and Su Shiren said in unison, "Nice to meet you." After speaking, the two sisters simultaneously raised their eyebrows and turned to look at each other. "Su Shiren, are you kidding me? Why do you copy everything I do?" "Su Yuning, are you crazy? I was the one who spoke first." Watching the two start arguing at the drop of a hat, Bai Xiaonan leaned over to Chen Che and whispered, "They're always like this, don't mind them." Chen Che nodded. He had long heard that many twin sisters share a telepathic connection or a sixth sense. The most typical example is when one of them is experiencing pleasure, the other can feel it as well. Chen Che found this phenomenon truly amazing. 113. Doesn't this defy the laws of mathematics? He must find a chance to study this with them in depth. The four girls huddled together, chattering. Learning that the two Su sisters had just gotten off the plane and hadn't eaten yet, Chen Che waved his hand generously and ordered a few more dishes. The table was fully laden. The five of them sat down, eating and chatting. "Aren't you from the same university?" I'm from the music conservatory, you know that." Yuning and Inin are both at Hu University, also juniors, and Jinjin is at a vocational college graduating this year." "Oh, I see. Ding. After roughly understanding the situation of Qin Jun and the others, Chen Che, under the effect of supreme appearance, ate gracefully. He quietly listened to the girls' lively chat. As refined girls native to the Magic City, the topics of the four young ladies naturally revolved around various jewelry bags and cosmetics. Look, this new LV bag is so gorgeous. Indeed. Hiss. Over 40,000. That's way too expensive. Not expensive. I'm about to start an internship at a company, and I'm just missing an LV bag. I think the classic monogram is better. Your taste needs improvement, sis. The meal was almost over. Chen Che excused himself to go to the restroom, and took the initiative to pay the bill. The five of them had spent a total of 1,040 yuan. Not cheap, but for Chen Che now it was a drop in the bucket. After all, with a fresh 53 million in his pocket, he was really feeling high. Just as he turned to go back, he saw Bai Xiaonan had secretly followed him. Xiao Che, how much did the meal cost? I'll transfer it to you. Bai Xiaonan took out her phone looking serious. Although Chen Che had said he would treat them later, Yuning and Anin had come, and they had ordered so many extra dishes. This made Bai Xiaonan feel very guilty. So when she noticed Chen Che heading to the cashier, she hurried over. I've already paid, it's fine. Chen Che smiled. No way. I can't let you spend your money. Seeing Bai Xiaonan's serious attitude, Chen Che suggested, how about we go halves? Is that okay? Okay, how much? I'll transfer it to you. It's 1040 in total. Chen Che showed the payment receipt. Half each. That should be 520 yuan. Okay. Without suspicion, Bai Xiaonan opened WeChat chat and transferred 520. It's sent, you can accept it. Xiao Che, why are you taking a screenshot? Sister Xiaonan, this is the first time you've sent me 520, so of course I have to take a screenshot to commemorate it. Seeing the glaring 520 transfer on the chat screen, the black-haired girl was momentarily stunned. You little rascal. You tricked me. The girl's face blushed as brilliantly as peach blossoms blooming among the clouds, her rosy complexion spreading everywhere. You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. After the meal, Qin Jun, who loved shopping, suggested visiting the LV Louis Vuitton store. Her bestie squad agreed unanimously. Naturally, Chen Che had no objections. After all, it was his first time in Shanghai. Anywhere would be fun. The destination was set. The five of them set off without hesitation. Chen Che stood up and casually wrapped his arm around Bai Xiaonan's slender waist. So soft. Bai Xiaonan's body trembled. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she showed no sign of rejection. After all, she had given him her first kiss, received the 520 gift, and introduced him to her besties. It would be too pretentious to act coy and shy now. Watching the affectionate couple, the three girls pulled faces. Fine, you're already feeding us dog food. They headed to the underground parking lot. As expected, Su Yuning and Su Shuren were completely stunned by Chen Che's Ferrari, their mouths forming an O shape. What kind of divine wealthy brother is this? Su Shuren exclaimed. Oh my god, Xiaonan's brother drives a Ferrari, isn't it? Qin Jun sighed. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Chen Che also has a presidential suite upstairs. Here, the Bun Center. The twin sisters were shocked. How much would that cost? The purchase contract says 165 million. Gasp. Like Qin Jun before them, the twin sisters felt their legs go weak. So handsome and incredibly rich. What kind of divine brother is this? Were Bai Xiaonan's ancestors blessed? For a moment, the three young ladies were lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, Chen Che had no idea that he had unintentionally set an impossibly high standard for Bai Xiaonan's three besties. After all, each of the four young ladies was a sought-after top-tier goddess with distinct beauty that made them impossible to rank. But now they were suddenly told that their best friend had found a top-tier god, a Ferrari-driving, presidential suite-owning, yin-yin, and connoisseur-level handsome man. This single-handedly raised their standards for future partners to another dimension. From now on, their boyfriends must have a car no worse, a house no cheaper, and looks no lower than his. But the problem was, how could there be another perfect man like Chen Che, a cheat code among mortals? Ding. A warm suggestion from the system. Indeed, beauty's besties are all beauties. Your heart is now surging with excitement. If you could achieve a 4-in-1 transcendence, it would be the pinnacle of every man's dreams. Holy crap. System, I suggest you don't suggest. Caught off guard by the system's revelation, Chen Che unlocked the car. Glancing inside, he looked at the four girls with some hesitation. After all, the Ferrari Pirosang had fixed seats, only 4. So one person was left out. As the big sister of the bestie squad, Qin Jun flicked her golden hair. Yuning and you two take a cab. Why should we take a cab? The sisters protested. The back seat has 2 spots, one for each of us. Wait, you mean I have to take a cab alone? 2-inch, no way. I was here first. So you've already ridden, so it's our turn. Yeah, Qin Jun, why don't you squeeze into the trunk? Get lost. Let's all take a cab. No, I want to ride in the Ferrari. 2-inch. Watching the blonde queen drag the lively sisters away with one hand each, Chen Che and Bai Xiaonan exchanged smiles. Xiaocha, don't mind them. They always argue, but they're really close. Yeah, only close friends would act like this, Chen Che said with a smile. But in his heart he thought the Ferrari is cool, but not practical enough. He needed to get a bigger car. They got into the car. Chen started the Ferrari with one hand and naturally placed his right hand on the snowy thigh in the passenger seat, gently stroking the forbidden zone beneath her denim shorts. Because Bai Xiaonan was a dance major, her legs looked slender but were surprisingly toned, soft, smooth, bouncy yet firm. Feeling the burning touch on her thigh, Bai Xiaonan said nothing. She just shifted her body and bit her lip, showing no intention of refusing. Driving one-handed back to Jinling West Road, Bai Xiaonan almost had to hold onto the car door when she got out, feeling completely weak all over. Truly the hands of a magician, with the miraculous power to melt hearts. Ding, the luxury car's passenger seat never disappoints. Triggered the smile word reward luxury car cashback voucher. Luxury car cashback voucher. Your next fully paid luxury car purchase will receive a random multiplier cashback. Whoa, Chen eyes lit up. The system really knew how to please. They arrived at the LV Louis Vuitton store, met up with Qin Jun and the other two, who had taken a cab, and walked in together. As one of Shanghai's newest landmarks, this three-story building inspired by ocean liners had an interior far more stunning than Chen had imagined. The entrance's box architecture wonder archway followed by 7 themed exhibition halls. Every detail proclaimed the luxurious heritage of the LV brand, a century of elegance. It was an eye-opening experience for Chen, who came from a small town. Indeed, as the saying goes, ordinary people see Shanghai, the wealthy see the magic city. After touring, they reached the second-floor sales area. The young lady's eyes grew wide and bright as they gazed at the exquisite, luxurious bags on display. As refined girls of the magic city raised in the glamour of the bund, they had an innate love for luxury handbags. Bai Xiaonan pointed at a delicate handbag on display. Qin Jun, isn't this the new Speedy 22 pillow bag you showed us earlier? Yes, exactly, Qin Jun exclaimed. Isn't it beautiful? Wow, the real thing is amazing. Su Shuren's eyes sparkled. You have great taste, Qin Jun. It's beautiful but too expensive. Su Yuning shook her head. It's not the bag's fault, it's my poverty. Sighed. Seeing the 46500 price tag, the 4 young ladies sighed in unison. Although their families weren't poor, they could only occasionally afford entry-level bags worth a few thousand. The 10,000 plus range was completely beyond their means. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it to heart. Chen leaned close to Bai Xiaonan and whispered in her ear, Xiaonan, do you really like this bag? Bai Xiaonan's body trembled, and she instinctively pressed her legs together. I like it, but I'll buy it for you. No, Xiaocha, don't be ridiculous. I really don't want it. Bai Xiaonan's face was bright red, whether from anxiety or his breath. Seeing her firm refusal, Chen smiled helplessly. With his current wealth, spending over 40,000 on a bag was like spending 4 yuan on a bottle of cola. It wouldn't affect him at all. But he hadn't expected Xiaonan's reaction to be so strong. Forget it, he'd deal with it later. Just as Chen dropped the thought, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Detected eligible females by Xiaonan, Qinjin, Su Yuning, Su Shuren. The trait, generosity of a god, is active. Bai Xiaonan, Qinjin, Su Yuning, and Su Shuren have had their material wish fulfilled. LV new Speedy 22 handbag. What the hell? Chen exclaimed. Mr. Chen, hello. These are the 4 Speedy 22 handbags you purchased. They've been packed up for you. Please take good care of them. Here's your receipt. Thank you for your patronage. Chen received the 4 LV shopping bags from the saleslady's hands. The girl squad was stunned. The Speedy 22 dream bag they'd been longing for at once, under the astonished gazes of the 4 young ladies. Chen lifted the 4 shopping bags with both hands, a faint smile forming on his lips. What are you standing there for? One each, take them. The girl squad. Xiaocha, what are you doing? Bai Xiaonan panicked. This is far too expensive. We can't accept it. It's fine. Chen tone was candid and sincere. Since all the sisters happen to admire this bag, consider it a greeting gift from me to each of you. But this is really too expensive. Bai Xiaonan was so anxious, she didn't know what to do, turning to look at the 3 friends behind her for help. Originally, she had thought they would all refuse together. But reality was completely different from what she imagined. Looking at Qinjun, Su Yuning, and Su Shuren, their expressions were particularly conflicted. Especially Qinjun, gazing at the bag in the shopping bag that she had been yearning for. Uncontrollable tears streamed down from the corners of her small lips, her whole being dazed, her face full of excited joy. The twin sisters weren't much better off either, their faces flushed red, breathing rapid. If Chen had only gifted one of them individually, they would definitely have insisted on refusing. But gifting all 4 at once, the equal treatment combined with Chen sincere greeting gift for the sisters, completely dispelled their inner unease, making it completely irresistible. This was an LV latest model worth over 4,000. Carrying it back to the dorm, it would absolutely dazzle those shameless bitches. That's enough. Chen didn't give Bai Xiaonan any chance to object. He directly handed 1 shopping bag to each of the 4 young ladies. MMPH. The die was cast, and Bai Xiaonan had no choice but to accept. However, the three young ladies who were in seventh heaven were so excited their faces were bright red, thanking him profusely. Xiaoche, from now on you're my real little brother. Sister loves you. Mua. You and Xiaonan's engagement we've approved internally. If she dares not to comply tonight, I'll personally drag her to you. Same here. Looking at the three delighted best friends by Xiaonan. Did I just get sold off for an LV bag? Friendship terminated. Eagerly tearing open the packaging. Each of the four young ladies carried this exquisite bag, posing in front of the mirror taking various selfies and group photos. Then they furiously posted on social media. Each of them couldn't be happier. Indeed, proving the famous saying, bags cure all ailments. Walking out of Lewis. Outside it was already evening. The lingering glow of the sunset painted all of Magu City in gold. So beautiful. Bai Xiaonan tightly held Chen-Chei's arm gazing at the sunset clouds on the horizon. Not as beautiful as Sister Xiaonan. The young man drew close slightly, turning his face, his lips covering her small mouth. Bai Xiaonan was startled, but soon her eyes began to glaze over, immersed in the young man's tenderness. Watching the couple kissing on the street, the three young ladies who came out behind them looked at each other, all rubbing their long legs unconsciously, feeling something warm and strange stirring inside their bodies. How annoying. It's all Bai Xiaonan's fault. Can you do something decent? Bringing back such a perfect boyfriend, how are you supposed to let your best friends live with that from now on? Night fell. The glamorous streets of Shanghai's Bar District. A pitch-black Ferrari Purosang came driving from the distance, smoothly parking in the spot in front of the Evening Tales lounge bar, immediately attracting countless stunning gazes from the girls on the street. The car door opened and a tall and handsome young male god stepped out. These flirtatious and sexy girls collectively let out excited cheers. Many people were restless, eager to make a move. But immediately when they saw the pure and innocent goddess stepping out from the passenger seat, and the long-legged mature beauty climbing out from the back seat, plus the twin sisters squeezing out from the other side, these flirty vixens couldn't help but freeze in unison. Then they cursed and dispersed. This goddess squad's level was simply too high. No comparison. Not a single chance. The group of five walked into the bar. There was no noisy and chaotic dance music here, but a luxury minimalist bar focused on a relaxed atmosphere. The overall decor was mainly natural wood and soft light strips. On the stage in the main hall, a band was performing jazz. The lazy and relaxed melody made people feel extremely at ease. The group found a relatively quiet booth to sit. Soon drinks and fruit plates were served. The three young ladies pulled Bai Xiaonan away from Chen-Chei's side and seated her in the middle of the sofa. Then squeezing in on either side of her, they all turned to look at Chen-Chei sitting alone. Seeing this situation, Chen-Chei, whose ancestors had been boat people for generations, understood in his heart. The four bags were merely cracking open the clamshell. To truly get the beautiful clam to fully open and taste the fresh clam meat, this current challenge was the key to it all. To this unexpected fate that brought us together. The young man smiled, raising his glass, proactively starting this ultimate test. Cheers. After a sip of red wine, a charming pink blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Once the alcohol kicked in, the atmosphere immediately loosened up. Hey, Chen-Chei. Sure enough, Su Yuning tilted her head, staring at him, firing the first soul-searching question. You're so handsome and really rich too. You've dated many girlfriends before, right? With these words, Bai Xiaonan, squeezed in the middle of her friends, immediately lifted her beautiful eyes, her gaze full of curiosity. I've never been in a relationship. Chen-Chei looked at the four young ladies, his tone candid. You're kidding, right? The girl squad was shocked. With these looks, this appearance, this personality. How could he possibly have zero experience? Really, I'm not lying to you. Chen-Chei smiled a bit sheepishly. To be honest, because I've been an orphan since the age of 8, my family situation was particularly poor. So besides going to school, I spent all my time working various jobs to make a living. I simply had no time for romance. Oh, you're an orphan? The four young ladies were even more shocked. Then where did all this money come from? I don't know either. Chen-Chei said. A trust institution found me and told me that there's a trust fund under my name. As long as I turn 18, I can start normally using this trust. Topics about his personal wealth were ultimately unavoidable. So Chen-Chei could only weave a white lie. Trust fund. The young ladies stared wide-eyed, feeling that this young brother in front of them had an increasingly unfathomable background. How much roughly? Maybe 300 billion. The young man smiled as he said. 30 billion. The soft lights of the bar cascaded down, illuminating four faces stunned into numbness. Good-tempered, handsome, wealthy, with a house and parents deceased. Even his love life was a blank slate. What kind of celestial young man was this? He was simply the ideal type. Wait. Su Xian suddenly clapped her hands as if struck by a brilliant thought. So that means Xiaoche, you're still a virgin. How could she be so bold and direct? Chen-Chei's mouth twitched. That's correct. The young man rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, but still nodded in admission. Wow, really? His elder sister Su Yuning licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with gossipy curiosity. So are you looking forward to experiencing your first time? Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of twin sisters, their minds were both on the same track. Under the synchronized gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, Chen set down his glass and nodded with complete candor. Yes. Ooh. Ha. The booth erupted into chaos, a cacophony of crisp laughter and teasing shouts. So, Qin Jin smirked, delivering the final killing blow. You've got our Shaonan wrapped around your finger. Gasp. What are you all trying to do? Chen shook his head with a wry smile. But since the conversation had reached this point, would he still be a man if he continued to act coy and pretentious? The young man steeled his heart and closed his eyes. He responded with a bold, decisive action. Sister Shaonan, will you come with me tonight? Woohoo! The atmosphere exploded instantly. Shrieks, laughter, and table-slapping sounds filled the booth. It's over, it's over. By Xiaonan, there's no escape for you tonight. Bro, remember to be gentle. She has to train tomorrow. I was wrong. I shouldn't have ordered the fruit platter. I should have gotten you a bouquet of condoms. Stop. By Xiaonan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and shyness. This topic ends here. I don't want to talk to you pervy old ladies. Tisk. The 3 young ladies jeered in unison. Su Yuning, By Xiaonan calls us pervy old ladies. Where's that fiery spirit you showed when you posted that pole dancing video in the group chat? Chen eyes widened. Not just pole dancing. Su Xian added. I even saved the one where she stripped. Shut up. Bai Xiaonan stabbed a small cucumber from the fruit platter and forcefully stuffed it into Su Yuning's mouth. Juice dripped everywhere. Hit us. Bai Xiaonan, you're rebelling. Sisters attack. What was Xiao Che save me? In the end, Chen excused himself to go to the restroom, escaping the chaotic sisterly brawl. After all, every palm was flesh, every back was skin. For Chen who aspired to become the master of the sisterhood. He couldn't afford to offend any of the young ladies. After relieving himself comfortably, he washed his hands and stepped out of the restroom. By now the singing on the bar's stage had stopped, and it had entered the open mic session to liven up the atmosphere. A young man who had taken the initiative to go on stage had just finished singing on a bridge. Sparse, scattered applause rose from the audience. Chen thought for a moment and walked over. Handsome, would you like to sing a song? The singer hosting the session asked with a smile. Chen nodded. Can I play the guitar myself? Sure. The host looked a bit surprised, then took off the guitar he was wearing and handed it to Chen Xiaonan, why hasn't your little brother come back yet? In the booth, Qin Jin blinked. I don't know. Bai Xiaonan smoothed her disheveled long hair. He said he went to the restroom. Su Yuning, taking so long for a bathroom break. Is something wrong with his health? Huh. Hey, look at the stage. Hearing Su Xian shout, Bai Xiaonan and the other 3 turned around in unison, fixing their gazes on the nearby stage. Their big eyes instantly rounded wide. Under the soft stage lights, the young man stood quietly holding the guitar. His jet-black, neat short hair was gilded with a thin layer of golden light from the warm illumination. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, softening the coolness of his features, adding a touch of lazy, relaxed youthfulness. Handsome and dazzling. Shrieks of female voices immediately erupted from all around. Miraculous hands, master-level guitar performance ability activated. Singing master-level ability activated. Peerless appearance continuously active. On the stage under the lights, the young man's slender fingers lightly swept across the strings. An improvised solo intro transmitted through the speakers connected to the guitar gradually calmed the commotion in the bar. Wow, his guitar technique is so skilled. Low exclamations arose. It's JJ's Dimples. This intro sounds amazing. Did he arrange it himself? So awesome. So good. As the guitar melody progressed, Su Qing, standing before the microphone, raised his head and looked in by Xiaonan's direction. A handsome smile spread across his face. His clear, crisp voice echoed softly in the night breeze drifting in through the window. I'm still searching for a support and an embrace. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, make a fuss for me? The crystalline voice and the exquisite melody captivated everyone present, leaving them entranced. Everything in the world seemed to become beautiful. I can't take it anymore, Xiao, and where did you find such a divine boyfriend? So talented. Qin Jun's big anime-like eyes were full of little stars. Su Xian covered her burning cheeks. Ugh. I don't want to hang out with your Xiao Che anymore. I'm afraid I'll really fall for him. Su Xian, what are you fever dreaming about? A sister's husband is off limits. Su Yuning scolded, but her expression was full of palpitations. Whatever her sisters were saying, Bai Xiaonan couldn't hear a single word anymore. With a tipsy expression, her eyes and heart were completely fixated on the young man on stage. The pair of dimples on her face, beaming with a happy smile, looked especially adorable. As a classic sweet love song by JJ, Dimples had a nationwide popularity. Under the soft bar lights, the young man standing in the spotlight was like a perfect male lead stepping out of a campus romance manga. His eyes were as clear as a forest spring, and his smile as refreshing as a summer breeze. He was the clear moonlight in the memories of every girl present, representing their youthful first loves, fulfilling their longing for romance. Many started humming softly along with the melody. Dimple's long eyelashes. So charmingly irresistible. I slowed my pace, feeling like I'm drunk. After the chorus ended, the singing and accompaniment suddenly halted. Chen, standing on the stage, smiled at Bai Xiaonan below. He raised the microphone in his hand. The meaning was clear. Dimples was a duet love song. So he was inviting Bai Xiaonan to come up on stage together. Wow! Cheers erupted. All eyes in the room converged on Bai Xiaonan. Every girl present felt their breath quicken, their gazes filled with envy. So this male god already had a girlfriend. Qin Jin Su Yuning and Su Xian excitedly pushed Bai Xiaonan. Your little brother wants you to sing a duet with him. Go on. But what? If you don't go, I will. No. Seeing her three eager little sisters, Bai Xiaonan steeled herself and dashed toward the stage. At last the beauty of a heart-to-heart connection was found. A warmth that lasts forever, my love for you, until old age. The final note faded away. On the stage, Chen and Bai Xiaonan held each other's hands tightly, their breaths intertwining. In the instant their eyes met, there was nothing but tender affection. Thunderous cheers erupted from the entire audience. Well, why do I suddenly want to fall in love? Bai Xiaonan, you're so annoying. You've moved me to tears. I've decided. The no dating in college act is officially abolished. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to find a partner. The three young ladies, speaking with such conviction, probably hadn't yet realized. Their standards for choosing a partner had, because of Chen Chai's appearance, completely shattered the ceiling and soared to the outer reaches of space. Young, handsome, charismatic, approachable, gentle, and considerate, wealthy, multi-talented, romantic. It could be said responsibly that such a man almost doesn't exist in this world. Why almost? Because there's still a cheat like Chen Chai. The system's divine wealth, truly terrifying. Amidst the cheers of the entire audience, Chen Chai and Bai Xiaonan hand in hand walked back to their booth. Throughout the entire walk, the girl's body felt limp. After sitting back on the sofa, she directly hung onto Chen Chai, clingy and inseparable. The sisters saw this and thought, well, what's the point of drinking? Let's just send them to the bridal chamber. After the final round of drinks, the night was considered complete. Stepping outside, the scorching summer evening breeze greeted them. Qin Jun and the other two, with tacit understanding, had already called a car in advance. Leaving the world for two to Chen Chai and Bai Xiaonan. The taillights of the BYD disappeared into the distance. At the bar entrance, only the two of them remained. Let's go, Xiaonan. Feeling the burning warmth in his palm, Bai Xiaonan blushed and nodded gently. 40 minutes later, at the Bun Center, the heavy armored door opened with a deep sound. Under the full house lighting that automatically sensed their presence, two figures passionately intertwined. Bai Xiaonan let out a soft pressed firmly against the marble wall by Chen Chai. Her beautiful eyes tightly shut, she responded to his fervor with devoted, infatuated passion. A pair of slender, fair hands unconsciously caressed and rubbed through the boy's hair. Suddenly, perhaps feeling the bright light, Bai Xiaonan paused briefly, then realized what was about to happen. Blushing, she pushed Chen Chai away slightly. Xiao Chai. Aye. Looking at Chen Chai's slightly puzzled expression, Bai Xiaonan bit her lip, her long lashes trembling. Will you always be good to me? I mean, will you suddenly abandon me one day? No, Sister Xiaonan. Chen Chai took a deep breath, his voice rough with a sincerity he had never used before. You have to believe me, we will be together forever. Even if you want to leave me, I will never allow it. Although Chen Chai knew his heart was a vast ocean, he was also 100% certain that his feelings for Bai Xiaonan were true love. For him, possessing the system, universal love and true love were never a binary choice. Hearing this heartfelt confession, the last bit of insecurity in Bai Xiaonan's heart finally dissipated completely. She hugged Chen Chai tightly, her voice full of adoration. Xiao Chai, me too. I really, really love you. In response, her body was suddenly lifted into the air, cradled in his arms. After hurried footsteps, the master bedroom door was firmly closed. The dazzling lights of the magic city shimmered through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room, reflecting the undulating shadows of intertwined figures. Moments later, a pained soft cry rang out. The crimson petals scattered with the flowing water, a tender heart opening for her beloved. A night of rain and wind. The Nanu wood on the terrace was drenched. In the gloomy sky, Chen Chai slowly awoke from his slumber. Schwab. The system interface quietly unfolded before his eyes. A perfect life naturally requires perfect love. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a milestone event in life. Received system reward, true love gift pack. Ding, this unforgettable precious experience stirred your emotions, triggering the smile word reward, Chung Fund. Awesome. Chen Chai excitedly clenched his hand. Bai Xiaonan suddenly woke up, opening her teary big eyes to see the boy before her. Xiao Chai. Morning. Morning. Chen Chai planted a heavy kiss on her rosy lips. His left hand slid down from her smooth, soft shoulder, passing over the beautiful back beneath her jet black hair, extending from under her armpit, naturally covering the eastern hemisphere, pulling her into his embrace. Bai Xiaonan was startled. A misty haze formed in her beautiful eyes. She leaned against him weakly and tenderly, her hot lips clinging to his chest with loving kisses. Feeling his girlfriend's gentle affection, Chun-Che's gaze returned to the system interface that only he could see. Open True Love Gift Pack. Ding, you have received the reward Trait Perfect Sleep. The host will automatically obtain top-tier sleep quality, and upon entering sleep your body's metabolic rate will be optimized to the theoretical peak cell repair efficiency significantly enhanced, and the recovery speed of daily wear and tear far exceeds the average person's level. Note this ability can synchronously affect the opposite sex sleeping with the host, but the effect for others is reduced by 50. Ding, you have received the reward Trait Physical Energy. You can independently control the minor activity level, and after completing the injection you will be able to repair the other party's physical state to a certain extent and enhance their physical fitness. Note the injection method is not limited. Chen was stunned. This is good. In his excitement he couldn't help but give a firm squeeze. Startling by Xiaonan, who blushed crimson. Seeing her boyfriend's fiery gaze, she thought he wanted to go again. Frightened, she quickly curled up. No, Xiao-Che, it's too frequent, not good. It wasn't that she was admitting defeat willingly. It was just that the little brother last night had been too wild. Her arms and knees were still all red and burning. Not to mention, Sister Xiaonan, you should rest well. Chen-Che smiled and let her go, gently stroking her soft hair. Being a first-timer, he was indeed extremely excited and frequently engaged in high-intensity back-attack mode. The fierce close-quarters combat left both sides exhausted. There would be plenty of time in the future. With physical energy, the future experience would definitely exceed his imagination. In a cheerful mood, he returned to the system interface. Chung Fund, an offshore trust fund with the host as the sole beneficiary and protector. This time the Chung Fund will pay a one-time cash amount of 1 billion as the host's startup capital. Note 1: this fund is created by the system headquartered in Hong Kong with a total capital of 30 billion US dollars, and the source is completely legal and compliant. It has completed special filing, and its capital flow is completely free, unaffected by any domestic regulations or limits. Note 2: the 1 billion funds paid this time belong to the host's personal startup capital. Expenditure beyond the scope of entrepreneurship will not be allowed. It was just past 11 in the morning. Chen-Che, who had fallen back into a deep sleep, slowly stirred awake. The feeling was distinctly different from earlier that morning. He was full of energy, his body light, his mind refreshed. There was none of the exhaustion that had followed a night of indulgence earlier that morning. Bai Xiaonan was still sleeping soundly in his arms. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair covering her face, admiring his sister Xiaonan's sleeping visage for a while. A surge of accomplishment filled Chen-Che's heart. There was no denying it. A top-tier goddess was a top-tier goddess. She was beautiful even in sleep. And because she was a dance student, her body had incredible flexibility, almost as if she were boneless. Every challenging pose, side-high kicks, perfect splits, arched back bends, was effortlessly achieved. What a treasure of a girlfriend. Bai Xiaonan only then stirred awake. Morning. Xiao-Che, I was too tired and fell asleep again. How do you feel now? Huh. Bai Xiaonan blinked in surprise. I feel much better, much more comfortable. Good. Feeling the heat, Bai Xiaonan's delicate body made a symbolic twist of protest, but soon melted into a gentle ocean. After all, they were both 19 or 20, hormones flowing freely. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, they inevitably became immersed. Apart from eating and sleeping, they spent almost every moment clinging to each other. Time blurred, day and night spun. Nothing else in the world seemed to matter. Only each other existed, romantic, lingering till death. In the 800-square-meter presidential apartment, every room bore the marks of love. By evening, the dining table was covered with takeout containers filled with various dishes. Stir-fried yam with black fungus, sautéed kidney, scrambled eggs with chives, braised lamb, steamed oysters. Despite the blessing of the perfect sleep trait, the depletion from wild indulgence couldn't be replenished by sleep alone. Chen-Che rubbed his aching lower back and downed oysters by the mouthful. Eat more, replenish more. Beside him, Bai Xiaonan, who had learned many new scenarios, leaned limply against his shoulder. Her whole body felt like it had fallen apart. She couldn't even feel her legs. Oh, my phone died. Xiao-Che, do you have a charger? A power bank works. Taking the power bank, Bai Xiaonan plugged in her phone. Long pressed to power on, the Apple logo appeared. Soon the phone buzzed like crazy, vibrating nonstop. Looking at the flood of unread messages, Bai Xiaonan's big round eyes went blank with shock. Oh no, I forgot to reply to my family. Seeing the dense array of unread messages, Bai Xiaonan's face tensed with worry. Her family had always been strict. As a top-tier goddess, Bai Xiaonan had never been in a relationship, partly due to her high standards, but also thanks to her parents' vigilant protection since childhood. Now immersed in her boyfriend's tenderness, she had been away from home for 2 days and 2 nights, without even replying to a single message. Panic welled up in her heart. If her parents found out she had spent the night at her boyfriend's place, she shuddered. Would they kick her out of the house? The phone rang. Fear of the worst. Bai Xiaonan saw the caller ID. My old man. She shivered involuntarily. Xiaonan, aren't you going to answer? Chen, who was scraping oysters into a bowl, asked curiously. Shoo. The black-haired girl's soft hand covered his mouth. It's my dad. The boy blinked, his mouth covered. Who? Bai Xiaonan took a deep breath to calm herself and answered. Hey dad, finally you answer. A stern middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Xiaonan, what's going on? 2 days with no contact. What have you been doing? I'm at Jinjin's place, at Qinzhen's. Couldn't you reply even then? Oh, I broke my phone, it's being repaired. I see. The man paused. Then couldn't you borrow Qinzhen's phone to call? Well, I forgot. Bai Xiaonan's hair stood on end. She turned back to glare at the brat who was playing with her. Frantically she pointed at the phone. What are you doing? I'm on the phone with my family. Chen gave a devilish smile. His hand of miracles began to accelerate. Bai Xiaonan went limp weak. Oh, stop beating around the bush with her. An angry middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. Xiaonan, it's mom. I'll be honest. I already called Uncle Qin and he said you're not with Qinzhen. Why are you lying to your parents? You've never been like this before. What's wrong with you? Say something. Bai Xiaonan, have you been hanging out with shady friends and gone bad? Where are you now? Your dad and I are coming to find you. Mom, hello auntie and uncle. Just as Bai Xiaonan was speechless, the boy took the phone from her hand, his tone polite. Xiaonan has been at my place for the past 2 days. You, who are you? My name is Chen, Bai Xiaonan's boyfriend. Looking at the calm boy, Bai Xiaonan felt her world collapse. Night fell. The sky over Shanghai was heavy with dark clouds, the air oppressively humid. In building C 26th floor Fuqing International District, the living room was brightly lit. Eugene curled up in a single sofa watching her furious sister and brother-in-law pace the living room. She nervously twirled her hair, not daring to breathe. As a fresh graduate student interning, she was short on cash and had come to her sister's place for a meal. But instead she walked into a chaotic storm. Xiao Jin, you pay, her face pale, turned to her. You studied law? Tell me, should we call the police or sue that guy in court? Yes. Sue. We must sue. Bai Shuwen stopped pacing, pounding his chest. Give him 10 years in prison. Scumbag. Eugene said weakly, Xiaonan is in a normal relationship, that's not grounds for a lawsuit. Normal relationship. This is normal. Yu Pei slammed the table. I know my daughter. How could she suddenly go to that man's house? Trickery. It must be trickery. Sis. Eugene explained helplessly. Xiaonan is 20 years old now. Free love is her right. You can't interfere. We can't interfere. We're her parents. Can't we discipline her? Bang bang bang. As they bickered, a few knocks suddenly sounded at the door. He actually has the nerve to come to our house. The Bai couple fumed. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Mom, Dad, this is Chen Shun. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. They watched as the young man actually dared to return with their daughter. Bai Shuwen and his wife stood blocking the doorway, their expressions cold and displeased. Behind them, Eugene adjusted her glasses on the sofa, quietly peeking out to take a look. Her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, what a handsome young man. Such fair skin. Such a clean aura. Her niece had excellent taste. Sister, brother-in-law. Seeing such a handsome Chen, Eugene's heart softened, and she took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere. Young Chen has come to visit us. Why don't we all sit down and talk things over slowly? Yu Pei turned her head and glared at her sister. Without a word, she crossed her arms and walked back to the living room. Bai Shuwen, standing at the door, changed his expression and let out a sigh. Seeing this, Bai Xiaonan quickly took Chen's hand, and the two of them walked inside. Bang! The door slowly closed. In the living room, the air conditioner hummed coldly. Uncle and Aunt. Chen maintained a polite smile, placing the shopping bags he brought on the coffee table. I dropped by unexpectedly and didn't have time to prepare much. Just a small gift, I hope you don't mind. Bai Shuwen and Yu Pei, now seated back on the sofa, didn't even glance at the bag Chen had set down. They spoke coldly. Judging by your accent, you're not from Shanghai, are you? I'm from Fujian Province, Donghai County, Shezhong City, the young man replied humbly. Donghai County. Eugene, who had been eavesdropping with her ears perked up, said excitedly, Donghai Island is right there. I've always wanted to visit. My home is in Donghai Island's fishing village. Welcome to visit, sister. Hee, you can't call me sister, Eugene said, covering her mouth with a laugh. I'm Xiaonan's aunt. Hello, aunt. What's good about it? Bai Shuwen slammed the table, his face even darker than before. Not only was this young man not a Shanghai resident, but he was from a godforsaken fishing village. How utterly outrageous. Young Chen, Eugene continued, what does your family do for a living? Aquaculture. No, they just fish and harvest the sea. It's very relaxed. Bai Shuwen and his wife exchanged glances at this, sighing deeply. It was over. His family background was truly poor. What about your parents? Eugene asked curiously, since they're so free, don't they run any business or something? My parents passed away in a maritime accident when I was 8. What? The Bai couple's vision went dark. This was no longer about a poor family background. This was an extremely poor family background. It was over, completely over. How could their daughter bring back such a poor boy? He wouldn't end up living off them, would he? Just as the atmosphere in the living room grew heavy, Chen's phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Chen stood up and walked toward the balcony answering the call. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Speaking. Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Kong Mingzhi, the head of the Shanghai branch of the Chung Foundation. I apologize for the sudden call. I wanted to confirm if you have time to meet with me in the coming days. Oh, it's about the handover procedures for your latest 1 billion trust fund, which requires your personal signature as the protector. All right, let's make it Monday. Chen said, I'll come over. Very good, very good. It's settled then. Our office address is on the single sofa in the living room adjacent to the balcony. Eugene vaguely overheard the content of Chen's phone call, her eyes wide with shock. Xiaonan, how does your boyfriend have a trust fund? It was inherited from his deceased great-uncle, Bai Xiaonan replied truthfully. What? What great-uncle? What trust? Bai Shuwen and Yu Pei stared at each other in bewilderment. A trust is a way of managing assets where the client entrusts money to a trustee institution which designates the beneficiary. Eugene, a trainee lawyer, adjusted her glasses and explained simply, generally speaking, the threshold for setting up a trust is very high, starting from tens of millions. Tens of millions. The Bai couple's mouths dropped open. Xiaonan, do you know how much his trust assets are? Bai Xiaonan nodded. Chen told me 30 billion. Hiss, 30 billion. The Bai couple's eyes widened in shock and they slumped back into the sofa. Yes, in US dollars. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the living room. Is he joking? Is he lying to you? Bai Shuwen took a deep breath, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the gift the young man had brought still on the coffee table. When Chen returned from his call, in the living room, Yu Pei had the 100-gram pure gold chain around her neck. The more she looked at it, the more delighted she became. Bai Shuwen glanced at his beaming wife, thinking it was utterly tacky, but he lowered his head to carefully caress the Rolex submariner on his wrist, unable to put it down. Xiaochen, you're done. Seeing the young man walk back, the Bai couple jumped up, their smiles as warm as a spring breeze. Sit. Please sit down. You're here as a guest. Why bring such an expensive gift? Gifts are a must. Chen said with a smile. According to the customs of my hometown, when a young man visits his girlfriend's family for the first time, he must bring a gift to express his sincerity. Look at how polite Xiaochen is. Bai Shuwen declared with conviction. To be honest, the moment I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary. Exactly. Yu Pei said emotionally. Xiaochen, from now on, this is your home. Come often and stay as long as you like, and don't be a stranger, okay? Bai Xiaonan and Eugene. That's not what you two were saying just now. Their faces changed too quickly. In the old alley, slippers shuffled on the creaky wooden stairs, emitting a dull groaning sound. Qingjun, wrapped in a hair towel, pushed open the attic door and entered her small bedroom. She picked up a hairdryer and sat by the window looking at the brightly lit Oriental Pearl Tower in the distance as she dried her hair. A message notification sound suddenly came from her phone on the table. Shanghai Huiyan Fund HR Department. Dear Qingjun, congratulations on passing our final interview and being successfully admitted to our internship position. Please bring your personal identification and original resume to the company headquarters at 10 a.m. this Monday to complete the onboarding procedures. The specific details have been sent to your email. We look forward to working with you. Wow. Qingjun jumped up from her chair in excitement, cheering. She immediately shared the good news in her bestie group chat. Qingjun, ahem. Announcing some good news. Qingjun, I got the offer. Su Shiren, wow. Is it that investment bank you mentioned last time? Congratulations. Su Yuning, congratulations to our Miss Qin. Soon you'll be promoted, get a raise, become a general manager, then CEO, marry a rich guy, and reach the pinnacle of life. Smirk. By Xiaonan, punching Lu Jiazui. Kicking Wall Street. The future empress of finance is you. Clapping fireworks. Su Shiren by Xiaonan. Oh, finally decided to reply. Qingjun by Xiaonan, how do you feel? Still alive. Su Yuning, is it good? By Xiaonan, it's better than you can imagine. Smile Qingjun, holy shit. Su Yuning, damn. Su Shiren, spill the details, you little vixen. Watching Bai Xiaonan share the intimate affairs in the group chat, Qingjun was stunned. Her breathing quickened, and she felt a wave of heat. Could it really be this incredible? She twisted her long legs together, her body squirming uncomfortably. But the vivid images in her mind refused to fade. Finally, she bit her lip hard. With a click, the light went out. In the small attic bedroom, only her phone screen still glowed faintly. Her slender fingers tapped to open the photo album. She scrolled to the secretly taken photo of the young man. Just once. Her gaze gradually grew hazy. Her disobedient little hand couldn't help but wander astray. Monday, clear weather. 9:50 a.m. On the 21st floor of Shanghai Center Tower, within Huiyan Fund Management Co. Ltd. A thud echoed. The elevator doors slid open smoothly. Qingjun, clad in high heels, stepped out under the lingering gazes of a group of male office workers behind her. For her first day at work, she had meticulously applied makeup. Her long golden curls were elegantly pinned up. Her tall, graceful figure was wrapped in a loose-fitting dark gray blazer over a black bodycon dress. Below the hemline that barely reached her thighs, a pair of straight, shapely legs in black stockings drew the fervent stares of countless men. "Hello, Maya, may I help you?" At the front desk, the young woman seated there stood up and inquired. "Hello, I'm here to report for my first day. My name is Chen." Chen smiled gracefully. As she spoke, she casually raised her hand to smooth her arm, subtly shifting the brand-new LV handbag on her shoulder forward by half an inch. Sure enough, she noticed the front desk girl's gaze linger on the bag for a split second. Then her tone became noticeably warmer. Of course. I'll contact HR right away. Please wait a moment." Watching the respectful demeanor of the front desk clerk, Chen couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. It felt incredibly satisfying. The greatest advantage of a luxury handbag is that it speaks for you. After the announcement, Chen was granted entry into the company. Walking through the bright, clean corridor, gazing at the bustling Lujiazui skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, she thought, working here feels absolutely amazing. Chen was thrilled. Her heart was filled with bright expectations for the future. The position she had applied for was investment assistant in the investment department. Though the starting point wasn't high, she was determined that with hard work, she would eventually grow into an outstanding female investor. With visions of a private luxury office, generous compensation, and even stock options, Chen walked into the HR office. "What? A temporary reassignment. Transferring me to the administrative department." In the office, after hearing the HR representative's words, the smile froze on Chen's face. "That's correct. It's a company decision," said the bespectacled HR lady, expressionless. "The administrative department currently needs a receptionist. You'll start there to familiarize yourself with the company environment and workflow." Receptionist. Chen bit her lower lip hard, her long manicured nails digging tightly into her beloved LV bag. "Given your educational background, the company was already making an exception by hiring you," said the HR. "Just work there for now. Later, if there's an opportunity, we'll see if you can apply for a transfer to the investment department." "All right, fine," Chen sighed. Even though she was reluctant beyond measure, she had no choice. After all, the job market was so tight. As a recent graduate with a college degree in financial management, she had been on a long job hunt since the beginning of the year. She had been rejected countless times before finally receiving this offer. Thus, Chen had no leverage to refuse. She could only take it for now, at least to accumulate some work experience. Then she would keep her options open and look around slowly. After completing the onboarding procedures, Chen, with her bag slung over her shoulder, trudged dejectedly to the front desk. "Hello, I'm the new receptionist, Chen." The girl who had received her earlier looked at her with a hint of surprise and smiled. "Hello, I'm Zheng Ranran." As she spoke, the girl's gaze drifted again to the LV bag hanging from Chen's shoulder. "That bag of yours looks really authentic. Where did you get it?" she asked curiously. "Can you share?" At Shanghai Center Tower, in the underground parking lot, the engine of a Ferrari Purosang gradually fell silent. Chen got out of the car and stepped into the high-speed elevator leading to the upper floors. A few minutes later, the elevator came to a smooth stop on the 108th floor, the executive office area. Chen stepped out of the elevator. A crisp, premium, woody citrus fragrance filled his nostrils. The entire 108th floor, nearly 200 square meters, was exclusively occupied by Cheng Fund. Looking up, the space was so vast it didn't resemble a company, but rather a small art gallery. The front desk backdrop was a whole slab of imported black gold matte marble. In the center stood three-dimensional hollow metal illuminated letters, Cheng Fund, with a cool soft light flowing slowly, exuding immense presence. "Mr. Chen." A respectful greeting sounded. Several middle-aged men who had been waiting at the front desk quickly stepped forward. The one leading them, in his early 50s, wore a bespoke, dark suit. His features were composed and refined, exuding the elite aura of a long-standing, high-ranking position. "Mr. Chen, hello." He walked up to Chen and extended his right hand. "I am Kong Mingzhi, head of the Shanghai branch of Cheng Fund. We've spoken on the phone." "Hello, President Kong." Chen shook his hand with moderate firmness. "By the way, Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce someone." Kong Mingzhi gestured with his left hand, turning to look at the middle-aged man behind him. "This is Director Shi Yaping, a senior partner at Jincheng Law Firm and the other independent protector of your trust fund." "Mr. Chen, hello." Shi Yaping, around 50, had a scholarly yet meticulous demeanor. "Entrusted by the trust agreement, I am fully responsible for the compliance, risk control, and rights protection of your trust assets. I have come today specifically to facilitate your confirmation and signature." "Thank you for your efforts, Director Shi." Chen nodded slightly. After receiving this reward, he had carefully studied the operational rules of the trust. The so-called trust protector is an independent wealth supervisor established for top-tier family trusts. A dual protector structure is usually adopted, a close relative of the trust settler plus a top lawyer, to maximize oversight and ensure the safe use of trust funds. "Mr. Chen, let's discuss the details in the office." "All right." Led by Kong Mingzhi, the group escorted Chen into the company. As they passed through the office area, white-collar elites in suits cast awestruck glances their way. Seeing Kong Mingzhi and Shi Yaping, two titans in the finance and legal circles, behaving so humbly and respectfully toward the young man, everyone was astonished. They all speculated about the terrifying background this mysterious youth must possess. In the general manager's office, which commanded a view over much of Shanghai after meticulous explanations from Kong Mingzhi and Shi Yaping, Chen finally fully understood his rights and benefits. Simply put, as both the beneficiary and protector of this 30 billion trust, Chen held absolute, unquestionable influence. In other words, the entire Chen Fund was a massive institution operating for Chen benefit. According to the original structure of this trust, apart from laundering the funds issued by Tongzi, one of Chen greatest rights was the ability to freely add beneficiaries to this trust. Anyone, for instance by Xiaonan. After understanding the main contents of the trust, Chen did not hesitate much. He directly instructed Kong Mingzhi and Shi Yaping to draft a new beneficiary contract. The main rights of the contract included a monthly cash income of 1,000 yuan, as well as a series of comprehensive additional benefits covering medical care, healthcare, daily life, and other aspects. Of course, just in case, at the suggestion of legal counsel, Shi Yaping, the beneficiary contract set a penalty clause. If the beneficiary experienced a change of heart, committed infidelity, broke up with or divorced from the protector Chen or engaged in any behavior detrimental to Chen himself, her beneficiary status would be immediately terminated, and the exclusive legal service provider of the Cheng Fund, the Red Circle firm Jincheng Law Firm, would step in to pursue legal liability and recover all previous benefits. Faced with such an overbearing penalty clause, Chen was initially hesitant because he had great faith in his relationship with Bai Xiaonan. But after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to trust Shi Yaping's professional advice. After all, people can change, especially a young girl like Bai Xiaonan, who at 20 has not yet entered society. Moreover, as his future girlfriends, she would certainly not be the only one. So just in case, adding an insurance policy to this relationship to prevent her from going astray was only right and proper. At noon, Jinjin want to go for lunch together. Zheng Ranran stood up and looked at the new beautiful colleague. You go ahead, I'll check on my delivery. Watching Zheng Ranran enter the elevator, Qingjin, sitting at the reception desk, let out a deep sigh. The receptionist job was even more tedious and boring than she had imagined. No matter how much of this work she did, it was utterly useless for improving her abilities. For a moment, the thought of quitting and leaving surged within her. But recalling the days of constantly submitting resumes and running interviews every day, Qingjin couldn't help but shake her head. Su Yuning, Qingjin, our financial beauty, how was your first day at work? Su Shan, the new company is in Huhai Center building, right? It must be very high-end with great views. Looking at the messages in the besties group chat, Qingjin pursed her lips. She picked up her phone and quickly walked to the office area, first taking a few photos. Then she found an empty seat near the window with the best view and sat down. She put on her badge, deliberately hiding her position with her finger, and raised her phone to take a selfie with a click. Qingjin, the environment is pretty good and starting work went super smoothly. Bai Xiaonan, while the environment is really great. No wonder it's a top-tier investment bank. Su Shan Jinbao, you look so beautiful today. Just like a financial queen from a Hong Kong drama. Qingjin, of course you guys just lie down and wait. I'll take you all to the top in the future. Su Yuning, when you're rich, don't forget us. A low cough sounded abruptly behind her. Qingjin was startled and quickly turned around to see a somewhat balding middle-aged man looking down at her. On his chest badge was clearly written Director of Administration, Ho Jinghao. Excuse me. Director Ho. Qingjin quickly stood up to give up the seat, her head lowered. It's fine. The man smiled kindly, his gaze sweeping over her prominent chest. I heard our administration department had a beautiful new colleague today, so it's you. Qingjin, the peach tree is young and elegant, its leaves are lush and fresh. A wonderful name. Ho Jinghao's eyes narrowed into slits. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Director Ho. Qingjin quickly nodded. Her expression showed slight discomfort. Ugh, his breath is so heavy. She quickly lowered her head and took her leave. Director Ho, you're busy, I'll go now. Alright, go ahead. Ho Jinghao plopped down into the seat. Qingjin had vacated, his eyes fixed on the departing graceful long legs and black stockings, his hand greasily stroking the armrest. What a rare gem. Director Ho, there's an important document here that needs your signature for processing. Oh, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Ho Jinghao looked at the document, which bore a gold embossed logo with the character Cheng. The frivolity in his eyes instantly vanished. He solemnly opened the document and examined it carefully. Taking the elevator downstairs, Qingjin bought 2 rice balls and a latte from a convenience store by the roadside. Sitting by the convenience store's floor-to-ceiling window, she sucked on a straw, her gaze vacant as she looked outside. Suddenly, a familiar black Ferrari caught her eye. Beside the car, the tall and upright figure who had haunted her dreams made the girl's eyes light up. Almost instinctively, Qingjin trotted out of the convenience store in her high heels. Xiao Che, hearing someone call him Chen, who was in conversation with Kong Mingzhi and Shi Yaping, turned to look. He saw Qin Jun running toward him. Her golden hair was tied up, and she wore a loose-fitting suit with a black stockings and a pencil skirt radiating full charm. Sister Qin Jun, what a coincidence. Little brother, what are you doing here? I came to discuss some matters. Hearing this, Qin Jun's gaze swept over the two middle-aged men beside Chen Che. They were both impeccably dressed in suits exuding an aura of authority. Qin Jun's tone immediately softened. I'm not interrupting, am I? Not at all. Kong Mingzhi smiled. Mr. Chen, is this your friend? Chen Che nodded. Yes, she's a close sister-like friend of mine. Hearing this, Kong Mingzhi and Shi Yapeng exchanged knowing smiles. They understood well the thoughts of such a wealthy second-generation young man. Still, they had to admit Mr. Chen had excellent taste. Miss Qin was indeed a stunning beauty. Sister Qin Jun, what about you? Why are you here? I came to start my new job today. Qin Jun said. It's at an investment company upstairs in this building. I'm on my lunch break, so I came down to stroll around. Nice, I was just about to buy something. Chen Che said, come on, get in the car. Keep me company. Sure. Why are you sitting in the back? Makes me feel like a chauffeur. Sit here. Chen Che glanced at Qin Jun, who had voluntarily taken a back seat, and patted the passenger seat. All right then. Qin Jun happily agreed. She had long wanted to experience that seat. Swinging her long legs and black stockings, she walked to the passenger side. The tall Qin Jun turned her back to the car door, her hands reaching behind her. From her slender waist, she smoothly slid her hands down over her plump round buttocks tightly wrapped in the pencil skirt. Then under Chen Che's gaze, she sat down plumply. From the young man's first-person perspective, her plump, full buttocks were taut and rounded like a ripe, huge peach, exceptionally alluring. Chen Che smiled knowingly. My sister Qin Jun indeed has something special. Xiao Che, where are we going? We'll be there soon. The Ferrari Pirosang drove out from the central tower and arrived at the Riverside Financial City. Before long, it smoothly came to a stop in front of a luxurious 4S dealership. Qin Jun looked up. Her beautiful eyes widened as she saw the prominent double R logo on the sign. Holy shit. He said he was going to buy something, and it turns out he's here to get a Rolls-Royce. So awesome. I love it. Xiao Che, are you buying another car? Following behind Chen Che, Qin Jun whispered excitedly. The young man replied with a smile. This 4-seat Ferrari is still too cramped, so I'm getting a roomy SUV. SUV. Qin Jun's mouth fell open slightly. A Rolls-Royce SUV. Could it be? The Cullinan. The young lady's breath suddenly quickened. Together with Chen Che, they walked into the Rolls-Royce showroom. The soundproof door closed behind them, automatically blocking out the street noise. Inside the brightly lit showroom, several display cars were arranged. The classic Parthenon grille exuded an air of distinction. The Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament gleamed with iridescent splendor. Good afternoon, both of you. A beautiful saleswoman in a white shirt and black stockings greeted them with a smile and a bow. Welcome to Rolls-Royce Oriental Star. How may I assist you? Hello, I made an appointment to see a car here yesterday. Chen Che's gaze swept over her. He was slightly stunned inside. Beneath the voluminous headlights that seemed ready to burst out of her OL shirt was a wasp waist, and below that extremely plump and rounded wide hips. Her thighs sheathed in black stockings were thick and round while her calves were slender and straight. She had a European-style hourglass figure with a generously cushioned chassis that was simply ultimate. The shock absorption must be fantastic. All right, sir, may I ask your surname? The wavy-haired hourglass figure looked at Chen Che with shining eyes and a smile. He was also the kind of handsome young puppy she liked. The tone of her voice involuntarily turned syrupy. My surname is Chen. Is this the appointment from Douyin, right? The beautiful saleswoman took out her phone and checked the appointment info. May I ask if your Douyin ID is? Mr. Dodgy White. That's me. Hey. The saleswoman snapped back to reality stunned. She looked closely at the young man. Long limbs and a pert rear. He really looked like a capable young man. Her gaze lowered. Through the folds of his trousers, she vaguely glimpsed the long curved outline of a massive object. The saleswoman's heart fluttered. The ID hadn't lied. Thinking of this, the wavy-haired hourglass felt her face flush and her heart race. She wiggled her round, plump, peach-shaped buttocks, feeling envious of the tall girl beside him. Just how happy must this little girl be? Sister Na? Your Sister Na. The moment their eyes met, Qin Jun suddenly spoke. The saleswoman paused, looking at her in surprise. You know me? You are. I'm Qin Jun. Qin Jun said. Don't you remember? We're in the same group. Didn't you say you were an independent investor? Then how? Mid-sentence, seeing the other's slightly awkward expression, Qin Jun finally realized she had said too much. But she couldn't be blamed. After all, in the Shanghai elite circle group, Sister Na was recognized as the big sister. She claimed to be an independent investor who had participated in over a dozen large investment projects and held original shares in multiple listed groups. In the group moments, she would post pictures of luxury bags and selfies with Rolls-Royce cars. No one expected she was just a saleswoman. Han Na quickly recovered. As an experienced saleswoman, she covered her mouth with a laugh and used a little joke to ease the awkwardness. Online identities are self-made, you know. Yeah, I guess. Qin Jun followed with a smile. After all, in the socialite group, her own persona was that of a financially independent, wealthy financial elite. In reality, even taking a photo at a trendy hotel afternoon tea involved splitting the bill with 8 people. Chen Che watched the two with a smile. He thought to himself that the stories of these Shanghai socialites were truly fascinating. Mr. Chen, which car would you like to see today? Han Na turned to Chen Che and asked with a smile. From her judgment, although this young man looked young, all his clothes were from top brands, and his expression remained relaxed and composed. Whether or not he intended to buy today, he was definitely a high-quality potential client. That one. Chen Che pointed at the all-black SUV in the center of the showroom. You mean this Cullinan black badge, right? Han Na said with a smile. Mr. Chen, you have excellent taste. This 5-seat Cullinan black badge is the latest model this year, and it's fully loaded. It has just about every top-tier configuration you can imagine. As Han Na explained in detail, Chen Che walked up to the car and examined it closely. He didn't understand the specs, nor did he need to. He first looked at the appearance, then the space. The BB exclusive blacked-out package of Obsidian black paint, 23-inch black alloy wheels, Hermes orange double pinstripes, interior and calipers. The entire ride was elegant, noble, yet not lacking in flair. Even Chen Che, with his impeccable taste, couldn't find a single flaw. All right, swipe the card. Mr. Chen, this car is equipped with a 6.75 V12 engine. Huh? What did you say? Han Na, who was in the middle of explaining, froze. Her plump red lips formed a big O. I want this car. Swipe the card. Full payment. As the young man pulled out a China Merchant's Bank card, he added, also, I'd like you to handle the registration for me. Try to get a good plate number. Expense is not an issue. Han Na almost lost control. Her plump hourglass figure trembled, and her meticulously made-up face flushed. Like Han Na, Qin Jun, who was accompanying Chen Che, was completely stunned. Her long black-stockinged legs involuntarily pressed together, trembling wildly. She was on the verge of crying out. A Cullinan worth over 10 million baht, just like that. An hour and a half later, looking at the Cullinan now bearing the license plate, who was CC666, Qin Jun felt as if she were still dreaming. Full payment plus registration, over 12 million in total. Xiao Che had spent it so effortlessly. Little sister, congratulations. You finally made it, said Han Na beside her tone flattering and her seductive eyes burning with envy. Your boyfriend is amazing. If you ever need anything, just mention it in the group, and I'll do my best to help you. Hearing this, Qin Jun's lips moved. She wanted to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. In the end, she just smiled vaguely as if by default. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Che had unconsciously filled with infatuation. If Xiao Che were really my boyfriend. Qin Jun bit her lower lip hard. How wonderful that would be. Then you spent 12.7 million on this purchase, meeting the luxury car spending standard. Successfully triggered the luxury car cashback coupon. You received 16x cashback on this purchase. Received cashback 203.2 million. Ding, billionaire. First time achieving a small goal, making your heart surge. Triggered smile, entry reward, entry old foodie. Old foodie, your tongue will possess an incredible magical ability and will be able to taste the most authentic flavors of ingredients. Woohoo! Before Chen Che could recover from the excitement of becoming a billionaire, a mysterious force slowly gathered at the tip of his tongue. After growing increasingly hot, it quickly dissipated into nothingness. He only felt his tongue extremely agile and powerful. Chen Che's playful spirit arose. He opened his mouth, tongue blossoming like a lotus. Han Na, who happened to see this, exclaimed, holy crap. Her plump, beautiful legs and black stockings clamped tightly together. So rich and still so fun. Letting such an awesome young master slip away, aren't you afraid of regretting it for life? Young Master Chen, let's. Ano, can I add you on WeChat? The beautiful saleswoman blushed as she took out her phone. It's like this in the future. If you have any needs regarding the car or other aspects, please feel free to contact me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Chen Che looked at her hourglass figure and silently showed his QR code business card. No other meaning, just wanted to experience some after-sales service. With a ding sound, the two added each other as friends. Qin Jun, standing nearby, watched with her own eyes. She felt something was off. Serving customers was indeed Han Na's duty. But why 24 hours? Would she run over in the wee hours to help Xiao Che fix his car? Sister Qin Jun, want to take photos? Chen Che pointed at the Cullinan parked among flowers and balloons, smiling as he suggested. Can I? Qin Jun was ecstatic. Go ahead, take as many as you like. Chen Che patted her pert bottom. Qin Jun shyly and coquettishly glared at the naughty younger brother. But she didn't feel offended by his fumbling behavior at all. In fact, she was secretly pleased. She felt the naughty brother had a certain charm. Of course, this was limited to Chen Che. If it were someone else, she would have slapped them already. Pervert. Disgusting. But then again, the world is a bitch, only showing its beauty to the rich. Let alone Chen Che, a handsome and wealthy young master. Jinjin, let me take photos for you. Han Na, who had been reading the situation, quickly took out her phone, her tone ingratiating. I promise to make you look gorgeous. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Na. Qingjin swayed her black-stockinged legs and walked to the car. Click, click, click. After taking a bunch of beautiful car pickup photos, Qingjin sat in the driver's seat. She took out her phone and snapped a series of shots. Han Na outside the car was not idle either. She diligently took many more beautiful photos of her. While taking photos, she said enviously, "Jinjin, I'm so envious of you for finding such a good boyfriend. I'll send you the photos later." Okay. After completing the car pickup ceremony, Chen amid the farewells of the 4S store employees sat in the driver's seat. With a step on the accelerator, he drove away from the 4S store with Qingjun in the passenger seat under the envious gaze of everyone. The Cullinan's chassis was very high. Sitting in the luxurious passenger seat, Qingjun enjoyed the elevated expansive view and the occasional admiring glances from outside the window. Suddenly a sense of superiority looking down upon the common masses arose in her heart. This feeling was truly addictive. It made Qingjun's mind wander with thoughts. If only she were really Chen Shei's girlfriend. Her phone suddenly rang with a message notification. She lit up the screen and saw that in the Shanghai elite group, chat messages were buzzing. Sister Na photo sister Han Jinjin, congratulations dear on your new Rolls Royce. Cullinan fireworks Alice Ran holy crap. Stumbled into a heavenly family. The true pinnacle of white rich beauty, so much face. Xiao Jin dizzy Jinjin, congratulations big shot. Big shot, please take me with you. Bing bing, not fat, no cilantro version, whoa my baby. So amazing. Watching you get better and better is really super touching. Zhongjin, financial independent director. Xingdai Jinjin dear, I remember you're in finance. There's a high-end venture capital cocktail party at the Hilton Executive Lounge next week. Any interest in gracing us with your presence? Watching the flattery flooding the chat group, Qingjun was simply ecstatic. Sister now really knows how to post. She patted her ample chest and typed rapidly on the screen with trembling fingers. Qingjun, everyone thank you all for the blessings. The starlight doesn't ask the traveler, may we in the days ahead ride our dreams as horses and live up to our youth. Let's meet at the summit. She casually long pressed to save the photos. Carefully selected 9 and posted them on Moments. Sure enough, likes and comments exploded. Her phone vibrated non-stop like a possessed fairy wand. Hearing the continuous vibrations, Chen Che glanced at the passenger seat. He saw the blonde beauty's face flushed, her expression one of ecstasy. He couldn't help but smile slightly. His right hand naturally fell over through the thin black stockings. Feeling the burning heat of his palm, Qingjun couldn't help but tremble. Her long-lashed curls like seductive eyes shot a glance at the younger brother beside her. Extremely charming. Forget it, sister is happy today, consider it a little benefit for the naughty brother. 10 minutes later, the luxurious and imposing Cullinan slowly stopped at the foot of Shanghai Center Tower. Brother, I'll go now? Drive slowly. Okay. Reluctantly, she pushed open the car door. Under the gaze of passers-by, Qingjun stepped out of the Cullinan's passenger seat with an elegant and haughty demeanor. Savoring the various flattering praises in the socialite group, Qingjun felt she had reached the pinnacle of life. Holding her head high and chest out, she returned to the company. Back. The front desk colleague Zheng Ran looked up at her. Just in time, there are some documents here that need to be sent by express courier urgently. Can you help handle them? Oh, facing these tedious and trivial tasks again. Qingjun sighed softly. She felt like she had gone from a proud princess riding in a pumpkin carriage back to being Cinderella. This contrast was especially hard to bear. A message ringtone sounded. The pinned chat, Disney runaway princess, popped up a message. Su Sure and Qingjun, what the hell, little bitch? How did you get a Nancy? Qingjun, the car was bought by Xiao Che, I just hitched a ride shy Su Yuning WTF. Xiao Che bought another Cullinan. Su Shuren by Xiaonan, do you know your man is so awesome? By Xiaonan, Xiao Che told me he wanted to buy a large space car to make it more convenient for us to go out and have fun. Su Yuning, he really, I'm crying. How much? Tell me to make me happy. Qingjun, on the road, over 12 million. Su Shuren, Xiaonan, I don't want to work hard anymore, let your brother support me, okay? Su Yuning, me too. JPG Qingjun, me too. JPG by Xiaonan. What the hell? All my besties want to cuckold me. At the Shanghai Library, Chen Che quietly finished the last page of The Lofty Spirit of Forests and Streams. Ding. The system prompt chimed as expected. Detected that the host has completed reading 10 classic works successfully, fulfilling life growth task self-improvement. You have received the reward Trait Total Concentration. System gift pack. Trait Total Concentration. When you focus on one task, you can enter a state of total concentration more easily, greatly enhancing memory execution and learning ability. And there is a low probability of increasing your intelligence attribute while reading. System gift pack opening. Ding, Intelligence 3. Ding, received item reward Insight Glasses. Insight Glasses. When wearing these glasses, your memory and comprehension during reading are greatly enhanced, and you can accumulate insight value through effective reading time. Insight value accumulated by reading books while wearing the Insight Glasses. Consuming 2,000 insight value allows you to use the system ability, Eye of Insight, once. Eye of Insight can view the expected return rate of any investment project. View the ability value of an employee once. Note effective reading time refers to the host's immersive reading time. 1 minute equals 1 insight value. Awesome stuff. Chen was slightly stunned. Insight Glasses 10 billion startup targeted fund. This was simply a kingly combination. Success in business would be inevitable. With a thought from Chen. In an instant, a delicate, thin-framed pair of glasses materialized in his hand. The appearance was quite stylish. Putting on the glasses, a translucent reading time counter appeared at the bottom corner of his vision. Current effective reading time 0 insight points gained 0. Apart from that, there was no other special reaction. It was simply a 0 prescription, fashionable accessory. Chen picked up his phone and looked at himself. Indeed, with the glasses on he appeared scholarly and refined, his temperament even more elegant. His mind focused. The system interface appeared before him. Chen, age 18, height 186 centimeters, appearance 91, intelligence 73, physique 60, wealth 1, 244 billion, 10 billion investment fund, 244 million personal account balance. Skills: miracle hand, master level hand skill, singing master level. Traits: smile, miracle hand, top tier appearance, gentleman's generosity, perfect sleep, physical energy, old gourmet, total concentration. Vehicles: Ferrari, Purosang, Rolls-Royce, Cullinan black badge. Property: presidential executive residence at the Bund Center, Shanghai. Not bad. Ding. A perfect life naturally requires a robust physique. The system's prompt followed. Life growth task: physical fitness enhancement activated. Task content: persist in physical exercise for 30 consecutive days, at least 1 hour per day. Task reward: trait perfect physique system gift pack. Trait perfect physique: your physical condition will become extremely perfect, bodily functions greatly enhanced, and you only need short periods of exercise to maintain this perfect state. Xueqing, what are you giggling at? You drool. At a nearby reading table, Su Shiren stopped writing and patted her roommate, AI Xueqing, on the back. Slurp. The cute girl with ear-length short hair wiped her drool, her eyes infatuated, and then I can't take it. Look at that handsome guy across. He's really so handsome. You're just being horny. Su Shiren bit her apple pencil, casting a glance. Where? That guy wearing glasses. Wow, he's a true god of male beauty. He checks every single one of my aesthetic boxes. Su Shiren looked closely, blinked. He's indeed passable. If you like him, go ask for his WeChat. I dare not. AI Xueqing blushed, covering her face with both hands. He looks so aloof, I'm afraid of rejection. What's so aloof about him? Su Shiren smiled playfully, her brown twin tails bouncing. He's just a little puppy. As if you could. AI Xueqing pouted. If you're so confident, go get his WeChat then. If I get his WeChat, you treat me to a meal, okay? Okay. Su Shiren flipped her twin tails and rose gracefully. She sat down boldly in front of Chen. Without speaking, she rested her cheek on her hand, gazing at him with a smile. Indeed, she had to admit. He looked really handsome with those glasses. A perfect gentleman scoundrel. No gentleman idol. No wonder AI Xueqing was so smitten. Suddenly someone sat down across the table. But Chen didn't notice at all. Because at that moment, under the influence of the total concentration and top-tier appearance traits, he had entered an immersive reading state. Bright light slanted down, falling on his lowered profile. The boy, maintaining an upright posture, exuded a natural, composed calmness. Su Shiren watched and suddenly felt a slight tremor, her heart beating softly. She found the young man before her cool and handsome, quietly dazzling. She couldn't look away. Unconsciously, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Buzz! A sudden phone vibration broke the quiet atmosphere. Su Shiren shuddered, quickly pressed her phone, and turned back to glare at her little friend. At the same time, disturbed, Chen frowned and looked up at the opposite side. Hey, Che. The twin-tailed girl winked playfully. You are? What, you don't even recognize your sis? Friendship over. Su Shiren was almost furious. It hadn't been that long since they last met, and he had already forgotten her. How outrageous. With a playful tone. Chen, I mean, are you Sister Ningning or Sister Inen? Su Shiren lifted a ponytail. Who do you want me to be? I hope you're Sister Inen. Why, because I think Sister Inen is cuter. Uffed. Su Shiren couldn't help but laugh. She twirled her ponytail tip with her fingers, giving him a playful glare. Sweet talker, you clearly recognized me, you rascal. No, that's my honest feeling. Chen showed a warm smile. The Su Shiren before him wore a blue fitted shirt similar to a bunny officer's uniform, paired with a dark vest and tie and a dark blue diamond pattern pleated skirt below. Her comic-style legs, clad in black knee-high socks, looked even fairer and slenderer. With her dark brown twin tails hairstyle, her sweet girl charm was completely off the charts. All right, always flattering me. Su Shiren waved her hand. Let me tell you something. My roommate wants to add your WeChat. Give it or not. How could I refuse Sister Inen's request? Chen closed the book. Just send her my WeChat. Okay. Su Shiren nodded and took out her phone. Scrolled through it. Suddenly looked up at Chen. I don't seem to have your WeChat either. So you're Inen's friend? Hi, I'm Chen. I'm AI Shueching, nice to meet you. Outside the library, in an American-style burger joint, the three of them sat side by side munching on the burgers and fries AI Shueching had treated them to. Chen turned to look at the soft-spoken girl he had just met. She had delicate features and was not very tall. She wore a school-style hair clip and a beret, her petite figure clad in a light summer knit cardigan over a floral dress. Beneath the ruffled hem of the dress, her slender fair legs were clad in white lace ankle socks and light-colored leather shoes, exuding a soft, adorable maiden vibe. You know, this is the first time I've learned that Inen actually has male friends. Really? Chen blinked. Of course it's true. Su Shuren held a fry between her lips. My social circle is very small. That's great. What's so great about that? Ahem, nothing. Chen said. I just find it strange that a beautiful girl like you, sister, Inen has no male friends. Shouldn't there be many guys pursuing you? If you sure know how to talk. Su Shuren touched her stunning face, curling her lips. But ordinary guys, I'm not interested in them. Chen, you have no idea how picky Inen is. AI Shueching covered her mouth with a laugh. From freshman year till now she's rejected over 100 guys. So many. Chen exclaimed. None of them succeeded. Definitely not. So sister Inen, you've never even been in a relationship. No, I haven't. Seeing the knowing smile on Chen face, Su Shuren pursed her lips, feeling a bit embarrassed, and added, actually it's not just me. Xiaonan, before she met you, and Jinjin and Yoning, none of them have been in a relationship either. Oh. Chen got even more excited. What a divine goddess squad. All of them with zero relationship status. Chen, which university are you from? AI Shueching blinked and asked. Guame Shanghai branch. Wow. Guame. That's amazing. You're an art student too. AI Shueching got excited. You guys too? Didn't Inen tell you? Both she and I are from the Huda Academy of Fine Arts. Digital media art. I heard from Xiaonan and Jinjin that your painting skills are amazing. Su Shuren rested her chin on her hand, smiling, and pushed the tablet over. Come on, show us what you've got. All right then. Chen smiled, and took the iPad and Apple Pencil Su Shuren handed him. He opened Procreate, and first saw the history window. There were many works created by Su Shuren on it. Mostly in anime style. Combined with her usual attire and personality, she was undoubtedly an anime fan. He opened a new canvas and improvised. Gradient background, broad color blocks, an anime-style urban scene sketch came to life under his brush. AI Shueching leaned in to look, her face astonished. This younger brother's skill was too impressive. Su Shuren on the other side also looked over. But her focus was not on the screen. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen hands, her breathing quickening. Oh my god, what kind of divine hand is this? It's too perfect. Fingers long and well-proportioned, knuckles clean and distinct, skin fair and delicate bone structure flowing and flawless. These hands were a miracle. Many subculture enthusiasts have particular fetishes. And Su Shuren was a die-hard hand fetishist. Chen miraculous hands hit all her preferences perfectly. Watching the hand holding the Apple Pencil moving back and forth on the screen, Su Shuren unconsciously twirled her ponytail, and her eyes shining. Phew, okay. Just as the twin-tailed girl was blushing, her heart racing and breathing rapidly. Chen had swiftly finished the street scene sketch. Wow. Chen, you're so amazing. Watching the young man complete this piece, AI Shueching's face was full of admiration. Although she was a junior, honestly she was far from reaching this level. Chen smiled, and was about to return the tablet to Su Shuren. Unexpectedly she pushed it back. I want to see you draw another one. Looking at the blushing sister Inen. Chen, oh, just draw when I tell you to. Alright. Chen smiled helplessly, created a new file, and began to draw. Watching the boy engrossed in painting, Su Shuren pretended to casually play with her phone, but secretly opened the camera mode. Focus, close-up action. Click. The crisp sound of a photo being taken echoed in the quiet burger restaurant. Facing the surprised looks of Chen and AI Shueching, Su Shuren's face flushed, her eyes darting. It's like this. I wanted to film your creative process to learn from it. Great idea. I want to film too. AI Shueching's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her phone. The camera focused on the young man's face. A hint of a fangirl smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chen didn't think much of it, and continued to focus on his work. Su Shuren, who could now openly zoom in and admire his miraculous hands through the camera lens, was utterly amazed. Her gaze became dreamy. Such perfect hands. If only. Su Shuren's lips curled into a silly grin, her mind wandering. Hello, who is this? China Merchants Bank. No, I don't want a loan, I don't need a credit card, no installments, thanks. What? You're the branch manager. Really? Alright, what's up? Go ahead. Watching Chen stand up to answer the phone, Su Xian and AI Shueching, the two girls, looked at their phones in unison. They were admiring the photographic masterpieces they had just taken. One zoomed in to look at the hands, the other admired the face and stared at the screen. Oh, hello, two beauties. Hearing the greeting, the two looked up. They saw a young man standing by the table with a smile. He was exquisitely dressed with slicked back hair and a powdered face, looking like a young dandy. Zhao Chuan. Looking at this university classmate, the two girls smiled and greeted him. What a coincidence. How come you're here too? Zhao Chuan sat down with a familiar smile. I just picked up my car nearby, and I was hungry, so I thought I'd grab a burger to fill my stomach. Didn't expect to run into you. You bought a car. AI Xueqing blinked her round eyes. It wasn't surprising she was amazed. After all, they were all still juniors in university and hadn't stepped into society yet. Hearing that a classmate had bought a car naturally piqued their curiosity. Just a BMW 425, oh, just for daily commuting. Zhao Chuan smiled with satisfaction and had already taken out his blade, fob playing with it in his hand. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Xian beside AI Xueqing. Clearly, Zhao Chuan had long admired Su Xian, the recognized beauty of the Huda Academy of Fine Arts. He had indeed picked up his car today, but not nearby. The reason he specially came here was simply because he had seen the location tagging in the group photo that AI Xueqing had posted on her Moments. So Zhao Chuan, having just bought his car, came over full of confidence, hoping to use the majesty of the BMW to win the goddess's favor. To be honest, Zhao Chuan thought his conditions were really good. He had a father who was a leader in a top-tier domestic commercial bank. He was recognized as a handsome guy in the college, and he had just bought a big BMW. He felt that with a little effort, he might have a chance to pursue this campus beauty goddess. But unfortunately, Su Xian simply greeted him briefly, and then continued to be absorbed in her phone screen. She completely ignored Zhao Chuan's confident smile. She didn't even glance at the BMW key in his hand. He had worked so hard to put on a big show, but ended up with nowhere to show off. This made Zhao Chuan feel extremely frustrated. What was even more infuriating was that not only Su Xian, but even AI Xueqing, who was just a follower, casually replied with hum, and continued looking at her phone. Damn it, what's so interesting? Frowning, Zhao Chuan squinted and secretly peeked at their screens. He saw that both screens were playing a video of a handsome guy. What the hell? A newly popular fresh meat idol. Just as Zhao Chuan was puzzled, Chen, who had finished his call, walked back. He came face to face with Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan, damn, so handsome. How is this fresh meat here? Looking at the radiant stranger, Zhao Chuan suddenly felt he wanted to find a hole to crawl into, because the other guy was just too handsome. Under the pressure of his appearance, Zhao Chuan, who originally could score a 7 or 8, was forcibly reduced to around 2 points. That's fucking ridiculous. Wait, so Goddess Su and AI Xueqing were both sneakily filming him just now. And even while he wasn't paying attention, they were watching his video with a fangirl smile. No, this problem is too hard, I can't solve it. Just as Zhao Chuan was shocked and incoherent, Chen glanced at him, then looked at Su Xian and AI Xueqing. Your friend? Just a classmate. The two girls simultaneously turned off their phone screens with sly grins. Zhao Chuan felt 2 more knives stabbed into his heart, but it didn't matter. He still had a powerful father and a big BMW that ordinary college students couldn't afford. A rich man is more attractive. After realizing this, the negative emotions in Zhao Chuan's heart quickly faded. A confident smile returned to his face. Hello, I'm Zhao Chuan. What's your name? Chen. The young man nodded slightly, sat down, and resumed eating his burger. You look unfamiliar. Not from our Huda University. Gourmet freshman this year. A top student. Zhao Chuan stroked his BMW key, wearing a condescending, confident smile. From your accent, you're not from Huhai, are you? From another province, a small place. Oh, welcome to our Huhai. Zhao Chuan secretly glanced at Su Xian and continued. How about this? Are you free this afternoon? I'll take you around properly. Goddess Su, are you free? Let's go for a ride. My new car has enough seats. No need to trouble yourself. I have something to do later. It's summer break. What's so important? Before he finished speaking, a dark Ketebok MH7 slowly drove up and parked in the spot in front of the burger joint. The electric sliding doors smoothly opened. 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary presence were the first to step out of the car. They strode into the burger joint. Their uniformly dark business jackets formed a stark contrast with the colorful decoration of the burger joint, making the scene feel particularly incongruous. Zhao Chuan turned his head and looked stunned. Dad, why are you here? What are you doing here? Zhao Ziyong, following behind the lead middle-aged man, looked at his son in surprise. I happened to run into classmates and sat down to chat. Classmates? Zhao Ziyong looked at Chen sitting at the same table as his son and asked in surprise. Do you know Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? Him. Zhao Chuan chuckled incredulously. Dad, don't tell me you've all come in such a big group just to find this kid. Zhao Ziyong's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly glanced at the demeanor of the leader beside him, then angrily whispered, You little brat, shut up. Scolded by his father like that, Zhao Chuan's smile froze on his face. He felt something was very off, because his father rarely lost his composure in public. Not only Zhao Chuan, but also Su Xian and AI Xueqing were bewildered by the scene before them. 2 middle-aged men in business jackets followed by several young women in crisp uniforms. And the setting was a burger joint. What the hell? Just as everyone was in doubt, the middle-aged man who had walked over first said respectfully, Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Hanyong, the branch manager of the China Merchants Bank, Huhai branch. As he spoke, he extended his hand. It's an honor to meet you. Su Shan Ai Shueching Zhao Chuan, the branch manager of China Merchants Bank, Huhai branch. A person of such stature actually came to see Chen Che. So what the hell is going on? Noon. A Jiangnan-style Chinese clubhouse with white walls and black tiles. The sound of the guqin drifted melodiously. Outside the teak window frames a pond of lotus blossoms competed in full bloom, their fragrance lingering. Inside the antique-style reception hall, Lu Hanyong gazed at the slightly youthful young man before him. He still could not quite suppress the shock within his heart. As the branch manager of Zhaoheng Bank in Huhai, a mere 2 billion yuan in liquid assets would not normally warrant his personal presence. But upon learning that the source of these funds was a super trust with total assets of 30 billion yuan, and after carefully investigating this Hong Kong-based trust company, he could no longer remain seated. 3 billion, not equity assets, but all genuine US dollars in cash. Converted, that was over 200 billion yuan in Chinese currency, equivalent to the annual GDP of an ordinary prefecture-level city. More importantly, this trust had completed special filing. Its capital flow was only subject to supervision by relevant authorities with no circulation restrictions whatsoever. In other words, the higher-ups had tacitly approved it, deeming this trust fund entirely unproblematic. What terrifying background was this? Lu Hanyong did not even have the courage to delve deeper. He only knew that he must use every means to keep such an immensely wealthy client with Zhaoheng Bank. This could very well be a major boost for his future promotion. He must not miss it. Chen Che, of course, was unaware of Lu Hanyong's thoughts. He was merely listening quietly as the private banking customer manager beside him, named Xie Sherwin, explained the various privileges of exclusive private banking clients. It was evident that this beautiful manager's professional skills were superb. Her pair of benefits were both large and round. No wonder he had always heard that Zhaoheng's service was impeccable. Indeed, there was something to it. Mr. Chen, once you become our exclusive private banking client, our bank will create a dedicated personal banking service team for you. The elegantly mature beauty maintained a respectful smile as she explained, I will serve as your dedicated wealth management assistant, and we will also assign you a certified investment advisor, a tax planning expert, and a legal counsel. Our team will be available 247 to respond to your needs. Whether it's asset allocation, corporate financing, or cross-border finance, we can provide customized solutions for you. Manager Xie, Chen Che, who had been silently admiring, thought for a moment and asked, if I have entrepreneurial needs, can your team help me? Absolutely no problem. Xie Sherwin replied with a smile. Our Zhaoheng Bank has deep connections in the political and business circles, as well as in human resources services, fully capable of meeting any of your requirements. Chen Che nodded upon hearing this. At present, aside from cash flow, his resources and background were virtually a blank slate. Starting from scratch and doing everything himself, Chen Che had neither the energy nor the interest. Therefore, leveraging the vast platform of Zhaoheng Bank and utilizing its resources and connections to pave his way was undoubtedly the optimal solution at this stage. Mr. Chen, you mentioned earlier that you have the idea of establishing an investment company. Lu Hanyong took over with a smile. Regarding this, our bank has a deep strategic partnership with Hadesize. If you are interested, we can arrange relevant services for you. Also, next month, our bank will host a high-end venture capital summit where many promising projects will be available for discussion. He paused and extended a solemn invitation. If your schedule permits, we would be honored by your presence. We will reserve an exclusive VIP seat for you. No problem. Very good, very good. After formally securing this major client, the expression on Lu Hanyong's face relaxed considerably. Xiao Xia arranged this matter. And from today on, you are Mr. Chen's exclusive wealth management assistant secretary. You must serve Mr. Chen with all your heart, understand? Xie Sherwin nodded slightly. Mr. Chen, this is premium Mingqian Longjing tea. Would you like to try it? Sure. Taking the cup, the young man's gaze inadvertently swept to the side. The beauty beside him, wearing a Zhaoheng Bank OL pencil skirt that ended mid-thigh with thick black stockings on her legs, her curvaceous and full leg shape was very alluring. Her makeup was exquisitely just right. Her long black hair was tied up, revealing a long, fair neck, making her oval face appear even more delicate as jade. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes added a touch of mature charm, much like Zhang Li wiping glass in Money Fortress. Chen Che couldn't help but feel his mind wander. Scientific research has shown that among all professional women, female secretaries are the most captivating to men, especially secretaries in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Che was no exception to this. He definitely had to arrange it when conditions allowed. Under Lu Hanyong's warm invitation, Chen Che stayed for lunch. The dishes were authentic Huhai local cuisine with a Swedish flavor that didn't quite suit Chen Che's palate. Having grown up by the sea, he preferred salty and savory tastes. A little fishy was fine too. The food was average, but the fine aged Huadiao wine made Chen Che, who usually didn't drink, indulge in a few extra cups. After the meal, Lu Hanyong and his team personally escorted Chen out of the clubhouse. Mr. Chen, you've had some wine. It's probably not suitable for you to drive. Lu Hanyong suggested with a smile. How about this, let Xiao Xie drive you? Sure. Chen nodded. He thought to himself that this old brother in his official suit was indeed a gentleman who delighted in helping others. Ha, Xiao Xie, you must take good care of Mr. Chen, understand. Lu Hanyong chuckled repeatedly, reminded her, then took his leave. Mr. Chen, please get in. Xie Sherwin, swaying her long legs and black stockings, proactively opened the rear door for Chen. I prefer the front. Oh, okay. Xie Sherwin quickly opened the front passenger door. As he got in, she raised her soft fair hand and thoughtfully shielded his head. Then from her business bag, she took out a pair of lightweight shoes wrapped in a plastic bag. Bracing herself against the car hood, she slipped her small feet in thick black stockings out of her high heels and smoothly into the lightweight shoes. This professional maneuver made Chen inwardly marvel at how thorough the service was. Returning to the driver's seat, Xie Sherwin's eyes lingered on the yellow prancing horse logo on the steering wheel, her gaze slightly distant. As a private banking customer manager, she had met many wealthy clients. But none of them were as young, handsome, and immensely wealthy as Chen. Thinking of her colleagues who had to carefully attend to those greasy middle-aged and elderly clients, Xie Sherwin breathed a huge sigh of relief. She felt her luck was simply incredible. To be able to serve such a young, rich, and handsome man. Even just looking at him was a treat for the eyes. She must work hard to make Mr. Chen happy and satisfied. Calming her excited heart, Xie Sherwin flashed a perfect professional smile. Mr. Chen, where would you like to go? Manager Xie, are you free right now? Chen reclined in the front passenger seat, his gaze sweeping over the thick black stockings beneath the hem of her skirt. How about accompanying me for some exercise? Huh? Xie Sherwin's body trembled. Was this young rich second generation so direct? In broad daylight. Isn't that inappropriate? Mr. Chen, almost there. Hold it. Push. No. Manager Xie, I really can't. No, you can't stop. Mr. Chen, don't slow down. Speed up. Quick. I can't, A prolonged, exhausted moan escaped his lips. Chen collapsed onto the abdominal crunch machine, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. His waist and abdomen felt scorching hot, more exhausting than a night of one-on-one competition with Sister Xiaonan. Mr. Chen here. A fragrant tissue was handed to him. Chen took it casually, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yet his gaze was fixed on the devil trainer in her fitted skirt and black stockings. Damn, this woman looked so gentle and delicate, but once she stepped into the gym, she was like a completely different person. A total demon. Meanwhile, Xie Sherwin, who had been relentlessly pushing Chen, looked down at the utterly exhausted young man beneath her. A hint of smugness curled at the corners of her rosy lips. Want to exercise, huh? Today I'll give you a real workout. The female manager thought, and the resentment she had felt earlier when Chen dragged her to the gym instantly vanished. Her mood turned exceptionally bright. Chen gasped for air, glancing at the progress bar on the system interface, 130. This was because of the life growth task Strengthen Physique, which required him to maintain exercise for 30 consecutive days. So Chen had asked Xie Sherwin to take him to this top-tier gym in the Bund area. As a perfectionist, Chen believed that if he wasn't going to train, he wouldn't train at all, but if he did, he would do it professionally. At the very least, he needed to develop an 8-pack abs and a lean waist to be invincible. After a brief rest, Chen stood up and took a sip of water. Manager Xie, I didn't realize you knew so much about fitness. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. Xie Sherwin nodded with a smile. Before I was promoted to private banking manager at our branch, I worked part-time as a fitness instructor. Chen gave a thumbs up. No wonder you have such a great figure. Oh, it's nothing. Xie Sherwin's words were modest, but inwardly, she felt pleased. After all, what she was most proud of was the well-toned body she had cultivated through years of exercise. Mr. Chen, I take it you rarely come to the gym before. To be honest, this is my first time, said Chen. Aside from the crunch machine, what other equipment can I use to build abs? Equipment. Xie Sherwin paused for a moment, her gaze drifting to the cable crossover machine nearby. How about trying cable crunches? Sure, can you teach me? Come on. The beautiful manager, still in her high heels, led Chen to the cable machine. Watch closely, Mr. Chen. Okay. Under Chen slightly astonished gaze, Xie Sherwin, in her office attire skirt and black stockings, grabbed the V-shaped handle and turned her back to the machine. She pulled the weighted cable down with force, bending her back. The key to this move, Mr. Chen, is to keep your center of gravity balanced. Don't lock your legs, keep them slightly bent. Tuck your chest and draw in your abdomen, then pull straight down. 1 rep, 1 rep, 1 rep. Oh. Standing right in front of her, Chen was stunned as he watched intently. As she arched her back, the tight, white blouse seemed ready to burst under the weight of her heavy assets. It felt like they could pop out at any moment. Was this what they called business fitness? Oh, nice shot. Mr. Chen, did you get it? Mentally, I think I've learned it, but practically I still can't manage it. Please continue the demonstration. Oh. After studying intensively for over half an hour, they had thoroughly exhausted the elegant Xie Sherwin in her skirt and heels. The two now utterly drained sat down in the gym's rest area. What? Why was Chen tired? The sight of those balls had worn him out. He almost threw up. Mr. Chen. Xie Sherwin took a sip of water and asked, you mentioned this afternoon that you wanted to start an investment company. Do you have a specific plan in mind? Not really a specific direction for now. Chen shrugged. He didn't know much about investing, he was just going to take it step by step and use the Ming vision glasses to find projects. What a typical rich second generation spending money on a whim, thought Xie Sherwin. She continued, do you have any preliminary plans for the company's capital investment? For example, the registered capital. No plans at all, Chen said, spreading his hands. As for the registered capital, let's say 1 billion. Xie Sherwin nearly spat out her water. 1 billion. Subscribed or paid in? Paid in from my personal account. Paid in. 1 billion. Xie Sherwin was utterly shocked. It felt like being struck by a fairy's magic. Her toes involuntarily curled in. What incredible wealth. Yes. Chen nodded. Actually 1 billion isn't that much. Whether it's AI, new energy, biomedicine, or robotics, all these hot areas are capital-intensive industries. 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket. That's true. Also tell the headhunting firm we're working with that I want the best talent. Money is not an issue. Okay. Xie Sherwin quickly took out her notebook and started jotting down notes. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted their conversation. They turned to see a pretty girl with a high ponytail standing before them. Her face, flushed from exercise, carried a hint of rosy glow. Her alert gaze darted between Chen and the Xie secretary. She noticed the professional woman's crossed legs clad in plump black stockings. Su Yuning frowned. What was going on? Chen with a black stockinged OL in the gym. What was this? Business fitness. How wild could he get? Sister Ningning. What a coincidence. Chen smiled and greeted her. Yeah, quite a coincidence, hee. Su Yuning with a cool, confident air slung her sports bottle over her shoulder and put a hand on her hip. Xiao, what are you doing here? Nothing much, just working out, exercising. Chen, Sister Ningning, you're here to work out too. Yeah, I've been coming here for a while. Su Yuning nodded. As a track and field major at Shanghai University's sports college, working out at the gym during summer break was her daily routine. Xiao, who's this? Su Yuning turned to Xie Sherwin, her eyes as alert as a puppy guarding its food. Sister Ningning, let me introduce you. Chen reading the situation, quickly spoke. This is the private wealth manager assigned to me by China Merchants Bank manager Xie Sherwin. Manager Xie, this is Su Yuning. Hello, Miss Su. Xie Sherwin smiled and nodded, greeting Su Yuning proactively. The two beautiful women locked eyes and were instantly struck by each other's stunning looks. Oh, hello, Manager Xie. Su Yuning's sense of crisis grew even stronger. She turned to Chen scrutinizing the young man. Seeing no sign of guilt on his face, she relaxed a little. Brother, if you dare to be unfaithful to our girl squad, noted by Xiaonan, I won't go easy on you. Sister Ningning, where are you going? Hey, young Master Chen, don't you have your flirtatious little secretary to attend to? Why are you following me? Sister Ningning, you look adorable when you're jealous. Huh? Jealous of you? Young Master Chen, are you kidding me? You're just my best friend's boyfriend. Why would I be jealous of you? Watching the long-legged huffy beauty, Chen revealed a knowing smile. What a cute yet aloof girl. Unlike the sweet and in Su Yuning, a track and field athlete, also possessed a sugary appearance. But her temperament was icy, sweet when she smiled, cool when she didn't, exuding a kind of icy cute charm. Among the goddess squad, she stood out distinctly. Let's not talk about it. I have things to do. I'm off. Su Yuning glanced at her watch and waved goodbye. Where are you going, Sister Ningning? Chen asked. Want me to drive you? Are you free right now, eh? No, I'm not. Chen spread his hands helplessly. Sister Xiaonan has to practice every day, and I'm bored out of my mind with nothing to do. Xiaonan finally made it into the youth dance troupe. Her performance schedule is heavy, so naturally she's busy. Su Yuning thought for a moment. Here's an idea, if you're really bored, come with me, eh? Your sister will take you somewhere fun. Sure. The two set off without delay. The sun gradually slanted westward. Though the temperature remained high, the sunlight had turned golden and soft. Zujiaoui Basketball Park. Chen got out of the car, glanced at the bustling basketball court, and looked at Su Yuning beside him. Sister Ningning, why did you bring me to the park? To play ball. Su Yuning plopped down on a bench by the roadside, removed her sneakers, and pulled a pair of white basketball shoes from her backpack, slipping them on. He looked down at the girl changing her shoes on the bench. A white t-shirt and athletic shorts with small feet clad in white cotton socks. Exquisite and adorable. Her entire being radiated a pristine, youthful aura. The sports goddess was truly extraordinary. Xiao, do you usually play ball? After changing shoes, they walked and chatted. I can play ball, but not this kind of ball. What kind then? You'll find out later. Actually, my dribbling is pretty decent. Chen wiggled his fingers with agility. Su Yuning let out a geez. These hands must never be seen by Su Xian, that little vixen. She'd absolutely fall in love with them. The two stepped onto the court. As a renowned wild basketball mecca in Shanghai, Zhujiaoui Basketball Park was exceptionally lively. Wow, Ningning's here. As soon as Su Yuning entered the court, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Many streamers quietly turned their phone cameras toward her. Who? Su Yuning, you don't know her. The track goddess. Huda University's sports department beauty. Wow, she's gorgeous. Who's that guy next to her? Her boyfriend? No, please. Watching Chen walking shoulder to shoulder with the goddess, Su, a chorus of heartbreak echoed across the court. Ningning. As soon as they stepped onto the court, two girls approached with smiles. Seeing Chen beside Su Yuning, they both froze for a moment. Wow. Su Yuning, is this your boyfriend? So handsome. Ahem. Keep it together, okay? Su Yuning's cheeks flushed slightly. She cleared her throat and said, let me introduce him. This is Chen, my little brother. It was truly a sisterhood, even using the same excuse to brush things off. Don't ask. If you ask, he's my little brother. Xiao Che, this is Li Yufei and Sun Mingqi. Wow, hi little brother. Hello both sisters. Chen smiled and nodded. Before him stood two young ladies, one with blonde pigtails and yoga pants, the other in a shirt and pleated skirt with black stockings. Good heavens, the young man couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. First there was the business fitness type. Now came the sexy wild ball type. How could anyone handle this? Su Yuning, bro, wanna join a team and play a round? Chen, can I? I'm not very good. Li Yufei, hee people who say that are usually pros. On the court, Tang Rui, fully geared up, glared at Chen beside Su Yuning. His eyes were filled with both contempt and jealousy. He had fancied Su Yuning for a long time, but she was always aloof and never paid him any attention. So seeing Chen so close to Su Yuning, Tang Rui's eyes blazed with combat fervor. He couldn't wait to humiliate him in front of Su Yuning, to make her realize who was the king of Zhujiaoui. Both sides were ready, and the game began. The girls' team as the challengers took the first possession. Li Yufei swayed her peach-shaped hips as she received the ball at the center line, dribbled a couple of steps, and passed to Su Yuning. The ponytailed girl faced the defender performing crossover dribbles repeatedly, but couldn't find an opening to break through. Glancing sideways, she spotted Chen wide open beyond the three-point line. She sent a straight pass his way. Chen was caught off guard. He fumbled to catch the ball, nearly dropping it. The onlookers shook their heads. Well, it seemed this guy really wasn't that good. But none of them knew that at this very moment, Miracle Hands' basketball skills master level were activating. In an instant, countless muscle memories of motion that would have taken thousands of hours of practice to achieve surged into the young man's hands. Looking at Chen standing blankly at the three-point line holding the ball, Tang Rui, a meter away, flashed a look of disdain in his eyes. In his mind, he was already plotting how to crush this amateur. Steal it, brother Rui. The surrounding spectators cheered. Come on, put some pressure on this kid. Teach him a lesson. Amid the rising chorus of taunts, Tang Rui caught a glimpse of Su Yuning running over to receive a pass out of the corner of his eye. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He was ready to intercept the pass. Just then, under everyone's gaze, the young ball handler raised his hand, jumped, and shot. The basketball traced an ultra-long arc in the air, leaving everyone stunned. With a swish, it went through the net cleanly. Nice shot. I thought he couldn't even catch the ball, but his three-pointer is surprisingly accurate. That was pure luck, a blind throw, okay. Maybe beginners always have beginner's luck. On the sidelines of the court, Su Yuning gave Chen a thumbs up, revealing a sweet smile. Little brother, you're amazing. Chen chuckled. He didn't know how to play basketball at all. He was just a cheater. Rui, don't go easy on him. Hearing his teammates teasing, Tang Rui replied with a hearty laugh. It's fine, I was careless. He got lucky with one. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Swish. The sound of the ball swishing through the net rang out. Again. Everyone stared at the youth who had just hit another shot from the center circle. The crowd was stunned once more. Holy crap. A logo shot. That can't be just luck, can it? I don't think so. His shooting form is exactly like Curry's. He's definitely practiced. Good kid hiding his talent. Amid the deafening cheers, the relaxed smile on Tang Rui's face gradually stiffened. His expression darkened. A sneak attack. No martial ethics. Rui, give him some pressure. Shut up, I know. Tang Rui replied irritably. He pressed forward, engaging Chen in tight defense. His eyes blazing with fury glared fiercely at the youth. I'll eat shit if I give you another chance. Facing Tang Rui's full-court pressure, Chen remained unfazed, casually breaking free, with a few smooth crossovers, elegantly shaking off the defender, and striding straight into the paint, pulling up for a jump shot over a double team. Swish again. Hey Rui, what the hell? What the FCK? How are you guys defending? Before his teammate could finish, Tang Rui's furious roar cut him off. Can't you rotate faster? Do you even know how to play? Damn. The three teammates exchanged glances, their faces turning pale as they fell silent. On the fourth possession, Chen crossed over, pump faked, stepped back, and hit again. On the fifth, he faked a shot to draw Tang Rui into the air, then surrounded by three defenders, he tossed the ball up, caught it with one hand, and slammed it down. The crowd erupted in frenzy. Everyone had transformed from initial doubt and disdain to genuine admiration for the youth. Cheers and shouts of worship filled the air. As for Tang Rui, who had been utterly dismantled and reduced to a mere backdrop, his Tao heart was completely shattered. He muttered endlessly about his teammates' pathetic defense as he walked off cursing. Nice little brother hiding your skills. Su Yuning came bounding over joyfully wrapping an arm around Chen Shei's shoulder. That was amazing. You must have practiced a lot, huh? Just average. Chen Shei shrugged. Honestly, I'm not really into basketball. Then what are you into? I like singing dancing rap. The game went on until dark. They finally called it quits, ending the street basketball match. Boss Chen, can I have your WeChat? Me too. Let's play again sometime. Staring at Li Yuf and Sun Mingqi, who were flaunting their curves and black stockings and asking for Chen Shei's contact info. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. A strong scent of thirstiness filled the air. Little brother, I'm heading back. You coming? Oh sure. Chen Shei nodded. Under the two girls' resentful gazes, he quickly caught up with Su Yuan, and they walked out of the court side by side. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate the two sexy streetball girls, but Ningming's level was much higher. To lose a peach for 2 sesame seeds, Chen Shei didn't think it was worth it. Ningming, it's late. Let me walk you home. No need. Su Yuning said, I live in Baoshan. It's far. Then I really must see you home. Chen Shei said, it's so late. I'd worry if you went alone. Hearing this, the corners of Su Yuning's mouth lifted into a warm smile. Little Chen is so gentle and thoughtful. Well, okay. Great, give me your location. All right. They got into the car. The Ferrari roared to life and glided smoothly into the night. Passers-by cast envious glances. Holy crap. That rich guy is driving a Ferrari, Puro sang. As expected, campus goddesses only belong to the wealthy. An hour later, Huda University Baoshan campus. Guanlan Yeyuan outside the north gate. The Ferrari came to a gentle stop. Ningning, you don't live in the dorm? Chen Shei asked, glancing at the gate. I often have training and competitions. Su Yuning said, sometimes it's inconvenient to get back to the dorm too late, so I rented this apartment. Doesn't An live with you? No, I live alone. Ding, a sudden piece of good news makes your heart flutter. Activate limited time mission, stay overnight at Su Yuan's house. Mission reward surprise gift. Oh, a mission popped up. Stay overnight. This mission seemed a bit tricky, but no matter. Chen Shei was born a man who loved taking on challenges. Ningning, the youth blurted out, can I come up for a bit? Huh. Su Yuning's face flushed with panic. Although she had a good impression of Chen Shei, he was still her best friend's boyfriend. How could she be alone with him in the same room late at night? What would people say if word got out? Just kidding. Seeing Su Yuning's nervous expression, the youth grinned mischievously. Look how scared you are. What? Me? Scared? You must be joking. Seeing Chen Shei's teasing smirk, the fiercely competitive Su Yuning felt a surge of defiance rise within her. Come on, let's go up. As if I'm afraid of a little puppy like you. Okay, sure. Chen Shei got out of the car. Su Yuning, wait. You're way too good at taking the bait. Did you really have to go? Ningning, what's wrong? You're not scared, are you? Haha, me scared of you. Let's go. Su Yuning gritted her teeth and sneered. If this little brat dared to pull any tricks, she wouldn't mind showing him the power of a black belt taekwondo master. Beep beep. The fingerprint lock clicked softly. The door swung open. Su Yuning stepped in first and changed into slippers. Then she took a pair of pink-green sandals from the shoe rack and handed them to Chen Shei. I don't have spare slippers for guests. These are Anan's. Just make do. Okay. Chen Shei took off his shoes. His size 44 feet. Struggled to squeeze into the tiny, delicate sandals. Are they too tight? It's fine. I like it when Anan's things are this tight. Su Yuning. Involuntarily, she looked down at the sandals, which were bulging from the strain of Chen Shei's large feet. There was a strange feeling of being cuckolded. What was that about? A brief tour of Su Yuning's cozy apartment revealed a compact one-bedroom layout. Though modest in size, it offered more than ample space for a young woman living alone. The interior embraced a minimalist aesthetic harmonized with natural wood-tone furnishings. Adorning the living room wall hung a framed Miami Heat No. 3 jersey of Dwayne Wade. Meticulously folded and preserved within an elegant glass frame, the jersey spoke volumes when paired with the Wadeway sneakers she had worn earlier. It was evident that Ningming's sister was an unequivocal devotee of the Flash. Please sit. Su Yuning set down her backpack. If you'd like water, help yourself. Chen Shei nodded in acknowledgement. Ningming's sister, aren't you having dinner tonight? I usually opt for a diet salad. Su Yuning spoke as if suddenly recalling something. Oh right, Xiao Che, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The young man nodded with an expression of genuine innocence. The cloyingly sweet Shanghai cuisine, served at the club at noon, had already completely ruined his appetite. After an entire afternoon and evening spent at the gym and basketball court, Chen Shei's stomach ached with ravenous hunger. Would chicken breast salad be acceptable? Su Yuning opened the refrigerator. And I could add some shrimp scrambled eggs for you. That would be lovely. Chen Shei obediently nodded in agreement. He was well aware that as a track athlete, Su Yuning had to be exceptionally disciplined with her diet to maintain her weight and low body fat percentage. Thus he refrained from suggesting they order takeout. After all, it would be rather awkward to feast enthusiastically while the host could only watch with longing eyes. "Let me prepare the salad," offered Su Yuning. Su Yuning donned an apron and busied herself at the kitchen counter. "Little brother, come help me crack 3 eggs. "Sure. The egg beater is hanging on the wall." "No need." Chen washed his hands and cracked the eggs into a bowl. Inserting his middle and ring fingers into the egg mixture, the miracle hand began its high-frequency vibration. Swish, 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 swish. Gazing at the magnificent cascade of egg foam, Su Yuning let out an exclamation. Her snow-white thighs instinctively squeezed together. In that instant, she finally began to comprehend her younger sister's peculiar preferences. This brother was truly a mischievous imp. Soon the chicken breast salad and silky scrambled eggs were ready. The two of them sat at the table and enjoyed their dinner while chatting and laughing. After the meal, Su Yuning walked into the bedroom and retrieved a pair of thick black compression leg sleeves. Su Yuning settled onto the edge of the sofa, stretching her legs that had endured an exhausting afternoon. Noticing Chen somewhat puzzled gaze, Su Yuning explained, "These are compression leg sleeves. I use them for routine pressure massage to help flush out lactic acid." I see. Chen suddenly realized. Indeed, many athletes commonly used such equipment for post-training and post-competition leg recovery. However, the young man believed such equipment was entirely unnecessary. With a bit of physical energy, it would absolutely surpass any recovery gear in this world. Just as he mused to himself, Su Yuning had already seated herself crosswise on the sofa. With a subtle lift of her hips, her 2 fair straight long legs extended directly before Chen eyes. Her athletic shorts barely reached the upper thighs, revealing unshielded skin of exquisite smoothness and luster. Years of rigorous track training had honed her legs into flowing toned contours remarkably graceful and beautiful. Hiss! Just as she was about to put on the compression leg sleeves, Su Yuning suddenly drew a sharp breath, her expression contorted in agony. "What's wrong?" Chen expression turned attentive. "It's nothing." Su Yuning waved her hand dismissively. "Just an old issue. When you've done track and field as long as I have, you'll inevitably collect some lingering injuries. May I take a look?" "Well," Su Yuning had originally felt rather bashful about it. But seeing Chen expression grow serious, she nodded in agreement. Chen did not hesitate. The TCM massage ability granted by the miracle hand activated instantaneously. Vast knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine therapeutic techniques flooded his consciousness. He cradled Su Yuning's fair little foot in his hands. His slender fingers pressed down gently. MMPH. Su Yuning let out a pained whimper, biting her lip as she gazed up at him. Her eyes brimmed with shy embarrassment. "Here, and also here." The young man quickly identified the problem. Left calf muscle strain, right ankle fascia wear. These injuries have been present for at least 2 to 3 years. While the superficial muscles appear unaffected, the underlying fascia has become congested and adhered from repeated strain, transforming into a stubborn chronic condition that is notoriously difficult to cure completely. "You're incredible." Su Yuning was utterly astonished. She had initially assumed the brother merely wanted an excuse to feel her up. Never did she expect him to possess genuine skill, to simply touch and feel around, and he actually located the exact source of her ailment. "How do you know all this?" "I worked at a foot massage parlor." Su Yuning. "Ningning sister, do you have any essential oil at home?" "I do have some. But what would you need essential oil for? Your condition cannot continue to be ignored." The young man's tone was earnest. "Let me give you a massage." Su Yuning hesitated for a moment before shyly pointing toward the cabinet beside the sofa. "It's in the drawer." "All right." Chen rose and retrieved the essential oil from the drawer. "Ningning sister, please lie flat." Chen poured some essential oil onto his palm and rubbed it thoroughly to warm it. "Try to relax. It will be a bit uncomfortable at first." "Okay, thank you, little brother." Chen slowly steadied his breathing. Traditional Chinese medicine massage techniques flooded his mind. Once his palms were thoroughly warmed from rubbing, he reached out and cradled Su Yuning's right ankle. MMPH. Feeling the searing warmth of the young man's palm, Su Yuning couldn't help but utter a soft cry. Immediately, she sensed a pair of nimble fingers kneading and pressing at her ankle. Sister Yuning let out a breathy ah. Her feet were already particularly sensitive. Now with Chen pressing like this, goosebumps erupted all over her body in an instant. Even her toes curled tightly. "Ningning sister, you're too tense. Try to relax." "Oh, okay, I'm trying my best." After the initial discomfort faded, a tingling, numbing sensation began spreading from her ankle. Su Yuning bit her lower lip heavily, trying desperately to hold back any sounds. Because it simply felt too wonderful. "Ningning sister, how does it feel now?" Chen carefully kneaded and pressed, inquiring as he observed her. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's so much more comfortable." Su Yuning's eyes narrowed with pleasure. "Xiao, you're quite impressive. Your technique is really professional." MMPH. "Xiao, what are you doing?" Now comes the critical part. Amid the lady's dazed gaze, Chen lifted her leg and resting it upon his shoulder. He gripped her ankle firmly and thrust forward with great force. No, stop. This isn't okay. Ningning sister, just bear with it. No, this is not acceptable. You're going to break me. Ah, ouch, After the vigorous forceful adjustment, Chen finally ceased his ministrations. The young lady's jade-like legs lay limp and weak upon the sofa, her body trembling involuntarily. On her exquisite, delicate face, beads of fragrant sweat glistened profusely. Ningning sister, pay close attention to your ankle. Chen asked, how does it feel now? It does seem significantly better. Su Yuning instinctively rotated her ankle, her expression a mixture of astonishment and delight. That's good as long as it worked. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was indeed his first time performing professional massage, and naturally, he felt somewhat nervous. After all, this concerned another person's athletic career. Now let's work on your left leg. Okay, thank you for the trouble, Xiao. No trouble at all. Chen nodded and unscrewed the essential oil bottle. He poured the entire bottle's contents on Su Yuning's calf. Her originally fair, unblemished jade-like legs instantly became slick and glistening. Su Yuning. This plot development somehow felt like something she had seen in Su Shan's private collection. Ningning, I'm here. Her left leg was lifted, dangling limply in midair. Su Yuning averted her gaze with a hint of shyness. She accidentally caught a glimpse of herself and Chen in the living room's floor-to-ceiling mirror. Su Yuning. What kind of thunderous posture was this? Parallel parking. Xiao, are you sure this massage technique of yours is proper? Absolutely proper. Where on earth did you learn it? Dequai Le Foot Bath. Hey. The name alone sounded dubious. You hurry up. Su Yuning covered her face with both hands, feeling utterly mortified. She was still an innocent maiden who had never even been in love. And now her leg was being hoisted onto his shoulder. All right. Ningning, here I come. Ah. A scream echoed through the apartment. Su Yuning suddenly heard the window downstairs slam shut amid curses. Her face flushed completely red. Done. It's mostly healed, but the fascia adhesions still need to be massaged out. Really? Su Yuning blinked, moving her legs slightly. She indeed felt much better. The old injury was improving. It actually worked. Xiao, I'm so sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. To consolidate the effect, I suggest you come to me for regular massages. Chen lowered her leg, cradled it in his arms, and carefully examined. Carefully massaged it. Sneaking a glance at the meticulously focused young man, Su Yuning felt warmth in her heart. Her little brother was so considerate. And he was really handsome. Every frame felt like a wallpaper. So handsome, so talented, so wealthy. He was just too perfect. Su Yuning couldn't help but pick up her phone. Just one sneaky photo, it shouldn't count as stealing, right? With that thought, her sinful little finger quietly opened the camera silently, turned off the silent mode, and flash. Then her index finger pressed down on the red shutter button. Her heart pounded wildly. Just one. Really just one. Summa Mason. Closing her eyes and steeling her resolve, she pressed down hard. A beep sounded. Su Yuning's eyes flew open. How did it turn into a video call? What the hell? Hello, what is everyone doing? By Xiaonan's voice came through first in the 4-panel group video. Ningning, whose call is it? Shut up. Su Yuning sprang up instantly. Her fair supple long legs tensed with muscle. With lightning speed, a kick locked the young man in place. Chen felt like dying. Su Yuning, what were you screaming about? So noisy. Su Yuning, he was there. No, I was just watching a short drama. Change in your face is so red. Were you watching motto short dramas? Su Yuning, piss off. Can't be bothered with you. Su Yuning, if you're going to talk properly. Why do you keep shaking? Su Yuning, I like shaking. I'm happy you can't control me. Su Yuning couldn't help but cry out. Her legs felt weak. She could barely maintain her control. This was too much. Beep. Su Yuning hastily switched to voice mode. Looking down at the squirming, gasping brat, she whispered a warning. Don't move. Move again, and I'll sit on you. No can do. Ningning, I can't breathe. Can't breathe, but your hands are still wandering. I'm not. Pure self-defense. Su Yuning, what the hell are you moaning about? I knew something was off. Xinjun, could there be a man hidden in your house? Su No. No way. I won't accept it. Su Yuning, if you dare get a boyfriend before me, I'll cry. Su Yuning, enough with the noise, you're so annoying. Ningning's face was flushed, her silver teeth clenched. She wished she could die right then. If her besties found out that Chun was hidden under her leg, how could she ever explain? She'd be ruined, branded a bitch who seduced her best friend's boyfriend. Why, Xiaonan, everyone's here. I want to tell you something. These words instantly saved Su Yuning. Xinjun and Su Shuren perked up with curiosity. What's up? What's so important that you need to gather everyone? Su Shuren, could it be that Xiao found some little slut outside? Su Yuning glaring. You're the little slut. Your whole family are sluts. Why, Xiaonan, no. Xiao said he set up a trust for me. Do you guys know what a trust is? Xinjun, a trust. That's something only rich people do. Su Shuren, I saw this in a short drama. It's a fund that sends you money every month. Su Shuren, I'm so jealous of you, Xiaonan. Xiao really loves you. Listening to her bestie's chatter, Su Yuning couldn't help but look down at the little brother pinned under the pile of basketballs. Her eyes clearly said, "You sure know how to play, don't you?" Setting up a trust. Chen shook his head, struggling to break free from her control. Su Yuning shuddered in fright, pressing down on him desperately to keep him still. The struggle instantly turned into a wrestling match. By Xiaonan, it's not necessarily about money though. He said I need to go to some law firm to sign a contract. I'm a bit nervous. Who's free tomorrow to come with me? Keep me company and boost my courage. Su Shuren, what's there to be nervous about? Just ask Chen to go with you. By Xiaonan, no, I don't know anything, and I'd be too embarrassed. I'm afraid of making a fool of myself in front of him. Qin Jin, oh woman, you're head over heels. I'm off tomorrow, I'll go with you. Su Shuren, me too. Su Yuning, are you coming? Su Yuning, where did you disappear to? Why haven't you said a word? Su Yuning, heavy breathing, I'll go. Never mind. Go to sleep. Exiting the call, Ningning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Almost died. Scram. She released her long legs and kicked him out. Ningning, you know that's biting the hand that feeds you, right? Chen gasped heavily, his tone tragic. Biting the hand that feeds me. The high ponytailed beauty crossed her arms. You're the one who took advantage of the situation. I told you I was just trying to survive. You're a trained fighter, for crying out loud. It's lethal. I'll shut up. The black belt practitioner executed a beautiful spinning kick, sending Chen flat on the ground. All right, we've eaten, and the massage is done. Su Yuning looked down at him from above. Master Chen, isn't it time for you to go home? Chen thought this won't do. The system's task wasn't complete yet. How could he leave? Ningning, I'm too tired from playing basketball to move. Can I stay at your place tonight? What do you think? The beauty gave a cold smile. Thanks. I'll go shower. Wait, stop. Who allowed you to stay over, you brat? Get your ass home right now. Are you sure I can't? Absolutely not. A man and a woman alone. Do you think that's appropriate? Have some boundaries. Boom. Before she could finish, a sudden thunderclap exploded outside the pitch-black window. Then howling winds, sand, and stones flying. The entire building seemed to tremble in the violent storm, terrifyingly so. Another convective weather event. Chen looked out the window. Ningning. Strange, where did she go? Boom. The continuous thunderclaps echoed outside the window. Chen walked to the bedroom adjacent to the living room, only to find Su Yuning, the young lady, trembling all over under her quilt. Elder sister Ningning, are you afraid of thunder? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Me afraid of thunder? Ridiculous, wah. A sudden thunderclap scared Su Yuning, who screamed and threw herself into Chen arms. Don't be afraid, sister Ningning. It's just thunder, nothing serious. Pat. The room went pitch black instantly. While the power was out. I am not scared. I was just startled all of a sudden. Oh, alright. It's getting late, I should head back. No, younger brother, don't go. Stay and keep me company. That won't do. We're alone, a man and a woman. Don't you think it's inappropriate? Have some boundaries, okay? You? Go then. Go now. Get out immediately. Fine. Boom. Another thunderclap roared. The entire building seemed to tremble. Younger brother, don't go. Please. You won't let me stay over, and you won't let me leave. What am I supposed to do? Stay. You can stay, all right. Fine. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a violent storm poured down. It was a scene of terror akin to the apocalypse. Chen lit up his phone flashlight and placed it on the cabinet. The pitch-black room finally had some light. On such a hot summer night with the power out, and having just returned from playing basketball, without showering, they were already sticky with sweat and extremely uncomfortable. How about taking a shower first? Chen suggested when the thunder subsided. All right. Su Yuning, still in a state of shock, nodded with a red face. Dazedly, she walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of streaming water could be heard. Feeling the cool water, the heat and stickiness on her body quickly faded. She felt exceptionally refreshed. Squeezing out some shampoo, she lathered from her hair down to her entire body. Rinsing off the bubbles, Su Yuning dried herself and casually opened the bathroom cabinet. She came in dazedly and even forgot to bring a change of clothes. Looking down at the old clothes she had already thrown into the washing machine, Su Yuning picked up the t-shirt with both hands. It was dripping wet. Su Yuning. Forget it, a grown woman can bend and stretch. Since the power was out, and it was pitch black outside, no one could see a thing. After opening the door, she just needed to dash into the bedroom at top speed. Having made up her mind, Su Yuning wrung out the water from the clothes and put them on. By the light of the city outside the window, she checked herself in the mirror. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Because it was a sports t-shirt, the fabric was extremely thin, and now it was completely soaked through. Wearing it actually took on a strangely seductive beauty. She was really afraid that her younger brother would see her and become beastly. In her mind, she couldn't help recalling the brutal scene of him dunking over the big black guy that evening. Honestly, if her younger brother was determined to dunk on her, even Su Yuning, a Taekwondo black belt, wasn't sure she could stop him. She pursed her lips hard. Su Yuning calculated the distance from the bathroom to the bedroom again. The diagonal distance was about 3 meters. No problem, as long as she gave it her all, she could definitely make a dash before Xiao Che could react. Decision made. Su Yuning quietly unlocked the door. She tested, Xiaoche, what are you doing? I'm watching a video, Sister Ningning. Are you done? Get ready, you can come in and wash up soon. Alright, let me finish this video. No rush, take your time. Su Yuning felt it was safe. She pushed open the door. Striding on her long legs, she slipped out of the bathroom. At a sprinting speed, she took 3 strides, as if hurtling, charging straight for the bedroom. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Ouch! The wet slippers slipped on the smooth floor. Su Yuning screamed, staggered, and fell backward. Her long legs spread apart like an M, and she fell onto the living room floor. In the darkness, Chen Shei's voice came, Sister Ningning, what's wrong? Nothing. I just slipped. The young lady's voice trembled with fear. Luckily the power was out, and it was pitch black. Otherwise it would definitely be a social death. Su Yuning heaved a sigh of relief. Beep. Beep beep. The electrical box buzzed. The living room lamp clicked on with a pop. Su Yuning, Chen Shei. Hey. A white horse leaps over the west wind. A tiger roars at Jingyang Ridge. Horizontal scroll, ancient. Shoo. Don't look. I'm not looking, not looking. Chen Shei covered his eyes, but the gaps between his fingers were wider than the Huangpu River. You said you weren't looking? Look at nothing. There's nothing to see. Ah. The young lady covered her face and ran away crying. She felt too embarrassed to face anyone. The bedroom door slammed shut. Chen Shei smiled knowingly. He opened his phone gallery, savoring the beautiful moment just now. Silently, he set it as a favorite. Miracle hands. Speed beyond your imagination. Ding, the unexpected little joys in life bring you extra delight, triggering a smile trait reward group travel challenge. Group travel challenge, you can invite 1 to 4 people on a spontaneous trip, and after the trip ends, based on the total satisfaction of the invitees, you will receive a random reward pack. Not bad, another reward quest popped up. Chen Shei got up happily. He walked into the bathroom. Suddenly a weak knock came from outside the door. Xiaoche, I found you a pair of pants. Take them in and change into them later. Okay, thanks. Chen Shei smiled slightly. Sister Ningning was really considerate. Outside the door, after hanging the oversized basketball shorts on the handle, Su Yuning covered her burning cheeks and hurried back to the bedroom. The door was tightly shut. She threw herself onto the bed. Her little head rubbed against the blanket over and over. She clearly hadn't recovered from the little incident just now. After showering, Chen Shei looked at the sofa where a pillow and blanket had already been placed. He shook his head with a smile. The system's task was to have him stay overnight. It didn't say he had to sleep in the bedroom or on the bed. Moreover, given his current relationship with Sister Ningning, he certainly wouldn't expect to sleep together. He lay down on the sofa with a clear conscience. With a ding, the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Detected eligible opposite sex, Su Yuning. Trait generosity of a god ability in effect. Su Yuning's material wish was fulfilled. Dwayne Wade's autographed Heat jersey, 2006 Finals Championship Edition. Not bad system. Very well arranged. Chen Shei smiled slightly, picked up his phone, and sent Su Yuning a good night message. Then he turned off the light, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The night deepened. The torrential rain outside the window after its initial violent downpour gradually subsided. Occasionally only 2 or 3 mischievous raindrops irregularly pattered against the glass. The windswept sky gradually cleared of clouds, revealing a sliver of a crescent moon sharp as a wolf's fawn. Under the blessing of the perfect sleep trait, Chen Shei on the sofa slept particularly soundly. After an unknown length of time in the pitch-black room, a crisp click of a lock suddenly broke the midnight stillness. Through the silvery moonlight streaming into the living room window, a slender silhouette emerged from the gap of the bedroom door, stepping out. She staggered over to the sofa. Her hollow eyes, devoid of expression, stared at the slumbering youth. Then she knelt directly onto the sofa. Her head rested on the youth's legs, her long legs lifted and clamped around him like a pillow. Her soft body pressed intimately against his, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Shei, half asleep, felt extremely hot. It seemed as if he had sunk into a bundle of soft pillows. Warm and moist. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of the sea. This transition evoked a homesickness in Chen Shei. He smacked his lips, instinctively licking them. Ding, a talent-type player with 0 formal game experience, possessing exceptional innate physical attributes and mental health suitable for recruitment and long-term training in the team. The old eater ability truly lives up to its reputation. Unfortunately, by this time, Chen Shei had already fallen into deep sleep and did not hear the system bro's prompt. After another unknown period in his dream, Chen Shei felt his bro was warm and his head was throbbing. Jinshin Huayuan. In the Pink Maiden's room filled with plush toys and figurines, Su Shuren, wearing a Hello Kitty nightgown, twisted and turned on the soft bed, her expression pained. Woo. Xiaoche. No. With a soft cry, Su Shuren suddenly snapped open her dazed, beautiful eyes. She felt her whole body burning hot. Recalling the dream just now, where she transformed into a math teacher, and teacher Chen Shei patiently explained the 72-3 golden ratio, telling her to act according to the situation. Her long, graceful legs intertwined shyly. To have such a dream. If Su Yuning sensed it, how utterly embarrassing. Calm down, calm down. It's all that damn younger brother's fault. Why did he have to grow such beautiful hands? Biting her desire-laden lower lip, Su Shiren took out her phone. Her fingers trembled. She still opened the album video, staring at those 4K 60 frames per second high-definition hands. Su Shiren buried her head into the blanket and began to offend the owner of those hands. Guanlan Yuan. Su Yuning, who was sleeping soundly on a pillow, suddenly frowned. Her normally relaxed, cool brows tightened. The expression on her face instantly became particularly pained. Her hot and burning body involuntarily writhed. Her unconscious head rubbed back and forth against the pillow's nose. Ding! Another prompt echoed in the youth's unconscious mind. Physical energy injecting. Puff, cough, cough. In the darkness, a few coughs were choked out. Soon the room returned to silence. Guanlan Yuan. Sunlight spilled onto the body, warm and cozy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Stay overnight at Su Yuan's home. Received a surprise gift pack. Gift pack opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward muscle building protein powder. After use, you will achieve faster muscle shaping results through exercise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward outfit athletic expert. Outfit athletic expert: black baseball cap, dark fitness, short sleeve sweatpants, sneakers. Effect: fitness guru. When worn during exercise, it reduces sweat and odor, lowers fatigue, and has a certain chance to improve physique attributes. Amidst the crisp system prompts, Chen stretched vigorously. Opening his eyes, everything was pitch black. The youth thought, this isn't right. How come it's still not dawn after sleeping so long? Could he be still groggy? This seaweed-flavored crevice of survival. Why does it feel so familiar? He must still be asleep. The youth sniffed, took a deep breath. From the other end of the sofa, a sticky feminine moan suddenly sounded. Chen, isn't it just crashing on the sofa? Where did I end up? Before he could process the confusion, a fierce whip-leg chokehold came crashing down on him. When Chen panically opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Su Yuning's face, full of murderous intent. Bastard. Su Yuning, with an incredulous expression, covered her sticky vermilion lips, both ashamed and furious. I kindly took you in, and you did this to me, eh? Huh? What the hell? Chen looked at the enraged Su Yuning, equally shocked. It seemed like he had lost something precious without realizing it. But the question was, where did that precious thing come from? He himself had absolutely no feeling. What a loss. And no, Ningning Jia, are you sure you understand the situation? Chen, under this leg triangle chokehold, had veins bulging on his forehead. How can I not understand? You little punk, I shouldn't have taken you in yesterday. I should have let you get struck by lightning. The enraged Su Yuning completely lost her composure. Seeing that she was beyond reasonable communication, Chen decided to prioritize survival. He took a deep breath and exhaled a hot gust of air. Su Yuning felt a wave of heat wash over her, nearly going numb. Seizing the moment when her leg lock around his neck loosened, the youth slipped out from under Su Yuning's crotch like a slippery eel. You little brat, you dare to run. Su Yuning's fury reached its peak. A whip leg chased after him. Chen was also angered. Little girl, can't we talk like civilized people? Miracle hand, grand capturing, hand master level get. He reached out like a claw, firmly gripping Su Yuning's delicate little foot. Then with a sharp pull, he yanked the furious young lady toward him. Su Yuning felt the world spin. When she came to, her back was pinned firmly by Chen, her hands locked behind her waist from behind, left and right wrists crossed. She was facing away, her buttocks lifted, forced to kneel on the sofa. Su Yuning felt something was terribly wrong. This knowledge was too thunderous. Let me go. Ningning Jia, calm down first, then I'll let you go. Calm down. Look at what you've done to me. How can I calm down? What did I do to you? Look where you are. This isn't my room. Staring at the living room sofa in front of her, Su Yuning's eyes widened. How did I end up sleeping in the living room? Got it. Are you still going to hit me? Let me go first. Not a chance. The moment I let you go, you'll bite me again. I don't bite. Trapped in an iron grip hold, Su Yuning faced away from Chen, feeling utterly helpless. She was an innocent young lady who had never known any man before. Not only had he seen her completely naked, but she had actually gone to him voluntarily and slept wrapped in his arms the entire night. And now she was being pinned down like a helpless puppy. Where was the justice in all this? What on earth was that taste lingering in her mouth? It was slightly sweet with a fragrant aroma. What had she eaten last night? Why did every part of her body feel so wonderfully at ease? Ring. The telephone rang. Chen, let go. There's a phone call. Hearing this, Chen finally released Su Yuning beneath him. The young woman shot him a look of both anger and embarrassment, then pattered barefoot back to the bedroom. Hello? What? A delivery at the door. What delivery? I didn't order anything. Oh, okay, let me check. Su Yuning emerged, clutching her phone, with evident confusion. What's wrong, Ningjia? I don't know. They said there's a package for me. Su Yuning tucked a strand of beautiful hair behind her ear. I don't remember buying anything. Maybe some secret admirer sent you a surprise. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have any secret admirers. Su Yuning gave him a withering glance. If only you knew, she thought to herself. She opened the door. Outside was a rather large cardboard box meticulously packaged. Weird. What could this possibly be? Su Yuning examined the box, her face full of question marks. But the recipient name is definitely yours. Chen smiled knowingly. I really didn't order any large items online. Su Yuning scrolled through her Taobao order history, thoroughly puzzled. Why don't we just open it and see? Yes, Chen, come help your sister. All right. Together they carried the cardboard box into the living room and began to unwrap it. They pulled out the sealed foam container. Wow. Staring at the red jersey elegantly framed in solid, with Su Yuning's pupils dilated in shock as she shrieked. My weight signed jersey. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. It's actually the 2006 finals edition. Wow. And there's a signed poster and NBA official certificate. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Ningjia, do you like it? Beholding Su Yuning's ecstasy, Chen smiled gently. Like it. Like it. I absolutely love it. Su Yuning spun around abruptly. Chen, did you send me this? Yeah. Chen nodded. I noticed you seemed to really like Wade, and when I was browsing on my phone I came across this signed jersey set, so I bought it. Thank you, Chen. Thank you. Su Yuning trembled with excitement. This was a collector's edition signed jersey from 20 years ago when Wade claimed his first championship. During that finals Wade had played as if descended from the heavens. In the heart of her devoted fans, Su Yuning, it was an eternal classic that could never be surpassed. Chen was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected that a set of signed jerseys would make Su Yuning so ecstatic. She was even more thrilled than when she had received that luxury bag earlier. Xiao, this jersey must have been expensive. Su Yuning said with embarrassment. Money means nothing. If you like it, keep it, Chen said. I got it specially for you. You're so kind. Su Yuning's heart melted with emotion. She hugged Chen tightly and planted a kiss on his cheek. Feeling the curvaceous figure in his arms, Chen smiled faintly as his hand on her waist slowly slid downward. He patted and squeezed her basketball, lightly changing its shape with force. The elasticity was astonishing. Su Yuning's body stiffened, then involuntarily twisted. Her excited face flushed even redder. Ring. The tactless ringtone of a phone rang abruptly. Startled, the shy and embarrassed, Su Yuning suddenly came to her senses. She quickly lowered her head and slipped out of Chen arms. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. On the phone came Su Shiren's voice. Sis, are you home? I'm downstairs at your place. Oh, why you're at my place? What for? Su Yuning was dumbfounded. I came back to the dorm to grab some stuff, Su Shiren said. Let's go find Xiao Nan together. Find Xiao Nan. Guilty as charged, Su Yuning's voice grew more hesitant. Yeah, did you forget? Weren't we supposed to go with Xiao Nan to the law firm today? Oh right, why yes. What the hell? Su Yuning, you've been acting weird since last night. Su Shiren yelled into the phone. You don't actually have a man hidden in your house, do you? Damn it. Su Yuning, if you dare get a boyfriend, I'll fight you. No way, no way. I'm coming up now to catch you in the act. Nonsense. I'm not. I didn't. Don't come. Her response was the cold sound of the call ending. Su Yuning's mind was in complete chaos. If Su Shiren found out Chen had stayed over at her place with her big mouth that could swallow anything, it would spread like wildfire before the afternoon. Then she would really become the bitch who seduced her best friend's boyfriend. Ningjia, what's wrong? You seem so restless. Bro, for both our sakes, you need to leave now. We're innocent. Why should I leave? Su Yuning thought, innocent my ass. In one night he had seen everything and slept with her. She couldn't wash this off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Bro, I'm begging you. Just go. Oh come on Ningjia, don't push me. Dragging the young man, Su Yuning mustered all her strength and finally shoved him out the door. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded. Su Yuning opened the door looking exasperated. What do you want? My clothes. Looking at the boy bare-chested wearing only a pair of basketball shorts, Su Yuning turned and ran to the bathroom, grabbing his clothes from the drying rack. She dashed back, shoved them into his arms. Here go. Wait, shut up. Bang. The door slammed shut. Knock knock knock. The knock came again. Su Yuning opened the door frantic and furious. What now? My shoes. Here. Bang. The door closed. Su Yuning leaned against the door, her heart racing madly. It felt more and more like she was caught in adultery. What the hell was that? Knock knock knock. The knock came yet again. Chen UEW. Why is it you? Seeing her younger sister outside the door, Su Yuning felt like she'd seen a ghost. What? Aren't you happy to see your dear little sister? Su Shiren frowned. And what did you just say? Chen? Clear skies, white clouds drift beneath the white clouds, the horses run. Little sister, Su Yuning hummed a tune, doing a my face-changing speed be like dance step as she retreated into the room. Su Yuning, are you crazy? Shut up. Can I sing? In the afternoon, at the new Chunglingang Center building block A103, in Pudong New area, four beautiful young girls walked in together. They attracted countless stunning gazes in the lobby. Hey Enium, I've already arrived at the law firm's lobby. By Xiaonan's hand holding the phone twisted nervously. Go ahead. Xiaonan, remember. Yujin's voice was rapid and clear on the phone. First, you must carefully verify the personal information of both parties in the trust. Then carefully examine the contents of the contract. Make absolutely sure there are no clauses in the contract that are unfavorable to you. The other party should also have professional lawyers present. If there's anything you don't understand, don't be shy, you just ask directly and clarify. If you really can't figure it out, call me immediately. Got it. Okay, Annie, I understand. I have a meeting now, hang up first. She hung up. Bai Xiaonan took a deep breath and looked at her three best friends who had come with her. Although she knew Chen Shay would never harm her, she was still a college student after all. Suddenly receiving a notice to come to the law firm to sign trust beneficiary terms still made her somewhat anxious. Fortunately, they were here with her. The elevator stopped smoothly on the 10th floor. The shiny doors opened left and right. On the marble background wall ahead, the gold hot-stamped logo of Yinjing Jinsheng, Huhai, Pudong New Area Law Firm came into view. High-end and grand, exuding the solemn atmosphere unique to a law firm. It made the four young women's eyes flustered. Bai Xiaonan bit her lip and tightly gripped the hands of the sisters, Su Yuning and Su Shuren. It's okay, Xiaonan. Qin Zhen comforted Bai Xiaonan as she looked at the law firm. If there's anything unclear later, we just won't sign. Jinjin, you're a finance major. You'll have to carefully review the contract for me later. Don't worry. Hello, ladies. As they stepped out of the elevator, a lawyer in a suit at the front desk smiled and walked over. May I ask which one of you is Ms. Bai? It's me. Bai Xiaonan replied weakly. Hello, Ms. Bai. The lawyer extended his hand gracefully. I am Zhang Wei, the lawyer responsible for hosting your contract signing today. The four girls exchanged glances. So professional. Ms. Bai, please follow me. Zhang Wei smiled. The representative of the Chung Fund is already waiting for you in the VIP room. Okay. Bai Xiaonan bit her lip and firmly gripped her two friends' hands. The four followed lawyer Zhang Wei down the corridor toward the VIP room. As they walked, the four girls kept looking around the law firm. Before coming, they had done some research. This Jinsheng law firm was one of the top 8 Red Circle law firms in the country, recognized as a premier firm in the industry. It specialized in legal affairs related to domestic and international capital operations with a very high threshold and extremely expensive fees. As they passed through the office area, the entire spacious hall with its dignified decor and employees in suits left the four young ladies both amazed and impressed. Qin Zhen, walking behind her three friends, secretly took out her phone and discreetly snapped many photos. Today's moment's content was secured. Pushing open a heavy solid wood door, lawyer Zhang Wei paused gracefully and gestured. Please come in. Okay. The four young ladies took a light breath and stepped inside. The environment in the VIP room was even more luxurious than they had imagined. The room was decorated in a new Chinese style with a full panoramic floor-to-ceiling window spanning the entire wall, offering a panoramic view of Dishui Lake in the distance. Inside the room, there was only one middle-aged woman around 40 years old. She wore a khaki suit, a light-colored shirt, matching trousers, and black high heels. Her features were elegant and calm, exuding an intellectual and graceful aura. As she saw the four girls enter, her wise eyes immediately focused on the nervous-looking Bai Xiaonan. Hello, Miss Bai. She smiled and walked over, extending her hand proactively. I am Zheng Jiyu, the special representative for signing the beneficiary contract of the Chung Fund. Hello. Bai Xiaonan replied politely, quickly shaking her hand. Please have a seat, ladies. Zhang Wei, who had closed the door and walked over, smiled and gestured. Yes, Miss Bai, there's no need to be nervous. Zheng Jiyu said with a warm smile, her tone full of familiarity. You are Mr. Chen's girlfriend and the new beneficiary he personally designated. Logically, we are all here to serve you. Thank you for your trouble. Bai Xiaonan nodded quickly and looked at her three friends. They are my friends. May I have them accompany me here? If that is your wish, of course, it's no problem. The two smiled and nodded. Their cordial and enthusiastic attitude eased much of the tension among the four young ladies. Ms. Bai, these are the original beneficiary contract documents. Zhang Wei took out the documents and placed them in front of Bai Xiaonan with both hands. Opening the documents, every word was familiar, but when combined it was like reading a foreign language. They simply couldn't understand. Bai Xiaonan and her friends looked somewhat stiff. They instinctively turned to Qin Zhen, the finance major. Qin Zhen was at a loss. Are you kidding me? I'm just a vocational college slacker. Such a professional contract is far beyond my ability. Excuse me. Would you like me to give you a general explanation? Seeing the lady's predicament, professional lawyer Zhang Wei proactively offered. Okay, thank you. With Bai Xiaonan's permission, Zhang Wei nodded. He opened the contract and patiently explained it to them in detail. The content included the total amount of the trust, Bai Xiaonan's rights and responsibilities as a new beneficiary, and some precautions, such as the terms for serious breach of contract. Admittedly, the professional lawyer's eloquence was indeed impressive. With occasional supplements from Zheng Jiyu, the four young ladies basically understood the general situation of the trust beneficiary contract. Their worries dissipated considerably. After all, they already trusted Chen Che deeply. So if it was his arrangement, it certainly couldn't be wrong. Lawyer Zhang, Miss Zhang. After listening to their explanation, Chen, as a finance high achiever, was finally ready to showcase her professionalism. You just said that Xiaonan's biggest benefit as a beneficiary is receiving a regular sum of money. So may I ask how much is this money? Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Zheng Jieyu exchanged a glance. Then the former spoke. According to the contract currently, Ms. Bai Xiaonan can receive an income of 6,000 from the Chung Fund each month. 6,000. Hearing this, Bai Xiaonan and the others breathed heavily. 6,000 a month. That's 7,000 a year. Even in Shanghai, such an income would surpass most wage earners. For a student like Bai Xiaonan, it could even be considered financial freedom. Unlike her three excited friends, Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Knowing Chen Shei's wealth, she had expected that with such a big setup, it would be at least 1 million as a starting point. Su Shiren suddenly pointed out a clause in the contract. What does this mean? Depending on the actual exchange rate, the specific amount received may fluctuate. That's because our fund settles in U.S. dollars. So regarding Ms. Bai's monthly income, the statistical unit is also in U.S. dollars. Zheng Jiyu said with a smile. Before the transfer, we will convert it into the equivalent amount in Chinese yuan at the real-time exchange rate and deposit it into your account. Chen was stunned. 6,000 U.S. dollars. That means 4,000 yuan a month. So, Xiaonan receives 6,000 USD every month. That means an annual income of over 8 million. As long as she doesn't breach the contract, she can receive it for a lifetime. Oh my God! Amid the excited screams of her confidants, Bai Xiaonan clutched her pounding chest. The gratitude in her heart was beyond words. She was not a materialistic person, but she knew well how many solemn vows in reality would crumble like paper before the mundane necessities of life. Sweet promises sound pleasant, but a relationship without the support of money is nothing but flowers in a mirror, the moon in water, and a castle in the air. It could never withstand the heavy pressure of reality. So Xiao Che was in his own way embedding her future into the blueprint of his life. He had given the most steadfast promise. Having realized this, Bai Xiaonan's face was already brimming with tears of gratitude. She silently vowed in her heart. In this life, only him. Only him. Watching Bai Xiaonan, who was moved to tears, Qingjin, Su Shiren, and Su Yuning, the three close friends, all breathed heavily and felt their hearts race. The envy in their eyes was beyond control. An annual income of over 8 million. Even in the high-cost metropolis of Modu, it was enough to live a carefree life for a lifetime. They never imagined that there could be such a generous and thoughtful guy like Chen Che in this world. Just by being with him, he lavishly bestowed such generous material conditions. This must be the most beautiful form of love. Oh my God! How could there be such a perfect male god like Chen Che in this world? For a moment, the three little ones were silent. Their hearts were filled with myriad thoughts, each lost in their own reflections. Their fondness for Chen Che had soared beyond the sky. In the face of this domineering trust contract, from now on no other man could ever enter their hearts. By the way, Miss, but Zheng Jieyu continued, after you sign this trust beneficiary contract, you will officially become a distinguished client of our Qing Fund. From now on, you will enjoy the sincere services of all our strategic partners of Qing Fund. And in terms of personal, academic, and career development, we will recommend you for guaranteed admission to a top 3 dance academy in China or a referral qualification for a top-tier dance troupe. Is it really that good? Hearing this, the three little ones were utterly stunned into a daze. It wasn't just solving the financial problem. It had also solved Xiaonan's personal career development. This is too thoughtful. Xiao Che, I've signed the trust agreement. Thank you. You are so good to me, I'm so touched. Wu. You prepared dinner? Sure, Jinjin and the others are with me too. MMHM. Okay, we'll come together. He hung up the phone. Chen Che smiled knowingly. He hadn't expected the trust to have such a wonderful effect. It made Sister Xiaonan so excited. In fact, most of the clauses in the trust contract were drafted by Shi Yapren. Besides the rights, there were also responsibilities that the beneficiary must follow. For example, the most important clause was that she must be devoted wholeheartedly and not have any overly intimate behaviors with the opposite sex and so on. If violated, the lightest consequence would be suspension of fund disbursement, while the severe one would be direct revocation of the beneficiary status and recovery of all previously obtained funds and rights. It sounded unpleasant, but it prevented the possibility of accidents to the greatest extent. Therefore, for today's contract signing, Chen Che followed Shi Yaping's advice and did not appear in person. Instead, he had these clauses explained through Zhang Wei, the professional lawyer. In this way, it could emphasize the severe consequences of breach without causing Bai Xiaonan and the others to misunderstand Chen Che or develop a negative impression. The effect was very good. Ding. A sincere love that runs toward each other is the most beautiful existence in this world. You have become Bai Xiaonan's undying true love, achieving the perfect life milestone event soulmate. You have successfully unlocked the attribute charm. Current 77. You have thus received the reward Trait Heart of Universal Love. Trait Heart of Universal Love Aura Ability. Any beautiful woman appearance score 90, who develops a favorable impression of you will have a tolerance far beyond universal values only towards you, and can try to understand and accept any of your actions. Upper limit affected by the host's charm value. Every time you gain the true love of a woman with the appearance score of 90, you can unlock a random asset. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the asset Guangshuan Technology Co. Ltd. Guangshuan Technology Co. Ltd. An emerging technology company focusing on the underlying technology research and development of general artificial intelligence with core direction in autonomous training of multimodal large models and industry application implementation. Equity structure description. Host personal shareholding 67. Founder team option pool 18. Series A investor shareholding 15. The 67 equity held by the host includes the following rights. 51 is voting shares corresponding to absolute control non-dilutable and non-transferable. 16 is income rights, shares enjoying the dividend rights of the company's profits. Current company valuation 780 million. Host's personal shareholding corresponding valuation approximately 523 million. Hua. Listening to the continuous announcements from the system, Chen was extremely excited. The asset reward was excellent, but the trait ability Heart of Universal Love made him even more overjoyed. The so-called universal values of course refer to the values currently recognized by society. For example, monogamy, and a tolerance far beyond universal values. What does that represent? Chen felt that this trait ability was simply too amazing. He couldn't wait to expand his team roster. Mr. Chen, the dishes are all prepared. Would you like us to cook them now? A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform respectfully inquired, interrupting Chen thoughts. Okay. Chen nodded and glanced at the time. There should be about 2 hours left. Please hurry as much as possible. Understood, we will make sure you are satisfied. Watching the private chef team spring into action, Chen leisurely sat on the sofa in the study, put on his glasses, and picked up a book titled Xuanhe Painting Manual to browse carefully. He knew how to cook, but there was no need to cook himself. Because Chen was learning how to live the life of the wealthy. The first step was to never personally handle trivial matters that could be solved with money. His time was precious and should be spent entirely on enjoyment and growth. Insight points continuously being acquired. Evening golden sunset. The armored door of the presidential mansion opened. Under Chen lead, the 4 young ladies entered this Riverview luxury mansion. Wow! The Su sisters, who were here for the first time, watched the sunset and evening clouds outside the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. They all let out incredulous gasps of amazement. Xiao Che, the view from your home is absolutely unbeatable. Yeah, it's simply my dream house. Since you like it so much, just treat this place as your home. Chen smiled. There are exactly 4 bedrooms, 1 for each of you. Su Shiren blinked. Then, after we finish moving in, where will you stay? I'll draw lots every night. Chen stretched out his arms, encircling the 4 young ladies. Whichever room I pick, I'll sleep there. Aura ability Heart of Universal Love is continuously active. Wow, you're dreaming too beautifully. By Xiaonan, aren't you going to control your man? He wants to take us all in one go. Xiao Che, come here, I promise I won't kill you. Xiao Che, did you prepare all these dishes by yourself? Delicious. Your cooking skills are absolutely unbeatable. Xiao Che, are your hands okay? Let me see if you're hurt. Don't ever do anything that might harm yourself again. Su Shan, what the hell are you doing? The feast of a table earned praise from the 4 young ladies. After dinner, the 3 little ones officially began their tour of this prestigious CEO's mansion. What? Why is one missing? That's because Bai Xiaonan had already familiarized herself with all the room layouts. She had left traces of love everywhere. Wow, the decor is absolutely to my taste. After touring the study, media room, gym, and bedroom, this 800 square meter supermansion once again shattered the young ladies' preconceptions. Holy crap, that blue and white plaid mattress looks so familiar. Oh my god, it can't be Hasten's. It really is Hasten's. The legendary Nordic Royal mattress, over $1,000,000 a piece, the Rolls-Royce of mattresses. I'm sleeping in this room tonight. No one is taking it from me. Jinjin, didn't you just say only dogs stay overnight? Woof, woof, watching the 4 young ladies chattering and playfully bickering. A happy smile spread across Chen face. Life is only interesting with such liveliness. Under the irresistible temptation of the Hasten's mattress, the 3 young ladies cast aside their previous shyness and decisively assigned their rooms. But we didn't bring any change of clothes, it's inconvenient. Don't worry about that. Chen pulled open the closet, revealing a full wardrobe of nightgowns. I didn't know your preferences, so I prepared a little of everything. The 4 young ladies gazed at the fully stocked closet of nightgowns. Countless styles and array of patterns. Silk lace, sheer evocative. This rascal had it all planned out, didn't he? Oh well, considering the feast he had meticulously prepared, it counted as a little reward for him. Heart of Universal Love Aura ability continuously active. Oomph. Each of the four young ladies picked a nightgown and entered the bathroom together. A click. The lock fell, severing the trust between people. Inside, the frosted glass doors splashing and playful voices rose. Haven't bathed together in ages, wow. Jinjin, but is still so perky. Head jealous. Pia, holy crap, Sushan, you hit me. Haha, that little wiggle of yours was so hot I couldn't help it. Bitch, I'm gonna kill you. Holy crap. Jinjin, why did you kick me? I'm taking you all down with me. Xiaonan, help me. Listening to the coquettish shouts and splashing sounds from the bathroom, Chen quietly crossed his legs. In his mind, he could already picture the snowy white figures bouncing around. How wonderful, one day I'll join them. The bathroom door gently opened. No one came out for a long time. After some pushing and shoving by, Xiaonan was the first to be pushed out. Chen eyes lit up. A strappy silk nightgown, smooth and flowing, clung to her plump, luscious figure. Beneath the gently swaying hem, her jade-like long legs still radiated wisps of warmth. Noticing the young man's unblinking, scorching gaze, Xiaonan clasped her hands behind her back and gave him a shy, sweet smile. The thin straps seemed barely able to hold the weight. Xiaonan, you're so beautiful. Chen stepped forward, reaching out to pull her into his arms. How beautiful, Xiaonan said with a playful smile. Seeing her boyfriend so utterly captivated filled her with sweet satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. After a long moment, Chen still hadn't spoken. Xiaonan blinked, looking up at him. She saw that the boy's gaze was fixed straight ahead behind her. Qingjin, Su Yuning, and Su Shan, now in white shirts, emerged. Black lace, chic little Chanel-style t-shirt, and short, sporty look. It was like a luxurious nightgown show. Gorgeous faces, exquisite long legs, a flurry of laughter and chatter. Fragrant scent 3, pleasing to the eye 3. Restless heart 10,086. Xiaonan, what are you doing? What are you looking at? Come with me. Back to the room. Just one more look. Ding, your heart is especially joyful, surrounded by fragrant breezes. Triggered smile, entry reward, male god mouthwash. Male god mouthwash, after use, your mouth will remain fresh and clean forever, and it will correct your teeth, keeping them white and beautiful permanently. Ahem. After being disciplined by Xiaonan, Chen eyes had become much clearer when he faced the other three again. I'm announcing something now, the young man said casually. To celebrate Xiaonan's successful selection into the Shanghai Youth Dance Troupe, I propose we take an impromptu trip together. A trip? Where to? The moment this topic came up, the young ladies lit up with excitement. After all, they were about to enter their senior year, and this could be the last summer vacation of their lives. Being able to take an impromptu girls' trip together would be especially memorable. Let's play a little game, Chen said with a smile, pulling out his phone and opening a travel mini program. We'll use the random destination feature in the mini program. Wherever it picks, that's where we go. And I'll cover all expenses for the trip. Deal? Sounds great. Xiaonan nodded excitedly. Jinjin, Ningning, are you in? I'm in. Me too. Su Xian and Su Yuning were thrilled. All expenses paid by Mr. Chen. He always ensures good food, good accommodation, and good fun. Only a fool would say no. Qingjin, however, hesitated. After all, she had just started her job. It didn't feel right to ask for leave so soon during her probation period. Jinjin, Xiaonan and the other two looked at the hesitant Qingjin, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ever since they graduated from high school, the quartet had discussed countless times about taking an impromptu trip together. But due to various reasons, the plan had never materialized. So now, with this perfect opportunity to fulfill their wish during the last summer vacation, they naturally wanted Qingjin to join them for a complete girls' reunion. Jinjin, Xiaonan drew out the last syllable. Come on. Su Shan shook her arm. Faced with her best friend's enthusiastic invitation, Qingjin bit her lip, hard, her gaze sweeping across the three faces in turn. She sighed and shook her head. No, I'm still in my probation period. I'd feel awkward asking for leave. Oh, why? Just try it, maybe they'll approve. No, really, I can't. The random destination is out. Su Yuning, who was watching the phone screen, murmured, Maldives. Cheval Blanc Rantoli. What kind of place is that? A ranch. What the Maldives. Cheval Blanc Rantoli. Qingjin's eyes widened. I'm going. I want to go. The arrangements for the 5-person travel group were finalized. The 5 gathered in the media room. Chen, the head of the household, sat in the center of the sofa. To his left was Xiaonan, and to his right was Qingjin. They enjoyed being fed fruits and snacks, while watching a classic old drama projected on the 200-inch laser screen, which Su Shan had cast. The powerful lines resonated from the $1 million Tannoy surround sound system. Kong Ci, wonderful. You are about to become my wife. Master Yin, please don't be like this. I want you to call my name every day. Watching the ecstatic expression on Bu Jingyun's face in the scene. Holding a bag of chips, the young lady in crossed her fair, delicate legs and munched while complaining. I think old TV dramas really go hard. This Kong Ci is clearly Qin Shuang's wife, yet she lies in Bu Jingyun's arms saying she loves Nya Feng. Yeah, Chen opened his mouth to accept the large grape Bai Xiaonan and fed him, eating as he spoke. And do you know what happens later? Bu Jingyun's arm is cut off, and he transplants the original Qilin arm from Chu Chu's father. And then the problem comes. This Qilin arm of Bu Jingyun's is after all Chu Chu's father's hand. So when they are intimate, who exactly is touching Chu Chu? The four little ones. Good heavens. Turning a fantasy drama into an ethical mess. How about we call it a night? Finally, when the episode ended, Bai Xiaonan wiped her hands. My dear consort's time to rest. Qinjun, what's the rush? The nightlife is just beginning. Exactly. Su Yuning. All evening all I've heard is you urging us to sleep. What exactly are you trying to do? Su Shuren smirked. Her ovulation period is here, so of course she wants to sleep with her little brother, Chen. Su Shuren, Bai Xiaonan, both embarrassed and angry, grabbed an endless chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. It's too big. But all talk and teasing aside, the three little ones were only joking. Everyone understood the fleeting nature of spring nights. With a boyfriend as handsome as Xiaoche, who wouldn't want to passionately love him with all their heart? After the three little troublemakers finally returned to their respective rooms, Bai Xiaonan smiled sweetly and eagerly took her little brother's hand. Xiaoche, Sister Xiaonan, what's the plan tonight? It's up to you, Bai Xiaonan replied softly, her voice as moist and tender as the humid weather in Shanghai. All right. Chen smiled slightly, lifted her in his arms, and strode into the master bedroom. With a flick of his long leg, the heavy master bedroom door closed firmly. He pressed Bai Xiaonan against the door, kissing her passionately. Wait. She felt the vigorous heat of the charging head. Bai Xiaonan pushed him away, blushing. I ate a lot of snacks just now. Let me brush my teeth first. I don't mind. I do. Bai Xiaonan pouted. As the campus beauty, Sister Xiaonan cared deeply about her image, especially in front of her beloved little brother. She couldn't accept any imperfection. All right. Chen smiled understandingly, patted her basketball. Wait for me obediently, sister. Bai Xiaonan gave a quick peck and trotted into the master bathroom. Hearing the vibration of the electric toothbrush from the sink, Chen smiled. With a thought, the reward he had just obtained, the male god mouthwash, materialized in his hand. It looked like an ordinary light blue mouthwash. He unscrewed the cap, poured it into his mouth in one go, and a refreshing coolness instantly spread through his oral cavity. It carried a faint fragrance of mint and bergamot, like a southern orange grove after rain, exceptionally refreshing. Schwa schwa schwa, he swished it vigorously a few times. The mouthwash in his mouth slowly dissipated. Chen opened his mouth and looked at himself in the vanity mirror, slightly shocked. The stubborn light yellow stains along the edges of his teeth had vanished without a trace. Even the tiny pigment deposits on the chewing surfaces of his molars were completely gone. His 2 rows of teeth were white and neat, shining with a warm luster. Even his tongue was thoroughly cleaned, its surface showing a healthy light pink. Perfect, like the male lead in a toothpaste commercial. Brother System's props are truly awesome. A flush sounded from the bathroom. Soon Bai Xiaonan walked out. She was holding a large red box. 001 Genesis, thin, extra large size, low sensitivity, and non-irritating. Chen Sister Xiaonan, why did you buy this? What do you think? Bai Xiaonan gave her naughty little brother a charming, reproachful glance. After all those times before, Bai Xiaonan had actually been very scared in her heart. Although it was the safe period, it didn't mean complete safety. After all, for a professional dancer, personal physical fitness requirements are extremely high. If she were to give birth, her physical functions and professional performance would be significantly affected. It was very likely that she would never return to her peak physical condition. It could even end her career entirely. So Bai Xiaonan's thinking was simple: she had to prevent it before it happened. Unexpectedly, Chen took the box and threw it directly into the trash. Oh, Xiaoche, what are you doing? Bai Xiaonan was both shocked and anxious. She was really in the danger zone today. Sister Xiaonan, let me tell you the truth. Chen smiled bitterly, showing a sorrowful expression. He took Bai Xiaonan's hand and whispered a few words. Oh. Bai Xiaonan was completely stunned. Tears of panic streamed down her face. She quickly hugged Chen tightly. No way. Could it be a mistake? Xiaoche, you're so healthy. How could you be born infertile? Bai Xiaonan was truly panicked. Because Chen was the man she had chosen for life. She had always dreamed that after marriage she would give Xiaoche 2 little babies. Preferably 1 boy and 1 girl. The girl like him, the boy like herself. The family would be harmonious and lively. But now this most beautiful life wish was shattered before the cold, hard reality. Such a wonderful Xiaoche, such a gentle Xiaoche, such a perfect Xiaoche. How could this be? How could this be? Ahem. Actually, it's not as serious as you think. Seeing Bai Xiaonan crying in distress, Chen the scumbag even felt a twinge of guilt. Later, I had a comprehensive checkup with a professional team abroad. They said that although this condition is a genetic defect, it's not impossible that as I age and my hormone levels change, it could suddenly improve. Besides, if it really doesn't work, we can still choose artificial screening and IVF. Phew. So that's it, that's good. Bai Xiaonan let out a heavy sigh of relief, her tear-streaked face lightening with relief. Although she felt a bit regretful about not being able to conceive naturally, at least there was a backup plan. So don't you think this situation is actually good? Chen, you actually like it too, right, Sister Xiaonan? Humph. Her fair jade-like legs were lifted off the ground, as Bai Xiaonan smiled shyly and seductively. As for whether I like it or not, it depends on your performance, little brother. Alright, tonight, I will make you ascend to immortality. Chen kept his word. With the dual application of the miracle hand and the old eater's art, he wielded the miracle tremor and the eloquent lotus tongue, causing Bai Xiaonan, who stood above the supernatural, to ascend alone and drift into immortality. Deep in the night in the bedroom, separated by a wall, Qin Zhen's fingers moved back and forth across her phone screen. The luxurious river view outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the opulently decorated cloud-top restaurant, the million-dollar Hason's mattress. Photos of the mansion were sent into the socialite group, instantly igniting shockwaves. Watching the barrage of likes and flattery, the blonde beauty's lips curled into an excited, foolish grin. Her vanity was utterly satisfied at this moment. She felt as if she had truly become a socialite, standing atop the clouds looking down upon the masses from on high. It was utterly addictive. Watching the heated discussion in the group, Qin Zhen walked to the bedroom window, took a beautiful selfie with her back to the window, skillfully retouched it, and was about to post it in the group to show off again. Unexpectedly, her little ears twitched. She felt as if she had heard something. An extraordinary sound. Qin Zhen put down her phone, held her breath, and listened carefully. She clearly heard it, the coach's hoarse and high-pitched cheers during the driving test level 3 straight-line acceleration project. Qin Zhen exclaimed. Just how powerful was that throttle? She felt her legs couldn't stand steady. And yet it was supposed to be a mansion worth 1.6 billion. How could the soundproofing be so lousy? In the south-facing bedroom, the soft sound of deep breathing rose and fell gently. On the plush king-sized bed, Su Shiren was sleeping soundly. Beneath a thin silk shirt, a pair of fair long legs clutched the blanket. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, they were enveloped in a hazy luster. No more. Xiao Che. She smacked her lips, her graceful body turned over, and a silly grin appeared at the corner of her mouth. Don't chop vegetables. Your sister's fake you, Tingguan. What if your hands get hurt? Want to go tomb raiding with sister? No way. The tomb passage is full of water. Slurp. In the guest bedroom across the door, silent and soundless, the blanket on the bed was suddenly kicked off. A figure stiffly straightened up, wobbled, and twisted, opened the door, staggering down the hallway. Opened a door, and walked in. The master bedroom. The door silently pushed open. The sound of footsteps grew closer from afar. Bai Xiaonan, who was beneath the supernatural. She glanced with blurry eyes, then suddenly saw that the door was open, not knowing when it had happened. A dark figure wobbled toward her. Instantly startled into trembling like a flower, she quickly grabbed Chen back. What? Chen panted, turned his head to look. He almost lost it. Just as he was about to enter the exam center to issue the results, a random exam spectator suddenly spawned behind him. Can you stand this? Chen rubbed his pounding chest, carefully looked at the newcomer, and smiled. He lowered his head and whispered in Bai Xiaonan's ear. It's fine, it's Sister Ningning. She must be sleepwalking again. Bai Xiaonan looked up at her little friend with empty eyes, puzzled. How do you know Ningning sleepwalks? Chen heart sank. His mind was muddled. He had let that slip. He quickly covered up. Oh, I know a bit of Chinese medicine. I can tell from a person's facial features. Bai Xiaonan, you know that too. A little. I used to set up a stall telling fortunes. Bai Xiaonan was astonished. Do these two things go together? What do we do now? Bai Xiaonan blinked her big eyes at Chen. She was just getting into the mood, and suddenly there's a spectator. Although she wouldn't applaud or cheer, just staring at them practicing driving like that. Who wouldn't feel creeped out? We can't wake her up. Chen held Bai Xiaonan back. There's a saying in my hometown. If you forcibly wake a sleepwalker, she'll lose her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Can't wake her. What do we do now? Bai Xiaonan, whose first exam results haven't even been issued, yet was so anxious, she bit her lip. It's okay. Sleepwalkers are usually in deep sleep and hard to wake up. Chen stood up, picked up the car keys again. You? No, this really can't. Bai Xiaonan's face flushed red, and she pounded her fists wildly. Don't worry, she won't know. Under the examining officer's frantically shaking gaze, student Chen skillfully inserted the car, he started the engine, and slowly released the clutch. He shifted into D gear for a hill start. The engine roared, and the car body pitched violently. His skillful and agile techniques made the examiner cheer excitedly. While driving passionately, he maintained the good habit of a seasoned driver, keeping an eye on all directions. Every now and then he glanced at the exam spectator beside him. This damn feeling was like excitement opening the door for excitement, thrilling to the extreme. Amid the roar of the brand-new first-hand training car, Su Yuning's eyelids trembled stiffly. Her body jolted. Her originally blurry vision slowly cleared. She dared not open her eyes, hoping it was just an illusion. Thunder exploded in Su Yuning's mind, numbing her completely. What to do? What to do? What to do? Can I still leave now? Or should I like last time hum a song, while doing the my face-changing speed-like dance steps, and leave with a smile? This is so mortifying. Better sneak away. They're so into it now, they probably won't notice. Her feet began to stealthily move. Chen hey, do you think Sister Ningning moved? By Xiaonan huh? No it can't be. Su Yuning cursed inwardly. This dog, you're taking the exam, why do you have to keep staring at me? You damn well be human. Forget it. I'll endure it. She stopped, her little feet stood stiff and straight. Cloud examiner Su Yuning didn't dare blink, forcing herself to watch the entire process. Helplessly she watched examinee Chen hand in a perfect score amid the examiner's cheers. Only then did Su Yuning secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Finally over. I feel like I'm going to dehydrate. Hurry up and go to sleep, you bastard. Huh, wait a minute. What is this dog up to now? Under Su Yuning's shocked gaze, examinee Chen once again strode into the exam hall. Su Yuning was astonished. The next day, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. I slept so well. In the Riverview living room, Su Shuren stretched as she walked out. Wow, Jinjin, you're up so early. Gotta catch the subway to work. Qin Zhen stared with dark circles under her eyes and sighed helplessly. The most frustrating thing in the world is that while her girlfriends are still leisurely enjoying summer vacation, she has to be a commuting beast during rush hour. And a beast severely sleep-deprived for the whole night. And what's up with this 100 million mansion? Is the soundproofing really that bad? The examiner's cheers were still ringing in her ears. I'm off. Today you must do your best, future Empress of Investment. Qin Zhen had just left through the door. From the main bathroom came the sound of a flushing toilet. Then the door opened. Su Yuning, her face as pale as paper, walked out with unsteady steps. What the? Su Yuning, what happened? Seeing her sister with dark panda-like circles, Su Shuren was startled. I'm fine. Su Yuning forced a weak smile on her pale face. You're fine? Then why are your eye sockets so dark? Su Shuren, can't get used to the $1 million mattress. Nothing. Really nothing. It's just that she had to stand still as a supervising spectator watching until 3 in the morning until those two animals were exhausted and passed out. In her heart, Miss Su Yuning was on the verge of crying from grievance. That couple, they're just not human. 21st floor of Shanghai Center Tower. Huiyan Fund Management Co., Ltd. Director of Administration Office. Requesting leave. For days. Ho Jinghao, seated behind the desk, lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on the beautiful front desk receptionist before him. What's the matter that requires such a long leave? Just some personal affairs. Meeting the director's gaze, Qin Zhen replied softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. You've been here less than a month, you're still on probation. Ho Jinghao stared at her without blinking. Our company has clear regulations. Interns are generally not granted personal leave. Hearing this, Qin Zhen bit her lip helplessly. As expected, no luck. All right. However, Ho Jinghao suddenly flashed a genial smile. Considering you're a fresh graduate, perhaps there are indeed some academic matters you haven't had time to settle. How about this? I'll make an exception and approve your leave. Really? Thank you, Director Ho. Watching the overjoyed Qin Zhen, the corners of Ho Jinghao's fleshy lips curled up slightly. Jinjin, I'm giving you this green light because I see potential in you. The middle-aged man rose, his protruding belly leading the way as he walked over to Qin Zhen. His gaze dropped directly to her thighs, lingering for several seconds before he spoke earnestly. So from now on, never disappoint me. Director Ho, rest assured. I will work hard. Working hard is essential, but you must also balance work and rest. Ho Jinghao shifted his tone and reached out to place a hand on her shoulder. Jinjin, I know a restaurant with excellent cuisine. How about we have dinner together tonight? Consider it a welcome banquet for your joining Huiyan Fund. And no thank you, Director Ho. Qin Zhen quickly stepped back, dodging his outstretched hand. I already have plans tonight. I'm really sorry. Ho Jinghao frowned slightly. Plans? Boyfriend? No, it's my best friend. Oh, a best friend, I see, good. The middle-aged man laughed, revealing a row of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. The strong odor of his breath made Qin Zhen want to retch. Director Ho, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Director Ho. Jinjin. Just as Qin Zhen was about to escape, opening the door to leave the office, a languid voice from Ho Jinghao suddenly sounded behind her. Director Ho, is there something else? Nothing. Ho Jinghao said flatly. I just wanted to say that with your educational background, you would never have qualified for an offer from Huiyan. So I suggest you take some time to think carefully and not let down the benefactor who helped you. Understand? Okay. Director Ho. You may go. Hurrying out of the director's office. Qin Zhen's heart was flustered, her mind a mess. The stench of smoke still lingered in her nostrils. She felt like vomiting. She rushed back to the front desk, grabbed perfume from the drawer, and sprayed herself repeatedly. Jinjin, just in time. Her colleague Zheng Ranran, who was about to leave for the day, came back. There are a few faxes on the desk. Please make copies. Also organize this week's visitor log over the weekend. Director Zhao needs to review it on Monday. Again, dumping all the tedious work on me. Qin Zhen frowned. After these days of interaction, She had realized that this smiling colleague was not as easy to get along with as she appeared. What was more infuriating was that she constantly compared herself to Chen. Clothes, jewelry, cosmetics. Even what gifts her boyfriend gave her, what restaurants he took her to. She flaunted everything. Chen found it utterly exasperating. Aren't these tasks assigned to you? Chen asked back, frowning. Oh, do me a favor. Zhang Ranran smiled, handing the documents to Chen. My boyfriend and I have plans to go to the beach in Zhoushan this weekend, so I'll have to trouble you. What does your boyfriend have to do with me? Why should I suffer? Sorry. Chen didn't take the papers, her tone flat. I've already taken leave. I won't be coming in until next Friday, so please handle it yourself. What are you up to? Taking such a long leave. Zhang Ranran's smile froze, her voice turning cold. Coincidentally, a beach vacation too. Beach vacation? Which beach? Maldives. Chen grabbed her bag and walked away without looking back, leaving Zhang Ranran standing there, her face alternating between red and pale. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. Xiaozhong City. A seafood kanji stall in an old alley. Under the shade of a tree, Jiang Wangshu and her best friend Xiao Lu sat at a folding table, slurping bowls of steaming kanji with dried scallops. What did you say? You've had a crush on Chen for that long? Xiao Lu stared at her best friend in shock, thick kanji dripping from the corner of her mouth. Is it that shocking? Jiang Wangshu looked at her little friend with distaste as she wiped the spilled kanji off the table, smiling wryly. Can't I have a crush on someone? No. Xiao Lu wiped her mouth. I just think aside from looks and grades, you two are from completely different worlds. No wonder Xiao Lu was so stunned. After all, in high school, Jiang Wangshu was the untouchable campus goddess, surrounded by countless admirers. And Chen was just a very low-key poor student. The two never interacted. Actually, I knew him before high school. Seeing Xiao Lu's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Wangshu smiled shyly. When I was 8, my mother passed away from illness. You know that? After the funeral in my mother's hometown village, I couldn't accept reality and secretly ran away from home. Jiang Wangshu looked up at the leaves above, her eyes shimmering with recollection. I was so young and didn't understand. I just kept thinking about finding my mother. So I got lost in the countryside. I walked and walked until I reached the seaside. It was almost dark and I was alone, hungry, thirsty, and miserable, sitting on the sand crying. Then a little boy came running over. He saw me crying and shared half an apple with me. Jiang Wangshu's lips curved into a tender smile. He stayed with me, talked to me, caught crabs, dug for clams, and took me to catch fireflies. That night I went home with him and learned that he too had no parents. Wait. Xiao Lu interrupted her in astonishment. That little boy, was it Chen? Jiang Wangshu lowered her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oh my god. You two are so destined. Xiao Lu jumped up excitedly. You and Chen knew each other that early. Jiang Wangshu continued. My father found me, and I had to part with him. We never met again until I entered high school and ran into him again. Oh my god, oh my god. Xiao Lu stomped frantically. Then why didn't you confess to him during those 3 years of high school? Because I didn't want a relationship to interfere with our studies. Jiang Wangshu said seriously, so I decided back then I would confess to him after high school. Why did you confess? And not yet. Remembering that kiss, a blush crept onto Jiang Wangshu's face. Before she could savor that beautiful moment, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Xiao Lu. Wangshu, let's go. Where? Duh. To Huhai, of course. What for? Duh. To find Chen. Xiao Lu marched forward, speaking with conviction. Now that Chen is so outstanding, aren't you afraid someone else will snatch him up first? So I'll go with you to Huhai, and you'll confess to him. The seaplane descended with a roar. After gliding swiftly across the placid, rippleless water, it came to a smooth halt at the island dock. The first to step out of the cabin, Chen was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. The crystal-clear seawater shimmered in the sunlight, displaying a stunning blue-green hue. It resembled an endless colossal jellyfish. Even the young man who had grown up by the seaside couldn't help but silently admire the view. No wonder it was a top-tier luxury hotel under LVMH. They certainly knew how to pick a location. Ding, your first overseas vacation experience fills you with excitement, triggering the smile tag, reward tag. Son of the ocean. Son of the ocean, you acquire all abilities related to the ocean, including swimming, diving, and deep sea, fishing master level, and master all professional knowledge related to the ocean, such as oceanography, marine biology, and wilderness survival on islands. Incredible. Wow. So beautiful. The 4 young ladies following Chen out of the cabin let out a collective gasp of amazement. After all, such an unparalleled tropical lagoon with its jelly-like sea was a rare sight. Mr. Chen, hello to all the young ladies. The butler assigned to their suite, reportedly a young woman from Venezuela, greeted them. She spoke Chinese fluently. Welcome to Cheval Blanc. I am your personal suite butler. My name is Molly Shaw. Hello. The 4 young ladies were mesmerized by the exotic beauty with her dark skin, stunning face, and long legs. Please follow me. Sure. Led by militia, they transferred to a VIP yacht. Crossing the crystal-clear jelly-like sea, they arrived at a small island dock adjacent to the main island. Looking up, the unique charm of the tropical seabed unfolded magnificently. The island was modest in size, roughly the area of 2 football fields. As far as the eye could see, there was the azure jelly-like sea, pristine white sandy beaches, and a private garden dotted with coconut palm trees and tropical greenery. Wow, this sea view is absolutely unbeatable, Su Yuning exclaimed, leaning on the yacht's railing with excitement. Yes, Su Shuren agreed. It's incredible, absolutely legendary. Hey wait, does this entire island only have 1 suite? Bai Xiaonan asked, pointing at the Seoul villa. Yes, Miss, Bai Molly Sha explained with a smile. The entire private island is exclusively yours with absolutely no outsiders to disturb you. Wow, so private. Upon hearing this, the 4 girls were collectively stunned. Hee, of course, Molly Sha continued. Tonight you will be staying in the most prestigious private island super suite at Cheval Blanc. Private island super suite. The eyebrows of the young ladies visible above their sunglasses shot up. The name alone suggested it was anything but cheap. Next to them, Qin Jun's breathing quickened. As a regular in Shanghai socialite circles, she had certainly heard of the renowned Cheval Blanc private island. The ultimate island vacation destination visited by countless celebrities and tycoons worldwide. 600 per night. Minimum 3-night stay. Chen had booked 4 nights in one go. That was 240,000, which came to roughly over 1.6 million yuan. And that was just the accommodation cost. Extravagant. Utterly extravagant. The world of the wealthy was truly beyond imagination. Seeing the awestruck expressions of the 4 young ladies, Chen couldn't help but smile. Having become a tycoon, he no longer cared about the amount of money spent. The goal was simple: stay in the best, eat the best, use the best, and enjoy the best. As the yacht docked steadily, the young ladies cheered and rushed onto the white sandy beach to frolic freely. Chen followed behind with a smile, capturing the beautiful moments with his camera. Mr. Chen, I'll leave you to enjoy yourselves, Molly Sha said with a smile. If you need anything at all, please feel free to contact me. Okay. Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, by the way, I saw on your website that you've added a new desert island experience service this year. Yes, Molly Sha replied respectfully. It's on an uninhabited island outside the lagoon, more like an island camping experience. Is it safe, Philly? Absolutely. We'll prepare all the camping gear. That sounds great. Arrange it for me. No problem, I'll make sure it's to your satisfaction. Along the path paved with fine sand, they walked through the garden and arrived at the villa. The entire villa was a sprawling 100 square meters with a space beyond imagination. The amenities were incredibly complete. 4 independent bedrooms, a huge living room with a view, a panoramic dining room, a private study, a recreation room, and a private cinema. Every functional area was in place. The most striking feature was the villa's layout. Full-length panoramic glass walls offered unobstructed views. No matter which room you were in, you could look up and directly face the endless Indian Ocean. The calm, gentle sea wasn't a single shade of blue. It was the magnificent 7-colored sea unique to the tropics. Sunlight cascaded over the surface, creating layered, shifting streams of light in shades of blue, green, purple, and more. Sparkling and crystal clear, every glance was a visual feast. It was no exaggeration to say that any random snapshot could be used as a wallpaper. The 4 young ladies were completely lost for words, unable to express their awe. They frantically clicked their camera shutters. After they had their fill of photos, they noticed the infinity pool outside the living room terrace. They all cheered and excitedly grabbed their luggage to rush into the rooms and change into swimsuits. With nothing to do, while waiting, Chen poured himself a glass of sparkling water with ice. He pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the villa terrace. He lounged leisurely on a recliner. The infinity pool at his feet seemed to merge with the sea. The waves lapped against the shore, producing a rhythmic sound. Chen stretched, thinking to himself that this was true life. It was his first overseas vacation, and it felt even more comfortable than he had imagined. Of course, what made it even better was having 4 stunningly beautiful companions by his side. With such a life, what more could he ask for? Chen, for sweet voices rang out in unison behind him. The young man turned around. He saw the young ladies, now in their swimsuits, walking gracefully toward him. The young man paused for a moment, instinctively raising his sunglasses. His clear eyes instantly filled with a look of pure admiration. Chen was stunned. The breathtaking beauty before him was simply too overwhelming. Bai Xiaonan, walking at the forefront, wore a halter-top style reminiscent of a traditional Chinese belly band. The 2 heavy mounds on her chest made the thin straps appear as if they could snap at any moment. Damn, that bust was as audaciously voluptuous as ever. Tisk, grinning so lecherously. Bai Xiaonan walked up to Chen and poked his forehead. What do you mean by lecherous? Chen, I'm completely dazzled by Sister Xiaonan's swimsuit. Hee, really? Absolutely true. Chen voice suddenly cut off. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Jun behind Bai Xiaonan. This beauty with her 175 centimeters height and long legs wore a blue and white striped sailor cap, tilted on her radiant golden hair. She wore a light, thin cover-up over a blue and white tie-string bikini. Beneath the Y-shaped bikini bottom, those impossibly long fair legs extended endlessly. This was absolutely killing Chen. The young man would swear on the Bible that he would shoulder the heavy responsibility of Sister Zhen's two treasures. By Xiaonan. For a moment, she felt a faint tint of color on her head. Hee, little Che, how do you like this outfit? Pretty. Qin Zhen twirled in front of Chen. Then the photos later, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, Sister Zhen. Watching her younger brother's burning gaze, Qin Zhen's lips curled slightly. Indeed, the styling she learned from the socialite group chat was effective. Photos. I want him too. As she spoke, Su Yuning walked over. The twin sister wore a one-piece with thin halter straps which accentuated her toned, long exercised figure in a graceful and elegant manner. Is it strange? Noticing Chen-Che's staring gaze, Su Yuning twisted shyly. No, it suits you perfectly. Really? Looking at the young man, Su Yuning squeezed her legs together tightly. Involuntarily, scenes from the driving test's third stage flashed in her mind. Sister Ningning, are you okay? Why is your face so red? And nothing, probably just hot. Speaking of and why hasn't she come out yet? Yahalo, a sweet voice rang out. Chen-Che turned to look. He was completely dumbfounded. The last to appear was Su Shiren wearing a deep blue school swimsuit. The extremely tight cut made her 36D chest appear exceptionally round and perky. Her slender, graceful legs were sheathed in a pair of over-the-knee white stockings. Chen-Che's breathing quickened. Sister Inen sure knew how to play. Noticing the young man's gaze, the three young ladies frowned at Su Shiren. Qin Zhen, who wears stockings for swimming? By Xiaonan, won't it be uncomfortable when they get wet? Su Yuning, Su Shiren, what's gotten into you again? Under the three sisters' barrage, Su Shiren gently stroked her leg with her hand. I like it, I'm happy if you're jealous, put some on yourselves, hey. As if none of us have ever worn stockings. Look at that feverish expression on her face. Fine. Su Shiren, come over here. I swear I'll tear your damn stockings to shreds, or I'm not a Su. Holy crap. You're serious. Little Che saved me. Watching the screen full of fair long legs, Che smiled knowingly. He picked up the camera and clicked away, capturing the beauty of the world. Before long, the perfectly good stockings were torn and riddled with holes by the sisters. Paired with Su Shiren's aggrieved expression, panting, rolling her eyes, and sticking out her tongue. It somehow exuded a different kind of beauty. After a good long roughhouse, Sister Xiaonan, who had finally subdued Su Shiren, lay contentedly on the lounge chair. Little Che, come help me apply sunscreen. Okay. Chen-Che picked up the sunscreen, squeezed some into his hand, and rubbed it carefully. After all, on a tropical island, the UV intensity was no joke. Without sunscreen, he'd get a few shades darker in minutes. He rubbed the sunscreen even. With a display of the miraculous hand-divine ability, the halter straps of the bellyband-style swimsuit slid open smoothly. A pair of large hands gently pressed onto her back. The three young ladies beside them stared in amazement. Little brother's hand technique was extraordinary. Turning to look, by Xiaonan's face was a picture of moaning pleasure. The three of them unconsciously swallowed in unison. Sisters who understands. Being served by such a handsome young puppy must be incredibly pleasurable. Little Che, I want some too. Help me apply a bit. Su Shiren stared intently at Chen-Che's hands. Excited by the sight, she simply flopped onto the lounge chair. What do you want? Bai Xiaonan was startled. Ask your sister to apply it. I don't want Su Yuning to do it. She's an iron-pumping brute, all rough and clumsy, she'll ruin my delicate skin. Su Shiren, who are you calling rough and clumsy? Want me to tear you up again? Alright, stop arguing. I'll apply for all of you, okay? Chen-Che stepped in to defuse the conflict. There was no choice. Maintaining the good internal relations of the bestie group still relied on him, the stabilizing pillar. Those who want sunscreen line up and come one by one. Watching her little brother rubbing the sunscreen, by Xiaonan sighed helplessly. Forget it, they're all sisters, let him do as he pleases. As childhood friends, the four of them had been incredibly close since childhood. They were used to sharing everything good. It was just applying sunscreen, no big deal. Chen-Che walked up to Su Shiren, ready to reach out and touch, apply, but was stopped by the young lady. Little Che, help me take off my stockings. Take off stockings for what? I need to apply on my legs too. Su Shiren argued righteously. Look, they're torn all over with holes. If I don't apply sunscreen, won't my jade legs get sunburned into leopard spots? Reasonable. Chen-Che nodded. His nimble fingers pinched the tight edge of the stockings and carefully rolled them down in circles. Su Shiren stared at those hands the whole time, her eyes gradually glazing over. Little Che is taking off my stockings. Such beautiful hands taking off my stockings. He slurp. Looking at Su Shiren's perverted girl smile, the three young ladies. Not good. Little Che's hands, after all, had been discovered by her. Okay. After applying the sunscreen, Chen-Che thoughtfully put the stockings back on for Sister Inen. Receiving a heart gesture from her, he walked over to the third young lady, Sister Qin Zhen. Looking down at Qin Zhen, who had already obediently lain down. Her soft, fluffy golden curls cascaded down her smooth, delicate back. Below the hair ends were those white, straight, and perfectly rounded supermodel legs. Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Damn, this woman's body was outrageously hot. Such long legs, what a pity not to have them pedaling a rickshaw." In his excitement, his hand, holding the sunscreen bottle, accidentally squeezed. White sunscreen cream squirted out of the bottle. It splattered irregularly onto her perky basketball-like curves. "Chen, brother, what did you just do?" "Nothing, I just couldn't help it," and sprayed. He, that won't do. I'll be careful next time." "Is the pressure okay?" "Not bad, very comfortable." Smack. Chen, why did you hit me?" "Nothing, just a mosquito." Her nimble hands evenly spread the sunscreen on the basketball. Chen barely suppressed the urge to do it again. So round. So perky. He lowered his head to admire carefully. As the ultimate leg goddess of the bestie group, elder sister Chen legs were round and firm in the thighs, slender and graceful in the calves. They were as fair and smooth as freshly washed tender lotus roots, delicate and translucent. Extremely captivating. After a skilled application, he casually helped her retie a beautiful bow. "Sister Chen, the knot is tied for you. It shouldn't come loose again." "Thank you." Chen shot him a coquettish and charming glare. "Weren't you the one who untied it?" Last one, the young lady Su Yuning. She obediently shifted her bottom, making some room for Chen to sit. His nimble palm moved back and forth over her body. As the girl with the lowest body fat percentage in the bestie group, Sister Ningning's skin was firm and smooth with an exceptionally outstanding feel. Under the effect of the sunscreen, it was slippery. It was very much like the distinctive style of a certain specific genre. "Sister Ningning, how is your leg injury?" Chen asked while applying. Su Yuning turned back with a smile. "Much better. Even when I exert full force during a sprint, I don't feel any discomfort." "That's good." Chen, but with such high-intensity training, old injuries can easily worsen. You still need regular massage therapy. "Xiao, you know Ningning has an old leg injury." Su Shan blinked. "You also know massage therapy." Xiao really does. Seeing her bestie's puzzled expression, Bai Xiaonan said proudly, "I also have an old injury on my waist, and Xiao cured it with massage." "Really that miraculous?" Chen and Su Shan grew even more astonished. But Chen just chuckled. In truth, the reason Xiao Nan's waist injury healed was more due to the injection of sufficient physique energy. Xiao, Chen said excitedly. "I also have some old ailments. Can your massage cure them?" "What ailment?" My period has been here for over 50 days. "Do you have a razor blade in your underwear?" "That's not what I meant." Sister Chen pounded him with her little fists. "I mean, my period hasn't come for over 50 days. "Oh, that's an endocrine issue." Chen, one injection will fix it. "Don't be lewd with your sister." Chen shook his head. He really wasn't lying. Physique energy beyond your imagination. "Xiao, me too. Su Shan quickly raised her hand. "I have carpal tunnel syndrome. Can you treat it with massage?" "Let me see." "Thanks, little brother." Yee. "Su Shan, if you're getting treatment, why are you taking out your phone?" "I am recording the massage process to learn from it myself." "Okay." They played wildly in the pool. After each young lady had taken beautiful life at the pool photos, they returned to the villa contentedly. They ate some food and took a nap. In the afternoon, the yacht arranged by the hotel had already docked at the private island pier. The group of 5 boarded the luxury yacht and headed toward the outer edge of the lagoon. Sailing across the azure sea, the yacht arrived at a shallow sea area. The blue sea and sky, the breathtaking tropical seascape, made the 4 young ladies cheer ecstatically. "Who can dive?" Chen took out snorkeling gear. "Want to get in the water and experience it?" We'll pass. We're not good swimmers." Hearing that, the 3 girls Bai Xiaonan, Su Xian, and Chen all shook their heads. Their swimming skills were limited to the level of holding inflatable toys in the infinity pool and taking pretty photos. They really didn't have the courage to snorkel in the sea. "Elder sister Ningning, what about you?" Chen turned to look at Su Yuning, who hadn't spoken. "Sure." Su Yuning smiled. "I learned it before in Sanya." As an athletic goddess, Su Yuning was passionate about many extreme sports, especially snorkeling, surfing, and the like. She had dabbled in them all. "Together then. Let's go." The 2 expertly put on their snorkeling masks and bit down on the snorkels. "Xiao Ningning, be sure to stay safe." "Okay." Sitting on the yacht's gunwale, they raised their hands, bumped fists, and leaped into the water simultaneously. With a plop, the cool seawater enveloped their bodies. Under the full blessing of the ocean sun ability, Chen felt like a fish in water, exceptionally relaxed. Opening his eyes, he was instantly stunned by the breathtaking underwater scenery. The intense island sunlight pierced through layers of seawater, refracting into tiny, dappled patterns of light. Vast stretches of coral reefs lay on the seabed, layered and overlapping, colorful and vibrant. Countless gorgeous tropical fish darted through them. The scene was stunning. He glanced at Su Yuning beside him. Chen gestured. The 2 continued swimming farther away. Their sister Ningning, swimming ahead, swayed her long, straight legs. Her figure was agile and graceful like a mermaid swimming in the sea. Colorful schools of fish surrounded her, weaving and twining, making the girl in the water appear even more pure and dazzling. She was beautiful like a dream, as if a goddess of the sea. Chen, following behind, felt his heart stir. With a kick of his legs, he came from above and wrapped his arms around Su Yuning's slender waist. Su Yuning was startled, turned around to see it was that rascal Chen, and immediately struggled and twisted, not letting him mess around. But the rascal clung to her like an octopus, refusing to let go. Su Yuning could only point helplessly at the distant yacht. They're all up there. Chen smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Whatever we do in the sea, they won't know. Su Yuning's head felt like it was about to thunderstruck. What else do you want to do in the sea, you bastard? Just then, the fish swarm not far away suddenly went into chaos, without any warning, wildly scattering in all directions. Before the two could react, more than a dozen streamlined massive bodies slowly swam out from the depths of the coral. A full dozen or so sharks were arranged in a scattered but dense formation. Their gray sleek backs were streamlined, their bodies agile, strikingly conspicuous in the clear seawater. In the blink of an eye they swam around the two, circling and lurking. They were extremely close, with some even brushing past their bodies. Su Yuning's mind went buzz, and she was instantly terrified, her body turning cold. Sharks! So many sharks! Just as she was frozen with fear, her mind a blank. The embrace behind her tightened even more. The eyes behind the goggles held a steady calm that brought reassurance. From his gaze, Su Yuning read the message. Don't be afraid, I'm here. As if by some magic, the girl's originally flustered heart miraculously calmed down. Nurse Sharks, gazing at the school of sharks circling around him. The marine biology knowledge, bundled with Child of the Ocean, activated automatically. Bottom-dwelling sharks feeding on small fish and invertebrates, gentle in nature, with virtually no aggression toward humans. After confirming the information about Nurse Sharks, Chen felt relieved. However, Su Yuning behind him clearly lacked this specialized knowledge. Behind the diving mask, those originally cold eyes were now filled with terror. Unable to speak underwater, Chen could only signal to ascend, gently guiding Su Yuning toward the surface. But in that moment, disaster struck. A shark swam past Su Yuning from behind, its long tail fin churning the water. It flicked its tail against her buttocks. "Ay!" The young woman shrieked in shock, instinctively opening her mouth to cry out. But instead of sound, seawater poured in. The water flooded into her windpipe of burning suffocation, instantly consuming her entire body. Oh no! The more Su Yuning panicked, the more her body refused to obey. Survival instincts drove her to open her mouth, desperately seeking oxygen. But more seawater rushed in. Her lungs burned fiercely. Su Yuning's pupils dilated sharply as her body convulsed violently. Her entire body went limp instantly, her flailing limbs growing weak. Her head lolled to one side, consciousness beginning to blur at that instant. Then immediately, Su Yuning suddenly felt a hand supporting her nape. Her ungoverned body was pulled into a powerful embrace. Her cold lips felt a warm touch. The sensation of lips pressed together was remarkably clear, warm breath repeatedly flowing into her lungs. Her originally slightly unfocused eyes gradually returned to normal. Gazing at the young man mere inches away, Su Yuning's body, tense with fear, quietly relaxed. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist. Their lips pressed firmly together. Chen held the girl in his arms with one arm, his feet treading water vigorously, bringing her up to the surface together. Cough, cough, cough. After violent coughing, feeling the warm island sunlight, gazing at the clear blue sky above, Su Yuning threw herself into Chen arms, weeping tears of joy. Thank you. Xiao Che, if it weren't for you. I. Sob. It's okay, Sister Yuning, it's okay. The young man held the crying girl tightly in his arms, comforting her softly, crying in his embrace for quite a while. After completely releasing all her negative emotions, Su Yuning suddenly remembered the scene of Chen giving her mouth-to-mouth rescue in the sea just now. Her face instantly flushed hot. Oh no, did that count as my first kiss? Su Yuning bit her lip hard. Her mood at this moment was inexplicably complicated. Although she clearly understood that Chen action was purely to save her, the situation was urgent. But precisely because of that, Su Yuning felt wronged. The person was Chen whom she quite liked. Of course, she bore no resentment in her heart. But as a girl who harbored beautiful dreams of love, Su Yuning certainly hoped her most precious first kiss would occur in a romantic, beautiful atmosphere, becoming a memory worth a lifetime. Rather than being given away in such a confused situation, ambiguously and carelessly, like just now. What kind of situation is this? Splash. The sound of surrounding seawater interrupted her thoughts. The shark school had actually followed the two as they surfaced, floating up too. A dark mass of them terrified Su Yuning, leaving her too frightened to notice anything else. Don't be afraid. Chen smiled. These are nurse sharks. They won't attack humans unprovoked. Really? Su Yuning, eyes red and tearful, glanced around with lingering fear. Chen really? By the way, can you eat ice today? Su Yuning, I guess so. Then there's no problem. Chen smiled brightly, Without the smell of blood, nurse sharks are even less likely to attack humans. With that, the young man leaned back, hands behind his head, floating leisurely on the sea surface. Sister Yuning, come follow my example, just relax. Oh, okay. Su Yuning followed suit, floating face up on the water beside Chen Che. Beside them, dozens of sharks circled and swam around. But indeed, they showed no aggression whatsoever, only swimming gently below. Soon the distant sound of a yacht cutting through waves reached them, along with by Xiaonan and the others' concerned shouts. Xiao Che, Yuning, are you two okay? Xiaonan, we're right here, sob. With the crew's help, the two safely returned to the yacht. Sister, you really scared me to death. As they boarded, Su Xian rushed over first. Behind her, by Xiaonan and Qin Jun followed closely. The four young women held each other tightly, crying and laughing simultaneously, watching this close-knit squad of besties. Chen Che's heart was deeply moved. His resolve to never let them part for the rest of their lives grew even stronger. After resting for a while, as the crew lowered the glass-bottom boat, the young women who had been tearfully heartbroken suddenly cheered up. No longer afraid of the shark school, one by one they cheered as they boarded, striking various classic influencer poses for the drone's aerial photography. Watching this, Chen Che could only twitch his lips. Truly a resilient Chinese woman, determined to get the perfect shot no matter what. The sun slanted westward. The yacht headed back. Back at the private island mansion, hotel staff had already prepared a lavish seafood barbecue feast in advance. A Michelin star chef personally presided over the kitchen, customized exclusively according to each person's taste preferences submitted earlier. The accompanying wines were Dom Perignon and Krug, the most famous offerings from LVMH. A simple dinner cost nearly $100,000. Once again, the squad of young women marveled at how unimaginable the world of the wealthy truly was. Xiao Che, try this lobster tail, it tastes amazing. Sure. While eating the lobster tail, Sister Xiaonan fed him. Chen Che quietly opened the system interface. Checking mission progress. Current active tasks. Life growth task 3, strengthen body and build health 430. Group travel challenge. Current satisfaction by Xiaonan 92 up, Qinjin 100 max, Su Yuning 60 down, Su Xian 95 up. Wait, that can't be right. Gazing at Sister Yuning's satisfaction value, Chen Che was greatly puzzled. Why was it so low? And why was satisfaction still declining? Could it be that the snorkeling mishap inflicted too great a shock on her? Looking more carefully at the system interface, he discovered a small exclamation mark next to Su Yuning's status. He clicked to check. Su Yuning's current status: anxious and fretful over accidentally losing her first kiss, but not from disgust. Rather, she feels it was too hasty and rushed, with their relationship left ambiguous. This has left her heart especially conflicted, making it difficult for her to face the protagonist. She even regrets coming on this trip. So that's why? Chen Che suddenly realized. This issue needed to be arranged and resolved. Not because of the mission rewards, of course. Mainly because as the lord of the squad, maintaining each young lady's mindset was his sacred duty that he could not refuse. The following afternoon, the weather on the tropical island remained as blazing and clear as ever. A Ferretti luxury yacht sliced through the boundless azure sea, riding the wind and waves. The pristine white hull broke the ocean surface, trailing layers of snowy wake that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The swim platform at the stern lay open, swept by sea breeze and splashing foam. Wow, so fast, so fast. Xiao Che, I'm scared. In the wake zone about 10 meters behind the yacht, Bai Xiaonan stood on the soft surfboard, her body trembling slightly, shouting excitedly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Che stood behind her, his arms firmly encircling her waist, holding her securely against him. His chest pressed against her smooth back, filling the young lady with a profound sense of safety. With the blessing of the son of the ocean, all water sports were a breeze for Chen Che. No matter how turbulent the waves, he could maintain perfect control. Bai Xiaonan, who had been quite frightened at first, gradually let go of all her worries. She began to savor the exhilarating sensation of racing against the wind. As far as the eye could see, there was the boundless blue ocean. Above, a pristine cloudless sky, in the ears the howling wind and the gentle murmur of the waves. Wow, so comfortable. Bai Xiaonan completely relaxed, nestling into Chen Che's embrace. Chen Che looked down at her radiant smile, then lowered his head for a passionate kiss. Yet his feet remained steady on the board, guiding her through the layers of trailing waves. One wave rose, one wave fell. They were on the sea with the wind filling their arms. On the yacht's flybridge, the three young ladies ate fruit, watching the intimate couple in the sea. Envy was evident in their eyes. Su Yuning, I'm done. This dog food is more than I can take. Xinjun, today I really want to wear Adidas so I can see them both. Su Shurinsai, I want to fall in love so badly. Enough. What's so great about this lousy surfing? Hey, you guys, want to try wake surfing later? Yes. Xiao Che, I want it. Me too. Can't you two be more reserved? Xiao Che, can I be next? Mr. Chen, something's wrong. When Chen Che returned to the yacht, the captain rushed over, gesturing wildly. Our yacht has malfunctioned. For your safety, I suggest you immediately board the lifeboat and head to that uninhabited island. Chen. Although it was a prearranged script, but man, your acting is a bit stiff. Oh, Xiao, let's go quickly. Unexpectedly, the four young ladies were successfully fooled, all turning pale with fright. All right, let's go. Chen waved his hand, leading the sisterhood onto the lifeboat and rowing toward the uninhabited island. Upon landing, they discovered it was a small atoll. The island was irregularly ring-shaped, isolated in the middle of the lagoon. There were no signs of artificial development around, pure wild natural island scenery. The beach was snowy white and fine with dense coconut groves exuding a raw and untamed aura. There's no cell signal here. Xinjun looked at the empty signal bar, a helpless expression on her face. Don't worry, the hotel will arrange a new boat to pick us up. Chen smiled. Being stranded on a desert island is a rare life experience. Let's make the best of it. That's true. Bai Xiaonan nodded. Let's treat it like a camping trip. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start preparing. The lifeboat had already been thoughtfully stocked with ample survival supplies. Inflatable tents, portable power banks, foldable tables, and chairs, fire starters, stoves, freshwater food. A full range of items, with the 5 of them dividing the work. Soon a house-shaped inflatable tent stood tall under the shade of the trees. With a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, it even included a 2-meter-plus inflatable large bed. 5 people could probably squeeze in and sleep comfortably. Chen silently praised in his heart. Marissa's arrangements were indeed thorough. Chen lit the portable stove using the fresh vegetables and fruits from the supply pack, along with seafood gathered from the beach, to make a mixed seafood hot pot. By the time the pot began to steam with aroma, it was already dusk. The vast sky slowly shifted into a gradient of pink-purple and orange-red. The colors were so brilliant it seemed as if God's palette had been overturned. Wow, so beautiful. The 4 young ladies sat around the camping table gazing at the sky and exclaiming in unison. It feels like we've come to the end of the world. Yeah, it feels like we're the only 5 people left in the world. You know, it really does feel that way. How wonderful. Chen having opened for coconut, smiled. If that were true, then this island definitely wouldn't be able to hold us. Why? Because I create a great nation with you all. The 4 young ladies booed in unison. Wait a minute. Did anyone notice that he said you all instead of you? Oh, you little rascal. You want to take the whole sisterhood in one go. One sister's already been sacrificed to you, and you're still not satisfied. Xiao, no naughty thoughts. With playful banter and laughter, the sky turned completely dark. Living by the sea, the daytime scenery was indeed stunning, but at night it became pitch black. Only the sea breeze swept the waves onto the beach, producing a rhythmic lapping sound. It's so late, and the rescue boat hasn't come. It probably won't come today. Chen looked at the pitch-black sea and said to the 4 young ladies. Okay. The 4 young ladies didn't seem too disappointed. After all, they had plenty of supplies and a large tent with an inflatable bed. Staying one night was fine. They treated it as a camping sleepover. Night deepened. Inside the tent, on the inflatable bed, the 5 lay side by side sleeping. Soft snores rose and fell. After all, they had spent the day out on the yacht enjoying various water activities and later worked hard to set up the camp. So the particularly exhausted young ladies slept soundly. Chen squeezed to the very edge, was half asleep. Suddenly he felt a soft embrace pressing against him. A small nose like a playful kitten nuzzled against his neck. Turning his head in the dim light of the camping lamp outside the tent, he saw Sister Xiaonan behind him, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Sister Xiaonan, you. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Chen no longer felt sleepy. After a long moment, they parted, gasping for breath. Chen turned and embraced her. In the darkness, her slender legs like 2 smooth serpents coiled around his waist. The silent night was still, but those moist eyes had already said everything. Take your sister outside. Chen smiled knowingly. He did not get up to leave. Instead, he pressed forward, advancing to the 2nd tower. The tower shield vanished, and the cannon cart rolled out. Bai Xiaonan's body trembled, a low moan escaping her throat. Her tiny fists kept pounding on her naughty brothers, shaking her head desperately to signal no. Outside the tent, the sea breeze swept by, shaking the coconut branches laden with round fruit. The sound of the waves rose and fell, layer upon layer in an endless cycle. The moon shifted, and stars moved through the night. Early morning, before dawn, a dark figure suddenly rose from an inflatable bed, quietly slipped out of the tent. Chen was awakened from his sleep by the urge to urinate, mainly because they had hot pot yesterday and drank a lot of coconut water. Plus, he and Sister Xiaonan had stolen a wave of crystals at night. He had forgotten to relieve himself, so it was particularly uncomfortable. He got up and left the tent, went to a coconut tree and relieved himself with a loud, satisfying torrent. The massive volume of water actually carved a small pond into the sand. Satisfied, Chen yawned, turned around, and prepared to go back to sleep. By the soft light of the camping lantern, he suddenly noticed a figure sitting on the distant beach. Chen was startled. He groped his way over in the dark. By the starlight before dawn, he made out the figure of a girl. A tight tank top, denim shorts, In the darkness, her exposed arms and jade-like legs were slender and delicate, gleaming like snow. Sister Ningning. Xiao Che. The girl saw the young man approaching from behind. Su Yuning's fair face inexplicably flushed with a rosy hue. She raised a hand to tuck a strand of hair tousled by the sea breeze, then quickly turned away. Why are you up so early? Chen Che came and sat down beside her. Can't sleep. Su Yuning's voice was low. Oh. Chen Che nodded. He didn't say anything else. He just sat quietly beside her, accompanying her as she felt the sea breeze. It was still dark. Above them, the night sky was adorned with a magnificent inverted river of stars. Why aren't you talking? After a while, Su Yuning couldn't help but speak first. I saw you were in a bad mood, so I'm keeping you company. How am I in a bad mood? Su Yuning twisted her lips, turning her face away like a child sulking and not looking at him. I'm in a perfectly good mood. Chen Che said. Indeed, so good that you're sleepless at dawn alone on the beach, staring into space and feeling the wind. Slap. The young man was punched lightly with a small fist. My affair's none of your business. If I don't care for you, who will I? Chen Che smoothly took Su Yuning's small hand and held it in his palm. Feeling the warmth from his fingers, Su Yuning's face turned even redder, and she scolded softly. Why do you care about me? You're not my anybody. Sister Ningning, do you want me to be your somebody? Hearing Chen Che's direct question, Su Yuning was stunned for a long time. Her mind went blank. After spending this time together, especially after the unexpected first kiss yesterday, she was very certain that she had indeed fallen for Chen Che. But what could liking do? He was her best friend's boyfriend. How could she be like those cheap, slutty little bitches who poach their best friend's man? Does what I think matter? Su Yuning's voice suddenly choked. You're already Xiao Nan's boyfriend, no matter how much I think, what's the use? As she spoke, she wiped her tears, her tone gradually losing control. Chen Che, I regret it so much. I really regret it. Why did I have to meet you? You've seen everything. We've slept together. And even in the sea we kissed confusedly. Yes, I kept telling myself it was all accidents. Accidents. But, you're so good, so perfect, what girl wouldn't be attracted to you? I. Before she could finish her impulsive words, Su Yuning was suddenly yanked hard. She lost her balance and was pulled into the young man's arms. Chen Che, you. Her words abruptly stopped. The young man's warm lips pressed down heavily. Moist, warm, and soft, carrying a pleasant freshness. He smells so good. Su Yuning's round eyes were wide open, and a gentle, intoxicating blush spread across her face. When she regained her senses, there was already a softness in her mouth. Flustered, Su Yuning tightly shut her eyes. The sound of wind and waves faded away, leaving only the thumping of her own racing heart. Her hands unconsciously tightened around the young man's waist. She tried to respond awkwardly, yet eagerly, greedily sucking. Her whole body softened in this intoxicating tenderness, until both their breaths became ragged and hurried. They reluctantly parted. The girl's cheeks were bright red, and she buried her face in Chen Che's chest, covering it with her hands. Her whole body trembled slightly. Sister Ningning, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend too? The moment she heard these words, Su Yuning's trembling body suddenly stiffened for a moment. It was mainly the word too. No? How can this be? Su Yuning said weakly, her tone of rebuttal especially lacking conviction. You're Xiao Nan's boyfriend, and you say you want me to be your girlfriend. That's not right. Alright, since that's the case, from now on let's have no more contact. Chen Che pushed her away by the shoulders, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. He knew clearly that the multiple-choice questions women throw at you are never meant for you to choose. Because no matter what you choose, it will be wrong in her mind. At such times, the optimal solution is never to passively accept choices. Instead, it's to directly throw the choice back to her, letting her make the decision herself. In simple terms, you can't be the one accommodating her test. You have to force her to choose according to your will. Unconventional love requires unconventional methods. Push hard, push her until she has no retreat and can only choose yes or a no. Of course, the risk is also considerable. Wanting a girl not to choose a no is the ultimate test of a man's charm. And this is exactly Chen Che's most outstanding forte. Sure enough, hearing these words, Su Yuning looked at him in astonishment. Her rosy lips trembled several times. The words, fine, let it be that way, were on the tip of her tongue several times, but she couldn't utter them no matter what, because she was too attracted to Chen Che. Attracted to the point where she was certain that if she really missed Chen Che, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Woo-woo. Watching Su Yuning completely lose control and burst into tears, Chen Che calmly pulled her into his arms. After wielding the whip, it was time to offer candy. Sister Ningning. Chen Che stroked her hair, his tone softening. I know you like me, and I like you too. Isn't it good for us to be together? But Xiao Nan. She. Sister Xiao Nan sighed, is between her and me. Chen Che gently lifted Su Yuning's chin with his fingers, looking at her seriously. What I'm saying now is between you and me. Look into my eyes and answer me. Your choice. Su Yuning bit her lower lip hard. How could she bring herself to say such words? Watching her shy and embarrassed crying expression, Chen Che didn't push further. Instead, he lowered his head again and kissed her once more. Under the magnificent starry sky, the girl in his arms let out muffled protests. Her slender, fair little fists pounded his back forcefully. However, the force grew lighter and lighter. Eventually, it turned into a tight embrace. Her long fingers dug into his clothes, clutching tightly. It represented her answer, even if it was only silent acquiescence. But for Chen, it was undoubtedly a solid step on the path to wiping out the bestie squad. The hardest first breach had been opened. Could the surging flood be stopped? Cheating on one is called a scumbag. Cheating on a group is called universal love. Ding, your team has just added a new reserve rookie, filling you with an extraordinary joy that triggers the smile word reward, the Sea Dog Pill of the Male God. The Sea Dog Pill of the Male God, upon use, it greatly strengthens both kidneys, enhancing renal function dramatically, and simultaneously improves the host's physique, boosting lumbar explosive power, physical endurance, local tolerance, leg flexibility, and other physical attributes. Constitution 5, Charm 1. Good kidneys. Divine wealth. It's here. It's here. The indispensable powerhouse of the Divine Wealth novel, it has finally arrived. Chen was ecstatic. As a top-tier player who had just signed a reserve rookie, mere skill and level were far from sufficient. He naturally needed the blessing of divine equipment to face the long journey of the arena ahead. Across the table, Su Yuning, who was having breakfast, caught a glimpse of the young man's fervent gaze. Her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him anymore. Seeing Ningming's shy demeanor, a joyful smile curled at the corners of Chen mouth. Although there had been no breakthrough beyond kissing, since the system had already stamped its approval, he was not worried at all. After all, he was a max-level marksman with 6 divine items. Facing a rookie support who had just left the fountain, how far could the first blood be? Chen mind raced, and he chose the Sea Dog Pill of the Male God, and used it immediately. This time the pill appeared directly in his mouth. A large handful of pitch-black pills abruptly filled Chen oral cavity. What the hell? So many. The young man was horrified. System, are you trying to make me explode? I'll swallow. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing Chen red face, the 4 young ladies sitting at the camping table having breakfast were startled. Xiao, are you okay? Are you choking? Get some water. Here, drink some water. What's wrong? Slow down, take small sips. The 4 young ladies feeding him water, massaging him, patting his back, and rubbing his chest bustled around Chen in a panic. Under their flustered care, Chen finally managed to swallow the last pill. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. The bread was too dry, I choked. Be careful, drink some more water. Okay. Gulping down a large mouthful of water, he finally caught his breath. Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. A sudden intense heat surged through his body. Even his breath seemed to carry scorching fire. He felt a surging energy rampaging within him. Instantly his brow felt as stiff as steel. Damn, it works this fast. Xiao, are you okay? Why is your face so red? Seeing Chen face flushed red and veins bulging on his forehead by Xiaonan was startled. She quickly pushed up her bangs and pressed her forehead against his. So hot. Is it a fever? What to do? There might be medicine in the supply pack. No. Chen waved weakly. In his heart he knew it wasn't a fever, it was pure burning. Medicine wouldn't help, though only an injection would cure it. All the blame lay with the system. How could the medicine be so potent? Ding, my fault. Then I'll take back the reward. System, I was wrong. I'll just rest for a while. Chen said weakly, hunched over, staggering into the tent bedroom. Bending over, he lay sideways on the inflatable mattress. Seeing him in such discomfort, the 4 young ladies outside the tent flap were anxious. Su Shuren, Xiao is really sick, he can't even stand straight. Qinzhen, by Xiaonan. Why don't you give your man some medicine? Right. By Xiaonan hurriedly prepared to rummage through the supply pack, but Su Yuning had already pulled out the medicine box and handed it over. Huh, what kind of medicine is this? All in English. Can't understand. Dummy. Use the Beanbao translator. Oh right, huh. No internet. How did you 3 pass CET for? That's different. Staring at the dense English on the medicine box, the 4 young ladies exchanged bewildered glances. Su Shuren picked up a bottle of liquid. Maybe this. Have Xiao drink some. Are you crazy? Who drinks Kailusai? Su Yuning glared at her angrily, picking up a box. This packaging looks like cold medicine. Let's try it for Xiao. It's called Yasmin. Qinzhen, Yasmin. It's birth control. Hey. The 3 little ones. Xinzhen, you know so much. Qinzhen panicked. I'm not. I haven't. She had only heard in the socialite group, which imported birth control was most effective, and this one was the most discussed. Heaven knows she had never used it. After much deliberation, the 4 finally agreed on a box that looked most like cold medicine. They handed it to Bai Xiaonan to administer. Xiao, time for medicine. Xiaonan smiled and entered, stuffing the pill into Chen mouth. Chen lying on the bed was terrified. He felt like he had seen this episode in Water Margin. Xiaonan, I feel much better, no need to take it. Chen sat up. I just really need to pee. Could you help me outside? Okay, sure. Bai Xiaonan nodded happily. As the official girlfriend, they had already been intimate, so only she was most qualified to help him. They walked out of the tent into a small forest. Xiaoqie, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Bai Xiaonan turned around shyly, avoiding his gaze. Xiaonan, help me, okay? How can I help you? Before she finished, her slender waist was firmly encircled. Hot lips lowered and kissed her. Bai Xiaonan twisted and muttered, Xiaoqie, didn't you say you needed to pee? I meant this kind of convenience. Chen Chei's breathing was heavy. The fire inside him burned too intensely, he couldn't wait to show Xiaonan. No, we can't. Bai Xiaonan panicked, whispering urgently in his ear. Chen Chei. Thunder roared in his mind. Dear relative, you are truly my own aunt. Coming now of all times, are you trying to kill me? At that moment, with the medicinal fire raging inside him, Chen Chei felt like the golden-haired Lion King in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, about to explode at any moment. Xiaonan, there's a patch of dry grass here, seems pretty soft. Huh, please. Bai Xiaonan looked at the pile of grass on the ground. Biting her lip, she slowly knelt down. Chen Chei felt as if he had sunk into a warm, muddy swamp. It was finally less unbearable. The physical energy exceeded his imagination, and also exceeded Xiaonan's imagination. It was like winning a buy-one-get-one-free jackpot. Extra quantity, without extra charge. The male god sea dog pill indeed had something to it. Strange, why are they taking so long? In the tent, the three little ones looked at each other. I told you, Su Shiren crossed her arms proudly, definitely constipation. Should have given Xiaoqie the Kalu sigh. The Gulfstream G650 business jet landed smoothly at Pudong Airport. The moment he stepped down the gangway, the system prompt rang in Chen Chei's mind as expected. Huh, heir of a wealthy family. That sounds pretty awesome. Chen Chei excited tapped to open the gift pack. Patek Philippe custom-made Super Complication Pocket Watch, a Super Complication Pocket Watch created exclusively for Chen Chei, with a public price of $10 million, the only one in the world, featuring 989 parts total weight, over 450 g, expected to keep precise time until 2250. This pocket watch has been stored at the Patek Philippe salon in Huhai. Please go and collect it yourself. Mercedes-AMG 1 Super Hybrid Personal Custom Edition, the top supercar under Mercedes-Benz, a unique paint limited edition, Star of the Night, created exclusively for Chen Chei, on-road price $46 million. This supercar has been stored at the Mercedes-Benz booth at the National Convention and Exhibition Center. Please go and collect it yourself. Fashion heir of a wealthy family. Charm 3, special effect jade-like person. Set composition black haute couture suit, inner shirt, vest, dark leather shoes. Special effect jade-like person. When wearing the complete outfit, the host's every move exudes a noble aura, and his speech, demeanor, and appearance are enhanced. As expected of the heir of a wealthy family. A watch and a car alone are worth a small target. Not to mention the set of haute couture suit with special effects. Awesome. Walked out of the airport. Xiaoqie, I'm leaving now. Embraced and kissed by Xiaonan goodbye. Chen Chei sent her to the private car. On the day she was sent back to the villa by the rescue boat, Bai Xiaonan received a notice from the dance troupe. She was successfully selected for the performance list of Ode to the West Lake, and the closed training would begin soon. This new play, produced by the Huhai Youth Dance Troupe this year, from choreography to music to stage design, is all aimed at the new talent lineup. So during this training period, the lead dancer will be evaluated among all the newcomers. Bai Xiaonan didn't explicitly say she would fight for that position, but Chen Chei could see that she was ready. Of course, Chen Chei fully supported Sister Xiaonan's choice. Though a caged canary is nice, it is the phoenix that spreads its wings and chases the wind that is most dazzling. After seeing off Bai Xiaonan, Su Shiren and Su Yuning, who were going back to their grandmother's home in Gusu, also bid farewell to Chen Chei. Xiaoqie will be going now too. Before getting into the car, Su Yuning said to Chen Chei, okay. The young man reached out and patted her raised buttocks. Wait for me in Gusu. A charming blush spread across Su Yuning's face. Her 10 slender fingers intertwining and rubbing, she let out a soft like a mosquito's hum. Qin Jin, watching from the side, secretly observed her usually cool and sharp friend's shy and demure appearance at this moment. Involuntarily, scenes flashed through her mind. That morning on the deserted island. When she got up to use the bathroom, she happened to catch a glimpse of her and Chen Chei kissing on the beach. Her long legs involuntarily twisted. She wondered how far they had progressed. Had they kissed or not? As she was thinking with anxiety, her firm and plump buttocks were suddenly heavily slapped. Startled Sister Qin Jun let out an ah. She looked reproachfully at the culprit. Chen Chei, what's wrong? You look lost in thought. Nothing. Qin Jin thought to herself, it's all because of you, little rascal. Wreaking havoc in the sisters' bestie group. At this rate, I'll really be wiped out by you. Sister Jinjin, do you have plans this afternoon? Chen Chei asked. No. Qin Jun lightly sniffed. She felt that Xiaoqie's mouth smelled so fresh. Smells great. Then come with me for a stroll. Sure. Chen Chei hailed a taxi, and the two sat in the back seat. Xiaoqie, where are we going? National Convention and Exhibition Center. What for? Young man, you're going to the auto show, right? The chauffeur chuckled and chimed in, there's an international auto show at the convention center recently quite large. Oh. Qingjun nodded and glanced at Chen Che. She thought, is the little brother going to buy a car again? Seeing Qingjun's puzzled look, Chen Che smiled slightly. He stretched out his arm and casually wrapped it around her slender waist. Through the thin fabric of her little mother dress, the touch was warm and soft, especially enjoyable. Noticing the admiring glance from the driver in the rearview mirror, Qingjun shot a reproachful look at the rascal. Fidgety. They arrived at the convention center. The two got out of the car and entered the venue. They were greeted by a grand and bustling atmosphere. In the super-large space of over 3,000 square meters, lights were dazzling, and it was lively and noisy. Nearly 1,000 domestic and foreign auto companies gathered here with hundreds of new models making their debut, a spectacular scene. Xiaoche, which car caught your eye? Qingjun's gaze swept over the shiny luxury cars, and she asked curiously. Turning her head, she saw this rascal staring intently at the model's long white legs. Qingjun, are my legs not good enough to look at or touch? He has to look at those flirty girls. I feel offended. Oh, I've already ordered it, just need to pick it up. Chen Che, still admiring the legs, smiled and said, it's right in the Mercedes-Benz section ahead. Mercedes-Benz. Just getting a BBA car to play with. Qingjun was a bit surprised. After all, given Chen Che's wealth, shouldn't BBA mean Bentley, Bugatti, and Aston Martin? Sister Qingjun, I'll go over first, wait for me. Okay. Watching Chen Che walk into the customer reception area, Qingjun bored wandered around the Mercedes exhibition area. Her eyes swept over rows of shiny three-pointed stars. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to a red coupe. Mercedes-Benz CLE 300 Lava Red. Long front and large fastback two-door four-seat, convertible, elegant and stylish. A celebrity fashion blogger, Qingjun, followed on Weibo, used this car as a background for her photos. It made her fall in love at first sight and became her dream car. Hurrying to the car, Qingjun took out her phone and snapped a few photos. Not bad, truly beautiful, Qingjun. Just as she was about to look at the interior, a slightly surprised female voice sounded beside her. Qingjun instinctively turned around. Li Qingqing. Long time no see, dear. Li Qingqing wore a familiar smile as she looked her over. What are you doing here? Oh, are you working as a model again? No, I'm just here to see the exhibition. Qingjun waved her hand. How about you? I'm here with my boyfriend to look at cars. Li Qingqing smiled smugly and linked arms with the man beside her. By the way, this is my boyfriend Peng Bo. Qingjun glanced at the slightly balding man beside Li Qingqing and nodded politely. Honey, this is my college roommate Qingjun. Hello, beauty Qin. Looking at Qingjun's little mother dress, long legs, and stunning figure, Peng Bo's eyes lit up. Damn, this chick is hot. Car. Looking up at Qingjun, who was taller than himself, Peng Bo was utterly astonished. In his circle of friends, he had never seen such a stunning beauty like Qingjun. Especially those long, shapely legs. They were simply mesmerizing. In comparison, the girlfriend he had just won over, Li Qingqing, standing beside him, suddenly seemed less appealing. At that moment, unaware of her boyfriend's thoughts, Li Qingqing was still chattering away with a bright smile. Oh, you're not working as a car model anymore. You're at a finance company now. So how come you have time to come to the auto show today? Oh, it's your day off. What finance company gives days off on a weekday? I don't mean anything by it, just curious, you know. By the way, where did you take that photo of the Cullinan you posted last time? The setup was really well done. Introduce me to the place, I want to take a set too. How did I run into this idiot? Listening to this former roommate's relentless chatter, Qingjun rolled her eyes. Though they had been dorm mates for 3 years during their associate degree in a dorm of 4, there were 8 chat groups. That's how it was with them. After all, what decent girl would study finance, especially at a junior college? So on the surface, everything seemed harmonious, but behind their backs, it was all scheming, rivalry, and vicious fights. More importantly, having lived in the same dorm and attended the same classes for 3 years, they knew each other inside out. The financially savvy, independent woman persona she had so carefully crafted was nothing but a joke in front of her. Heaven knows how many times she had been gossiped about behind her back. So annoying. I'm also here with my boyfriend to pick up a car. Fed up, Qingjun flicked her long hair and cut Li Qingqing off. You have a boyfriend? Li Qingqing was taken aback. Beside her, Peng Bo's eyes showed a hint of regret. Haha, what car is your boyfriend planning to pick up? Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Mercedes-Benz. Not a C260L, I hope. C260L. Yeah, my boyfriend is here today to pick up the latest Mercedes-Benz C260L, not necessarily. Peng Bo smiled. Now that prices on the entire Mercedes-Benz lineup have dropped, I think it's just as well to go straight for the E300L. Wow, E300L. Honey, you're amazing. Li Qingqing was ecstatic. There's an online saying that the E300L is the ceiling of life for ordinary people. Her boyfriend driving an E300L was more than enough to let her strut around in front of her girlfriends. Qingjun, you came by taxi, right? After we pick up the car, we can give you a ride. Beautiful Qin, you and Qingqing are old classmates. How about we grab a meal together later? Peng Bo licked his lips and invited her warmly. Let me wait until my boyfriend arrives and see what he thinks. Qin Jin smiled, her expression non-committal. Come on, Che. Help me slap them down. Chen Che walked out of the Mercedes-Benz customer lounge. Little Che, honey, what car did you get? Qin Jun coquettishly linked arms with her brother and blinked hard. Chen Che caught on and smiled. Got a CLE 300. Holy crap. Li Qingqing and Peng Bo were both stunned. They hadn't expected Qin Jun's boyfriend to be not only handsome, but also quite well off. The CLE 300 cost over 500 RMB on the road, on par with the E300L. Peng Bo was a bit disappointed. His attempt to show off had failed. Qin Jin was also a little disappointed. She hadn't expected that someone with Chen Che's wealth would only get a CLE 300. It felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. A giant horse pulling a tiny cart. The big show-off didn't quite land, leaving her a bit unsatisfied. Haha bro, the CLE 300 looks good, but it's not very practical. Peng Bo shook his head with a tone of regret. 2-door 4-seat, the space is too cramped. For the same 500k, why not get a high-end E300? I bought it for my wife to commute to work. What does she need so much space for? Chen Che shrugged and tossed a brand new car key to Qin Jun. Here for you. What? Qin Jun was dumbfounded, her mind buzzing. You bought this car for Qin Jun? Li Qingqing shrieked in disbelief. Her face caked with thick concealer, instantly flushed with jealousy. Why did Qin Jun get such a handsome boyfriend? So young, and so good to her. She glared at the balding Peng Bo beside her, feeling more disgusted the more she looked. Comparing people only makes you furious. Peng Bo was also speechless, grunting for a long time. A 500k car. He hadn't even taken it seriously. He just bought it for his girlfriend to drive around. This was just too awesome. Too much to handle. Little Che, is this car really for me? Qin Jun gripped the car key tightly, her delicate body trembling with excitement. This CLE 300 was her dream car. She had truly, deeply dreamed of owning it. She had even imagined countless times what it would be like to drive it. But the price tag of over 500k had always kept her at bay. Little did she expect that now her dream would actually come true. Of course. The young man smiled and patted her shapely rear. Go fill in the owner's information and pick the options you like. Okay. The golden-haired beauty was overjoyed, wrapping her hands around Chen Che and planting a big kiss on his cheek. Qingqing, want to come with me? Qin Jun looked at her fake roommate with a smile. Li Qingqing's face turned bitter. You think you can just walk away after pissing me off? Didn't you always say you have great taste? Qin Jun tightly held her arm. Help me decide what interior color to choose. Come on. No, Qin Jun, you this. Watching Qin Jun's excited and enthusiastic back, Chen Che couldn't help but smile. Unsurprisingly, this car was a reward triggered by the generous lover perk, a freebie. The ability of this trait was truly impressive. Giving a gift was easy, but giving one that truly touched the recipient's heart was difficult. And generous lover could directly pinpoint the deepest material desires in a girl's heart. It was like having mind-reading powers. Direct and to the point. At this rate, could any goddess escape his clutches? Not long after, a beaming Qin Jun walked back with a spring in her step, followed by a grim-faced Li Qingqing, who looked like she had swallowed a fly. Oh my god, who would have thought? Her boyfriend had already paid the full amount in advance for the highest spec. So loaded. Envy, jealousy, hatred. All set. Yeah, all set. Thank you, honey. Miss Qin Jun was so overjoyed that she called him honey, without skipping a beat, sounding completely natural. But honey, the staff said the car with my chosen options won't be delivered for 3 months. The golden-haired beauty held up the Mercedes-Benz key. Then where did this key come from? This is the car I picked up today. Chen Che took the key and casually pressed a button. On the central display, the sleek, pitch-black supercar's rear wing lifted and its lights lit up. Not far behind, Li Qingqing and Peng Bo stood in shock, their mouths forming a perfect O, their eyes nearly popping out. A super track car, the Mercedes-AMG 1. Wait, the paint job, it was a custom special edition. Holy SHD. A thunderous roar echoed outside the exhibition hall, drawing the stunned gazes of countless spectators. The low-slung pitch-black body with a dense cluster of 3-pointed star emblems adorning the rear all proclaimed the extraordinary nature of this road tyrant. The only Formula One car legally drivable on public roads worldwide. The shark-fin centerline exuded a combat-ready aura with 8 air vents rising from the front wheels and a towering rear wing. Born solely for wild speed, countless camera lenses aimed at it. Amid the relentless clicks of shutters, Qin Jun stood like a proud empress. With elegant and seductive steps, she gently lifted her skirt and settled into the passenger seat of the supercar. The butterfly doors descended. She gazed through the window at the countless eyes filled with envy and resentment. At this moment, Qin Jun felt an unprecedented thrill, her vanity gratified as never before. A hint of addictive, intoxicated smile curled on her rosy lips. A custom supercar worth over 40 million, a young and handsome billionaire. What woman in this world wouldn't yearn to sit in his passenger seat? In the crowd watching her college roommate ascend to greatness, Li Qingqing could barely hold back her rage. She simply couldn't understand how Qin Jun could be so lucky. To have latched onto such a magnificent rich young master. A custom supercar worth over 40 million. What kind of heavenly powerhouse was that? Ching, I've already ordered your favorite C260, wanna go take a look? I'm feeling a bit off, I'll head back first. Hot, huh? Faced with Chen Chei's sudden question, Xinjian was taken aback. Then she quickly caught on. A charming coquettish smile immediately curved her delicate lips. Her fiery figure swayed gently. One side of the thin strap slipped down slightly, revealing her snowy shoulder line and a hint of pale skin below the collarbone. Yes, so hot it's scorching me to death, as she fanned herself with her hand. Her full, plump, and fair curves trembled with each movement. The young man smiled knowingly. When it came to emotional value, Sister Qingjin definitely had her ways. Miracle Hand was poised to strike. Slap. She smacked away the mischievous paw extended by her little brother. Qingjin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Looking is fine, but trying to touch is going too far. Chen Chei chuckled. His hand shifted to rest on her plump thigh. With one hand on the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator and sped off toward the Bund. At the auxiliary building of No. 33 on the Bund, the Patek Philippe Maison. Beneath the golden Patek Philippe nameplate, a tall girl was answering a phone call. Me. I'm shooting daily content with Sun Jia outside. Okay, the investment meeting is tomorrow, right? I got it, absolutely. Thank you, Sister Yin. Ending the call, Yin Guogua let out a long breath. What? Did Sister Yin have some good news for you? Asked Sun Jia, the assistant who was taking photos for her. Yin Guogua put away her phone. She said there's an upscale investment meeting tomorrow, and she'll take me along to expand my network. Wow, that's great. Sun Jia's eyes lit up. Maybe you'll meet a capital tycoon to back you up, and then you'll soar right. Ha ha ha. Yin Guogua forced a stiff smile. Forget it, I can't stand those who are old, ugly, and have heavy tastes. What if a young and handsome one happens to fancy you? I think you've been watching too many short dramas. Tapping her little assistant on the forehead, Yin Guogua smiled helplessly. As a graduate of the Shanghai Theatre Academy's acting program, though she was exceptionally beautiful and skilled, she was trapped in the current entertainment industry winter. Like other newcomers without connections, she could barely get any decent roles. More than a year after graduation, she could only appear in small-budget web dramas to gain exposure as a bit player. So her agent Sister Yin was also anxious, often taking her to various cocktail parties and business events, hoping to get noticed by investors and find a chance to break through. Oh, nothing is absolute. The optimistic Sun Jia covered her mouth with a laugh. All right, Yin Guogua said. Let's go hurry into the Maison and shoot a few more sets of content. Sun Jia, Guogua, you don't know how hard it was to book a visit recently. I had to reserve a long time ago. Then we'll take even more sets today. Yin Guogua linked arms with Sun Jia and walked inside. As a small, transparent figure in the entertainment circle, without promotional resources, posting beautiful photos and updates on social media was her main source of exposure. Sorry, ladies. As soon as they entered, the enthusiastic pair was stopped by a staff member. Today the Maison is closed for visits. But we have a reservation. Sun Jia exclaimed in surprise. Why weren't we informed in advance? Apologies, madam. The staff member dressed in a Patek Philippe uniform spoke politely, but with an indifferent expression. This is a request from our headquarters. We have to receive a VIP guest today, so visits are suspended. So please, ladies, return another time. Well, okay. Hearing this, Sun Jia and Yin Guogua exchanged a helpless glance. Walking out of the gate, Sun Jia shook her head and sighed. I wonder what kind of big shot could have the Maison cleared out just for him. Definitely super rich, right? Yin Guogua blinked. Before she finished speaking, they saw the uniformed staff member quickly open the wrought iron gate. Then a pitch-black Mercedes supercar drove in. It stopped at the entrance of the villa. The sleek butterfly doors lifted upward. Amid the stunned gazes of Yin Guogua and Sun Jia, a tall, handsome young man stepped out of the car. At that moment, sunlight from the banks of Suzhou Creek poured over him, golden and radiant, as if he had stepped right out of a manga, as a super idol. Yin Guogua was utterly stunned. She never imagined that the big shot who could have the entire Maison specially cleared for him could be so young and so handsome. Noticing the gaze from the side, the young man briefly turned his eyes and glanced at the dumbfounded pair. Then his handsome face revealed a calm, relaxed smile. Yin Guogua felt she could barely breathe. She watched helplessly as the male god and the beautiful companion who had stepped out of the passenger seat were welcomed with fawning hospitality by the Maison staff into the villa's main entrance. Only then did her suspended heart start pounding wildly. My God, so handsome, came Sun Jia's infatuated murmur beside her. This brought Yin Guogua back to reality. I never expected such a handsome, rich young master. Guogua, if he took a fancy to you, would you be willing to go with him? Well, what nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Yin Guogua pursed her lips, her tone murmuring. Yet her eyes still held a dreamlike astonishment. Just kidding. A handsome, rich, and tall guy like that. She'd be willing to throw herself at him. Xinjian, why are you looking at me like that? As they entered the Yuan, Chen Chei glanced curiously at Qingjin beside him. What do you think? Qingjin pouted in dissatisfaction, her tone exaggerated. That beauty at the door just now. Did you take a fancy to her, young Master Chen? You couldn't even take your eyes off her. Did I, eh? His hand resting on her slender waist stealthily slid downward. Qin Jun let out a startled yelp. She quickly cut off the topic, shooting a glare at the mischievous younger man. What are you doing? What are you doing? There are cameras everywhere. Mr. Chen. Hello. An unexpected greeting interrupted their intimate moment. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit extended his hand with a smile. I am Zhou Jisung, the store manager of Patek Philippe's Huhai flagship salon. It's a pleasure to serve you. Hello, Manager Zhou. Chen Che shook his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, they followed Zhou Jisung to the VIP room on the second floor. The room was bathed in a soft, warm glow. The European-style vintage decor exuded elegance and sophistication. Zhou Jisung gestured for Chen Che to take a seat on the sofa in the lounge area. The custodian manager, upon receiving his personal instructions, opened the specialized explosion-proof safe with a solemn expression. A crisp click echoed. The sound of the lock mechanism engaging rang out. As the safe door swung open, the custodian manager, wearing a mask and gloves, carefully lifted out a leather watch case. He placed it reverently on the solid wood table draped in snow-white velvet. Once he stepped aside, store manager Zhou Jisung meticulously put on white gloves and stepped forward. A crisp click sounded as the metal clasp sprang open. A dazzlingly exquisite top-tier pocket watch came into view. The soft overhead light in the showroom cascaded down, illuminating the pure gold case. The intricately crafted dial was adorned with countless complex diamonds sparkling brilliantly in the soft light, like a vast, boundless, starry river. Mr. Chen, this is the custom-made super complication pocket watch personally crafted for you by Patek Philippe. Zhou Jisung presented the watch with both hands to Chen Che. It is one of Patek Philippe's most perfect creations, absolutely worth its public price of $10 million. We hope it meets your satisfaction. As Chen Che took the watch and inspected it closely, Qin Jun, standing beside him, was utterly stunned. A pocket watch. Every wealthy person Qin Jun had ever met wore a watch, but without exception they all chose wristwatches. After all, if you spend hundreds of thousands, or even millions on a watch, why wouldn't you wear it on your wrist for others to see? That would be a waste, wouldn't it? But Xiao Che was different. A price of $10 million, and he bought a pocket watch with it. So refined, so deeply cultured. Speaking of which, today, he bought a car and a watch, spending nearly 100 million yuan. Overwhelmed. Qin Jun felt her pitiful sense of money being violently ground into the dust by Chen Che time and time again, to the point where an unworthy drop of drool slipped from the corner of her mouth. After a brief examination, Chen Che casually tossed the watch to Qin Jun for photos. Watching the ecstatic Qin Jun, Chen Che, under the personal service of Zhou Jisung, picked up a pen to register the watch owner's information. Then he signed his name on a series of bilingual contract documents, one after another. It took nearly half an hour to complete the handover procedure for this top-tier pocket watch. As they left, Chen Che received a call from his secretary, Xie Sherwin. She informed him that the company registration had been completed. All that remained was to transfer the 1 billion yuan of paid-in capital to China Merchants Bank's temporary capital verification account, and after verification, the formal registration would be finalized. Additionally, through the services of Heidrick Struggles, a top-tier human resources firm, a list of suitable executives had been identified for the newly established investment company. They were just waiting for him as the boss to conduct the interviews in person. After confirming these updates, Chen Che decided to act promptly. He immediately drove Qin Jun home. Then he sped off to the meeting point he had arranged with Xie Sherwin. Come on, Manager Xie, you can do it. Move. How can you satisfy me like this? Huff. Heavy panting. No, mister. Chen, aren't you done yet? Almost there, but still a bit off. Please keep going. Mr. Chen, please no more. I can't. I'll. In front of the Smith machine, an OL in a white blouse, pencil skirt, stockings, and heels, gasping for breath, racked the barbell back onto the frame. She wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead, casting a resentful glance at the young man cheering her on. Why did they have to discuss business at the gym? And why did she have to demonstrate the exercises while briefing him? So he really had some kind of peculiar fetish, didn't he? Averting his gaze from her plump, rounded derriere, Chen Che, now wearing glasses, picked up the stack of resumes. He pulled out one from the pile. I think this one is promising. Arrange an interview. Only one interview. Xie Sherwin breathed heavily, her heaving chest rising and falling. Reject all the rest. Yes. After receiving Chen Che's confirmation, Xie Sherwin picked up the resume and glanced at it. Song Qingyuan, 30 years old, bachelor's in finance from Shanghai, Jiaotong University, master's in finance from the London School of Economics and Political Science. After returning from overseas studies, she worked in the foreign investment promotion section of the Huhai Municipal Commerce Bureau, later resigned, and joined Red Pine Capital, rising to the position of vice president of investments. From the resume, she was indeed outstanding, and her age was appropriate, a time when one is diligent and capable. But Xie Sherwin felt a bit suspicious, casting a sidelong glance at young Master Chen, who was admiring the yoga pants in the gym. She looked back at the resume, at the photo of the radiantly beautiful woman. Could it be that Mr. Chen simply chose her based on looks? Of course, Chen had no idea about Xie Sherwin's silent doubts. In truth, the reason he chose this Song Qingyuan. Initially, there was a tiny bit of attraction to her appearance. So he specifically used the exclusive ability of the precious Mingshi glasses, the Eye of Insight. To his surprise, the Eye of Insight gave an S-rank evaluation. What more was there to say? Since they met, it was fate. Chen made the decision on the spot. She's the one. They would meet in person, have a chat, and see if sparks could fly. It would also let Chen witness firsthand whether the power of the Mingshi glasses was truly as formidable as claimed. Let's go, accompany me to the bank for the transfer, Chen said, wiping his hands. Let's get these things done today. Okay. Xie Sherwin followed behind him, thoughtfully reminding him, by the way, Mr. Chen, tomorrow evening is the Venture Capital and Investment Banquet hosted by China Merchants Bank. Will you be able to attend? Song Qingyuan felt a dull ache throb behind her temples. In truth, when she received the recruiter's message, her heart had raced with excitement. Lightyear Capital, a rising star investment firm with a paid-up registered capital of 1 billion. The position the recruiter offered was general manager, along with an annual salary of 1 million plus stock options. This stirred unprecedented enthusiasm in a woman who had been idle at home for over a year. Therefore, for today's interview, Song Qingyuan prepared meticulously. She applied exquisite makeup and dressed elegantly, arriving in high spirits. Yet, dressed in her Chanel haute couture, Song Qingyuan gazed at the bustling, noisy gym before her, her beautiful eyes filled with utter bewilderment. She couldn't help but fall into deep existential doubt. What respectable company conducts interviews in a gym? Her bewildered gaze drifted aimlessly across the space. Everywhere she looked were muscle-bound men, yoga pants, and middle-aged women. Wait, what was that girl in OL attire and black stockings doing squatting on the Smith machine? Some kind of internet prankster. Noticing Song Qingyuan's shocked gaze, the squatting OL froze, looking somewhat awkward. The squatting OL hesitated, caught in an awkward moment. Then she murmured something to the young man beside her. The two then walked over towards Song Qingyuan. Excuse me, are you Miss Song Qingyuan? Yes, that's me. And you are? Hello, Miss Song. I'm Xie Sherwin, who contacted you before. The female OL wiped the sweat from her forehead, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is the founder of Lightyear Capital, Mr. Chen. What? Staring at the young man dressed in dark athletic, where Song Qingyuan was utterly stunned. Her first thought, has the prestigious Hidings now become this unreliable? Would they actually recommend such a company to her? This was far too reckless. Hello, Miss Song. As her mind churned with countless thoughts, the young man before her smiled and extended his hand. Only then did Song Qingyuan study him carefully. A spark of amazement suddenly flashed across her gaze at those slightly upturned willow leaf eyes. Young, truly young, and handsome, genuinely handsome. She wondered if he was being kept by some wealthy woman spending her money on frivolous ventures. No, starting businesses. Despite the chaos in her mind, Song Qingyuan decided to maintain her polite demeanor given Mr. Chen's handsome appearance. Song Qingyuan smiled and shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. Please have a seat, Miss Song. All right. Watching Chen sprawl casually in the gym's rest area, Song Qingyuan's lips twitched involuntarily. In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had ever been interviewed in such a place. The company is still in its early stages, so the facilities are quite basic. Please don't mind. Chen settled into his seat with easy confidence, smiling as he spoke. How could this possibly be acceptable? There was literally nothing here. Song Qingyuan managed a strained smile, suppressing the urge to burst out in exasperation. She smoothed her Chanel skirt and sat down gingerly. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or an energy drink? See, coffee, please. Thank you. Certainly, Miss Song. Just a moment. Watching Xie Sherwin rise and pour a cup from the gym's complimentary water bar, Song Qingyuan was completely speechless. She felt as though she might be on some elaborate prank show. Were there hidden cameras? Where were they? All right then, Miss Song. Once all three had settled, Xie Sherwin, sitting beside Chen, took the initiative to speak. Let's begin with a brief introduction of yourself. Sure. Song Qingyuan nodded at her words. She thought since she'd already come this far, she might as well give it a shot. As Song Qingyuan spoke, Chen nodded from time to time. No wonder Brothers System had identified her as an S-tier talent. Setting aside her capabilities, her appearance was absolutely impeccable. An elegant oval face with soft, gentle contours and bright, spirited eyes, paired with a Chen Lan-inspired black short hairstyle and that naturally refined, mature aura. She looked intellectual, yet sensual. Such a beautiful executive would surely be a delight to work with. That concludes my personal background. Excellent. Xie Sherwin nodded and glanced at Chen beside her. After all, she was merely Chen nominal assistant secretary and held no decision-making authority regarding Lightyear Capital. Ms. Song. The young man smiled and spoke. Your two previous positions, whether at the Commerce Bureau or Hong Kong Capital, would be considered extremely stable and prestigious by outsiders. I would like to know, Why did you consecutively choose to give up such excellent positions? Hey. My first job at the Commerce Bureau was indeed very stable. Facing Chen Che's question, Song Qingyuan showed no surprise, replying calmly. But that kind of stability where you can see decades ahead to your retirement combined with the office politics of flattery and scheming, it made me feel like my life had become stagnant water. So I chose to resign. As for my second position at Hong Kong Capital, I had high hopes for it initially. Song Qingyuan spoke each word deliberately, her tone very direct. But in that role there were far too many relationships that needed to be maintained using things beyond my abilities, and this caused me tremendous distress. I can accept working on proposals until 3 in the morning. I can accept traveling nonstop for a month without resting. But I absolutely cannot accept having people around me constantly suggesting that I should offer myself to obtain smoother access to resources. So when I truly could not bear it any longer, I ultimately chose to resign. Facing Chen Che's gaze, Song Qingyuan stated this frankly and composedly. In truth, this was also her way of warning him. If you are the same as those people, then this interview can end right here. Because she would never betray her inner principles to engage in such behaviors. Excellent. Chen Che smiled and nodded. One final question. I noticed from your resume that it's been about a year since you left Hong Kong Capital. May I ask what you have been doing during this time? Facing Chen Che's gaze, Song Qingyuan moistened her lips and answered honestly, lying flat at home. For an interview, this was absolutely a terrible answer. But Song Qingyuan had no desire to deceive anyone. She glanced cautiously at Chen Che. Yet she saw a relaxed smile appear on his face as he continued asking, then what prompted you to suddenly accept this interview? 1. I've run out of money. 2. You're offering way too much. PFF. Beside them, Xie Sherwin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, feeling it inappropriate, she hastily waved her hand in apology. Chen Che, of course, didn't mind at all. To be honest, he was very satisfied. This mature woman's candid personality impressed him deeply. All right, Miss Song Qingyuan, the interview is concluded. The young man stood up and extended his right hand to her. Welcome to Lightyear Capital. At 7:00 p.m., the Huhai Mansion's underground parking lot saw a jet-black Rolls-Royce Cullinan smoothly parked in its spot. The coach doors swung open, and Chen Che stepped out from the rear seat. He had neat short hair, handsome features, and wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. His tall and straight figure was clad in a custom black double-breasted suit, which fit snugly around his waistline. The chain of the pocket watch on his chest slipped out a short length from the buttonhole of his vest. Under the lights, it shimmered with a brilliant rainbow sheen, accentuating an indescribable aura of refined nobility about him. He was the very image of a graceful young gentleman. Wherever he stood, he naturally became the focal point of the crowd. Behind him, Xie Sherwin, who served as the temporary driver, and Song Qingyuan from the passenger seat, stepped out of the car. Gazing at the transformed, elegant youth, Song Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She felt that Chen Che displayed none of the airs of a nouveau riche. Whether in demeanor, bearing, or attire, he perfectly embodied the classic image of old money, a scion of an elite family. Refined, handsome, gentlemanly. It seemed she had initially underestimated him. Perhaps his Lightyear investment would indeed be the perfect platform for her to realize her ambitions. With this thought, Song Qingyuan silently resolved to demonstrate her abilities well before her new boss. What Song Qingyuan was thinking was naturally also what Chen Che intended. The reason he had brought her to this CMB Venture Capital Summit was precisely to assess her capabilities. The elevator soon arrived at the top-floor private meeting center. The doors opened, and the space suddenly expanded. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung high, casting brilliant light. The hall was filled with orderly foot traffic, and all guests were impeccably dressed in suits. Groups of 2 or 3 chatted in low voices, creating an atmosphere of business networking typical of the investment and financing circle. Xie Sherwin walked slowly by his side, softly briefing Chen Che on the venue. The event was organized by the CMB Huhai branch. It was an exclusive invitation gathering for domestic top-tier investment institution partners, seasoned investors, and founders of high-quality tech startups focusing on hot sectors such as entertainment, AI, and the internet. The participation threshold was extremely high, making it a niche, elite private capital gathering in Huhai. Chen Che led Xie Sherwin and Song Qingyuan into the venue. Soon many guests in the vicinity cast their eyes upon them. After all, a strikingly handsome young man accompanied by 2 top-tier beauties was an eye-catching combination. Such a dazzling trio stood out conspicuously in the sea of formal business attire, impossible to ignore. However, most merely glanced at them, instinctively categorizing Chen Che as a wealthy scion from a privileged background, and did not delve further. Chen Che and Song Qingyuan settled onto a sofa by the window. Soon Xie Sherwin returned with a directory of participating companies and project briefs, handing them to Chen Che. Mr. Chen, these are the materials for all the startups here tonight, including project summaries, funding needs, and core sectors. Chen Che took them casually, didn't browse, and directly passed them to Song Qingyuan beside him. Ms. Song, would you like to take a look first? Song Qingyuan's expression sharpened. She understood that this was the first practical test her new boss was giving her. She quickly nodded and began flipping through the documents. Meanwhile, Chen lounged on the sofa, quietly admiring this exquisite beauty. The hem of her Chanel skirt ended at mid-thigh, revealing a pair of fair, smooth legs with an alluring shape. Her exquisitely made-up face was filled with concentration, giving her an air of mature charm. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty capable of unsettling any man. Though Xie Sherwin was also a great beauty, this woman was something else entirely. But one was Zhang Li, the other Qin Lan. How could you choose? Of course you'd want them all. Under Chen Chei's gaze, Song Qingyuan flipped through the pages at a moderate pace, pausing twice. Once to read an extra line on the AI healthcare section, and once to go back and scan the notes at the end of a synthetic biology company's profile. Finally, her eyes lingered on a page near the back for a long time. Mr. Chen, I personally think this project is quite promising. Song Qingyuan slid the page over and lowered her voice. Would you like to take a look? Chen Chei nodded, his eyes quickly scanning. Mirror Technology Series, A funding amount 100 million yuan. Series of funding of 100 million. Xie Sherwin whispered in surprise. That's a pretty high requirement. It's a supersized Series A round. Her surprise was understandable. In the domestic market, most Series A rounds range from a few million to 30 or 40 million. A startup daring to ask for 100 million yuan in funding was indeed astonishing. Ms. Song, what makes you think this company has investment potential? Chen Chei looked at her, speaking in a calm tone. Under the boy's clear gaze, Song Qingyuan's heart inexplicably quickened. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and explained earnestly. According to the materials, Mirror Technology is a new media company focused on collecting AI celebrity portrait rights and building an AI celebrity portrait library. Their future profit model is to allow clients such as brands or film companies to purchase the AI portrait usage rights of designated celebrities from their authorized library and have AI generate the celebrities in advertisements, short dramas, or even feature-length films. The entire process requires no physical presence of the talent, no scheduling conflicts, and costs less than 1/3 of actual filming. She paused, meeting Chen Chei's eyes. When I was at Red Pine Capital, I saw a similar business plan, but the project died on copyright compliance issues. But now it's different. This year, the Supreme People's Court issued urgent guiding opinions on AI-generated content, clearly defining the boundaries between fair use and commercial licensing. With legal backing, the prospects for this project are limitless. Chen Chei listened quietly, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. I see. Xie Sherwin nodded in realization. So that's why they dare to ask for such a large funding round. Exactly. Song Qingyuan added. With sufficient capital, Mirror Technology can quickly sign a batch of artists, build copyright barriers, and seize the blank market space ahead of competitors. The next 3 to 5 years will be the core windfall period for the entertainment AI sector. I personally believe this project has extremely high growth potential and enormous investment value. Excellent. After hearing Song Qingyuan's analysis, Chen Chei smiled with satisfaction. He was undoubtedly very pleased with the project she had chosen. Because the eye of insight from his Mingxi glasses also gave an affirmative answer. The projected investment potential of this project S level. The advantages aligned with what Song Qingyuan had said. The downside was that it would require substantial capital injection later. But that shouldn't be a major problem for Chen Chei. Moreover, the artist portrait rights secured with money are exclusive. As Song Qingyuan had analyzed, this would be the most thorough industry revolution in the history of Chinese entertainment. Whoever could seize this market first would become the absolute king of the future Chinese entertainment industry. Then it's settled. Chen Chei lightly tapped the table, his tone serious. Our first investment from Lightyear Investment will go to Mirror Technology. In the discussion area on one side of the hall, Liao Yunhai's financing plan was spread out on the table. On the sofa beside him, the entire team sat with furrowed brows, each looking utterly dejected. This middle-aged man in his 40s, observing the dispirited expressions of his companions, felt a tightness in his chest. The founding team of Mirror Image Technology were all programmers who had lost their jobs in the wave of layoffs from major internet companies over the past few years. Driven by a surge of passion, they pooled all their severance pay and savings to start a business together. Their focus was precisely on the AI portrait library of celebrities, a field still barren at the time. This direction had been brewing in the founder Liao Yunhai's mind for nearly 2 years. Ever since he first saw the news about AI-generated actor doubles, he felt this idea had tremendous potential. Portrait licensing, digital avatars, virtual endorsements, cost reduction, and efficiency improvement in film post-production. The cake was unimaginably huge. But ideals were scorching hot, while reality was icy cold. Dozens of business plans were sent out, but only 3 investors were willing to sit down for a discussion. After the meetings, all 3 politely said, "This is a very interesting direction, we'll evaluate it further." And then there was never any follow-up. Liao Yunhai knew in his heart that the funding requirement for this project was far too large. In the harsh environment of the capital winter, no one was willing to risk a heavy investment on a team of grassroots programmers. Boss, Li Xing hesitated. Maybe we could try lowering the initial financing amount. Get a startup fund first, then raise money in rounds for subsequent expansion. That would ease the pressure on investors and make it easier to close a deal. No. As soon as the words were spoken, Liao Yunhai shook his head decisively. Our competitor is an industry giant like Greenfruit Video. If our funds shrink, we won't be able to keep up in RD signing contracts or marketing. We'll have no capital to compete with Greenfruit, and will only be passively waiting for death. Liao Yunhai spoke, each word deliberately, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. In the first half of the year, Greenfruit Video had made a high-profile announcement about building an AI portrait material library for celebrities. However, in their rush to expand, they neglected copyright compliance, leading to a massive infringement scandal that drew widespread condemnation from the entire industry. Under pressure, Greenfruit Video had no choice but to temporarily retreat and strategically contract. This brief window of opportunity was the only chance for mirror image technology to defy their fate. They had to use massive amounts of funds to frantically stockpile AI portrait copyrights of celebrities. If they failed to achieve this goal once the adjusted Greenfruit Video returned to the track, then this grassroots entrepreneurial team would never have a chance to compete. Have we met all the investors present today? Liao Yunhai asked in a deep voice. Almost. Wu Yuyu, who was keeping records, nervously flipped through the list of investment institutions. There's still one left. Which one? The name is Guangyin Investment. Guangyin Investment. Hearing this, Liao Yunhai and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly none of them had heard of such an investment company. Li Xing quickly took out his phone and searched online. There was no record at all. Staring at the empty search results, the entire group was dumbfounded. How could an investment institution whose registration information couldn't even be found attend the China Merchants Bank private equity meeting? It was too ridiculous. Is this even reliable? It's too sketchy. Li Xing scratched his head bewildered. Liao Yunhai also frowned. Whether it works or not, let's see them first. Before he finished speaking, the crisp sound of high-heeled footsteps approached from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a dignified and beautiful woman walking over. Hello, are you the mirror image technology team? The woman spoke with a smile, a faint blush still lingering on her face. Let me introduce myself. I am Songqing Yuan, general manager of Guangyin Investment. On one side of the hall, Yan Guoguo, dressed in a long skirt and exquisitely made up, sat down with her manager Ren Yin in the rest area. Guoguo, you performed fairly well just now, said the middle-aged woman. I noticed that several investors showed interest in you. Make sure to add their WeChat and keep in touch regularly, understand? Oh. Yan Guoguo nodded, but in her mind, she couldn't help recalling the meaningful glances of those middle-aged men. She suddenly felt that she was no different from those escorts with a price tag. Don't overthink it, Run, Yan said bluntly, seeing her mood. That's the rule in this circle. If you want to be famous and get resources, you have to pay something in return. You know those big-name actresses? Except for a very few with family backgrounds, most of them came this way. Since you want to eat this meal, you have to follow the rules. Got it. Got it, Sister Yan. Yan Guoguo pouted, turning her gaze elsewhere. In her heart, she was already planning to just quit and run away if it came to that. After all, she couldn't bring herself to trade her body for resources. Unless it was a really handsome guy. No. Not even a handsome guy. I, Yan Guoguo, am pure and chaste. I will never sell myself for resources. As the thought faded, Yan Guoguo's eyes suddenly lit up. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead on the handsome young man in an elegant suit standing by the window not far away. It was him. They met again so soon. Was this the guidance of fate? Yan Guoguo's mind went blank with excitement. She lifted her skirt and stood up, walking briskly toward the young man. Chen sat on the sofa looking at his own hand. Damn, he had gotten used to patting Sister Xiao Nan and the others on the butt. So just now, when Songqing Yuan stood up to represent him in contacting the mirror image technology team, out of habit, Chen gave her plump rear a slap. Needless to say, it was really awkward, but it was also really soft. He'd do it again. Xie Sherwin, sitting beside the young man, suddenly felt a tightening in her own rear. Confirmed. Boss Chen's fetish was the rear. No wonder he always made her do squats during work reports. Wait, why had he never patted hers? Was there something about her rear that didn't satisfy him? But he always looked at her with a lecherous grin when she did squats. Men were so complicated. Hello. The sudden voice made both of them look up subconsciously. A tall girl with a delicate oval face, bright eyes, and white teeth stood blushing beside Chen Shay. The young man was stunned for a moment, then remembered meeting her yesterday at the entrance of Yuendi. Hello. Chen Shay smiled and nodded. Is there something you need? I am this. Can I add your WeChat? Yan Guoguo wished she could slap herself. She had come over on impulse but hadn't even thought of what to say. Was it too abrupt to ask for his WeChat like this? Would he think she was some weird woman and reject her? Oh sure. The elegantly dressed young man nodded slightly. Under Yan Guoguo's fervent gaze, he took out his phone. Good. Yan Guoguo was overjoyed and quickly reached for her phone. Her little hand brushed against the hem of her dress. I forgot I was wearing a formal gown and didn't have my phone on me. I'm sorry. Yin Guogua's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly apologized. I forgot my phone. Could you please wait for me a moment? Looking at the flustered girl, Chen smiled wryly, and said, no need to bother. Just leave me your phone number. Okay. Yin Guogua hurriedly took Chen phone and entered her number. My name is Yin Guogua. I graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy, and I'm an actress now. May I ask your name? Chen. Hello, Chen. Nice to meet you. The young man took back his phone and gave her a friendly smile. As a friend to all women, Chen always had patience with girls. It's not because of her cool appearance, delicate features, and top-tier looks, or anything like that. Ding. Being approached by a high-appearance girl for the first time brings you immense joy, triggering the Smile Entry Rewards Special Event Challenge. Greed and contentment. Greed and contentment bound object Yin Guogua. As an obscure nobody on the fringes of the entertainment industry, Yin Guogua harbors a burning desire to become famous overnight, but without any resources or connections. Her path in the entertainment world is arduous. From now on, you can give your bank card to the other party under the guise of a single investment without telling her the balance. Let Yin Guogua estimate the amount she wants to invest. If the amount she says does not exceed the balance in the card, you will invest the full amount, otherwise the investment is void. Mission reward: full reimbursement of investment funds, special event package. Interesting. Chen listened to the system prompt ringing in his ears. Chen smiled knowingly. Brother system, you always manage to come up with new tricks. Miss Yin. Chen smiled and looked at Yin Guogua. If you don't mind, would you like to sit together for a while? Sure. Yin Guogua smoothed her skirt and sat down happily. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Xie Sherwin, who was sitting beside Chen. She was secretly astonished. What a beautiful lady. She looks like Chen secretary. Oh my, driving a supercar with a secretary to a capital banquet. What kind of background does he have? He must be super rich. Miss Yin. Chen interlaced his fingers and smiled. You're a professional graduate with such a great personal image. You must be quite popular, right? No. I'm just a nobody, a small-time actress. Yin Guogua stuck out her tongue and said honestly, otherwise my agent wouldn't have sent me here to network, hoping to meet people and find some investments. Hearing this, Chen followed her gaze. In the distance, a well-dressed middle-aged woman stood by a booth holding a glass of wine and talking to someone nearby, but her peripheral vision was always fixed on Yin Guogua's direction. She noticed Chen gaze and nodded slightly from afar. Chen returned the nod. Investment, is it? Chen withdrew his gaze elegantly, supporting his chin with his fingers, and spoke slowly. If Miss Yin needs it, I might be able to offer some help. Really? Yin Guogua's eyes lit up. Really? The young man smiled and said, how about we play a little game? Not far from the hall. Ren Yin withdrew her appraising gaze. She was astonished in her heart. As an agent navigating the world of fame and fortune, she had seen too many rich second-generation heirs. But no one was as handsome and elegant as this young man before her. He was clearly the kind of aristocratic heir from a great family cultivated with countless resources. Low-key, reserved, and luxurious. Yinzi, is that girl your client? Beside her, Zhao Ziyong holding a wine glass teased, the little girl has good taste, actually taking the initiative to approach young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Ren Yin looked at the branch manager in surprise. Old Zhao, you know him. How could I not? Zhao Ziyong lowered his voice. Yinzi, let me tell you, this young Master Chen is extraordinary. He's a big client that manager Lu personally visited to meet him. Ren Yin opened her mouth in disbelief. Are you sure manager Lu asked to see him, not his father? Oh, I went with manager Lu myself, how could I not know? It's him. Such a young big client. Ren Yin raised an eyebrow. How powerful is he to make your China Merchants Bank value him so much? How powerful? Zhao Ziyong shook his head and laughed. Old classmate, let me put it this way. All the investors here today, every single one of them combined assets can't compare to this young Master Chen. My God. Ren Yin was so shocked that she blurted out her hometown dialect. She was well aware of the scale and level of today's venture capital gala hosted by China Merchants Bank. All the attendees were famous investors from the Jiangsu Shanghai region. At the very least, they all had assets worth hundreds of millions. With so many investors, their combined assets still couldn't match this young man. How terrifying was the capital he controlled. Such a scale. In the current Chinese entertainment industry, even a casual flick of his finger could turn the entire industry upside down, couldn't it? Thinking of this, Ren Yin couldn't help but look again at Yin Guogua sitting beside the young man, her eyes shining with excitement and ecstasy. This girl, this time she might really be a fool with good luck. She must seize this opportunity. You said what? I can just name an investment amount. As long as it doesn't exceed the balance on this card, you'll invest all of it. After hearing Chen Che's explanation, Yin Guogua's expression completely lost control, her pupils shaking violently. Chen Che. Oh no, young Master Chen, are you serious? Are you really not joking with me? No joke. The young man maintained a composed demeanor, smiled, and said calmly, but remember, if you exceed the balance, this agreement is void. Oh well. Yin Guogua nodded vigorously, indicating she understood. All right, now the game begins. Chen pressed 2 fingers on the bank card and gently pushed it in front of the girl. I'll give you 5 minutes to think. Okay. Looking at the deep black bank card, Yin Guogua's throat moved heavily. This was a China Merchants Bank private bank card. Total assets at least tens of millions. In the current film and television industry, which is generally short on budget if managed well, with this money investing into the crew to exchange for a major role in an S-level drama, or even the female lead position, is not impossible. If the show becomes a hit, her status could skyrocket instantly. Yin Guogua licked her lips, her heart pounding violently. This overwhelming fortune, she wanted to seize it no matter what. Yin Guogua's eyes flickered with a tumultuous blend of excitement and conflict. Her thoughts raced like wild weeds, growing uncontrollably. She considered Chen's financial standing. Driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, receiving the red carpet treatment from Patek Philippe's flagship store, his private bank card undoubtedly held at least 10 million yuan in funds. And it was likely even higher. 20 million. Or 30 million. As this figure flashed through Yin Guogua's mind, she was stunned by the sheer magnitude. She was utterly astonished. Such a colossal sum of money could easily fund not just a top-tier S-level production series. Even an S blockbuster, the platform's crowning jewel, was within her reach, allowing her to finally escape the plight of being a forgotten nobody. This was the ultimate resource. Every actress dreamed of the golden path to fame and fortune, and now it lay before her. Should she gamble? Yin Guogua bit her lip hard. Desire swelled within her, yet reason pulled her back. After all, 20 or 30 million was an astronomical sum. If she spoke up, would she seem insatiably greedy? And what if the amount she asked exceeded the card's balance? Then not only would she get nothing, but Chen might also see her as a gold-digging materialistic woman, completely losing his respect. Caught in an agonizing dilemma, Yin Guogua took a deep breath, her mind a tangled mess. Chen watched her quietly, observing every move. He sighed inwardly at the terrifying power of money. In just a few minutes it had plunged this lively girl into such deep distress. Time's up. The young man pulled out a pocket watch from his suit and glanced at it. His elegant, composed demeanor once again captivated Yin Guogua. She felt from the depths of her heart that he was the most charismatic man she had ever met. If not for the occasion and her image, she would have shouted out loud, "Husband me, have you decided, oi?" Chen looked at her, smiling as he asked, "Go ahead." Yin Guogua gritted her teeth and took the plunge, naming the highest price she could imagine, 30 million. Are you sure? Chen smiled, faintly picking up the black bank card. Sure. Seeing Chen calm smile, Yin Guogua panicked and changed her mind. 20 million. Let's go with 20 million. No more changes. No more changes. Yin Guogua smoothed her hair by her ears and took a deep breath. All right. Chen nodded, then turned to the stunned Xie Sherwin. Help me contact the major streaming platforms. Tell them Guangyin Investment is willing to invest 20 million. On one condition, arrange a leading role in an S production for Miss Yin. Are you sure? Xie Sherwin swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, go ahead. The young man spread his hands emotionlessly. I admire girls who dare to chase their dreams. Xie Sherwin was utterly shocked. What? Just to pick up a girl, he was throwing down 20 million in one go. Was he that loaded? Boss Chen, I have dreams too. Hearing Chen instructions to his secretary, Yin Guogua shuttered, her mouth dry. Then, as she confirmed that Chen wasn't joking, her face flushed red and hot, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was like reaching the peak of ecstasy. 20 million. Investing in a production to secure a role. This was a dream she never dared to imagine, yet it had landed on her lap. Finally, she had risen from a forgotten straggler to a resource-backed actress with a powerful backer. Master Chen, you are my savior. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of crisp high heels echoed. Song Qingyuan, having finished her initial discussions with the Mirrortech team, walked back gracefully. How did it go? Chen looked up. Mission accomplished. Song Qingyuan smiled gently, her eyes sweeping over the flushed Yin Guogua. She wasn't particularly surprised. After all, a young wealthy man like Chen would never lack female company. Picking up a girl here, and there was only natural. The Mirrortech project might be even better than we thought. At Chen gesture, Song Qingyuan smoothed her skirt and sat down, explaining in detail. Their progress in securing artist portrait licenses far exceeds industry peers, and their market strategy is truly impressive. Oh. Chen took a sip of lemon water, signaling her to continue. Yin Guogua, hearing them discuss entertainment investments, suppressed her shock and listened quietly. Unlike Greenfruit Video's strategy of signing mainly trendy young idols, Mirrortech's approach is to focus on the AI market for classic, beloved veteran actors. Song Qingyuan spoke calmly. For instance, their team secured the AI portrait rights of Master Yu, using AI to recreate his iconic Ji Gong image for a public service short film, which generated a huge positive response online. Moreover, they've already locked in deals with a batch of veteran Hong Kong and Taiwan artists, especially the young portrait rights of classic TVB characters and seasoned actors. all signed and secured. Hearing this, Chen Shei's casual smile vanished, his expression turning serious. Because of the Greenfruit Video AI portrait database incident earlier this year, the entire domestic entertainment industry was now terrified of AI. At this critical juncture, no one dared to risk public backlash by openly endorsing AI. Yet Mirror Tech had found a clever alternative, bypassing the domestic scene and collaborating with Hong Kong and Taiwan veteran artists. Their strategy of playing the nostalgia card was particularly shrewd. But Song Qingyuan's next words truly shook him. Here's a huge piece of news. Mirror Tech is currently in deep negotiations with Stephen Chow himself and the family of the late Ng Mantat specifically for the portrait rights of their prime years. Progress is very smooth, and they've entered detailed discussions. Boom! A tidal wave surged in Chen Shei's heart. As a diehard fan of Stephen Chow's nonsense comedy, his greatest regret was the premature end of the legendary duo Chow and Ng. This regret was not his alone. It was shared by all fans of Chow's films. So if AI could recreate this perfect pair on screen, the thought stirred a profound, barely contained emotion and passion in the young man's eyes. This was no mere entertainment AI project. It was a top-tier opportunity to fill the void of a generation's youth. Chen Shei felt that the 100 million investment was worth it. Absolutely worth it. What about the agreement? Chen Shei suppressed his excitement and asked calmly. Song Qingyuan smiled. We Guangnian Investment will fully subscribe to this round of financing. We will invest 100 million yuan in exchange for 33.2 equity of Jingxiang Technology, including board seats, preemptive rights for subsequent rounds, co-sale rights, anti-dilution clauses, and other core rights. Very well, I'm in for this project. Chen Shei waved his hand. Proceed with this agreement and sign immediately. Mr. Chen. Xie Sherwin quietly reminded him. At present, the registered paid-in capital of Guangnian Technology is still in our bank's verification account. It cannot be used until the verification is completed. Chen Shei asked, how long will the verification take? Since your registered capital reached 1 billion yuan, an exceptionally large amount, the verification process will be longer. Xie Sherwin replied, it is expected to take about 12 to 15 working days. That long? Chen Shei frowned slightly. After all, this was an S-level investment project certified by the system's ability. It should be acted upon swiftly. Strike while the iron is hot. More than half a month, he indeed worried about delays and complications. Here's the plan. Without hesitation, Chen Shei took out his own bank card. I will personally fund this 100 million yuan Series A investment. Xie Sherwin and Song Qingyuan were instantly stunned and lost in thought. 100 million yuan. Paying out of his own pocket. What audacity. What boldness. As for Yin Guoguo, who had been quietly listening nearby, she was like a paused video. The smile on her face suddenly froze. Then, after a brief blank in her mind, a storm raged within her heart. Not 20 million. Not 30 million. It was 100 million. The balance on that card exceeded 100 million. What people find hardest to accept is never the unattainable, but the things that slip through their fingers when they are within reach. 100 million would be more than enough to secure the S-level female lead role she had dreamed of. An S-female lead. If luck was on her side, a meteoric rise in status was almost certain. So she had just watched this enormous opportunity slip away before her eyes. With this thought, the surging regret within her completely engulfed and drowned her. A system notification sounded. Special event challenge greed versus contentment completed. You received a reward reimbursement of 20 million yuan size adjuster. Can growing bigger also increase charm? Chen Shei was a little surprised, but quickly recovered. Just how powerful could he become? He wanted to give it a try. System notification. Yin Guoguo, who finally understands what she missed, is now overwhelmed by negative emotions. As a friend of women, you are asked to heal her thoroughly before she completely darkens. Chen Shei blinked. It sounded more like a suggestion from the system. Should he accept it? Such a difficult choice. He really was willing to invest 20 million for you. The balance in his card is over 100 million. His company's registered capital paid in is 1 billion. The banquet ended. Downstairs of the building. Inside the ideal MAGA minivan. After run, Yin heard Yin Guoguo's words. Her mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. She knew it was a great opportunity. But she never imagined it was such a colossal opportunity. Combined with the inside information her old classmate Zhao Zhiyong had just given her, Yin slapped her thigh in frustration. Do you know? My old classmate told me that this young Master Chen's assets are more than everyone here tonight combined. What a perfect chance. Why didn't you ask for more? Why couldn't you have consulted me for a moment? How was I supposed to know he was serious? Yin Guoguo lowered her head, her voice subdued. Besides, he only gave me 5 minutes to think. I couldn't react at all. Sighed. Seeing Yin Guoguo's obvious emotional distress, Yin let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. 20 million is still something. Better than nothing. But Guoguo, since young Master Chen is willing to invest in you, it means he has a good impression of you. So your task now is to do your best to connect with him, understand? Yin Guogua replied, gloomily looking out of the window with little interest. Her gaze suddenly caught sight of a tall, handsome figure by the street. His impeccably tailored bespoke suit exuded a cool, noble elegance. He was perfect like a young master from a romance novel, enough to make any girl's breath quicken and heart race. Yin Guogua's mind went blank, and she got out of the car. She quickly ran to the young man. Chen was a little surprised, but soon a faint smile appeared on his face. We meet again, Miss Yin. Why, yes. Yin Guogua was a bit out of breath from running. She smiled back. I saw you and remembered we haven't added each other on WeChat yet. Shall I add you? Sure. A beep. They added each other on WeChat. Chen looked at the young starlet with shimmering eyes. He couldn't help but think of the system's suggestion. I'll forget it. Since it was his own doing, he'd have to deal with it. Who was he after all but a friend of women? If I don't enter the hell, who will? A daily good deed it is. System notification detected the host's kind heart. You have received a reward 1-year usage rights to the Bulgari Presidential Suite at the Bulgari Hotel in Huai. What's it like to have a system that can book a hotel room for you? Chen thanks for the invitation. In Huai, feeling pretty good, the young man got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He looked up at Yin Guogua, who seemed a bit at a loss. Want to come along? Sure. Yin Guogua's face lit up with excitement. Without a second thought, she quickly got into the passenger seat of the Cullinan. Looking at the stunning girl in the passenger seat, Chen felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that tonight the team could sign a brand new player. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly pulled up in front of the Bulgari Hotel. Young Master Chen, welcome to the Bulgari Hotel. As he stepped out of the car, he saw a group of hotel management staff in suits lining up to greet him. I am the general manager of the Bulgari Hotel, Wang Qingyi. I am the director of operations, Lin Zhou. I am the director of guest relations, Tang Yamen. I am the exclusive club manager, Zhao Kai. Watching these usually aloof Bulgari executives bowing respectfully before Chen Yin Guogua following behind Chen was utterly astounded. Mr. Chen. Wang Qingyi approached Chen took the contract document from his assistant, and respectfully handed it to Chen. This is the contract for the Bulgari Presidential Suite you reserved, with a lease term of 1 year. If there are no issues, please sign to confirm. Watching Chen pick up a pen to sign, Yin Guogua's mind exploded like a torpedo, her pupils dilated. She remembered that the nightly rate for the Bulgari Presidential Suite was 25000, a 1-year lease. That would be over 90 million. This is renting a hotel. Pure consumption with no asset appreciation. The reality before her once again shattered her concept of money. Her gaze toward Chen grew increasingly complex. Just how wealthy must he be to treat 90 million with such disdain? Thinking of this, Yin Guogua felt even more regret for her own choices. A playboy who could casually splash over 90 million on a hotel stay. Yet she had only dared to propose a 20 million investment. I'm so foolish. Truly. After signing the document, Chen and his companion were personally led by Wang Qingyi to the Bulgari Presidential Suite on the top floor. Actually, the total cost was not as high as 90 million. After all, leasing for a whole year at once naturally came with a discount. Additionally, given the general downturn in luxury hotels, so the total expenditure was only a little over 30 million. But even that amount was enough to make the Bulgari side treat him with utmost deference. After all, in the current economic downer, being able to suddenly gain a cash flow of 30 million was absolutely precious for the entire group. And for Chen a playboy who could casually spend over 30 million, he was undoubtedly the most premium customer at any hotel. The suite door opened. A spacious interior with an unobstructed view came into sight. Chen however, was already accustomed to such luxury. But Yin Guogua, who had never been to such a high-end suite, was deeply shocked. Watching her cautious demeanor, Chen looked at her with interest. You're a professional, so your acting must be good, right? I guess. It's okay. Yin Guogua blinked her beautiful eyes, a charming blush spreading across her face. Can you perform for me? Chen sat on the master chair and unbuttoned his shirt. The implication was clear. They were both adults, no need to be coy. Yin Guogua's blush deepened. She knew well that no free lunch fell from the sky. Who would be so bored as to throw 20 million on the first day of knowing someone? So what would happen tonight? Yin Guogua understood perfectly. After a brief hesitation, she walked over to Chen with her long legs. She began her performance with dedication. Soon the top student from Shanghai Theater Academy kicked off her first crossover concert in the Bulgari Presidential Suite. The next day, in the gym of the Bulgari Presidential Suite, Chen finished an hour of aerobic jogging on the treadmill. He turned off the treadmill, took a shower in the bathroom, and called the butler to have breakfast delivered to the room. Chen returned to the master bedroom. Yin Guogua happened to wake up as well. Opening her eyes, she met Chen gaze, and the endless madness of the previous night flooded back into her mind. Her fair cheeks flushed bright red. Up, let's go have breakfast. Okay. Yin Guogua replied softly, propping herself up to sit up and get out of bed. But just as she tried to stand, she immediately winced, letting out a hiss. She felt a tearing pain in her lower body, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. Watching the young lady's pained expression, a proud smile crept onto Chen Shei's lips. In fact, it was only under the dual enhancement of perfect sleep and physique energy that she could barely move. The male god sea dog pill really has something. Oh no, I feel like I can go again. If you're uncomfortable, just rest a while. Chen Shei sat beside her, stroking her smooth black hair, his tone gentle. Seeing the young man's fiery and direct gaze, Yin Guogua curled up and looked at him pitifully. It's really fine, you rest well. Chen Shei rubbed her hair ends. Ding, under your careful management, your team has successfully signed a new player. After thoroughly healing her, an unparalleled sense of accomplishment envelopes you, bringing you great joy. Triggering the smile trait reward. Office space. Office space BFC Bund Financial Center in 1 Riverview, standalone office building area, 130 transaction price 1.6 billion. The property rights of this standalone office building have been fully transferred. Please go to the BFC Bund Financial Center sales office to collect the title certificate. Holy shit. Chen Shei was so excited that his breathing became heavy and his body tensed. A Riverview standalone office building worth 1.6 billion. Brother system really went all out this time. He was just worrying about not having an office address, and it was delivered thoughtfully. Looking closely at the details of the reward, Chen Shei became even more astonished. Because this time the system didn't reward just one floor, but the entire building. So awesome. Young Master Chen, don't move. Yin Guogua, who was bending over, exclaimed. Sorry. Chen Shei bounced a basketball, signaling to continue. In his mind, he was already envisioning the bright future of light-year investment. After more than an hour, Chen Shei walked out of the Bulgari Hotel with great satisfaction. He returned home and changed into a comfortable set of casual wear. For the outer layer, he wore a pure white Ermenegildo Zegna lightweight long-sleeved shirt layered with a fine striped t-shirt in beige and light khaki from the same brand. The bottom was a pair of Hermes oat-colored elastic waist shorts. The entire outfit was in earth tones, exuding a sense of effortless relaxation. Just as he was about to head out, the sound of a phone notification suddenly rang out. Jiang Wangshu. Chen Shei, I heard you're in Huhai. Chen Shei, yes, what's up? Jiang Wangshu, what a coincidence. Xiao Lu and I are also in Huhai. Jiang Wangshu, oh, we're just here for sightseeing. Are you free? Join us. Chen Shei, sure, where are you? I'll pick you up. Jiang Wangshu, we're still on the high-speed train, arriving at Huhai South soon. After reading the messages, Chen Shei smiled knowingly and casually replied with a good. An hour later, at the exit of the station, Jiang Wangshu emerged, pushing her suitcase, immediately becoming the center of attention for many passers-by. Standing at 170 centimeters, with fair skin and a pure, innocent beauty, she wore a water blue sleeveless halter-neck short dress. The layered ruffled hem design was light and fluffy. She was absolutely the perfect ideal type in everyone's mind. Beside her, noticing Jiang Wangshu's shy demeanor, Xiao Lu covered her mouth and teased, You're about to see your Chen Shei, aren't you excited? What do you mean, my Chen Shei? Jiang Wangshu blushed and murmured quietly, Lu, don't say things like that, it's embarrassing if someone hears. Who would hear? You're afraid Chen Shei will hear you, right? Xiao Lu said casually. Anyway, you came here to confess to him, why be shy? Jiang Wangshu blushed. What? I haven't even decided yet. Xiao Lu said, Wangshu, let me tell you, Chen Shei is completely different now than before. If you keep dragging your feet, someone else might snatch him up, and you'll have no one to cry to, you know. Jiang Wangshu's lips moved slightly upon hearing this. Before she could speak, a black SUV slowly drove up and stopped in front of the two. The black Spirit of Ecstasy on the hood stood tall. Holy shit. A Rolls-Royce. Xiao Lu was shocked, her eyes wide open. Jiang Wangshu was slightly better, but her expression was also surprised. The car door opened. The handsome figure she had been longing for day and night appeared in the girl's sight. Chen Shei. Xiao Lu exclaimed in surprise, you changed cars again. Chen Shei smiled, the Ferrari was too small in space, so I got a larger one. Hearing this, Xiao Lu and Jiang Wangshu looked at each other in amazement. They felt that Chen Shei was even more impressive than they had imagined. He complained that a few million Ferrari was too small and went straight to getting a Rolls-Royce. Rich. So rich. He helped the two girls load their luggage into the car. The three of them got in the car. Jiang Wangshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to take the passenger seat. Instead, she sat in the back with Xiao Lu. She stared at the dazzling starlight, ceiling, somewhat lost in thought. She felt that the distance between her and Chen Shei had grown even larger. Wangshu, Lu, have you decided where to go? Chen Shei asked while driving. Jiang Wangshu said, Let's go to Whitedan. I've never been there before. All right then, let's go to Whitedan. Chen Shei laughed heartily. I happen to have some business to take care of at Whitedan too. Okay, Chen Shei, you go ahead with your work, we're fine. They drove to the BFC Whitedan Financial Center, located at Whitedan. The three took the elevator up from the underground parking lot. Wow, is this what an elite office building looks like? So high-end and grand. Xiao Lu, who was hooking her arm through Jiang Wangshu's and following behind, muttered softly as she looked at the magnificent lobby. If only I could work in a place like this after graduating from university. If you work hard, you definitely can. Jiang Wangshu said seriously. Chen led the two girls to the front desk. Hello, could you tell me where the sales office is? Seeing this well-dressed and handsome young man, the beautiful receptionist flashed a bright smile. Hello, sir. The sales office is in Building 2 of our North area. May I ask your name? We can arrange a shuttle to take you there. I'm Chen. Chen. Is it Che as in clear? Yes. Okay, please wait a moment, let me check. Eek. Looking at the information that popped up on the computer screen, the young lady was so shocked that her legs pressed together tightly. Oh my god. Chen, the super-rich tycoon who spent $1.6 billion to buy the N1 office building. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I'll contact my colleague in the sales office right away. Watching the receptionist, who was breathing rapidly and blushing, Jiang Wangshu and Xiao Lu, who were following behind Chen, exchanged a puzzled glance. What's going on? Did she just get so excited just hearing Chen-Che's name? Xiao Lu, Wangshu, a surprised voice sounded from behind them. Turning around, they saw Lin Ziyu walking over with a beaming smile. What a coincidence, what are you all doing here? Lin Ziyu said with a smile, and then looked up to see the handsome Chen. The smile on his face stiffened slightly. Xiao Lu smiled and said, we're here with Chen to take care of some business. What about you, Lin Ziyu? Me? He. Lin Ziyu laughed, his tone carrying a hint of pride. I came with my dad. His company has signed a lease for an entire floor upstairs as their new office location. Wow. A whole floor. Xiao Lu's mouth formed an O shape. That's awesome. She had just been thinking that it would be great if she could work in such a high-end office building after graduation. But now her classmate's family had directly rented an entire floor as an office. Seeing the look of admiration on Xiao Lu's face, Lin Ziyu felt incredibly pleased. He subconsciously glanced at Chen, feeling confident again. After all, an entire floor of 1500 square meters with annual rent and property fees totaling over 7 million was no small feat. He signed a 3-year lease in one go. Comparing this, he felt he wasn't too far behind the other. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the Chen in front of him had already undergone several version updates. Wangshu, what are you here for? Lin Ziyu asked with a smile. We're here with Chen. He has some business to take care of. Jiang Wangshu replied politely. Business? You're not thinking of renting an office here too, are you? Lin Ziyu laughed. Well, the office floors here are not easy to rent. I heard all the good floors have been rented out. My dad only got the lease for a whole floor because of his personal connections with the management here. Is it that difficult? Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. The group instinctively looked up. Several middle-aged men in sharp suits rushed over. The one leading them was someone Lin Ziyu recognized. It was Tang Xinghai, one of the management staff at BFC Whitehan Financial Center and a close personal friend of his father. Uncle Tang, what brings you here? Lin Ziyu's heart leaped with joy, and he stepped forward with a smile. Didn't I tell you there's no need for you to personally see me off? Unexpectedly, the other man only gave a perfunctory nod, then reached out and pushed him aside. He strode over to Chen and firmly grasped his hand with both hands. Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Lin Ziyu. Mr. Chen, I was actually planning to call you today, but I didn't expect you to come in person. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. I hope you'll be lenient. President Tang, you're too kind. Chen said, can we proceed with the handover procedures now? Of course. Mr. Chen, your time is precious. Please, this way. Tang Xinghai's face creased with a beaming smile, and he hastily instructed his subordinate beside him. I've already arranged a car for you. Please. Chen nodded, glanced back at Jiang Wangshu and the others and asked, will you come along or wait here? Let's go together. Xiao Lu was the first to raise her hand. Of course, she wanted to see what Chen had done to make these executives so deferential. With that, she eagerly grabbed Jiang Wangshu and followed. Lin Ziyu at the back had a shifting expression on his face. But in the end, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and reluctantly followed as well. Arriving outside, the 2 pre-parked campus shuttle carts were just full. Lin Ziyu asked, Uncle Tang, is there another car? Tang Xinghai turned his head and glanced at him. Mr. Chen, is Xiaoyu a friend of yours? Chen shook his head. No, I'm not familiar with him. Tang Xinghai nodded. Xiaoyu, there's no car available for now. How about you jog along for a bit? With that, President Tang raised his hand and waved, and the electric shuttle started smoothly. Lin Ziyu. I, a rich second generation, am told to run after the car. Damn. Fine, I'll run. I have to see what this is all about. 10 minutes later, the 2 shuttle carts came to a stop one after another in front of building N1 in the BFC Whitehan Financial Center campus. Mr. Chen, please. Tang Xinghai cheerfully invited Chen to alight, and as they walked, he explained the details of building N1. The building has 12 floors above ground, with the ground floor designated for commercial use, mainly upscale Michelin restaurants and trendy internet-famous shops. This ground floor commercial space is still owned by the property rights holder of the BFC Whitehan Financial Center, Fosun Waitin, and is not included in the sale of the entire building. The property rights owned by Chen encompass the entire office area from the 2nd floor up to the 12th floor. Chen looked up. The building in one before him was a mid to high-rise structure. In Huhai, where skyscrapers stood in close array, its facade was not ostentatious, and at first glance it indeed seemed quite ordinary. However, when he took the elevator with Tang Xinghai and the others to the 12th floor and entered the exquisitely decorated office, the view suddenly opened up. The bustling scenery of the Whitean outside the floor-to-ceiling windows crashed into his sight without any obstruction. The mighty Huangpu River wound and surged. On one side lay the century-old Whitean with its stretch of international architectural complex embodying 100 years of Huhai's elegance. On the opposite bank stood the Lujiazui skyscraper cluster exuding the overwhelming grandeur of a modern metropolis. Wow! Gazing at the breathtaking view, the two girls Jiang Wangshu and Xiao Lu were so amazed that their mouths formed a perfect circle. So beautiful. Oh my god, this view is absolutely incredible. Chen, are you planning to rent this place? Your taste is just too good. Behind them, Lin Ziyu, who had arrived panting, heard the exclamations and glared with a hint of defiance. Although the river view here was indeed impressive, his family's rented floor had higher ceilings and more space. All this fuss, and it's nothing special. Mr. Chen, here are your property certificates. Please take a look. Tang Xinghai handed a thick stack of documents to Chen. Your Jinqing legal team has communicated with our legal team and reviewed the entire transfer procedures. Everything is in order. Good, thank you for your trouble. Watching Chen accept the property documents, Lin Ziyu's scalp went numb. Holy crap. So he wasn't renting, he bought it. Jiang Wangshu's face paled. Chen, did you buy this entire floor? Tang Xinghai smiled and explained on his behalf. No. Mr. Chen didn't buy this floor. Oh, he bought the entire building, paid in full for 1.6 billion. Xiao Lu and Jiang Wangshu. Lin Ziyu. The three young students' scalps exploded. Numb, completely numb. Compared to the merely stunned Jiang Wangshu and Xiao Lu, Lin Ziyu, besides being shocked, was completely convinced. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Renting an entire floor was nothing. The other guy directly bought a whole building. 1.6 billion. A lifetime might not earn that much money. Looking at the excited and worshipful goddess Jiang, and then at Chen calm and composed expression, Lin Ziyu's Dao heart was completely shattered. He silently stepped back 2 paces. He felt nothing but childish and ridiculous, because he had always been thinking about how to show off his strength and get the upper hand over Chen. Only at this moment did Lin Ziyu suddenly realize he and Chen were never on the same scale, never in the same dimension. Compare with him. Did he deserve it? How laughable. After completing the property transfer procedures, Chen and his group briefly toured the building and then left. Chen was quite satisfied with this arrangement by Tongzich. Although this building didn't look as imposing as those skyscrapers, but in terms of view, location, and surrounding amenities, it was impeccable. More importantly, the entire building was his own. There was enough area and space to ensure the future development of Guangyin investment. Oh, and there was also the building naming right. Chen had already decided that from now on this building would be called the Guangyin Investment Building. Wouldn't the style suddenly rise? After bidding farewell to Tang Xinghai and the others, the group arrived at the parking lot. Watching Chen unlock a Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge, Lin Ziyu's hollow eyes could no longer stir any waves of shock. He smiled self-deprecatingly and walked up to Chen. In the past, I thought I was something because my family had money. I was a rich second generation, liked to flaunt wealth, and always acted cocky at school. But after truly getting to know you, Chen, I finally realized how ignorant and stupid I was before. Looking at Lin Ziyu's sincere expression, the others exchanged glances. Under the iron fist of reality, he had finally grown up. Chen patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Lin Ziyu, comparison is endless. There will always be someone better or more privileged than you. So I think you just need to follow your heart and be yourself. You are actually excellent too. Arrogance is certainly wrong, but don't belittle yourself either. Understand? Lin Ziyu nodded heavily. He was truly convinced. Well said. Xiao Lu clapped. Chen, no wonder Wangshu is so fond of you. You really are the best. Jiang Wangshu blushed. Xiao Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? Then I'll stop bothering you. Lin Ziyu turned around, gracefully waved his hand, and said loudly, Chen Jiang Wangshu, I wish you happiness. City God Temple. Jiang Wangshu, having changed into a set of hanfu at a costume shop, walked among the antique pavilions and elegant architectures. Her features were like a painting, her demeanor gentle and refined. Behind her, Chen followed with a large camera cradled in his arms. Snap, 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 snap. Shutter sounds echoed as he earnestly captured every beautiful moment. Sometimes she would bend down to gently touch the tip of a lotus, other times she would lean against a window listening to the rippling waves, then she would turn back with a smile, exuding countless charms. Wow, Chen, you're so good at photography. Looking at each photograph that resembled a stunning traditional Chinese fashion spread, Jiang Wangshu's brows softened, her expression one of astonishment. No woman could resist seeing her own beauty in photographs. This isn't fair. Chen, Xiaolu, who had also changed into a set of Hanfu, pouted. Why do you only take photos of Wangshu and not me? I want some too. My apologies, but there can only be one girlfriend in my lens. Chen wrapped his arm around Jiang Wangshu's slender waist, speaking with righteous firmness. Jiang Wangshu's delicate body trembled. Her face immediately flushed red, and lowering her head in silence, only the corners of her lips curved into a sweet smile. Good for you. Wangshu isn't even with you yet. How dare you treat her best friend like this? Wangshu, tell me, isn't that right? Goddess Jiang remained silent, simply stealing glances with a knowing smile. Xiaolu thought to herself, it's over. The good friend has completely fallen deep, gazing at the blushing goddess in his arms. Chen wore a knowing smile. If it were his past self, he certainly wouldn't have dared to be so bold. But the him of now had already experienced 2 version updates. His attitude toward matters between men and women had become relaxed and natural. It was after all a mutual affection. They had already kissed. Why not strike while the iron was hot? We've been strolling for so long, are you hungry? There's a snack stand ahead, want to try it? Sure. Watching the two walking away hand in hand. Xiaolu, who had been force-fed a belly full of dog food, huffed indignantly. If she had known it would turn out like this, why did she come along as a third wheel in the first place? So this is the famous spare rib rice cake. It tastes pretty good. If you like it, eat more. No, the portion is too big, I can't finish it all. Then you eat the spare rib, I'll eat the rice cake. Okay. And no, that won't work either. Jiang Wangshu thought this omen was too inauspicious. The last couple where the girl ate the spare rib and the boy ate the rice cake ultimately didn't end up together. After some thought, she directly pushed the rice cake toward her little friend beside her. Lulu, you have it. Xiaolu. So in the end, I end up taking everything. After finishing the snacks, Chen considerately bought the 2 girls some milk tea. The new limited summer fruit tea from Bawang. The taste wasn't bad, though the straw was quite thick. It made a slurping sound when bitten. Chen, what flavor is yours? Honeydew, I suppose. Want a taste? Then I won't be polite. Jiang Wangshu opened her small lips, gently wrapped around the straw, and took a small sip, leaving a light lip print. How does it taste? Delicious. But my white peach one isn't bad either. Want to try? Sure. Taking Jiang Wangshu's fruit tea, Chen took a big gulp without hesitation. That's how girls are. They're very open with guys they like. Watching the increasingly romantic couple, the neglected Xiaolu behind them shivered. How utterly jealous-making, if not for witnessing it with her own eyes. She would never have believed that the aloof goddess of 4th High Jiang Wangshu could actually show such a coy side in front of a boy. After touring the city god temple, the 3 drove to Jinling Road for a spin. The day was almost over. Inside the Cullinan, Chen asked, what are your plans for tonight? We're still looking for a hotel. Jiang Wangshu scrolled through a group buying app. I forgot to book a hotel in advance. It's the weekend, so suitable hotels are quite hard to find. Then don't bother looking, I'll arrange it for you. No need. Jiang Wangshu felt rather awkward since Chen had been taking them around all day. Having him arrange their hotel stay as well felt like too much to ask. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Chen waved his hand. It's settled, follow me. Young Master Chen, the hotel you arranged must be really upscale, right? Xiaolu blinked her eager eyes. Should be decent. Chen thought for a moment and dialed Bella, the butler of the Bulgari suite. As the highest tier client of the Bulgari group, Chen enjoyed the services of a dedicated butler team of up to 10 people. If he wished, this butler team could handle any and all aspects of his daily needs, from clothing to food to accommodation. Hello, Mr. Chen. Bella, has the room been tidied up? Chen placed slight emphasis on the word tidied. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before the other party's gentle professional voice rang out. Mr. Chen, please rest assured. Our butler team performs cleaning and preparation in the suite whenever it's unoccupied. It has been completed and now guaranteed to be as pristine as when you first checked in. Welcome to arrive at your convenience. Similarly, in her reply, Bella placed slight emphasis on the word unoccupied. As a professional concierge of the presidential suite, she naturally understood everything clearly. For these wealthy and powerful young masters to bring different girls back every day was nothing out of the ordinary. Thus, she had specifically hinted in her words. Your guest from last night has already left. The entire suite has been thoroughly cleaned, and even the blood-stained bedding has all been replaced with brand new items. Young Master Chen may rest assured and bring his guest over with confidence. All right, I'll be over shortly. We await your arrival at any time. With a click, the call ended. From the back seat, Xiaolu's surprised voice immediately rang out. Chen, your room has a butler. Chen, yes, provided by the hotel. Provided by the hotel. Jiang Wangshu blinked. I remember only high-end room types would be assigned butlers, right? Chen, what kind of hotel did you arrange after all? Don't worry, we'll be there soon. After a little over 10 minutes, the group stepped out of the Cullinan, gazing at the golden Bulgari in English on the main entrance. Jiang Wangshu and Xiaolu were both stunned. Bulgari. The hotel Chen arranged was actually the top-tier luxury Bulgari. Before the two could recover from the shock, several hotel butlers in crisp uniforms approached with warm smiles. Welcome back, Mr. Chen. Chen nodded, signaling for the butlers to help carry the luggage for the two girls, while he, led by Bella, brought the awestruck Jiang Wanshu and Xiao Lu into the hotel. I got it. Seeing this grand reception, Xiao Lu behind them immediately reacted, filled with excitement. Chen, you must have booked the presidential suite, right? The presidential suite does come with many butlers. The Bulgari presidential suite must be really expensive. Although Jiang Wanshu was also looking forward to it, she still worried, Chen, we don't really need to stay somewhere so nice. It's fine. The young man smiled and waved his hand. I've already booked a year's worth of presidential suite usage. Stay as you please. What a presidential suite? A year? Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Take care, Mr. Chen. Jiang Wanshu and Xiao Lu, taking the VIP elevator, arrived at the presidential suite on the 45th floor. As soon as they stepped into the room, the luxurious aura that greeted them left the two utterly stunned, unable to look away. What was nothing more than a commonplace sight for Chen was for the two young ladies beside him akin to stumbling into a celestial palace. Gosh, this is way too luxurious. Xiao Lu stared blankly, chattering endlessly. So many rooms. In a living room. These pastries and cakes. Are they all from Bulgari? Wow. The coffee machine cover is made of Bulgari's top layer, cowhide. The water bar has so many foreign liquors. The bedding is so luxurious. Why, it's so soft. Hey, why is there a 3-person bed? Maybe it's a tradition of Bulgari suites. Chen shrugged. Who would have thought a suite could have so many uses? Hotels are great. I must come to hotels more often. After taking a tour around the 400 square meter suite, Jiang Wanshu was a bit surprised. Such a large suite has only one bedroom. Then how will the three of us sleep? Xiao Lu blinked her big eyes in astonishment. Chen, presidential suites usually come with a butler's room that can accommodate one person. Huh, you're the host. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to stay in the butler's room? Chen, Xiao Lu. So it's me who should sleep in the butler's room. Sorry. After touring the hotel, Chen changed into a comfortable t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, and waved his hand. Let's go, time to eat. 47th floor. Il Ristorante, Nico Romito Italian Restaurant. As a unified Italian restaurant brand under the Bulgari Hotel Group, this Italian restaurant in Huai, which focuses on modern Italian cuisine, holds a Michelin 1-star rating. Thanks to the top-tier luxury prestige bestowed by the Bulgari brand Il Ristorante, Nico Romito enjoys great popularity. Dong! The elevator doors opened. A tall, graceful figure stepped out in high heels with a fluffy, flowing, big wave hairstyle. Draped over her shoulders was a white short tweed jacket in a chic style with a light-colored lace camisole underneath, and a white high-waist A-line fitted short skirt. In her hand, she carried a Hermes bag. She looked like a proud socialite. As a struggling model and small-time streamer, Bolin had really splurged this time to check in at the Bulgari Italian restaurant. So of course she had to dress up to the nines, maximizing the prestige of her video content. Greeted by the restaurant's server, Bolin stepped gracefully and aloofly, walking elegantly into the restaurant. Yet her peripheral vision scanned the restaurant like a radar. That middle-aged man on the left is wearing a Vacheron Constantine overseas. That young handsome guy is wearing a set of Givenchy ready-to-wear from this summer's new collection. Looks pretty good. Wow, is that an Hermes black Birkin? Wait, the leather texture is clearly wrong. A fake hat. Scanning all the way, the server led her to a table by the edge to sit down. This was what Bolin had specifically emphasized in her reservation. Looking up, the Lujiazui skyline with its newly lit landscape lights was dazzling and bustling. It stirred a surge of excitement in her heart. For a moment, it even made her feel a bit dazed, as if she were no longer a small-time model streamer, but a Shanghai socialite stepping into high society. In a good mood, she took out her phone, set it up on the table, and started video recording. Sorry, madam. The server reminded, to protect the privacy and dining experience of other guests, our restaurant does not allow live streaming. I'm not live streaming, Bolin said indifferently. Can't I just record myself with the camera? Well, okay. The server nodded. As a seasoned receptionist, he had seen too many girls like Bolin. On the surface, they were glamorous. But in reality, it's hard to describe. Such guests were actually the most troublesome to serve. Taking the menu, Bolin elegantly picked up her water glass and took a sip of sparkling water. Then she cleared her throat, and in front of the camera gracefully flipped through the menu. Slowly she began to speak. For appetizer, pain de Altamura bread, I don't like it with balsamic vinegar, please change it to butter. Vegetable salad without dressing, I'm on a diet lately. For the seafood pasta, I need extra formaggio cheese. I know seafood pasta doesn't come with cheese, but I personally like it. Finally, for the main course, Toscana steak medium well will do. Very well, madam. Watching the server turn and leave, Bolin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, her effortless and confident manner when ordering relied entirely on the restaurant review guides on Xiaohongshu. Of course, it was also to craft an image of being knowledgeable and elegant. To enhance her prestige, she had even memorized those Italian words by rote. So tongue-twisting. The restaurant served the dishes quickly. Before long, the courses were presented one by one, perfectly in line with the consistent style of Michelin restaurants. Large plates, small portions smeared with sauce and garnished with greens. $13.88 for just this little bit. Yu Bolin rubbed her ample chest, feeling a pang of financial pain. She grabbed her phone and started snapping wildly. At least she had to recoup the cost through photos. After taking shots of the dishes, she flipped the camera and began taking beautiful selfies from various angles. Click, click, click a few times. Yu Bolin suddenly paused in her actions. Then she tapped on the camera to find the photo she just took. In the photo, she looked charming and elegant. However, the fly in the ointment was that at a table not far behind her, there was actually a customer wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. How off-putting. Excuse me. Hello, madam. I want to ask, why does your restaurant allow such attire to dine in? Yu Bolin's face turned cold. I think this is a serious dereliction of duty by your restaurant. It has severely affected my dining experience. I believe you should give every other guest in the restaurant a free meal. The server opened his mouth in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected that this socialite lady would make such a tricky complaint. I'm sorry, madam, your request is difficult for us to fulfill. How about this? We'll offer you an extra complimentary dish as an apology. Is that acceptable? What do you mean? Trying to fob me off with one dish? Yu Bolin said. I came here to dine precisely to enjoy the ambience. Shorts and flip-flops. What's the difference between that and those random people eating at roadside stalls? Doesn't it affect my dining mood? I'm sorry, madam. The commotion attracted the restaurant manager. He strode over quickly and spoke in a calm tone. I am the manager of Il Ristorante, Nico Ramato Marco. Could you please give me 1 minute to explain? Go ahead. Perhaps intimidated by the aura of this suited professional, Yu Bolin pursed her lips and crossed her arms. The middle-aged man spoke unhurriedly. At Il Ristorante, Nico Ramato, we can only suggest that guests dress formally. We have no right to enforce it. Secondly, the gentleman you are criticizing is the most esteemed guest of our Bulgari hotel group. Please immediately stop your criticism and refrain from using derogatory terms like random people. Otherwise, we will have to ask you to leave immediately. What do you mean by that? Yu Bolin's face flushed with anger. Exactly what I said. The manager spread his hands regretfully. Madam, you are certainly welcome to dress up, take photos, and check in. But that gentleman too was simply coming downstairs for a casual meal. What's all the commotion over there? At the dining table, Jiang Wangshu set down her silver fork and gazed with a puzzled expression at the socialite girl arguing with the restaurant staff not far away. No idea. Xiao Lu slurped up the lobster linguine and muttered, maybe she thinks it's overpriced and the portions are too small. Can't blame her for feeling ripped off. The young man averted his gaze from the socialite's long white lace-clad legs and said, not enough food. Order more. Chen, don't be like that. How can we accept this? Xiao Lu quickly wiped her cavernous mouth and grabbed the menu. What's it like to have a bestie with a rich boyfriend? Xiao Lu, thanks for the invite. Currently in Huhai. Ordering anything I want at Bulgari restaurant. Jiang Wangshu. Your audacity to feast on someone else's boyfriend is truly unmatched. Dinner lasted until 9 in the evening. Chen paid the bill, which came to 5233 yuan, including service charge. It was decent overall, though he still felt slightly unaccustomed to Italian cuisine. But the two girls loved it. They had eaten their fill and taken plenty of photos. No doubt their moments would be flooded with likes tonight. Back in the suite, the butler had already thoughtfully prepared the turn-down service. The room's lighting was adjusted to a warm, cozy ambience. The massage bathtub overlooking the Huhai nightscape had been filled with warm water in advance. Overflowing bubbles were scattered with fresh red rose petals, and a pre-decanted bottle of red wine was set nearby. The romantic atmosphere made the two girls' eyes sparkle. Chen, can we use the bathtub? Of course. The young man nodded. It was prepared for you both. Well, thank you. You're so sweet. Xiao Lu beamed, taking Jiang Wangshu's hand. Wangshu, it's been ages since we bathed together, come on. Jiang Wangshu smiled at that. After all, they were close besties who often showered together back in the dormitory. The frosted glass door of the bathroom slid shut. A crisp click of the lock resounded mercilessly. The young man shrugged, walked to the study, and picked up the unfinished book, the Jewelry Bible. He put on his glasses, settled into a single-seater sofa, and began reading with great interest. Just one wall away in the shared master bathroom. Wangshu, help me unzip my dress. Xiao Lu wiggled her plump, curvy bottom, acting spoiled with her bestie. Jiang Wangshu, see. You ate so much you can't even reach the zipper yourself. Xiao Lu, he already worried about your boyfriend's wallet before he's even officially confessed. Nonsense. Jiang Wangshu pouted playfully, raised her hand, and gave a firm slap on her bestie's firm round bottom. Watching the flesh jiggle, Jiang Wangshu suddenly froze. Her mind flashed back to the bikini-clad women Chen had sketched at the seaside cafe. Wasn't that exactly the kind of curvaceous figure? Why did you hit me? Xiao Lu rubbed her reddened bottom, glaring at her friend with a pitiful look. Jiang Wangshu, Lulu, how did you get a body like this? Huh, me? Xiao Lu was taken aback. I was born this way. Jiang Wangshu scrutinized her carefully. No, I remember but wasn't this perky before. Oh that. Xiao Lu giggled. I followed a fitness blogger and did her exercises every day for a few months. That's how it turned out. Jiang Wangshu's eyes lit up. Then can you teach me? First let's soak in the bath. After that I'll teach you. Now help me unzip. Okay, turn around. Xiao Lu turned around, and through the thick glass wall saw Chen sitting on the single sofa opposite. She let out a startled cry. What's wrong now? Wangshu, look, this glass wall is transparent. Can Chen see us? That's impossible. It's one-way glass, from the outside it's frosted. Really? Shall we check again? Still uneasy, the two crept out, peeked at Chen, who was engrossed in his book, then turned in unison to examine the glass wall. It was indeed frosted. Not even a silhouette was visible. Reassured, the two girls finally relaxed. Back in the bathroom. From inside they could clearly see Chen sitting just outside the wall. Jiang Wangshu and Xiao Lu exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Even though they were sure no one could see, and it still gave them the illusion of undressing in front of him. Xiao Lu, forget it. He can't see us anyway. Let's just hurry up and wash. Jiang Wangshu In the study, Chen, wearing his Mingxi glasses, was absorbed in the jewelry Bible. He had to admit that Bulgari, as a jeweler, had curated a fine selection of jewelry-related books. This was an authoritative illustrated guide systematically tracing the development of Western jewelry from ancient times to the modern era. It covered key periods such as Byzantine, medieval, Renaissance, Baroque, Belle Époque, and Art Deco, giving Chen a fresh insight into jewelry aesthetics. Ding! A system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Mingxi glasses unlock temporary ability light scattering countermeasure. Using this ability, your vision can temporarily bypass the effects of light scattering, allowing you to penetrate frosted glass and similar materials. Cost 100 Mingxi points. Chen, what kind of useless ability is this? And it costs me 100 Mingxi. No thanks. Splash. The sound of water in the bathtub. Actually, training your glutes isn't hard. Xiao Lu stepped out naked and began teaching her bestie the fitness moves she had learned. The basics are squats, do 3 sets every morning and evening, 20 reps each. But the form must be precise and the posture must be correct. Jiang Wangshu also stepped out naked and followed along, learning the professional moves. Is it just squats? Of course there's more, Xiao Lu said. Side-lying leg lifts, clamshells, and prone rear kicks. I call them the killer combo. Awesome. Teach me, master. He watched closely, disciple. Xiao Lu grinned smugly, lay on her side, and just completed a perfect side leg lift. Then her gaze caught something. Through the glass partition, Chen, wearing glasses in the study, had somehow begun staring unblinkingly in the direction of the bathroom. Xiao Lu eyed Chen suspiciously, her raised leg slowly lowering. Strange, what was he looking at? Could the glass cast a silhouette from the outside? Wangshu, are you absolutely sure nothing can be seen from outside? Positive, Jiang Wangshu said, puzzled. Didn't we both check it ourselves? What's wrong? Oh, nothing. By the way, you still have to teach me the clamshells and prone rear kicks. Show me now. Okay. Xiao Lu figured she must be overthinking it. Still, the thought of facing him felt embarrassingly awkward. So she shifted to a position where she wouldn't meet his gaze and continued imparting new knowledge. In the study, Chen silently crossed his legs. The glass partition door slid open. A wave of steam billowed out. The two girls, now in their nightgowns, stepped out. After Xiao Lu left, she instinctively turned her head to glance at the front partition. It was a gray blur, impossible to see anything inside. Relieved it was indeed my imagination. Maybe Chen was just spacing out. He usually seemed so mature and composed. Who would have thought he could be a handsome young man lost in thought? Seeing the two come out. Sitting behind the study desk, Chen, who had already taken off his gentlemanly villain glasses. No, Ming vision glasses, smiled at the two girls. Finished washing. Comfortable. Super awesome. Jiang Wangshu shook her freshly dried long hair and said with a smile, the bathtub even has a massage function, it's so comfortable. Alright, glad you like it. Chen, aren't you going to take a shower? I'll go after I finish this book. You two go rest first. Okay. After confirming the two girls were far away, Chen, behind the desk, finally uncrossed his legs. He stood up and walked into the bathroom. After finishing his shower, he came out. Jiang Wangshu was curled up alone on the living room sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window. She wore a light-colored cotton gauze nightgown, her long fair legs exposed, reflecting a soft glow. Her small feet with toes like round pearls and jade resembling 10 exquisite jade bamboo shoots, pure and flawless. They were absolutely natural, food grade. Recalling the scene of her practicing glutes earlier, Chen felt his head starting to ache. Chen, you're done washing? She asked as she watched the young man approach. Jiang Wangshu caught a glimpse of his bare chest, revealing 8-pack abs, and her face instantly flushed. His body is amazing. Yeah. Chen nodded, looked around, and asked, where's Xiao Lu? She left. Left? Seeing Chen surprised expression, Jiang Wangshu hugged a pillow and averted her gaze. She said her cousin asked for her, so she went to her cousin's place. She probably won't be back tonight. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. That Xiao Lu, she's really sensible. A good friend. Well, it's getting late. Want to go rest? Chen, you go first. I'll be right there. Okay. Watching the young man enter the bedroom, Jiang Wangshu took a deep breath. She walked to the bathroom. She brushed her teeth meticulously twice. After making sure her breath was fresh, she carefully entered the master bedroom. The room was prepared for the night, dimly lit. In the center, the gauze canopy of the large bed had been lowered. The gossamer thin fabric swayed as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Chen, Jiang Wangshu whispered. Suddenly a hand reached out from the canopy and grasped her delicate wrist. The girl let out a startled cry and was pulled up. The canopy closed again, creating an even more intimate space around the master bed. Under the soft glow of the nightlight, Jiang Wangshu looked at the young man before her. She lightly tapped his chest. What are you doing? You scared me. Afraid you'd be too shy to come up, Chen said. So I gave you a hand. TCH, the girl let out a disdainful snort, but was immediately pulled into the young man's embrace. Feeling the heat of his body, Jiang Wangshu stiffened, then slowly relaxed, turning her face to look at Chen. Her face flushed a slight sense of shame, but in her heart there was a hint of grievance. He hadn't even confessed, yet he was so eager to get to this point. So impatient, not sincere at all. It's not surprising Jiang Wangshu thought that way. After all, women are emotional creatures. Like is like, but the necessary sense of ceremony can't be missing. She could give herself, but not without clarity. Otherwise, what would be the difference from a friend with benefits who comes and goes? Snap. Just as the girl was silently complaining in her heart, the crisp sound of a finger snap suddenly echoed in the dimly lit room. Immediately, rose petals that had been prepared above the canopy began to fall like a gentle rain of flowers. Wow! Jiang Wangshu was both surprised and delighted. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl vulnerable to such carefully prepared romance. Looking at the delighted Jiang Wangshu in his arms, Chen nimble fingers rubbed together in the air. A vibrant rose appeared in his hand, as if from nowhere. He handed it to Jiang Wangshu. Wangshu, do you remember the last time I gave you flowers? I remember. Jiang Wangshu took the rose and looked up at him. At the seaside cafe. In her mind, she recalled that beautiful afternoon. He comforted her, took her to see the sea, drew pictures, and performed magic for her. Perhaps it was that afternoon when she truly, completely, and hopelessly fell in love with him. The girl's heart softened. Her gaze toward Chen was bright and moist, shimmering like water. Actually that day. Their voices sounded in unison. Both were startled, then simultaneously covered their mouths and chuckled. Chen said, what did you want to say? Go ahead. Jiang Wangshu proudly turned her head away. No, you go first, all right. The young man lowered his head, gazing at her with deep affection. His starry eyes made the girl helplessly infatuated. Wangshu, actually that afternoon, I wanted to confess to you. His hand gently caressed the face of the suddenly stunned girl. Chen smiled and continued, Jiang Wangshu, I've actually liked you for a very, very long time. You know, from the first day of high school, I fell in love with you at first sight. But back then, I didn't have the courage to express my feelings for you. All these years until now, I finally have the courage to tell you openly and honestly. Jiang Wangshu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? In an instant, Jiang Wangshu was completely frozen. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes widened abruptly, her pupils slightly trembling, her eyes full of unprepared shock. First day of high school, love at first sight, a secret crush hidden for years. It turned out it wasn't just her one-sided love. So the young man who had occupied her thoughts, who had secretly stirred her heart throughout her youth, had already placed her in his heart from the very first meeting. An immense surprise crashed down instantly, filling Jiang Wangshu's heart and soul. You fool. Before her voice faded, the girl had already, regardless of everything, pressed her lips firmly against the young man's. Her clumsy and inexperienced efforts left Chen somewhat overwhelmed for a moment. He was pushed down by her. He simply relaxed his body and let her take the lead. Her smooth long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. In the hazy night, Jiang Wangshu greedily sought his breath. Chen felt for the first time that he was so thoroughly overpowered. Is this the power of love? A sharp pain came from his lip. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. It must have been scratched by her teeth in the frenzy. But Chen didn't call a stop. He was still in pain and pleasure. However, his hands began to counterattack, feeling an indescribable delight never experienced before. Jiang Wangshu let out a startled cry. She came to her senses. She covered her face with her hands. The neon lights of Shanghai glittered. The hazy light streamed into the room, making the atmosphere even more beautiful. Chen don't worry, it's okay. A soft whimper. The bed was full of roses of vivid red. About the young player making her debut with the worst stamina and endurance on the team, continuing high-intensity matches will cause her to develop fear. Please, team manager, pay attention to her psychological state and arrange her playing time appropriately. The sun was bright. Chen, what are you doing? Why are you so relentless? Woo, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. After more than an hour. No matter how sincerely Chen tried to persuade her, Jiang Wangshu refused to stay in Huhai any longer. She insisted on returning to her hometown in Min Province. It wasn't that she didn't love him anymore. It was that her boyfriend was just too good at loving. From morning till night he loved her so much that Jiang Wangshu's head spun, and she felt like vomiting. How could he be so formidable? Can't handle it, can't handle it. Jiang Wangshu was a delicate young lady after all. How could her frail body bear such fortune? Leaving early would surely spare her some suffering. Leave too late. Sigh, unthinkable, unthinkable. Chen had no choice either. Before Jiang Wangshu he had only cleared 2 dungeons. The first dungeon was for group dance practice. The second dungeon, well, just for fun, to experience the thrill of being a big-shot investor. So the Jiang Wangshu before him was the only legal dungeon he could currently enter. So he had to enter the dungeon every day and farm gold. After all, the sea dog pill for men was no joke. It was an ancient recipe. It had a long-term nourishing effect on the body. The longer it lasted, the stronger the effect. No help for it. He couldn't overcome his new wife's longing to return to her parents' home. In the end, Chen could only book her a plane ticket, drive Jiang Wangshu to the airport, and see her off. Ding. Successfully pursued the high school belle you had a crush on. The feeling of realizing your dream is so wonderful. Triggered smile trait, reward trait, peach blossom luck. Peach blossom luck, you are more likely to encounter beautiful women with high attractiveness. Chen. What kind of messy ability is that? The following week, Chen work focus was on his work at Guangyin Investment. First, he secured the Series A investment for Mirror Technology. Then, with the help of Song Qingyuan and Xie Sherwin, this pair of right-hand assistants, the Guangyin Investment Building at BFC Bund Financial Center finally had the basic framework of a company. Elegant office environment, neat and high-end workstations, well-equipped leisure area. Filled Chen with a strong sense of accomplishment. The next thing was to recruit employees. As for the preliminary preparation procedures for these tasks, Chen, as the boss, naturally didn't need to get involved. Instead, he simply handed it over to Song Qingyuan and Xie Sherwin, asking them to contact top headhunting agencies. He himself sat comfortably in the boss's office on the 12th floor. With the air conditioner blowing, sipping coffee, he took out his phone and dialed Qingyun's number. A beep, and the call was answered instantly. Xiao, what's up? Got time? I'm getting a motorhome and going to Gusu to hang out with Inin and Ningning. Come on, I'm a workhorse who has to go to work every day, okay? No more vacation days. Can you not go to work? If I don't work, will you take care of me? I'll take care of you. Forget it, bro. You just take good care of your Xiaonan. I still have work here, gotta go. Huiyin Fund Management Co. Ltd. At the front desk. Qingyun put down her phone, her eyes flickering slightly. Was that, I'll take care of you, serious? She thought to herself. Qingyun looked at the work schedule filled with tedious tasks. She furrowed her delicate brows. Since returning from the Maldives vacation, the administrative director Ho Jinghao had been hinting in a roundabout way, not only that he deliberately created opportunities to be alone with her. For instance, watching movies, going to dinner together, going out for drinks at night, etc. Qingyun found it disgusting and made excuses to decline all of them. But precisely because of this, Ho Jinghao's attitude began to change. He started deliberately making things difficult at work. This made Qingyun particularly irritable. This damn job was unbearable even for a single day. If it came to it, she would take this month's intern salary and leave quickly. Jinjin. The voice of colleague Zheng Ranran interrupted Qingyun's thoughts. Director Ho wants you to go to his office. It's almost time to get off work. Why does he want me to go to his office? Qingyun said irritably, not going. The thought of his bad breath makes me sick. Jinjin, why are you doing this? Zheng Ranran showed a gloating smile. Director Ho is a high-level figure in the company after all. He appreciates you so much, and you still don't know how to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qingyun sneered. If you like it so much, you go seize it. Zheng Ranran's smile froze. She rolled her eyes, turned around, picked up her bag, and muttered a small tch. Where are you going? Qingyun asked coldly. Zheng Ranran. I'm getting off work, packing up, and leaving. None of your business. Qingyun grabbed several documents from the table and threw them over. This, and these materials. These are all things you should have finished today. Please handle them properly before leaving, okay? Do me a favor, my boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. Your boyfriend waiting for you is none of my business. Since she was planning to quit anyway, Qingyun was emboldened this time and didn't give in at all. You slack off and bully new colleagues every day? Is that fun? Zheng Ranran was so angry her nose was crooked. Hey, what's going on with you two? A foul breath wafted over and Ho Jinghao walked over with his hands behind his back. You two are the front desk of the company, representing the company's first image. Arguing at your posts during work hours, what kind of behavior is that? Sorry, Director Ho. Zheng Ranran quickly bowed, her tone aggrieved. It's my fault for not handling the colleague relationship well. I made Jinjin angry. SC Ranran's attitude is very good. Ho Jinghao nodded, turned to Qingyun, and his gaze fell on her long black stockinged legs. Jinjin, you're not as good as Ranran in this regard. You still need to learn more, understand? Qingyun folded her arms and sneered. She thought that when it came to playing pitiful Zheng Ranran was the best. Alright, you two can go off work. Ho Jinghao said, Jinjin, come with me to meet a client. I'm not going. What did you say? Ho Jinghao was caught off guard, his face turning livid. Sorry, Director Ho. Jinjin's brows were cold and sharp. I'm just an intern front desk. Meeting clients and drinking with them is not within my job scope. Her voice was loud, startling many colleagues passing by after work, and shocked gazes came one after another. Apparently they hadn't expected that this pretty intern would be so tough, not giving Ho Jinghao any face. How can you be so lacking in ambition? Ho Jinghao, openly contradicted, broke down in rage. I'm taking you to show you favor. Someone like you who doesn't put the company's interests first is not a qualified employee the company needs. Understand? Is it the company's interests or your personal perversion? Jinjin stared at him coldly. Ho Jinghao, if you have time to think about those crooked thoughts, why don't you go home and spend more time with your wife who is in confinement? Noticing the countless contemptuous looks from around, Ho Jinghao exploded in fury. Jinjin, do you fucking not want to work anymore? Exactly. I don't want to work anymore, I quit. The golden-haired beauty snapped angrily. She picked up her bag, neatly swung her long hair, and walked away without looking back. Ho Jinghao was impotently furious and was about to chase after her to curse, but suddenly saw a group of people in suits walk out of the elevator. The one leading them was the company president Zhao Pengcheng. Ho Jinghao quickly swallowed the filth in his mouth. At the company entrance, colleagues who were about to leave for the day stepped aside. Only the beautiful Jinjin, with her brilliant golden hair, strode forward. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, she passed by the boss's entourage with a cool and elegant demeanor. Miss Chen. Suddenly a hesitant female voice rang out from the crowd. Isn't this Miss Chen? Jinjin stopped in her tracks. Hotel. You are. Looking at the workplace woman who had called out to her, Jinjin turned back and paused for a moment. Ms. Zheng. It turned out that the other party was none other than Zheng Jiyu, the special representative of the Chung Foundation, who had signed a trust agreement with Xiaonan that day. Hee, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, what a coincidence. Jiyu, you know Miss Chen. The middle-aged man walking alongside Zhao Pengcheng spoke with some surprise. Yes, President Kong, do you know her too? Zheng Jiyu replied with a smile. I've had the honor of meeting her once. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jinjin looked at him with surprise. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, refined and elegant, with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, exuding an extraordinary aura. She felt as though she had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall. Miss Chen, don't you remember? We met downstairs before. Kong Mingzhi spoke with the utmost politeness, reminding the woman who was the most important benefactor's companion. At that time you were with Mr. Chen. Oh, I remember now. Hello. Jinjin blinked. She finally recalled that on her first day at work, she had indeed seen Xiao Che downstairs with him, and a man who looked like a lawyer. President Kong, Director Zheng, you know Xiao Chen. Overhearing their conversation, Zhao Pengcheng asked with some confusion. Of course, Miss Chen is Mr. Chen's good friend. Kong Mingzhi nodded. Mr. Chen is. He is the sole beneficiary of our Chung Foundation, Mr. Chen Che. At these words, Zhao Pengcheng's expression turned astonished, his mouth slightly agape. Then his gaze toward Jinjin became fervent. He had never imagined that the intern receptionist at his own company was so closely connected to the company's biggest benefactor, the big boss of the Chung Foundation. What was this? A mountain of gold right before his eyes, yet he had been blind to it. Zhao Pengcheng's heart was overjoyed. The Chung Foundation, managing 30 billion in funds, was the most elite trust foundation in the country. It was also the largest strategic investor that his Huiyan fund was desperately trying to win over. Originally, he had been anxious, worried that the Chung Foundation would look down on Huiyan. Now with Xiao Chen, this true goddess, by his side, if she could whisper a few sweet words into Mr. Chen's ear, wouldn't the cooperation be settled with just one word from him? Excellent. This was what they called, when fortune smiles, the whole world conspires to help. Old Zhao was finally going to have his day. Xiao Chen, you and Mr. Chen are friends. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Pengcheng beamed with joy. By the way, don't rush off. Go to HR later. Your job position will be adjusted. Jinjin shrugged. No need, General Zhao. I've resigned. What a... Zhao Pengcheng was struck as if by lightning. Xiao Chen, let's talk things over. Why would you suddenly resign? For that question, General Zhao, you'd better ask your Director Ho. Hearing this, Zhao Pengcheng was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Ho Jinghao, who stood at the front desk with a pallid, uncertain expression. He immediately understood what was going on. His face darkened instantly. Xiao Chen, don't rush to resign just yet, Zhao Pengcheng said urgently. Give me some time. I promise I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Alright, I'll wait for your news. At the front desk, Ho Jinghao watched Jinjin chatting and laughing with General Zhao and the company's biggest client. A chill ran through his body and beads of cold sweat rolled down his greasy forehead. It's over. This time it's truly over. Stepping out of the company, Chen Che got into the AMG-1. Just as he was about to drive home, his phone rang. Hello? Jinjin Jia, what's up? Nothing, just bored and want to hang out with you. Okay, where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm downstairs at the central tower. I'll wait for you. Hanging up, Chen pressed the accelerator. The sleek road beast roared toward the Shanghai Central Tower. The sun was setting and the city lights began to glow. Standing by the roadside, Qin Jun, with her curvaceous tall figure, wore a lavender-gray satin silk blouse, its hem neatly tucked into a dark pencil skirt. The outline of her slender waist was accentuated. Below the skirt, her long, smooth legs and black stockings were adorned with 6 centimeters stiletto heels. The dark-toned attire made her radiant blonde hair and fair skin stand out brilliantly under the neon lights. A bright yellow Lamborghini pulled up from the road and slowly stopped in front of her. Under the envious gazes of the other women nearby, the window rolled down, revealing a young man in an MLB cap. He smiled at her. "Beautiful lady waiting for a ride. Need a lift?" "Thanks, but no thanks." The blonde bombshell declined directly, her tone icy. Hearing this, the trendy young man's lips curled into an awkward smile. He clearly hadn't anticipated that his unbeatable Lamborghini pickup line could fail. "Beautiful lady," he said, revving the engine a bit ruefully. "It's rush hour. Hard to get a taxi." "I don't need a taxi. My friend is coming to pick me up." "No way. Can your friend's car be as cool as the passenger seat of my Lamborghini Huracan?" "Heh." Before the words faded, the roar of an engine echoed from afar. Under everyone's gaze, a supercar pitch black with a dense trident star emblem on the rear approached from the distance. It stopped in front of the Lamborghini. "Holy shit. AMG 1. The Lamborghini owner was stunned. He knew this legendary car well. The price of one was enough to buy more than a dozen of his Lamborghini. Then, to his shock, the stunning woman in black stockings and heels walked straight to the AMG 1, lifted the butterfly door, and gracefully sat into the passenger seat. Only after the car's taillights quickly disappeared at the end of the road did the trendy young man shake his head in dismay. Indeed, no matter how fast the 86, they could never catch up to Natsuki, who loved the Mercedes. Inside the AMG 1, Chen drove the supercar with one hand, while the other gently comforted her on her thigh. "What's wrong, Jinjinjia? You seem a bit down today." "Nothing much. Just some tedious work stuff." Feeling the warm touch on her thigh, Qinjun shot him a sideways glance. Of course, that was all. She was already used to his fidgety hands and didn't take it to heart. She just considered it a little perk from her little brother. Besides, she actually found it quite pleasant. Chen smiled slightly. "Work is so tiring. How about I take you to relax and do SBA?" "Really? Where?" Qinjun's spirits lifted instantly. Let's go to Bulgari. I recall their SBA is decent." "Bulgari?" Qinjun was stunned. "Yeah. What, you don't like it? Want to go somewhere else?" No. Bulgari. I want Bulgari." "Are you kidding? That's Bulgari. The dream hotel of every Shanghai socialite." "Mr. Chen, welcome back." As Chen walked into the hotel with a brand new beauty on his arm, the hotel staff on both sides gazed at him with reverence. Every time he returns to the hotel with a top-tier beauty, young Master Chen is truly incredible. Neither envy the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals, envy young Master Chen's every day. Gazing at the sparkling Bulgari logo, Qinjun's eyes were filled with dazzling enchantment. This was the dream wine of every socialite in Shanghai. Led by the butler, they arrived at the VIP elevator. As the door slid open, 2 elegantly dressed socialites stepped out. Seeing Chen approaching, their big bright eyes fixed on him. What a handsome young master. Then their gazes turned to Qinjun, brimming with envy. Seeing this, Qinjun tightened her grip on Chen arm, lifting her chin proudly. "My brother's face, my glory." The elevator ascended swiftly and soon came to a smooth stop. Qinjun looked up at the floor number, her eyes lighting up. 45th floor. The renowned Bulgari presidential suite floor. She quickly leaned close to Chen and whispered, "Bro, did you book the Bulgari presidential suite?" Chen nodded, his lips brushing against her ear. "Rented it for a year, just come here to stay sometimes." Oh my, a single breath of his immortal air and Qinjun's legs turned to jelly. 2,500 per night for the presidential suite, rented by the year. Truly a generous brother. As the door to the presidential suite opened, a cool, sophisticated scent of Bulgari's custom aromatherapy wafted over. Ah, the scent of luxury. Qinjun closed her eyes, slightly intoxicated. "Mr. Chen, welcome back." 8 professional SBA therapists in uniform, elegant attire bowed at the door. Qinjun's heart trembled again. So many therapists for a single SBA. Unlike Qinjun's astonishment, Chen merely nodded lightly, long accustomed to the services of top luxury hotels. Led by the therapist, the two entered the private SBA room in the suite. Chen only needed a full body massage, so he lay down and began. But for Qinjun, he had prepared an exclusive facial and full body SBA plan. So she had to go to the bathroom and start with a bath. Under the service of 2 female therapists, Qinjun first enjoyed a Bulgari custom damask rose aromatherapy bath. After soaking, she applied Hermes Unjardin Sur Le Nil body lotion. Feeling refreshed and dry, she changed into a bathrobe and returned to the SBA room. A professional consultation therapist approached and gently inquired about Qin Jin's personal skin condition. Soon a customized facial and full-body SBA plan was created for her. As they spoke, Qin Jin glanced at the skincare set nearby, her brows rising. La Mer Classic Full Set. Miss. Arrivo Phantom. No wonder it's a socialite's favorite. After a 140-minute facial and body SBA, Qin Jin was purring with pleasure. On the recommendation of the therapist, she also had her nails redone. The Bulgari signature serpent pattern made her hands look extraordinarily graceful. Qin Jin beamed, with joy, snapping photos repeatedly with her phone. She felt utterly refreshed, all her work worries from before completely swept away. She felt transformed from a Cinderella into a lofty princess. Truly only with my little Che can I have no worries every day. Sister Jin, come eat. Okay. Qin Jin picked up her phone and walked over happily, but suddenly several message alerts chimed. Curiously, she opened the messages and was surprised to see they were from the big boss Zhao Pengqing. Zhao Pengqing, Xiao Qin, I have thoroughly understood the situation. It was indeed the company's fault for arbitrarily transferring you and preventing you from joining your desired department. Zhao Pengqing, here's the deal. The HR has adjusted your position. You are now officially transferred to the company's investment department as a special investment consultant primarily responsible for liaising with the strategic investor Qing Fund. Zhao Pengqing, this position is equivalent to the department director level, an independent role without attendance check-ins, mainly to facilitate your schedule. The salary is also at the director level, 50K per month, 14 months, pay plus monthly transportation and accommodation subsidies of 10K. Zhao Pengqing, also regarding Ho Jinghao's harassment, the company will definitely give you an explanation. Zhao Pengqing, Xiao Qin, I know you are a girl with dreams and ambitions. Believe in our company's prospects. If we can secure the cooperation with Chung Fund, our company has the potential to aim for an IPO. Zhao Pengqing, when that happens, your stock options will not be lacking. After reading the boss's messages, Qin Jin's heart began to race uncontrollably. 600 per month, 14 months, pay an annual salary of over 800, and a director-level position. No attendance check-ins, free to come and go as she pleased. In the entire Huiyan Fund, aside from the big boss, Zhao Pengqing, no one could control her, not to mention the stock options. Although she had not been with the company long, she knew that everyone was talking about bringing in strategic investors to push the company toward an IPO. So-called stock options were essentially shares awarded to employees. If the quantity was substantial enough after Huiyan Fund successfully went public, she could achieve financial freedom. The dream of a financial elite and Shanghai socialite could truly become reality. Such tempting conditions for a girl from an ordinary family with only a junior college degree were like a dream. The blonde beauty licked her lips excitedly. Her long fingers, freshly adorned with the Bulgari serpent pattern, quickly tapped on the screen. Qin Jin, thank you for your trust, President Zhao. I will work hard. Sister Jin, what are you still doing over there? The voice of Chen Che came from the distant dining area. Coming, little brother. Qin Jin scurried happily into the living room. Gazing at the dazzling array of exquisite dishes, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Lobster, king crab, all kinds of fresh seafood, all her favorites. Too happy. Qin Jin looked at the young man before her, her heart melting. Because of him, her life had become colorful and rich. Bro, come here. What for? Oh, just come. Qin Jin couldn't wait, grabbed Chen Che and planted big loud kisses. 1, 2, 3. Then she switched to his left cheek, kissing repeatedly. Young Master Chen was left dazed. Sister Jin, if you told me you liked this, I would have brought you here every day and let you kiss me all the time. What? Who wants to kiss you every day? Feeling his hands starting to wander, Qin Jin shyly wiggled her hips. I just wanted to kiss you right now. All right, after the cheeks, isn't it time for the lips? Sorry, young Master Chen, but your sister here still has her first kiss, and I won't give it to you. Then I want it even more. This year the typhoons in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai were especially frequent. The two had just finished their meal. The originally sweltering weather abruptly shifted. A severe convective weather system arrived without warning. The wind howled fiercely and rain poured in torrents. Outside the glass curtain wall of the Bulgari presidential suite, rainwater cascaded like a waterfall. Faint rumbles of thunder echoed in the distance. Qin Jin looked out the window. Such heavy rain. It seems a typhoon has made landfall, Chen Che replied. Looks like we can't go back today. How about staying here? All right. Qin Jin nodded. It would indeed be too dangerous to venture out on such a stormy night. But she noticed the young man seemed to be smirking. He couldn't be doing this on purpose, could he? Qin Jin's caution was at its peak. Though she was very fond of Chen Che, after all, he was her best friend's boyfriend. Playing around, having fun, even a little kissing, hugging, and touching, those were fine. But the red line of principle had to be strictly guarded. How about watching a movie? Sure, what shall we watch? How about an American drama? That works. I love American dramas. What genre is it, little brother? 1408 Phantom Room. Is that any good? It is. Dubon rating 7. 6. The classic American drama. Oh. The two went to the presidential suite's media room and watched the classic film. Adapted from Stephen King's horror novel of the same name, the film tells the terrifying story of Mike, a novelist who loves seeking thrills and inspiration, stubbornly checking into room 1408 of a haunted hotel where many guests had committed suicide. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the storm raged. Inside the media room, the audio was eerie. After watching the movie, Chen felt goosebumps all over her body. "You little brat, look at the movie you chose. It scared my legs weak. Then shall I carry you to bed? Do you think that's appropriate?" The blonde beauty rolled her eyes at her younger brother. "Don't think I don't know your little scheme. No way I'm letting you have your way. All right, fine." Chen stretched lazily and walked to the assistant's room. "Sister Chen, you take the master bedroom tonight. I'll sleep next door." Huh. Chen, who had been on high alert, was now thrown off. In her understanding, after the little brat took her to see a horror movie, he should have naturally suggested they sleep together, right? So she had prepared a firm refusal. But his gentlemanly behavior directly interrupted her refusal move. Watching Chen walk into the assistant's room without looking back, closing the door to sleep, Chen felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. Had he really had no other intentions? Had she misjudged him all along? She changed into the silk camisole nightgown provided by the hotel butler. Plump and alluring, she lay down on the soft Bulgari bed. Chen blinked her big eyes. Insomnia struck. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the torrential rain continued. The dense raindrops pounded against the glass, producing a nerve-wracking, incessant sound. She closed her eyes. Unbidden scenes from the film resurfaced in her mind. Haunted hotel rooms, empty spaces, eerie events. She tossed and turned. She stealthily opened her eyes. The vast suite before her was empty and silent. A chill crept into Chen heart. It was terrifyingly eerie. Suddenly, boom, a thunderclap erupted, turning the dim room as bright as day. It was just like the horrifying scenes from the horror movie. Startled, Chen shrieked "Mommy!" and jumped out of bed, her snow-white legs flashing. She frantically pounded on the assistant's door. "Xiaoche, are you asleep? There's thunder. I'm scared." "Huh? What's there to be afraid of in thunder?" Chen opened the door, rubbing his eyes. His gaze was instantly stunned by two bouncing massive mounds. "So white. No, so round. It's all your fault for taking me to watch that kind of movie. You scare me to death." Chen, "No, I can't sleep in the master bedroom. I'm afraid." "All right, fine. Then you take the assistant's room, and I'll sleep in the master." The bare-shouldered young man rubbed his eyes and yawned. "No, that won't work either." The nightgown-clad beauty grabbed his hand firmly. "This won't do, that won't do. What do you want me to do?" Chen shrugged, helplessly, acting the perfect gentleman. "Then I'll sit on the chair in the master bedroom and watch over you while you sleep, okay?" With that, he actually plopped down on the sofa by the window. Ladies who understands. Seeing such a gentlemanly little brother, Chen was moved to tears. "Brother, you. This. Sister Chen, go to sleep quickly. I'm watching over you." "Oh, good brother." Chen bit her full lower lip. "Come on, let's sleep together. Do you think that's appropriate?" Well." Boom. Another thunderclap resounded across the sky. Startled, Chen screamed and burrowed into Chen arms. The young man's head was spinning. All right. Seeing his goal achieved, the young man smiled faintly. Dealing with an on-guard Chen required unconventional tactics. If he had directly proposed sleeping together, he would have been rejected 100. So Chen changed his approach, putting on the demeanor of a polite, refined gentleman. He made Chen completely let down her guard. The effect was indeed excellent. A startled cry. Before she could react, she was already scooped up in Chen arms. Bang. The door was forcefully shut. Thud. The soft mattress sank heavily. "Ouch, it hurts." Sorry. "The light is too white, too round. Couldn't look away." "Xiaoche, don't be like this. We can't do this." "Why can't we? Are you stupid? You're Xiaonan's boyfriend. How can we do this?" "Chen, but you called me husband before." Chen nearly spit out a mouthful of blood, her mind buzzing. "Are you even listening to yourself? You don't want to take advantage of your sister, you just want to make her bleed, right?" She grabbed a pillow and held it in front of her. Chen looked at Chen with his affectionate gaze. To say she wasn't the least bit tempted by Chen would be a lie. After all, a perfect male god like him, no girl could remain indifferent. But the last shred of reason still screamed in her heart. "No, you can't. He's Xiaonan's boyfriend." Chen took a deep breath and sat up straight. "Xiaoche, sit down and listen to me. This kind of thing really isn't allowed. Please understand, okay? I want to understand too, but someone doesn't." Chen blinked. Uffed. She nearly spit out another mouthful of blood. It's all because of sister's irresistible charm. That little brother can't control himself. "Sister Chen, can you help persuade him to understand a little, okay?" "No way." Chen bit her lower lip hard, her face flushed crimson. "Xiaoche, have you come out?" "Sister, my hands are so sore." Woo. The next day it was drizzling. At the Bulgari presidential suite restaurant, Chen, who had risen early, wrapped a delicate sandwich for her younger brother using the toast, fried eggs, bacon, and vegetables provided by the hotel chef. "Tata Xiaoche, look, isn't it pretty?" Chen said with a smile, as a Shanghai socialite who loves sharing her life. She was quite adept at making beautifully presented meals. Whether they tasted good or not didn't matter, they were mainly for taking photos and posting on social media. Really beautiful sister Jinjin, your hands are so skillful. Jinjin knew exactly what this brat was implying. Rubbing her sore wrist, she gave him 1,000 charms and a white glance. Humph. Next time, even if you choke to death, big sister won't help you understand. No, there will be no next time. Chen smiled knowingly. No next time. Not necessarily. But one thing was certain, the next time it really wouldn't be his hands. She reached out and poked her bratty younger brother's forehead. Hurry up and eat. In a while I need to go home first to change clothes, and then I have to go to work. Change clothes at home. Chen pointed to the dressing room. I had the butler buy you new ones yesterday. Just go and change. Really? Jin blinked in surprise. She swayed her voluptuous hips into the dressing room. There in the wardrobe were several luxury brand shopping bags. Jin's eyes lit up instantly. Her delicate body trembled with excitement. Gucci, Hermes, Burberry. All were the latest summer collections of high-end ready-to-wear and shoes from luxury brands. Her younger brother was so thoughtful. After changing clothes, she got into the passenger seat of Chen's car and arrived at Huihai Center Tower. Amid the astonished gazes of passers-by, Jin hugged her brother and gave him a kiss. Then she stepped out of the AMG one-passenger seat. A light Gucci jacket, a Burberry little black dress, knee-high white socks paired with Chanel rain boots, and an LV bag slung over her shoulder. Adorned in designer brands, she looked exceptionally sexy and elegant, like a true financial elite, a Shanghai socialite. Inside Huiyan Fund Company, in the administrative director's office, Ho Jinghao sat at his desk staring blankly at the computer screen. The events of yesterday were still vivid in his mind. Initially, when hiring Jin's associate degree did not meet the company's recruitment standards, it was his lustful impulse that made him mention it to the HR director, allowing Jin to enter Huiyan through an exception. Then also under Ho Jinghao's direction, she was transferred from the investment department to the front desk of the administrative department, all to make it easier for him to make a move. Unexpectedly, a moment of lust had led him into an abyss of doom. This little intern with an associate degree had such a powerful backing. The sole beneficiary of the Chung Fund, Ho Jinghao knew well that under the current terrible market conditions, Huiyan Fund could only stay afloat, largely because of the Chung Fund, its largest strategic investor. It was no exaggeration to say that the other party was Huiyan Fund's biggest financial backer. Ho Jinghao pounded the desk heavily. Damn it. If you had such an awesome background, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have treated you like a goddess long ago, wouldn't I? He picked up his phone. Looking at the message from the vice president with whom he had a good personal relationship, the meaning between the lines was all warning Ho Jinghao. The big boss Zhao Pengcheng was going to make an example of him. Just as Ho Jinghao was feeling anxious, bang bang bang. A knock came at the door. Assistant Xiao Wu pushed the door open. Director Ho, Mr. Zhao wants you in his office. Finally it's here. Ho Jinghao nodded silently. As he stood up, he felt a chill all over his body and dizziness. He arrived at the president's office. Zhao Pengcheng, sitting behind the desk, nodded at him. Sit. Looking at the calm expression of his boss, Ho Jinghao felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe it was just a talk, and if he apologized it would blow over. Zhao Pengcheng gave him a deep look and said, Old Ho, you've been with Huiyan for over 5 years, haven't you? Yes, it was you, Mr. Zhao, who made the decision to poach me from Tianlong Capital. Ho Jinghao played the emotional card. Time flies. It's been 5 years in the blink of an eye. Yes. Zhao Pengcheng said with a smile, your performance over these 5 years has been excellent, and I've seen all your contributions to the company. Hearing this, Ho Jinghao was stunned. He remembered that Zhao Pengcheng was not the kind of person who liked to praise people face to face. That meant it was basically a setup for what was coming next. Thinking this, Ho Jinghao lowered his head slightly, looking like a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. It's like this, old Ho. Zhao Pengcheng continued. Yesterday, I had a detailed discussion with General Manager Kong of the Chung Fund, and we decided to expand into the southern market. So I think you've been in an administrative role for too long. Why not change your environment and get back into the market? The company has decided to send you to Ueshi province, where there are 2 projects you can join the team to work on. Ho Jinghao's vision went dark upon hearing this. Not only was he being transferred from administration to marketing, but he was also being exiled to Lingnan. What the hell was this? The next step would be failing to meet performance targets and being fired for incompetence, right? Ho Jinghao's face turned red with anxiety, and he quickly argued, Mr. Zhao, you this. I've always been in administration. Now you want me to transfer? I'm not professional. Oh, come on, isn't it popular to get cross-functional training nowadays? Zhao Pengcheng, this matter has been decided by senior management. Also, the new administrative director will be on board as early as tomorrow. Make sure to clear out your office quickly. Jinjin. Good morning. Good morning, Sister Lin. Wow, Xiaoqin, you look so beautiful today. Hee, brotherly, you're still as handsome. Jinjin, would you like some half-baked cheesecake? Is it the original flavor from Hey Alilai? Thanks, Jejia. Stepping out of the elevator, colleagues, they met warmly greeted Qinjun. Obviously, due to Ho Jinghao's exile to Lingnan, all colleagues were genuinely shocked by the background of this young, beautiful receptionist. To this, Qinjun responded with frequent smiles. She was in high spirits, walking with long strides into the company's front desk. "Honey, you're here." Seeing the radiant Qin Jun approaching, Zheng Ranran, who was at the front desk, greeted her with a beaming smile. "Wow, your outfit is so beautiful. This Burberry little black dress is so hard to get. Oh, by the way, honey, the hand-grind coffee shop downstairs just got a new batch of geisha beans, and the taste is especially authentic. Don't you love geisha Americano the most? Shall I order one for you?" Looking at Zheng Ranran's sincere smile, Qin Jun couldn't help raising her eyebrows slightly. She thought to herself, how could people be so fickle? "No need to bother, I'm going to HR. Okay. Zheng Ranran made a heart sign. "Go for it. Honey, Xiaojin, here's your new employee badge. The Human Resources Department." This was Lu Jie's first time receiving Qin Jun back when her attitude had been ice cold. Now her face bloomed with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. "Your assigned department is the investment department, and your rank is equal to that of a director. I'm sure you're aware of this. The company has arranged a private office for you right next to the investment department. You should know which one it is. Finally, regarding attendance, you've been personally selected by CEO Zhao for this independent position, so you won't need to clock in or adhere to the regular sign-in procedures. Of course, this position comes with relatively flexible working hours. You're free to arrange your own schedule. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Understood. Thank you, Sister Lu." Qin Jun nodded cheerfully. Flexible working hours meant she could come and go as she pleased. An annual salary of 8,000 with such easy work. This was absolutely incredible. "Xiaoche, I love you." Qin Jun understood perfectly well that all of this was thanks to Chen She's 300 billion private trust fund. Clutching her brand new employee badge, Qin Jun walked out of the Human Resources Department with light, springy steps. She made her way to the personal office in the investment department. Opening the door, the office wasn't large, but the minimalist decor was elegantly upscale, and the sunlight was excellent. The entire space was bright and cheerful, utterly comfortable. Settling into the ergonomically excellent chair, Qin Jun happily spun around in it twice. She grabbed her phone and snap went the camera. "Qin Jun, my very first personal office." The post went live and likes came flooding in. The blonde beauty curved her lips into a delighted smile. From now on in this office, she could play on her phone whenever she wanted, watch videos whenever she pleased. How utterly relaxing. Wait, what exactly were her job duties? Thinking about it, her eyes brightened. Oh right, it was to cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Chen. So why was she still sitting here? Time to go find her brother. To be fair, Qin Jun understood where her priorities lay. After all, the core focus of her job was to keep Chen She, the largest investor of Cheng Fund, happy. For this purpose, she would endure any hardship without complaint. When Qin Jun arrived by taxi at the parking lot beneath Chen She's building, the young man stood with hands clasped behind his back in front of an RV, directing the building's property managers as they pumped water into the vehicle's tank. Being a billionaire, of course, he wouldn't do such physical labor himself. "Brother, when did you get an RV?" Gazing at the three-pointed star emblem on the vehicle's front, Qin Jun's face was etched with astonishment. "Chen She received it just last night. And actually, I have you to thank for it." Qin Jun crossed her arms. "What does that have to do with me? I didn't buy you this car." Of course it had everything to do with her. After all, this very vehicle was what she had earned through her tireless labors. "Let's go up and take a look." After the helpful property managers had departed, Chen She patted Qin Jun's, and the two of them climbed inside. A million-yuan class BBA RV did indeed have something to offer. The interior was decorated with impeccable sophistication, and the space felt remarkably open and roomy. As a dual-slide Class C RV, the master bed located at the rear of the cabin was impressively expansive, large enough for one man and four women to sleep side by side or to play cards or whatever else they wished, without any issues whatsoever. "Wow, not bad at all," Qin Jun exclaimed in delight. "Xiaoche, are we really taking this RV on a road trip?" "Obviously. Chen She, let's go stock up on food, drinks, and daily necessities. We can set off today for Suzhou, pick up Anan and Ningning, then head to Hangzhou to watch Xiao Nan's debut performance." "Yay? So excited." "Excited about what? Don't you have work?" "Not a workhorse anymore." "Nope, I'm lying flat now. How about I accompany you wandering the world together?" "That does sound nice, but secretly I still think it sounds better when you call me hubby. What are you thinking?" The blonde beauty blinked her gorgeous eyes, her face flushing with a delicate, intoxicating warmth. When the boy wasn't looking, her crimson lips drifted close to Chen She's ear. "Hubby." Hearing this bashful, breathy whisper, Chen She wore a knowing smile. "Hey, slap, you rascal, spanking me again." The two playfully tussled as they drove out in the RV. Destination: the Pudong Sam's Club. Half an hour later, the RV came to a stop and Qin Jun linked her arm through Chen She's as they entered the store. A tall-legged beauty paired with a tall-legged handsome man. Walking through the crowd, they were exceptionally eye-catching. The attention they attracted was astronomical. Since Chen She had never been to Sam's before, they used Qin Jun's membership card. They started in the household goods section, selecting travel essentials along the way. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, snacks, fresh produce, bedding towels. They filled an entire cart to bursting. Qingjin felt incredibly happy. Walking through the supermarket with Chen gave her a warm sense of a young couple enjoying their domestic life together. After finishing their shopping and paying the bill, another few thousand yuan spent by young Master Chen. Qingjin beside him bit her lip. She was thinking about how she ate Xiaoche's food, used Xiaoche's things, and wore what Xiaoche bought. When she received her first month's salary, she absolutely had to buy him a gift. But what should she get? Actually, Qingjin was completely overthinking this. For Chen, his favorite gift was naturally Qingjin herself. But hush now. They loaded the purchased items back into the RV. The two returned to the mall and found a crab hot pot restaurant for lunch. This time Qingjin insisted on paying. Before, as his sister, she had lacked the means, but now that she had the opportunity, she certainly couldn't let her brother pay for everything. After lunch, Chen draped his arm around Qingjin's slender waist as they strolled through the mall to aid digestion. Walking along, the young man's footsteps suddenly halted when they passed a certain storefront. Qingjin looked up in confusion. Above the black door frame in white English letters, it read Victoria's Secret. What's wrong, Xiaoche? Come on, let's go in and take a look. What's there to see? It's just ladies' underwear. That's exactly what I want to buy, ladies' underwear. Qingjin, she'd long heard this brand was renowned for its bold and fashionable designs. Chen simply wanted to approach this shopping experience with a critical and discerning eye. During the RV trip, he'd give each of the girls in their friend group one new piece per day. No repeats ever. Arm wrapped around Qingjin, the excited young man strode into Victoria's Secret. Welcome. Seeing this attractive young couple enter the store, the saleswoman's eyes lit up. Young couples like this were usually the most precise and promising customer demographic. How can I help you today? Chen said boldly. Oh, I want to buy ladies' underwear. Any new arrivals you'd recommend? Of course. Sir, please take a look. These are our latest designs for this season. Xinjin, do you think this black lace nightgown is beautiful? Beautiful it certainly is. Qingjin picked up the nightgown. Black spaghetti straps, deep V-neck lace hem cut daringly short. Far too seductive. This one I want it. Very good, sir. May I ask what your girlfriend's size is? D. Perfect, I'll wrap these up for you right away. Wait. Chen stopped the saleswoman. Get me 3 more in sizes D, C, and E. Saleswoman, just how many girlfriends do you have? Leaving Victoria's Secret with a full haul. Qingjin was utterly speechless. Her rascal little brother was too generous. Over a dozen styles, each with 4 pieces. He even claimed it was for the sister's health. If they were to wear it, should be the best. Whether it was truly the best, Qingjin didn't know, but it was definitely the most revealing. Xinjin, let's check out this store. Oh, still buying. No, not lingerie this time. Chen stopped gazing at the poster of Sister Mi's silk-stockinged legs in the window. Qingjin looked up in surprise. Calzedonia. So this time it's stockings, right? Let's go. Bro, buying me a nightie is understandable, but stockings. Isn't that unnecessary? How is it unnecessary? A nightie without stockings and the romance loses its edge. What bold words. Though she said that. But once inside the store, Qingjin, a true leg connoisseur, felt as if she had entered a treasure trove. She had always worn stockings a lot. Calzedonia was also one of the top stocking brands. How could she not love it? She quickly became dazzled by the choices. Ultra-thin, medium thick black lace patterned polka dot suspender. She welcomed all comers. Inside the mall, 2 middle-aged women walked over arm in arm. One of them pointed at the Calzedonia store and said, Winja, let me tell you, last time I bought a pair of stockings here, so expensive. Over 300 for one pair. That expensive. The woman speaking wore a brocade cheongsam. She looked about 40 with well-maintained skin, delicate features, and a graceful figure. A charming Shanghai aunt. Tong Wenjia parted the slit of her cheongsam, revealing her plump, round thighs in nude stockings. These are Langsha brand, 3 pairs for 50 yuan, they feel pretty good. Look, yours has a run. That's why foreign brands are worth their price. They have better quality. Domestic brands can't compare. Tong Wenjia laughed nonchalantly. Her old friend Su Hui was always fond of showing off, and she had long stopped taking it to heart. By the way, Wenjia, I heard your Xinjin found a job. She's working at a financial institution in Lujiazui. That's pretty good. The salary must be decent, right? Just SOSO. What does SOSO mean? Is it 10,000? Wenjia, let me tell you, the cost of living is high now. Without a monthly salary of over 10,000, it's hard to get by. Like my nephew Jiawen, he studied abroad, and now, after just 1 year of work, his salary is over 20,000. By the way, has your Xinjin found a boyfriend? Want to set her up with my Jiawen for a blind date? I don't interfere in the children's romantic affairs. The two chatted as they passed by the Calzedonia store. Su Hui, who had been chattering away, glanced casually. Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar tall figure. Wenjia, look at that one in the store, isn't that your Xinjin? Let me see. Tong Wenjia turned her head. She recognized her daughter at once. Oh, it really is her. It's a work day, isn't she at work? Huh. The man beside her, he's holding your daughter's waist. Is he her boyfriend? Watching the tall young man who was so close to Qingjin, Su Hui pursed her lips. What poor taste. If she's dating, why didn't she choose my Jiawen? What's so good about that guy? Can he compare to my Jiawen, a returned overseas graduate and financial elite? Tong Wenjie, standing nearby, also had a change in expression. This girl, she's got a boyfriend, and didn't even tell her mother. Come on, let's go take a look. At the same time, Qin Jin in the store also noticed her mother approaching. Her face immediately tensed. It felt like being caught red-handed. Mom, Aunt Sue. Jinjin, why aren't you at work today? I'm on a rotating day off. Hearing this, a faint knowing sneer curled at the corner of Su Hui's mouth. What legitimate company has rotating days off on a workday? She must not have a job and is just fooling her mother. Hello, Annie. Chen Shay walked over. The two older aunties' eyes lit up. What a handsome young man. Jinjin, who is this? Tong Wenjie sized up Chen Shay and asked. Mom, this is Chen Shay, Qin Jin said. Chen Shay. Oh, the little brother who bought you a bag, right? Bought a bag? What bag? Su Hui asked nosily. Tong Wenjie, the one Jinjin is carrying. Hearing this, Su Hui turned to look and her eyes went wide. LV's monogram pillow bag. Oh my god, isn't this bag worth tens of thousands? After the shock, she immediately noticed the Gucci, Burberry, and Chanel on Qin Jun. They were neighbors living in the same old alley. Based on Su Hui's knowledge of the Qin family's financial situation, they couldn't possibly afford these luxury goods. So the only possibility was that this young man had given them to her. He's so rich. A golden catch. No wonder she looked down on my Jiawen. Thinking of this, Su Hui couldn't help feeling sorry for her nephew. The white moonlight he had loved for so many years, but in the end she couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullets and flew to another's bed. Tong Wenjie, Xiao Che Jinjin is not sensible. She made you spend so much. Don't mind her. Auntie, you're too kind, the young man smiled. Given my relationship with Sister Jinjin, giving her gifts is only natural. Tong Wenjie chuckled, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over the bags in her daughter's hands. Victoria's Secret lingerie and Calzedonia stockings. So many. How much did all this cost? She quickly pulled her daughter aside. Jinjin, tell me honestly, what exactly is your relationship with Qin Shay? I already told you we're just like siblings, nothing more. If it's nothing, why did he buy you so many things? The stuff in your bags and what you're wearing. It must have cost tens of thousands. If you're not together with him, how can you feel comfortable accepting such expensive gifts, eh? Mom, actually Xiao Che also gave me a Mercedes. Mercedes? Tong Wenjie's mouth formed a perfect O. Behind them, Su Hui, who had been eavesdropping, was thunderstruck. What kind of Mercedes? It's a CLE 300, a coupe worth over 500,000. Xiao Che has already paid in full, and will pick up the car in about 2 months. Tong Wenjie. She thought what more was there to say. Right at the start of their relationship, he gave her luxury goods and a luxury car. How could he treat her daughter badly in the future? That's enough. Tong Wenjie had accepted this son-in-law. Alright, stop hiding things. I think Xiao Che is a good person. I'm at ease with you two together. Make sure to hold on to him, okay, Qin Jun. She thought it's over, there's no way to explain now. She didn't even consider that she had already called him husband and Mr. Dajibai had understood. Would her little brother possibly let her off? She had long been on the list of decisions. Sooner or later, she would get enough physical energy. Annie, what are you talking about? Chen Che said with a chuckle. Nothing. Tong Wenjie patted her daughter's bottom. Xiao Che, Annie still has things to do, so I won't disturb your shopping. I'm off. Come visit us sometime. Annie, wait a moment. The young man walked over and handed her a shopping bag. Auntie, I noticed your stockings have a run. Here, I bought you 10 pairs. Take them and wear them at your leisure. Oh my, how can I accept this? Tong Wenjie took the bag with a beaming smile, feeling warmth in her heart. Qin Jun beside her. What the heck? Buying stockings for my mom. Gusu, a Jiangnan water town. The river, lined with white walls and black tiles, flows with emerald water. A black awning boat glides across the surface, accompanied by the crisp sound of oars striking the water. In a boudoir on the second floor of a small building. So annoying. My suitcase is too small, I can't fit any more clothes. Sis, tell me, should I bring this Navy Sailor JK or this Lolita dress to look better in photos? Su Shuren, wearing a sheer nightgown, her ample bosom, like ripe papayas, strained the too thin straps almost to the breaking point. How would I know? Su Yuning sat on a rocking chair in a white t-shirt and denim skirt, her fair feet hooked in slippers dangling idly. By the way, we're going to Hangzhou this time. Why aren't you bringing Hanfu but JK and Lolita? Descendant bound by fate with me. Su Shuren spread her 5 fingers covering her left eye. This time I set out on a grand expedition to the mortal world. I urgently need thy magic box that can hold all things. Present it forthwith. Speak human language. Sis, can I borrow your suitcase to put a few clothes? No. Su Yuning, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. Thanks, but I'm female and into males. Su Yuning, I'm going to dissolve our spiritual contract and sever ties. Amid the sisters' bickering, Su Yuning's phone rang. Xiao Che and the others are downstairs. Eek. So fast. I haven't even changed my clothes. Then hurry up. So which one should I wear? How should I know? In front of the small building, a Mercedes RV slowly came to a stop. Chen Che and Qin Jin got out of the car one after another. Gazing at the beautiful Jiangnan Watertown scenery before them, they both exclaimed in admiration. The door of the small building opened, and an old grandmother came out carrying a bucket. "Hello, Grandma." Qingjin, upon seeing her, immediately went up with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Qingjin? What brings you here?" "We're here to find Anning to go to Hangzhou together." "You?" Upon hearing this, the grandmother finally noticed the young man beside Qingjin. Chen stepped forward with a smile. "Hello, Grandma." Good, the grandmother showed a kind smile. "What a handsome young man. No wonder Inin and Ningning talk about you every day, right, ha?" Chen took the heavy bucket from the old lady. "Grandma, is this water for watering the flowers? Let me help you." Oh dear, you're troubling yourself." The grandmother smiled happily, her eyes full of warmth toward Chen. "Grandma, I brought you spiced beans and pear candy from Chenghuang Temple." "Oh, thank you, you're so thoughtful." As they spoke, urgent footsteps came from inside, and Su Yuning ran out. In a t-shirt and skirt radiating youthful invincibility. Her delicate brows and eyes brimmed with overflowing longing. Chen, who had just finished watering the flowers, saw her put down the watering can and opened his arms. A fragrant breeze swept by. The young lady brushed past him directly and hugged Qingjun. "Chen, all right, all his affection was misplaced." While thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, in front of the family elders, how could Su Yuning hug him directly? Of course it would have to be done in private. After hugging her bestie Qingjun, Su Yuning walked over to Chen with her hands behind her back. Chin raised a maidenly blush, coloring her fair face. "You're here. You haven't seen you for a while. Missed you." "Humph." Su Yuning booed him verbally, but her heart was sweet. He, accompanied by a cringeworthy sweet voice, Su Shuren came out dragging a suitcase. She wore a dark sailor JK, a gray and white plaid pleated skirt, paired with black thigh-high socks, with cat mouth designs, looking like a sexy, cute little witch. "Oh, familiar, bound by fate with me, why not quickly place my magic box into thy moving castle?" Qingjin blinked and looked around. How long has she been having this episode? Su Yuning, know she's been like this since this morning. Qingjun, maybe we should take her to a psychiatrist. "Hey, I'm talking to you too." Su Shuren puffed her cheeks in anger. "You two are the ones who need a psychiatrist. O dimensional maiden of my fate contract, I grant thy request. Immediately store the exclusive magic box into the familiar's moving castle. I hereby authorize this dimensional travel permit. Escort me throughout the journey." Looking at the serious-faced young man, Qingjun. "Su Yuning? Oh no, another Chinibyu has appeared." After bidding farewell to Grandma, the four of them drove south along the provincial road. Gusu is not far from Hangzhou, just over 100 kilometers. Since the dance drama, Ode to Shizi, was the main choreography of the Hangzhou Arts Dance Troupe, co-produced with the Shanghai Youth Dance Troupe, the main rehearsal venue, and today's premiere were both set in Hangzhou. Today was the final dress rehearsal before the public performance. But though it was called a rehearsal, it was exactly the same as the actual show. A few hours later, Chen and his group drove the RV into the city and arrived at the Canal Theater. After parking, Chen held the flowers he had prepared in advance. Led by the three young ladies, he walked into the opera hall. The seats had been booked right away. Front row center, the best seats. The four of them sat down in a row, and soon the theater lights slowly dimmed. Chen instinctively held his breath, his heart full of anticipation. "Sister Xiao, and how beautiful will you be on stage?" The curtain rose, and a cold spotlight lit up the stage. The sound of water from far to near emanated from the surround sound system. An ink-wash scroll of Jiangnan slowly unfolded. In the light and shadow, an ethereal, graceful figure stepped forward through the light. Dressed in a moon-white ancient-style dance skirt, with smoke blue trims, elegant and ethereal, filled with the unique ethereal aura of the stage. In the soothing music, the girl on stage. Her wide sleeves fluttered like clouds rolling across the sky. Her slender waist bent gently like Shizi treading slowly on the waves. Misty rain, lake, lotus, evening breeze, autumn moon. All the beautiful things in the world slowly unfolded in the audience's minds. Chen unconsciously sat up straight, his eyes full of awe and emotion. He suddenly understood the words Qingjin had said. Xiaonan has paid a price for dancing that only she knows. On stage that Shizi, beautiful like a celestial being. It was all achieved through her countless days and nights of sweat, pain, and monotony practiced over and over. Chen finally truly understood. Sister Xiao, and she is the purest dancer. She was born for the stage, and what he could do for her was to protect her dreams and be her strongest support. The hour-long dance drama passed in the blink of an eye. After the entire cast of Ode to Shizi took their curtain call by Xiaonan, who hadn't even had time to change, flew off the stage like a light bird. She rushed into Chen arms. Under the lights, the young man lowered his head and kissed her deeply. The mischievous lighting technician caught sight of this scene. Deliberately dimming the house lights, he then shone a spotlight on the two passionately kissing. The entire hall erupted in warm applause and cheers. Ding! You were deeply intoxicated by an exquisite dance, triggering the smile phrase, reward food, critical hit, cashback. Food critical hit cashback. You can invite 4 guests to dinner, and based on each guest's satisfaction with the meal, you will receive a corresponding multiplier of cashback amount. Whose system brother is giving me a welfare refund? Chen thought happily. Because he had invested his own money in mirror technology, his personal balance was now just over 100 million. For a divine tycoon, how can this paltry sum be enough? Cashback. Must cashback hard. Chen immediately set things in motion. Evening. Hangzhou Botanical Garden Ryuan Restaurant. Actually, there are quite a few high-end dining options in Hangzhou, but Chen ultimately chose this place. For no other reason. Simply because the name, Ryuan, sounds auspicious. Even though he was already a divine tycoon, he still had his grand aspirations unfulfilled. Ahem. Like achieving 4 consecutive transcendences. The group of 5 took the restaurant's shuttle to the venue. As a top-tier restaurant with 2 Michelin stars and 2 Black Pearl diamonds, ranked 59th in Asia. Naturally, Ryuan, like other high-end restaurants, operates on a reservation system. But Chen as a China Merchants Bank private banking client, was not subject to any restrictions. For ultra-high net worth clients like him, whether at luxury restaurants or hotels, a single phone call in advance was usually enough to enjoy the most meticulous service. Under the personal guidance of the manager, they arrived at the private room upstairs. Pushing open the door, the interior was decorated in a modern Chinese style. Extensive use of straight lines divided the space, complemented by dimmed lighting and the blank spaces of Song-style gardens, creating an elegant and tranquil environment. Outside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, a serene lotus pond faced them. Layers of lotus leaves spread out. The evening breeze passed through the pond, carrying a faint scent of lotus, slowly drifting into the room. Paired with the deliberately dimmed soft lighting, the atmosphere was full. Wow, so beautiful. Bai Xiaonan looked at the exquisitely decorated private room, her tone amazed. This feeling is really nice. MHM. Xinjun looked around. It must be great for photos here. Then what are we waiting for? Su Shiren picked up her phone. The group of Chinese women eager to capture the perfect shot began bustling about. Mr. Chen, may we start serving the dishes? The private room attendant softly inquired. Sure, thank you. With Chen permission, the waitstaff, pushing the cart, began serving the dishes. First came the prepared cold appetizers. Osmanthus sugar-glazed lotus root mustard greens, with jellyfish Suzhou-style salted chicken and caviar tea eggs. It must be said the flavors were indeed quite good. The young ladies were exceptionally impressed. Even the gourmet Chen nodded repeatedly. The subsequent main dishes also had their own merits. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as an oasis in Hangzhou's culinary desert. Excuse me, the next dish is version 75 of Westlake vinegar fish. Version 75. Could the fish be 75 years old? The 4 girls exchanged glances. It's like this, the attendant explained. The so-called version 75 means it's the 75th iteration after our restaurant's improvements. As he spoke, another attendant presented a complete fish skeleton. The head chef has removed all the bones from this fish. Please enjoy it with peace of mind. Wow. The 4 girls were stunned. Not only a 75th iteration, but all the fish bones removed. That's a high-end operation. They reached out their chopsticks and took a taste. Actually, Chen was initially hesitant. After all, Westlake vinegar fish has a notorious reputation for being bad. But after tasting this version 75, he found it unexpectedly decent. Finally, each person had a basket of crab roe buns to finish. The girls were stuffed, their faces glowing with happiness. Their stomachs felt full and warm. Chen felt this round was secure. Satisfaction couldn't be bad. But when it came time to pay, a small incident occurred. It turned out that his sister Xiaonan, seizing an unguarded moment, had quietly gotten up to pay the bill. After all, she was now a little rich woman earning millions a year, so spending tens of thousands on a meal didn't faze her at all. Luckily, Chen reacted quickly and caught up with her outside. Sister Xiaonan, what are you doing? I just feel it's too embarrassing to let you pay for everything. No way, I consider you all family. Don't talk about money. You? All right. Watching Chen pay the bill without a second thought, Bai Xiaonan felt warm inside. Could there be a better man than little Che in this world? Her answer was impossible. Ding. Limited time mission food critical hit cashback completed. Your total food expenditure this time 26700. Dining satisfaction by Xiaonan 100, Xinjun 100, Su Yuning 100, Su Shiren 100. All satisfaction maxed out, triggering cashback. Critical hit 1000 multiplier. You received by Xiaonan's satisfaction cashback 26700. You received Xinjun's satisfaction cashback 26700. You received Su Yuning's satisfaction cashback 26700. You received Su Shiren's satisfaction cashback 26700. China Merchants Bank, your personal account credited 106800 yuan. Holy shit. Chen was shocked. A meal gave him a cashback of over 100 million. Indeed, this is the correct way to use a divine tycoon system. After the meal, the wind had picked up outside. They heard another typhoon was coming. Chen led the satisfied group of girlfriends and drove the RV to the pre-booked hotel Fayunamon. Although it was an RV road trip, there was no need to force hardship. Of course, relying on his private banking status, Chen arranged the hotel's top-tier Fayunamon villa with a single phone call. The 4 young ladies of the girlfriend group were already used to this. After all, their little brother was a super divine tycoon, a presidential suite, as a minimum, was a must. And they had no qualms about the family of 5 sharing a suite. In fact, they didn't even mind sharing a bed, just like on the desert island. Because nominally Chen was Bai Xiaonan's boyfriend. But the 2 of them always included the other 3 girls in their fun and dining. Play together, eat together, stay together. In such an intimate and seamless atmosphere. So what seemed like a couple's romance was actually the joy of 5 people. Under the guidance of the suite butler, the family of 5 arrived at their suite for the night. The room type was a very retro Chinese style. The aesthetic was high class, but it felt a bit eerie, like staying in an old village from a horror novel. The 4 girls behind exchanged glances. Woo, why is the lighting so dim? Feels a bit scary. Su Shiren looked around nervously. I heard it's deliberately designed to mimic the feeling of candlelight in ancient times, Qingjin explained. And all the suites here are ancient residences with a long history. Bai Xiaonan, no wonder I was thinking it's just like the scene in a Chinese ghost story. Su Yuning, or maybe the deadly camp. Wait. If it's an ancient residence, doesn't that mean many people died here before? Eek, don't say that. Xiao, come upstairs for a moment. An suitcase zipper is stuck. Give me a hand. Okay. Chen stepped on the solid wood stairs and went upstairs. Su Yuning and Su Shiren were crouched on the floor fiddling with a bulging suitcase. Su Yuning, I told you not to bring so much stuff. You stuffed it in anyway. Su Shiren, but I really have all these things. Unlike you, a tomboy who doesn't need to bring anything. Su Yuning, do it yourself then. I'm not helping you. With that, she stomped downstairs. Let me try. Chen stepped forward and attempted a few pulls. Can you do it? It's too tight. I can't get it open. Try harder. All right, here I go. So suddenly forceful. Bang. Chen yanked with almost brute force. The originally swollen suitcase burst open. JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, lace-eye masks, suspender stockings, underwear, and so on scattered all over the floor. Before Chen could react, his vision went dark. A thin piece of fabric covered his head. He pulled it down to find a leopard print panty. And aside from a small key leopard pattern, the rest of the construction was all thin strings. Wasn't that uncomfortable? Chen subconsciously looked toward Anninjia's plump and curvaceous rear. Su Shiren stuck out her tongue and quickly snatched it back. All right, Xiao, you go first. I'll clean up by myself. Okay. Whoosh. A chill wind blew through the old wooden window frame. Hey, wait. Don't go. Su Shiren tensed up, glancing nervously at the dim, ancient surroundings on the second floor. Xiao, I'm a bit scared. Stay with me, okay? Sure. Chen smiled knowingly. It was indeed worth his carefully chosen haunted hotel. He lounged on the large bed watching Anninjia organize her suitcase. From time to time, he asked with curiosity. Anninjia, what's that lace thing? This is a Lolita hairband. See, does it look good on me? And this, these are ripped stockings. Haven't you seen them before? I've seen them, but I don't know how to put them on. Could you show me? Next time for sure. Tisk, what's this? Chen picked up a long microphone-like object. It had a switch on it. The head of the microphone began to vibrate. Oh, this one. Many teachers have used it, right? Su Shiren exclaimed, oh my god, and quickly snatched it from her brother, stuffing it into an inner compartment. This is a lip-plumping massager, you know. Oh, okay. Chen nodded, thinking whether it plumps lips or not. It's all for the little mouth anyway. Brother, I'm almost done here. Go downstairs first. Okay. He went back to the first floor and lounged on the sofa. The bathroom curtain was drawn aside and the 2 girls, Qingjun and Bai Xiaonan, who had just showered, came out in new spaghetti-strap nightgowns. The style was the Victoria's Secret lace Chen personally selected. The beautiful dark lace patterns accentuated their skin, white and smooth as congealed fat. Chen sighed in admiration. A man should silently buy his girlfriend the nightgown she likes. After they finished, the sisters Su Yuning and Su Shiren went and showered and came out. Chen stood up, stretching his arms. Not bad, not bad. You all washed yourselves clean. Qingjin tapped him on the head. What are you thinking? Even if you're clean, you get no share. Got it. Go take a shower. Oh. Chen entered the bathroom. He turned on the hot water and began to rinse. The sound of shwa shwa water came from the bathroom. In the living room sofa, the 4 young ladies, clad in their new spaghetti-strap nightgowns, sat on the sofa applying essence and lotion. Good skin is innate, but without proper care it's absolutely not enough. After Chen showered, it had started raining outside. Creak. The bathroom wooden door swung open. Chen wearing only shorts, swaggered out. On the sofa, the 4 young ladies in nightgowns looked up. For pairs of beautiful eyes lit up. Oh my god, what an incredible physique this little brat has. 8-pack abs, Adonis belt. Loved and coveted. Noticing the burning gazes of her 3 close friends, Bai Xiaonan quickly grabbed a t-shirt and threw it to Chen ex-exhibitionist. Put it on quick. How amazing her brother's physique was. How strong his core strength was. Bai Xiaonan, who had borne the most weight, knew best. She was afraid her close friends couldn't resist being seduced and tempted by his overwhelming pheromones. Bang bang bang. Outside the door. A knock from the sweet butler. Mr. Chen, the fruit, snacks, and drinks you ordered are here. Okay. Chen Shay pulled on the t-shirt and opened the door. Two female sweet butlers pushed a cart in. Seeing the four stunningly beautiful young ladies in nightgowns on the sofa, their attitude became even more respectful. Because none of these four girls were internet celebrity plastic, they were all naturally born beauties. Pick any one of them with your eyes closed, and she would be a top-tier goddess that 95 of men could never reach. To be able to possess four such absolute beauties and have them coexist harmoniously in one room. Mr. Chen's superpower was unfathomable. A dazzling array of fruits and snacks covered the entire table. Before leaving, the female butler specially introduced Mr. Chen. This is the homemade rice wine from Amanfion, already chilled. It's sweet on the palate, but has a kick, so please drink in moderation. Okay, thanks. Chen Shay took a sip. Ice cold, sweet, and smooth going down the throat. How strong could it be? He poured a glass for each person. Indeed, the taste received unanimous praise from the girl squad. Drinking wine and eating snacks. Xiao Che, come quick, let's play a game. Game? What game? Chen Shay blinked. Su Shiren took out 2 sets of cartoon cards. What's this? Truth or dare? Oh. Chen Shay suddenly understood and sat cross-legged, squeezing into the C position on the sofa. On his left were Xiaonan and Qinzhen, on his right Inan and Ningning. He stretched out his long arms. Fragrant scent 4. Soft and bouncy 4. Chen Shay was almost intoxicated by the fragrance. Rascal, are you taking advantage of your sisters again? Bai Xiaonan poked him with her little hand, putting on a stern face. We're all family. Why be so formal? Family. So you hug and cuddle your sisters. Bai Xiaonan sighed. This little brat really couldn't be controlled anymore. Deep down she knew. This wasn't really appropriate. After all, they were all young men and women bursting with hormones. Living, sleeping, and playing together like this every day. It was highly probable that their feelings would evolve. Sigh, but what could be done? Nobody was opposed. And Bai Xiaonan herself deep down vaguely felt that maybe this wasn't bad. The reason such thoughts arose was significantly influenced by the dual effect of the heart of universal love, continuously capturing the girls' hearts, and Chen Shay's super-rich identity. Although no one said it outright, they had all silently agreed in their hearts that for a filthy rich young master like Xiao Che, it was only natural for him to enjoy the countless resources of stars. To expect such a tycoon to be faithful to only one woman for life. That was simply a fantasy. Even novels wouldn't dare to write that. So even if it wasn't the girl squad, sooner or later other women would enter his world. Since that was the case, why not keep the fertile water in our own field? Aninjia. Chen Shay looked at Su Shiren, who was shuffling the cards, and asked curiously, I've never played this game before. How do you play? So easy. Su Shiren grinned mischievously. First, draw a card. Whoever has the lower number draws a penalty card. Chen Shay asked, do we have to follow the penalty card's instructions? Su Shiren said, of course. If you can't take the loss, why play? What kind of penalties are there? Qinzhen frowned. Su Shiren's unreliability was well known among the girl squad. Oh, it's fine, just some funny penalties. Su Shiren cut the shuffled deck. Like singing, dancing, making funny faces, stuff like that. Chen Shay said, but I can't sing. The 4 girls rolled their eyes in unison. You can't sing. A single song, little dimples, one over your sister Xiaonan. Come on, draw cards. Su Shiren took a sip of rice wine, then held out the cards to everyone. Each drew one and revealed them together. Queen. Yeah, I'm a king, safe. A 10 of diamonds shouldn't be the smallest, right? Why are all your numbers so high, eh? I just want to know, is there anything smaller than 6? Seeing Su Shiren's gloomy expression, Chen Che revealed his card. Ha. Big Ime grinned. Little Che actually drew a 3. Your luck is terrible. Your luck is too bad. The girl squad cheered. Come on, little Che, draw a penalty. Chen Che shook his head wryly and drew a card from the ones Su Shiren handed him. What's the penalty? The 4 girls crowded around, squeezing Chen Che, who was in the center, out of the way. Dazed by the fragrance, Bai Xiaonan picked up the card and read softly. Publicly show the balance in your bank account, or choose to drink a glass. Hearing that, the 4 girls all looked at Chen Che. Indeed, this penalty was neither too heavy nor too light. For someone with a relatively poor financial situation, it would indeed be embarrassing, especially in front of the goddess. But Chen Che, of course, he was young and successful without any inferiority. Qinzhen licked her lips. Actually, I've always been curious about how much money is in little Che's personal account. Me too. Su Shiren raised her hand. At least a few million, right? What the hell? Are you underestimating our young master Chen? Su Yuning said, a few million. That's a drop in the bucket. Come on, it's time to witness a miracle. Under the expectant gazes of the 4 girls, Chen Che took out his phone, opened the app, and showed the balance. The 4 girls crowded around. 1 tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 2. 250 million. Staring at the long string of astronomical numbers, the girls in the squad were all stunned. Although they all knew that Chen Shei's bank balance must be astronomical, seeing the balance of 250 million with their own eyes still felt extremely unreal. Hey, little Che, how come you have another card here? Curiously, Bai Xiaonan subconsciously tapped on another card. Balance 1 billion. So the 250 million didn't count. There was actually another 1 billion in the other card. Thunder roared in the four girls' minds. Is this for real? Is the mint your family business? This one doesn't count. Chen Shei put away his phone. This is the registered capital transferred to the company account. It'll soon be public funds. The four girls. The public funds transferred to the company account are still funded by you personally. So Versailles. There is a thought-provoking theory in sociology: as long as you have the ability to offer a price so high that it cannot be refused, then there is no one in this world who cannot be swayed by money. The same goes for the girls in the squad. The economic strength Chen Shei displayed was completely sufficient to thoroughly break through their psychological defenses, and even subtly lowered the difficulty of the for consecutive transcendence. After all, for a super tycoon who could casually take out 1.2 billion in cash, everyone would be willing to stand in his shoes, consider his perspective, and give him the greatest tolerance and understanding. The second round began in a cheerful atmosphere. This time Chen Shei drew a big joker and became the winner. The loser was Su Yuning. Draw a card, draw a card. Draw then. With Chen Shei's penalty as a baseline, Su Yuning also relaxed a lot. How much more socially dead could it get? What's the penalty? Open the winner's Douyin and imitate the first video that appears. Su Yuning covered her face and looked at Chen Shei. Bro, you haven't watched any weird stuff on your Douyin, right? Okay, it's all positive energy. That's good. Taking Chen Shei's trifold phone, the Yao Yao Ling Xian model, she opened Douyin. Master, please command Dodgy. Amidst the suggestive music, a long-legged figure in black stockings twisted seductively on the screen. The four girls. Su Yuning, you call this positive energy? Bai Xiaonan, is your sister not as good-looking as this? Xinjun, you have one at home, but you insist on watching slutty stuff online. Su Shiren, ahem. Are you forgetting about the penalty? Well, at least an Jia was still focused on the game. I'm not playing anymore, I'll drink. Su Yuning threw the phone aside. I can't act that slutty. No, there's no skip by drinking option in this penalty. Su Shiren said seriously. Then add it. No, you can't. Su Yuning, can't you take the game? Huh. I can't take it. I'll do it. Watching the two sisters bickering at the drop of a hat, Chen Shei couldn't help but smirk inwardly. My Ningning Jia, always so strong-willed and never admitting defeat. I love it so much. Su Yuning took a deep breath and began to twist like the slutty video. Because the movements were quite large as she swayed, her knee-length nightgown fluttered up and down. It was even more alluring than the video. The other three girls stared wide-eyed. They thought Su Yuning, this little bitch, usually so aloof and ascetic, but when she gets slutty, she's really something. Is that enough? Chen Shei crossed his legs. No, the video had black stockings, but you didn't wear any. Penalty: put on black stockings and do it again. Go to hell. Her small fist thumped against the young man's chest a few times. Again, Su Yuning's competitive spirit flared up. She took the initiative to shuffle the cards and slapped them on the table. She drew the first card and showed it openly. Su Yuning laughed uproariously. Queen of Diamonds. Haha, this time I won't be the loser. Qinjun, Ace of Spades. Bai Xiaonan, King of Clubs. Su Shiren, King of Diamonds. Nice. Chen Shei, small joker. Su Yuning, is this unlucky or what? Draw a card, dear Wen-Chan. Woo. Su Yuning drew a penalty card from her sister's hand. The others leaned in to look closely. Like bite. Suck the winner's finger for 30 seconds. Su. Sure. Look at what kind of punishment this is. What kind of crappy cards are these? Su Yuning was going crazy. Su Shiren. I remember buying the positive version, right? That's not right. Qinjin blinked, picked up the punishment packaging, and looked at it. The couple's Shy special edition. Bai Xiaonan deleted. Oh, who cares about all that? A bet's a bet. Come on. Yeah, you don't waste everyone's time, okay? Get on with it. Su Shiren and Qinjun were the ones who loved watching the drama, constantly egging things on. It made Su Yuning so angry that she wanted to strangle those two little cuties. Chen Shei, forget it, this punishment is too heavy. I'll just drink a cup as a forfeit. It's clearly Ningning who lost. Why are you drinking for her and taking the punishment? Su Shiren looked suspicious. You're protecting her like that. You two wouldn't have something going on, would you? What are you talking about? Who has something going on? Su Yuning, already guilty, instantly reacted, slapping the table and standing up. Suck, just suck. Su Yuning can afford to lose. Good for you. Su Yuning, I, the Empress, salute you as a true lady. Looking at the three traitorous friends, Bai Xiaonan was grinding her teeth in anger. The protagonist is my boyfriend. Chen Shei patted her thigh. Sister Xiaonan, if you don't want me to go along with this punishment, then I won't. Looking at this considerate younger brother, Bai Xiaonan forced a smile. It's fine, it's just a game. Okay, Watching Xiao Che sit down in front of Su Yuning with a bold, confident posture. Bai Xiaonan deleted. Felt like the sky above her head was already blue and the horses were running. Su Shiren gave up his seat, letting Su Yuning sit in front of Chen Che, then made a please gesture. Let the show begin. Xiaonan. Su Yuning looked at Bai Xiaonan. You won't be mad, will you? It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Che, close your eyes. Okay. Chen Che closed his eyes and extended his finger, looking at the young man before her. Su Yuning took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Then she opened her small mouth. Chen Che's whole body jolted. Moist. Soft. Warm. A dense, enveloping sensation like being immersed in a damp rain cloud. A bolt of electricity instantly numbed him from his scalp all the way to his toes. The three little ones beside him watched with wide eyes, crossing and uncrossing their legs left to right, right to left. Feeling strangely agitated, Chen Che secretly opened his eyes, silently appreciating, watching this usually cool and aloof beauty. Her cheek muscles hollowed from the effort of sucking. Perhaps noticing Chen Che's gaze, her originally lowered eyes quietly rolled upward, looking up at Chen Che. Their eyes met. What a divine boyfriend first-person perspective. Su Yuning. So angry she bit her naughty little brother hard. Hiss. 30 seconds passed in a flash. Bai Xiaonan raised her glass. All right, we've played enough. Let's just drink and chat. No. Having lost 2 rounds in a row, Su Yuning was heated. I don't accept it. One more round. You sigh? Bai Xiaonan sighed, not expecting that her best friend's deadly competitive spirit would explode at this very moment. Ningning's right, the nightlife is just beginning. Come on, let loose, be wild. Cheers. All right, since the sisters want to play, I'll risk my life to accompany you tonight. Yeah, cheers. They raised their glasses and downed the rice wine together. It went down icy cool, refreshing, sweet, but not cloying, with a hint of alcohol's mild buzz. Really quite tasty. Even Chen Che, who rarely drank, found himself indulging a bit. After finishing the wine, a new round of card drawing began. Su Yuning closed her eyes, drew a card, and slapped it heavily on the table. Wow, Ningning, your luck has turned. It's the big king. Haha, my time has come. Su Yuning let out a long breath of relief. Bai Xiaonan, I'm AJ. Su Shiren, luck, I'm also AJ. Qin Zhen, damn. A 2 of spades. Chen Che casually flipped his card face down. Then there's no need to look. 2 is the smallest, so you definitely lost. Draw a punishment. No way, I want to see your card. Qin Zhen thought it was suspicious, grabbed Chen Che's poker card, and burst out laughing. A 2 of hearts. Xiao Che, I never thought you were such a sly old fox. You're the smallest. And you still tried to bluff me, huh? Haha, Xiao Che, shame on you. Come on, young Master Chen, please draw a card. All right, draw. Chen Che smiled, drew a card from the pile, and tossed it on the table. What's the punishment? The 4 little ones curiously leaned in. Truth or dare, have you ever fantasized about having a relationship with your girlfriend's best friend? If yes, say her name, forfeit 3 drinks to skip the punishment. For pairs of big eyes were wide as saucers. Su Yuning, Su Shiren, you little bitch, look at the crappy cards you bought. How was I supposed to know? Su Shiren said. When I bought them, the seller only told me they were super fun. Qin Zhen, so fun that it's super embarrassing. How about I just drink 3 cups as a forfeit? Chen Che raised his glass. Hold on. Bai Xiaonan looked at him, her eyes serious. No skipping. I want to hear your truth. Hearing this, the 3 little ones were startled. Damn, Xiaonan is setting up a battlefield of love tonight. All right, since Sister Xiaonan wants to hear it, I'll tell the truth. Chen Che's response made the 3 little ones' eyelids twitch. Sister Qin Zhen. Sister Yuning. Sister Shiren. Chen Che lifted his head, his tone serious. I admit. I have fantasies about all of you. No, it's not just fantasies. I truly want all of you to become my women. The 3 little ones. Although they knew their little brother had some hidden thoughts, hearing him say it so bluntly still made the 3 little ones feel their scalps explode. How can you say such things out loud? Looking at the sisters with different expressions. The young man's face was calm, his tone sincere and straightforward. Because to me you are the most beautiful existence in the world. Of course I want to keep you all by my side. I have no family, and it's been a long time since I felt the warmth of a home. It wasn't until I met you that my heart finally felt like a floating duckweed had found a place to take root. So my greatest wish is to become your closest family, to play and laugh together in this rolling world, to make vows at dawn and dusk, day and night, never to be separated. Faced with Chen Che's frank words, the sisterhood was completely moved to tears. Sincerity is the ultimate killer move. Chen Che's honesty elevated the despicable promiscuity of men and women to the level of family bonds. The whole perspective changed instantly. I don't want to be a player. I don't want to be irresponsible to anyone. I just want to give everyone happiness. And I have the ability to give everyone happiness. Once this stance was established, combined with the influence of heart, of universal love, and the power of wealth, these heartfelt words instantly worked like spring breeze and rain, moistening everything silently. A crisis was dissolved into nothing. For our little Che, cheers. Cheers. The crisp clinking of glasses rang out. In the following moments, the group tacitly avoided mentioning the card game again. Instead, they gathered together drinking wine, chatting, and singing songs. Unconsciously, a jar of rice wine was drained by the five of them. Feeling unsatisfied, they opened the foreign liquor and red wine supplied by the bar. In the end, everyone ended up dead drunk. They lay sprawled on the sofa mumbling incoherently that they dared to drink so heavily in front of male peers of the same age. And this was after Chen had honestly confessed through a truth game that he wanted to have a relationship with all of them. Yet they still let themselves go and drank this freely. It was enough to prove that the bestie group truly trusted Chen. Of course, as a gentleman of virtue and wealth, Chen would certainly not take advantage of them in such a state. Well, forced circumstances don't count. Sleeping like this won't do, you'll catch a cold. Listening to the sound of rain pattering outside and the dropping temperature, Chen rubbed his head. He patted Bai Xiaonan's cheek. Sister Xiaonan, time to go to bed in the room. The drunken Bai Xiaonan slept soundly, merely twisting her plump bottom in protest. Sigh. Chen scratched his forehead. His own girlfriend. If he didn't care for her, who would? He reached out, hugged her, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and thudded up to the second-floor master bedroom. He tossed her onto the bed with force. Bai Xiaonan let out a muffled groan, mumbling drunkenly, "Little Che, kiss." All right. The boy lowered his head and gave her a kiss. His large hand roamed a bit mischievously. Stop it. The drunken Bai Xiaonan paid no further heed, just wriggled, wrapped herself in the blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Chen smiled faintly, turned around, and went downstairs, walking to the sofa. He looked at the three little ones tangled together in sleep. Helplessly, he shook his head. Because of the sudden drop in temperature, it was quite cold. The three young ladies dressed in light clothing must have felt the chill, so they were tightly entwined, sleeping together, intertwined with each other body and soul. As the leader of the bestie group, and having just declared his desire to make them family, Chen naturally couldn't ignore them. He reached out and pulled them apart. Who's that? What? Xinjun, half asleep, was disturbed and asked drowsily. Sister Xinjun, it's me. Relax your legs a bit. Little Che. Xinjun opened her drunken eyes, saw it was Chen and only then let her tightly crossed legs relax naturally. Chen took the opportunity to lift out Su Yuning, who was pinned beneath her. Little Che. Su Yuning struggled to open her eyes, staring at Chen. What are you carrying me for? To take you to bed. Chen said. It's getting cold. Ew, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold on the sofa. Su Yuning leaned against his chest, muttering, nonsense. I don't believe you. You're a sly one. What you really want isn't your fingers, but that place, right? You're dreaming. I won't. That's disgusting. It's not dirty, not dirty. You'll like it. You. Upstairs, he tossed her beside Bai Xiaonan. He went downstairs for the third time. He saw Su Xian on the sofa roll over and land on the floor with a thud. Chen mouth twitched at the sight, and he rushed over. Sister Inen, are you okay? Bro. Su Xian opened her hazy, drunken eyes, staring at him dazedly. What kind of room did you book? The bed is so hard and cold. Chen, that's not a bed, it's the floor. Come on, Sister Inen, I'll carry you up to sleep. I don't want to sleep. I want to pee. Little sister can't hold it anymore. Chen sighed. Each one of them was such a handful. All right, Sister Inen, just hold on a moment. I'll take you. Sure, thanks, little brother. Your hands are so nice. Su Xian, lying on Chen back, rambled. You know the punishment Su Yuning drew earlier? I was really jealous. That's not a punishment at all. Oh, it's a reward for her. No, why reward Su Yuning, but not me? Little brother, I want your hands too. All right, next time for sure. They reached the master bathroom. Su Xian sat plumply on the toilet. Whoosh. Chen stared intently at the toilet. Legend had it that a Manfiyun used a century-old British vintage bathroom brand, and a single toilet cost 6 figures. One had to admit there was something to it. This toilet was indeed white, round, and plump, and spotless with smooth water flow. More importantly, the hygiene was indeed well maintained. Spotless, not a single hair. Chen was shocked. Genetics indeed had its say. Are you done? Done. Chen hoisted the drunken sister Inen onto his shoulder and headed out. I don't want to be carried like this. I want to be carried in a princess carry. You're so annoying. Chen gritted his teeth, switched to a princess carry, and thudded upstairs. He tossed her casually. He went downstairs for the last time, shaking his numb sore hands. He patted Xinjun's pert bottom. Sister Xinjun. Hubby hug. All right, hubby hugs. You didn't even call me wife. You don't love me, eh? Chen broke out in a cold sweat. What were these women thinking about all day long? Wife, let's go to sleep now. No. You only called me because I asked. It's not sincere. This was ridiculous. Chen felt like giving her a smack on the bottom. Making you act so coquettish. After much persuasion, he finally carried the last of the 4 little ones up to the second floor. By now the 3 little ones were already fast asleep. The sleeping arrangement had shifted again. Su Yuning, who had been sleeping on the innermost side, was now squeezed out, lying sprawled. Behind her, Su Xian and Bai Xiaonan were sleeping in each other's arms. Chen smiled knowingly. Only he could see how the glamorous bestie group, who were so stunning in public, had such messy sleeping postures. Catching his breath, Chen looked at the space. He squeezed into the gap between Qin Jun and Su Yuning and lay down. What? Second bedroom. Sorry, but in Chen Che's mind there was no such option as sleeping alone in the second bedroom. As soon as he lay down, a long, slender leg pressed over him. Su Yuning, with her long arms and legs wrapped around him like an octopus, her breath reeking of alcohol. Che. Little Che. What? I miss you. Mua. With that, Sister Ningning kissed him heavily. Chen Che wondered if this was the effect of alcohol. Had it caused Sister Ningning to reveal her innermost desires? Drinking is good, drinking should be frequent. Hubby. Hug sleep. Just as things were heating up, Qin Jun behind him turned over, hugging him with a slurred voice. Su Yuning released the kiss, opening her eyes. Who called you hubby? No, nobody. Chen Che casually grabbed a pillow and covered Qin Jun's head. Sister Ningning, you misheard. Let's continue. Hubby, why are you covering me? Hubby, who are you kissing? I want one too. Su Yuning's drunkenness half evaporated, her almond eyes wide with shock. Why is Qin Jun calling you hubby? And nothing, Ningning Jie, you really misheard. Husband, I want you to hold me and sleep. Qin Jun rolled over, murmuring drunkenly, her limbs entwining around Chen Che. Su Yuning came to her senses and angrily punched and kicked him. You bastard. You got together with Qin Jun too. Beast. Scumbag. Stop, Ningning Jie, you're drunk. This is all a dream, all a dream. Before he finished speaking, Qin Jun behind him had already coiled around him like a worm. Her crimson lips landed on his ear and neck. One on the left, one on the right, sandwiching Chen Che in the middle like a filling. Husband, I like you, MUA. On the other side, Su Yuning pounded him with her little fists. Speak. When did you get together with that little slut Qin Jun? And you're still kissing? Speak. Ningning Jie, it's really not what you think. Caught in the middle, Chen Che was overwhelmed. I have my reasons. Reasons, haha, Chen Che, you're a scumbag. He too. Husband, why aren't you hugging me? Don't you love me? Hug. Hee, good husband, I love you the most, MUA. If you love me, then kiss my face. You're so bad. Hearing their flirtatious exchange, Su Yuning grew furious. With a cracking sound, she forcefully twisted Chen Che's head around. Come here, don't mind her. With that, she closed her eyes, cupped his face, and kissed him heavily. Husband, come here. Qin Jun behind him, being a female athlete, was far stronger. Unable to pull him away, she huffed in anger. You won't come, won't you? Then I'll come to you. The golden-haired beauty gritted her teeth. Thus she began to understand to go. Chen Che. Folks who can understand this. Truly, it was excitement opening the door for excitement. Excitement had come home. Su Yuning, dazed and confused, felt something was off. She let go and looked. With a scream, she completely broke down. Qin Jun, you little bitch. Look at your shameless, slutty self. What are you doing? I'm helping my husband. Is that how you help? And dare call my boyfriend husband again? Su Yuning, are you crazy? I'm calling my husband, what's it to you? Shameless. I'll kill you. The two drunken lunatics rushed past Chen Che and tumbled into a fight. Chen Che sighed. Oh well, the fun was over. Perhaps the commotion was too loud. Bai Xiaonan, whose eyelids trembled, rubbed her eyes and opened them. What's wrong? Xiao Che. So noisy. It's nothing. Chen Che tucked to go back in place and said, Xiaonan Jie, Jinjin Jie, and Ningning Jie are playing. It's too noisy. Shall we go sleep next door? Okay, I'm so sleepy. Xiao Che, carry me. About 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaonan's sleep was startled awake by a sudden betrayal. Rain pattered on banana leaves. In the dim light, shadows swayed with the rhythm of raindrops. The rhythm rose and fell. The next day, a drizzling rain. Chen Che returned to the master bedroom, looking at the three sleeping beauties sprawled in disarray. He lifted the blanket and patted his chest. Qin Jun, Jie, time to get up. Morning, Xiao Che. Qin Jun rubbed her eyes, looking confused. Why do I feel so sore all over with bruises and marks? You and Ningning Jie fought over the blanket last night. Off. Qin Jun blinked her big innocent eyes, trying to piece together fragments of memory. It seemed to be true. She was too drunk to remember the whole story. Bro, I dreamed you slept next to me, and I think I kissed you. Impossible, I didn't sleep here last night. Oh. Qin Jun nodded, thinking she couldn't possibly be that cheap. Alright, get up and wash up. We're going to Lingyin Temple later. After Qin Jun got up, Chen Che patted Su Yuning's shapely rear. Ningning Jie, time to get up. Xiao Che. Su Yuning stretched. Good morning, Xiao Che. Chen Che, good morning. How did you sleep last night? Comfortable. Su Yuning moved her hands. Everything aches a bit. What happened? Alright, another one with a blackout. Nice. Chen Che smiled knowingly. You and Jinjin Jie fought over the blanket last night, and you two ended up in a fight. Huh, really? Su Yuning scratched her head sheepishly. But how do I remember we fought because of you? No, it was because of the blanket. Chen Che quickly said. I slept in the guest room with Xiaonan last night, remember? Oh, I see. Su Yuning nodded, convinced. Go wash up. Okay. Watching Su Yuning head to the bathroom, Chen Che breathed a sigh of relief. He must never let them remember last night. Otherwise the sisterhood would surely fall into chaos. Last one. Su Shiren, the young lady. Chen Che lifted the blanket, Time to get up and Ninja. Holy crap. The young man was shocked. Was this something he could see for free? Ugh. Drank too much. Head hurts. Su Shiren rubbed her eyes and sat up. Cherry red and fish white. Before Chen Shei's eyes unfolded a magnificent Venus of anodiamine. Good heavens. Xiao Che, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Looking at the young man's gentle, loving smile. Su Shiren looked at him in confusion, then down at herself. The air froze for 3 seconds. By Xiaonan, can't you control your man? A brand new day began amidst the chaotic, joyful daily routine. After enjoying a buffet breakfast at Amon's restaurant, the 4 young ladies returned to the suite to change clothes and head out to Lingyin Temple. Chen Shei sat on the sofa planning the road trip route ahead. As the only man in the sisterhood, such planning and strategy tasks were naturally entrusted to him by the 4. Xiao Che. Soon a few sweet voices rang out from the stairs. Chen Shei looked up. His eyes were instantly dazzled. 4 graceful figures descended the stairs in staggered steps. By Xiaonan Qingjin, Su Yuning, and Su Shiren. Each wore a pristine, elegant song-style ruchuan. Each held a plain-colored round fan gently swaying, exuding an air of supreme elegance. A breeze from the stairwell fluttered their skirts, the fans danced gracefully, and their silken hair moved with the wind. Each of the 4 sisters had a unique charm in every smile and frown, presenting a feast of ultimate Chinese aesthetic that captivated at first sight. Xiao Che, do we look beautiful? The 4 young ladies twirled gracefully before Chen Shei. Fragrance-wafted sleeves fluttered and they looked utterly ethereal. Beautiful. Unbelievably beautiful. Chen Shei stretched out his arms to embrace all 4. I've hit the jackpot marrying you 4 concubines. Can't you be serious for 1 second? Who wants to be your concubine? Shameless blah blah. Sisters, beat this dog to death. Xiao Che, don't run, your sister is coming to reward you. Lingyin Temple. Crowds of people. As soon as the handsome young man and the 4 stunning Hanfu-clad young ladies appeared, they became the focal point of everyone's gaze wherever they went. Arriving in front of the main hall, the 4 Hanfu young ladies stood in a row devoutly offering incense. Xiao Che, why aren't you offering incense? Bai Xiaonan asked softly, looking at Chen Shei with his hands in his pockets. Because all my wishes have already come true, the young man smiled. Meeting you all is my best luck. Xiao Che. Upon hearing this, the 4 girls' hearts overflowed with gratitude. Meeting you is also our best luck. After offering incense, they strolled around the temple and took a ton of beautiful check-in photos. It is said that Lingyin Temple is most accurate for matters of love. So before leaving the group of best friends, each drew a fortune slip for marriage. Bai Xiaonan's slip read, wishes come true. Qin Zhen's was wealth and prosperity, Su Yuning's was supreme fortune, and Su Xian's was all goes smoothly. Without exception, all were excellent fortune slips. Chen Shei, however, found this quite normal. After all, they had already met the best match. That's right, yours truly. Returning from Lingyin Temple, they went back to the hotel suite to rest. During this time, Chen Shei took the opportunity to meet with the senior management team of Guangshuan Technology. This was the first asset rewarded by the system, with its headquarters located in Hangzhou. In theory, Chen Shei, as the largest shareholder, should have met with the senior management team of Guangshuan Technology long ago. However, due to time constraints, there had never been a suitable opportunity. This time, taking advantage of his presence in Hangzhou, he arranged the meeting. After an hour-long meeting, Chen Shei gained a more thorough understanding of Guangshuan Technology, a powerful large-model R&D company in the industry. The company's core senior management team consisted entirely of the founding members who had fought alongside Chairman He Duoxiong from the beginning. All were deeply immersed in technology, well-versed in the industry market, and possessed strong professional expertise. Their overall strength was outstanding. As for Chen Shei's investment philosophy, it was quite similar to Tencent's investment logic. He always adhered to the core principle of letting professionals handle professional matters. He only participated in equity dividends as an investor, never relying on his shareholding to interfere with the company's daily operations, and certainly never made decisions where outsiders tried to direct experts. On this basis, both sides had a pleasant conversation in a harmonious atmosphere. Chairman He, it seems we were indeed worrying unnecessarily before, said someone after the meeting with the major shareholder. Inside, the Li Auto MAGA director Pang Hai said with a beaming smile to Chairman He Duoxiong, I didn't expect this new shareholder to be so easy to deal with. Indeed, to have such a reasonable investor is truly a blessing for Guangshuan. He Duoxiong smiled and remarked, since that's the case, we must not let down President Chen's expectations. Yes, ha. As he spoke, Pang Hai's phone suddenly rang. Hello, sweetie, what's up? Daddy, I'm fine now. Just tell me what you need. Oh, okay, that's simple. I'll take care of it. Bye-bye, dear daughter. Your daughter's call. After hanging up, He Duoxiong smiled at Pang Hai. Yeah, Pang Hai nodded. My daughter Yanfei was selected for the dance troupe, and she wants a spot in a dance drama. He Duoxiong smiled in slight surprise. If she wants a spot, she should earn it on her own merit. Why come to you? You know my Yanfei, she's ambitious, but not very hardworking. Pang Hai sighed. As her father, if I don't find a way to lift her up, then what's the point of working so hard to make money? Hearing this, He Duoxiong shook his head and said nothing more. Although he felt that such an act of relying on one's father was quite inappropriate, he thought that old Pang had a child late in life, so doting on his daughter was only human nature. Forget it, it's other people's family affairs, no need to meddle. After lunch, the family of 5 drove the RV straight to Westlake. After taking check-in photos at various scenic spots, another day passed. On the third day, because Bai Xiaonan had about a week off after rehearsal before the performance, the 5 of them quickly agreed and decided to head east along the coastline southward, driving wherever the road took them. White sky waiting for a rainbow to appear. Our meeting was whose wish? The dark night sky is filled with dazzling stars because you are by my side. The typhoon has passed. The sky was clear and vast. The brilliant August sun shone down. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter driving on the Shanghai Expressway with its 3-pointed star emblem gleaming in the sunlight. Inside the cabin, the table was filled with various snacks and drinks. The best friend young ladies happily hummed along to the melody played by the Burmester sound system. After all, it was their first group road trip, so everyone was excited. Xiao Che, big sister, is thirsty. Give me a bottle of water, said Qin Jun, who was driving for Chen Che, in a coquettish tone. Uffed. Su Xian, who was playing landlord with the other 2, poked her head out. Qin Jun, how old are you? Still using baby talk. Gross. Mind your own business. I like it, I'm happy. Che, are you done yet? Coming. Chen Che unscrewed a bottle of janky forest watermelon flavor, thought for a moment, and thoughtfully inserted a big straw. He plopped down in the passenger seat and brought the water to Qin Jun's lips. The blonde beauty parted her red lips and sipped through the straw. Chen Che fed her water while admiring the sexy, elegant figure of this beautiful woman, especially her long legs wrapped in black floral stockings, skillfully switching between the RV's large accelerator and firm brake pedal. This made Chen Che's lips curl up into a pleased smile. How much longer would it be before he could shoulder this heavy responsibility? Maybe when that wish came true, he would feel better. Cough. Qin Jun choked violently. Her big, delicately lined eyes glared fiercely at the younger brother beside her. She felt as if she had just suffered some indecent treatment in that boy's mind. The young man chuckled and casually tore open a bag of salty cheese-flavored Maijima. He fed her a stick. Qin Jun took a big bite, chewed, and felt that this sweet and savory taste seemed familiar. Speaking of which, wasn't this the same taste that the little brother Daji Bai had spat out last time? Remembering that experience, Qin Jun's pretty face flushed. Quickly, make me forget. Oh, I'm hungry. Why don't we find a place to eat? Su Shiren suggested. With all these snacks, how can you still be hungry? Su Yuning gnawed on a chicken claw. Su Shiren, I can't handle it. I have a carb stomach, I feel awful without a proper meal. Bai Xiaonan, there's a service area 3 kilometers ahead. How about we stop there to rest? Sounds good. Pair of 2s. I have nukes, ha. Su Shiren, are you crazy? I'm down to 1 card, and you nuke me. Just doubling the stakes, a single 4, can't you let it go? Can't be bothered. Haha, I'll take it. A single ace. 4-5-6-7-8 straight. I win. Pay up. Su Shiren, you're going to be the death of us. Amid the clamor, Qin Jun's black-stockinged foot pressed hard on the stiff accelerator. They drove all the way to the service area. The massive vehicle pulled into a parking spot. Bai Xiaonan and the Su sisters went together to the restroom. Although the RV had a toilet, the black water tank's capacity was limited, so unless necessary, they usually used the service area restrooms. Chen Che and Qin Jun were the last to get out. After driving for so long, they naturally needed to stretch and get some fresh air. Qin Jun, with her fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs and black stockings, stood by the car, instantly drawing the attention of those around. But when they saw Chen Che walking beside her, the few guys who had wanted to ask for her WeChat number immediately hesitated. It was mainly because the young man was so handsome that they felt inferior. Chen Che, sister Jinjin, how does it feel to drive an RV for the first time? Qin Jun blinked thought for a moment and said, it's much easier to drive than I imagined. Probably because of the 4-wheel drive. The power is great, but the pedal is really stiff. How stiff? Are you being cheeky with your sister again? Qin Jun knew exactly what the kid was hinting at. Her mind instantly flashed with an image of understanding brother Da. Her delicately made-up face couldn't help but flush with a shy blush. Chen Che smiled knowingly. He loved making a mature woman like Qin Jun show this kind of shy contrast. It had a unique charm. Sister Jinjin, when should we help brother Da again? I've told you there's no next time. Don't you dare think about it, you hear? Just behave yourself with your 2 good sisters, humph. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Chen Che raised an eyebrow. What did she mean by my 2 good sisters? Did she remember what happened last night? Chen Che's expression instantly turned into a serious husky's. Qin Jun's heart sank. She had accidentally let slip the affair between this kid and Yuning. Would he kill her to keep her quiet? Qin Jun was overthinking. Killing was out of the question, at most he would find a way to shut her little mouth. Just then, the 3 girls who had gone to the restroom returned. This topic was thus put to rest. They had a late lunch at the service area. The group continued their journey. As evening approached, Chen drove off the highway and stopped at a scenic lakeside campground. The family of 5 got out. They set up the awning, arranged the camping chairs facing the lake, and sat down in a row of long legs. The moist, cool lake breeze refreshed them. Let's rest a while, Chen suggested. Find a place to eat later. No need, Bai Xiaonan shook her head. We rarely have the chance to camp together, so let's cook ourselves. Fine. Chen nodded. I saw a supermarket on the way. I'll ride a bike there to buy some groceries. The RV had a foldable bicycle in the rear compartment for short trips. Bai Xiaonan, I saw meat and shrimp in the fridge. I'll take them out to prepare. Qinjun, then I'll wash the rice and cook. Su Yuning, I'll take charge of the wok. Su Shuren, then I'll cheer you on. The 3 little ones get lost. Fine. I'll go. Little Che, your sister, will come shopping with you. Spurned by everyone, Su Shuren quickly climbed onto the back of the bike. With a thump, Chen was jolted forward. Good heavens. Anin, hold on tight. Little Che. Let's go, giddy up. Chen. All right, one day I'll tug your twin tails and yell giddy up. They pedaled along the lakeside road toward the supermarket outside the scenic area. A cool breeze carrying the scent of grass and trees met them. Thump thump against his back. Light and soft like clouds. Little Che, why do you keep braking? It's hurting your sister's chest. I'm not that skilled in, just bear with it. Humph. They arrived at the supermarket. Little Che, these hairy crabs are huge. Do I want to eat them? Okay. While the green grapes are so fresh, your sister wants some. Okay. I want small cucumbers too. I don't like broccoli, so don't buy it. Carrots and tomatoes can be stewed together, right? Buy a watermelon for juice. Okay. The young man nodded incessantly. If his sister Anin weren't so stunningly beautiful, Che wouldn't have tolerated her for a second. She was way too demanding. But because she was pretty, her voice was sweet, and she had twin tails and an E-cup bomb. Despite her fussiness, Chen still found her adorable. After buying a full bag, Chen rode the bike back with Su Shuren. On both sides of the rainbow road leading to the lake area, summer ginkgo trees stood tall and green. Above the dense canopy, the evening sky was a soft blue with colorful clouds. The evening breeze blew, and Su Shuren on the back of the bike wrapped her arms around Chen waist. She softly hummed, love you. Ho baby, say more sweet words, look at me a little more, show a little more, so I can truly see. Su Shuren's voice had the peak charm of the sweetheart idol. Surprisingly, she sang beautifully. In the song, her long legs and knee-high white stockings swung in the air, and her soft twin tails fluttered in the wind. A healing and beautiful scene. Back at the camp, the family of 5 divided the work and cooperated. Soon the outdoor folding table was filled with steaming dishes. The sky outside had completely darkened. Far from the city, the starry sky was exceptionally brilliant. The 5 sat around the table chatting and laughing while enjoying the leisurely time. Little Che, I've shelled the crab for you. Bai Xiaonan placed a bowl of crab roe and meat in front of Chen. Wow, thanks, Sister Xiaonan. Wanting to feed you. Just opening your mouth. A kiss. Moi. Seeing the 2 kiss at the slightest provocation, the 3 little ones sitting beside them clicked their tongues repeatedly. They whispered to each other. Xiaonan has changed a lot, huh? Indeed, quite a bit. Watching Chen and Bai Xiaonan being all lovey-dovey, Su Shuren blinked. Bai Xiaonan has become a simp. Whoa, I'm speechless. I think that's exactly it. Bai Xiaonan. Su Shan looked at her sister, curious. Can just being in a relationship really cause such a big change? Su Yuning's heart skipped a beat. How would I know? I've never been in a relationship before. The words had barely left her mouth when she noticed Chen gaze upon her. Su Yuning shot him a secret glare. It was you who played games with me all along. Sister never actually agreed to anything. That's true. Unknowing, Su Shan nodded solemnly. If you dare find a boyfriend before me, I'll fight you. Why would my choice of boyfriend be any of your business? Of course it concerns me. Su Shan argued heatedly. Think about it. When you 2 are all kissy and cuddly, what am I supposed to do? Chen secretly eavesdropping. Indeed, love between 2 people, happiness for 3. It seemed he needed to speed up his progress in winning Sister Yuning over. On the deserted island, he had managed to trick her into reluctantly accepting their secret relationship. But since returning from the Maldives, there had been a period of not seeing each other. So the current state of their relationship was rather delicate. They remained in a state beyond friends, but not quite lovers. Indeed, when it comes to girls, you have to make her truly yours to count. What are you 2 sisters whispering about? Seeing her 2 besties whispering secrets, Bai Xiaonan asked with a smile. We were discussing. Alright, we were talking about what kissing actually feels like. Su Shan cheerfully deflected the topic. Xiaonan, you've got the most experience. Tell us, what does kissing really feel like? Get out. What do you mean I've got the most experience? Bai Xiaonan blushed shyly. It's not like that. Che, come give me a kiss. MUA, hey, you're so annoying. It's all slobbery. Bai Xiaonan playfully complained, wiping her red lips. Looking at the 3 little friends with eager faces, she cleared her throat. Ahem. Well, you see, the feeling of kissing is actually... it's hard to explain to you little novices. Go find a guy and try it yourself. Su Shan, what kind of talk is that, Bai Xiaonan? Am I the type of person who goes around casually? Chen sister, and if you want one I can help you. Qingjun, by Xiaonan, your man keeps thinking about your bestie. Aren't you going to control him? Sigh, I can't control him. Maybe I'll just get him snipped later. As she spoke, the slender crab legs were cut off one by one with continuous snipping sounds. Chen feeling a sudden chill below. By Xiaonan, don't change the subject. Su Xian, I don't believe it. When you had your first kiss with your Che, you didn't feel anything at all. By Xiaonan, who was cutting crab, pursed her lips. The feeling? Well, it's not really anything special. Just your body gets all warm. Your whole body gets all tingly. And then your mind goes blank. Ahem. I guess that's about it. Wow, is it really that amazing? The three little ones widened their eyes in shock, turning to look at Chen in unison. Che, what about you? What did it feel like when you kissed Xiaonan? The feeling? Chen thought for a moment. It's about the same, I guess. But I thought about more things. You thought about more things. What were you thinking about? Hearing this, all four little ones stared at him. Especially by Xiaonan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen, I was thinking about how to eat up Sister Xiaonan. The four little ones. The girl wants romance, but you're thinking about how to sleep with her. Amidst the laughter of the girl squad, by Xiaonan angrily grabbed the crab crackers and started snipping loudly right in front of Chen Che, come here. Sister will cut something special for you. Xiaonan, let's talk this over. Please put down the scissors. Help. Ha. Xiaonan, I have another question for you. What other question? Su Xian blinked her eyes, asking with a smile. Since we're on this topic, I really want to know. What does it feel like to lose your V card? The scissors in by Xiaonan's hand fell onto the table. Qingjin Su Yuning. What a wild topic. Say what? Shut up. The embarrassed and angry Xiaonan grabbed a small wet cucumber and stuffed it into Su Xian's mouth. Ugh. It's too big. Drool dripped out. After the meal, the girl squad worked together to clean up and wash dishes. After tidying up, the five walked along the lakeside path for a post-dinner stroll. Above them, a sky full of stars twinkled while frogs croaked in the night. The atmosphere was especially healing, the scenery exceptionally beautiful. This feels so happy. By Xiaonan gazed up at the starry sky, a sweet smile on her lips. Chen held her hand. Is it because we're out having fun? It's not just because of that. By Xiaonan, it's because we're all together playing, laughing together. This feeling makes me really happy, and also so at ease. Hey, we're all third-year university students now. Su Yuning beside her suddenly sighed. After this, there won't be any more summer vacations. Maybe we won't have as many chances to get together. Su Xian, yeah. So melancholic. Who says there won't be chances in the future? There will be plenty of chances in the future. What? Chen let go of her hand, walked a few steps ahead quickly, and turned to face the four young ladies. With arms spread wide, his tone was passionate and sincere. By Xiaonan, Qingjin, Su Yuning, Su Xian, I love you all. I want to be with you. I will make it so we all stay together forever. Facing the sudden confession from the young man, the four young ladies of the girl squad were instantly stunned. Then, under the brilliant starry sky, the faces of the four beautiful girls all flushed red in an instant. Honestly speaking, although they had only known Chen for just over a month, but during this time they had played together, laughed together, enjoyed together, and quarreled together. Deep in their hearts, they had already regarded Chen as their closest person. So at this moment, facing his such bold confession, the softest parts of their hearts were touched. The values called worldly deep in their hearts at this very moment began to crack and loosen. Being together as five forever, that didn't seem so bad. Silence lingered for a long while. Okay, Chen sacrificing one Xiaonan to you wasn't enough. You also want to make advances on us three sisters. Yeah. This kid. His scheming is so obvious. By Xiaonan, aren't you going to control your man? If not, I'll control him for you. I'll handle it. Che, why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to laugh? Hee, sisters, let's talk this over nicely. Don't get physical, I'm running. Stop, don't run. Ningning, you're fast, go catch him. Giddy up. Su Xian, I'll deal with you later. Che, don't you dare run. Ha. After a round of playful chase, the five of them were drenched in sweat. Laughing and chatting, they returned to the RV and turned on the air conditioner. Chen flopped onto the sofa, catching the breeze through the collar of his t-shirt. I swear you guys are insane. Four of you ganging up on me, trying to run me into the ground. Now you know what tired feels like. Bai Xiaonan crossed her arms and looked at him. With that little skill, you think you can take down our whole squad of girls? If you put it that way, Sister Xiaonan, I'm not tired anymore. Chen lay flat on the sofa. Come on, one at a time. If I even frown, I'll change my last name. Uffed. The four girls jeered in unison. Dream on. If they really came at him, they'd have to unlock everything one by one first. Alright, I'm sticky with sweat. Let's shower first. Fine. Jinjin, you go first. Okay. The RV's hot water is limited. Jinjin, wash up quick. Don't fondle yourself in there. Su Shirin, you little bitch. I'll kill you. Ha. After Chen was the last to shower, he stepped out and saw. The four young ladies had already changed into brand new Victoria's Secret nightgowns, lounging and giggling on the big bed in the back of the RV. Chen felt like he had somehow stumbled into a fairy garden as the Monkey King. Everywhere he looked there were plump juicy peaches. Here comes the little flying stick, the boy lunged forward. But the four girls prepared for this raised their jade-like feet in unison. They pressed them against his chest. What are you doing? Oh, you want to come? I mean, what are you doing in the girls' section? Girls' section? Chen was shocked. The RV only has one bedroom. How is it the girls' section? If you sleep here, where do I sleep? There's a bed in the front, go sleep there. You? Sister Xiaonan, look at your friends. They're a bunch of poisonous women. Hee. Not letting you in bed makes us poisonous women. That little brat didn't get enough punishment earlier, huh? The four girls had discussed it earlier and decided that little brother had been getting way too cocky lately. He even dared to openly boast about wiping out their squad. That attitude couldn't be tolerated. So while Chen was taking a shower, the girls' squad held an internal meeting and decided to unite against the common enemy. Tonight they would teach that little brat a lesson. Give him a cold shoulder. Let him brag. Fine, you win. Facing the fierce four, Chen backed off verbally. Then with a feint he dashed to the other side and tried to climb onto the bed. Oh no, stop him. Amid screams by Xiaonan and Su Yuning blocked him. One was a dancer, the other an athlete. Their agility and strength far surpassed the delicate Qinzhen and Su Shuren. They immediately blocked Chen path to the bed. Flanking him, they grabbed his arms and pressed him down together. Chen hadn't expected these two to be so strong. Caught off guard, he yelped and was pinned to the bed. Then from both sides, two fleshy bodhisattvas descended from the sky. One above, one below, a mountain of pressure. The plump peaches pinned the boy down, leaving him completely immobilized. Ow, I can't move. My arm's gonna break. Chen tried to get up, but found the peaches on him weighed 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge. Sister Xiaonan, dear sister, let up a little, let me go. Not a chance. Bai Xiaonan looked down at him. Aren't you so tough? Aren't you going to wipe out our whole squad? That's all you've got. What I meant by wiping out was first winning you over with love, then uniting body and soul for an hour. Slap. Who wants to unite body and soul with you? 1 hour each. Can you last that long? Bring it on. Chen roared, don't just talk. Try me. Su Yuning blushed and spat. Xiaonan, don't waste words on him. Zhen and then come quick. Let's teach him a lesson. Coming. Qinzhen and Su Shuren, loving the drama, crawled over on their knees, swaying as they moved. Chen squinted. Sister Inan was actually holding a cat teaser. What was she going to do? Ah, Sister Inan, no. No, it tickles. Hee, now you know what tickles. Su Shuren teased his soles with the cat teaser. Still daring to have improper thoughts about your sisters. I dare. Fine. Still talking back. Zhen, you tickle him too. Okay, help. Stop. Haha, tickling, huh? Chen writhed violently, squirming like a loach. His originally trapped hands unexpectedly broke free. Miracle hand, eagle finger, Kato level automatically loaded. Dragons swimming in the sea. Serpents stirring the wind and clouds. His slender jade-like fingers began to vibrate at high speed. The two sisters by Xiaonan and Su Yuning, who were pressing him down with their peaches, soon felt something was wrong. Two delicate cries. Two pairs of long legs instinctively clamped tight. Their entire bodies suddenly felt drained of strength, going limp. Little brother's hands. They were truly extraordinary. The seal was broken. Chen leaped up. You united against me. Today I, your husband, will assert my authority. I'll teach you four little vixens a proper lesson. Amid screams, the boy stretched his ape-like arms. No matter who, he pinned them all beneath him. No more pretending. I'm coming clean. Chen am going to be the husband of the whole girls' squad. The four immobile girls looked up at Chen in unison. In this setting, this atmosphere, the entire RV was filled with an overwhelmingly flirtatious, hormone-charged vibe. They all felt unusually shy. For beautiful flower-like faces blushed simultaneously. What was this? All four of them were taken down by the little brat, gazing at the shy, gorgeous sight beneath him. Enjoying the first-person view, Chen heart surged with excitement. The feeling of finally revealing your ambition to the world fills you with extraordinary exhilaration, triggering the Smile Reward Garden Villa. Xinhua Road Garden Villa, 3 stories above ground, covering approximately 880 square meters, including a 450 private garden courtyard. Shanghai City's outstanding historical protected building, a modified work from Hudeck's original design. Now fully renovated with interior refurbishment. The property title has been transferred to the host's name. Oh wow, a new reward. A villa with a garden. His heart thrilled. In his moment of distraction, the four girls he was suppressing found their chance. For jade-like legs lifted simultaneously, and together they kicked him off. Before Chen could react, the sisters grabbed pillows and rained blows down on him. Little brat. Still thinking about hitting on your sisters? Running your mouth again. Today big sister's gonna teach you a lesson. He's trying to escape. Stop him. Sisters hit him. Hit him hard. After being disciplined by the sisterhood, Chen who was finally driven out of the master bedroom, flailed angrily at the partition door before climbing resentfully into the cab over bed. The cab over bed offered ample lying space but limited headroom. For someone with Chen Che's physique, 186 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters wide. Once he crawled up, he couldn't straighten his back and had to lie flat on his stomach. He played with his phone for a while. Hearing the laughter and chatter from the RV's master bedroom gradually fade, he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. The night deepened. Outside the window the darkness was serene, punctuated only by the cicadas' chirps and frogs' croaks rising and falling in waves. Chen Che was half asleep when he suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Xiao Che! Xiao Che! He rubbed his eyes and opened them. By the starlight filtering through the skylight, he saw Bai Xiaonan lying beside him gazing at him. Her large round eyes sparkled in the moonlight. What's wrong, Sister Xiaonan? What time is it? Should keep your voice down. They're all asleep. Come with me. The young woman leaned close to the boy's ear, her breath fragrant as orchid. Where to? Just tell me if you're coming or not. If not, I'm going back to sleep. I'm coming. Chen Che couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He thought to himself that Sister Xiaonan was truly hungry. He had to satisfy her. Can't we just do it here? The ceiling is too low. Can you even move freely? Fine, let's go outside. The two stealthily climbed down from the cab-over bed, quietly opened the RV door, and sneaked out. Under the starlight, the calm lake water lapped the shore in layers, moistening the vast expanse of grass. Tall reeds swayed unceasingly in the night breeze. A chorus of ah frog calls rang out. Morning arrived fine and sunny. Chen Che, returning from a jog around the lake, heard laughter and chatter from the campsite in the distance. Walking over, he saw the three young ladies who had just woken up, now changed into tank tops and yoga leggings, practicing yoga poses facing the morning sun. From his first-person perspective, he saw Qin Jun, Su Yuning, and Su Shuren, the three sisters, lying on yoga mats with their hips raised high, striking a pose similar to a downward-facing dog. Three round, plump basketballs looked especially luscious and full in the morning sun. Chen Che had always believed that yoga was originally a rather indecent form of exercise. Otherwise, how could these poses carry such strong sexual innuendo? But it was indeed good. In the future, he would have them line up like this, kneeling in a row. Eating sticks. Where's Sister Xiaonan? Chen Che walked over and asked. Still sleeping like a log on the bed. Qin Jun said, no idea what she did last night. She's so tired, can't wake her up no matter what. Chen Che nodded. Maybe she was too comfortable. Qin Jun. She felt there was something behind his words. Do you know this lake is haunted? There was a ghost last night. What? Really? And don't fool me. Upon hearing Su Shuren's words, the others were startled. There really was. In the dead of night, there was a ghostly sound, probably a female ghost. It scared me to death. Damn. Let's eat quickly and get out of here. After breakfast, the group set off by car. Over the next few days, the family of five drove south along the Shanghai line. They traversed the magnificent landscapes of Jiangnan, the land of Wu and Yue, on foot. Happy times always pass quickly. The week-long road trip flew by in an instant. After having the RV thoroughly cleaned and shipped, Chen Che and the four young ladies flew back to Huai. In the following days, everyone had their own matters to attend to. Bai Xiaonan needed to prepare for her first public performance, Su Yuning had to train for the university track and field championships, and Su Shuren was getting ready for her senior year internship interview. Qin Jun. Oh, she didn't have much to do, but she still needed to show up at the company occasionally and report on her work. Chen Che, on the other hand, returned to Lightyear Investment and spent a week handling the company's preparatory work and personnel interviews. Fortunately, the general manager Song Qingyuan was exceptionally capable, and with Xie Sherwin's coordination of network resources from China Merchants Bank, the entire company's team quickly took shape and got on track in a short time. This saved Chen Che a lot of worry. With such excellent employees, he must find a chance to reward them properly. He had never been stingy with money for them. So it was just giving them injections, infusing them with physical energy to enhance their fitness. After all, Chairman Chen cared deeply about his employees' health. Chairman Chen. Hello, Chairman Chen. As he entered the Lightyear building, employees passing by bowed and greeted him. When he walked into his office, Song Qingyuan knocked and followed him in. Looking up, he saw a shoulder-length bob haircut, a light gray blazer that created a no-pants, sexy look, and a pair of black semi-sheer stockings that revealed exquisite leg lines, smooth and enticing. What a capable and beautiful executive. She would be a perfect fit for Brother Da's social circle. Noticing Chen Che's intense gaze, the mature beauty twisted her thigh self-consciously. Although his gaze was direct and the desire in his eyes was unmistakable, she didn't seem to mind. After all, he was incredibly handsome, wealthy, and younger than her. To be able to attract such a wealthy and handsome man, didn't it prove that she had enough charm? President Chen, here is the detailed list of the legal cooperation partners we plan to hire. Song Qingyuan calmed herself and placed several documents in front of Chen Che, waiting for his decision. He withdrew his gaze, put on his glasses, and picked up the files to examine them carefully. With the boost of the full concentration attribute, his reading comprehension and memory abilities were now outstanding. Even contract documents with complex clauses posed no difficulty for him. Mingyang Law Firm. Looking at the unfamiliar name, Chen Che frowned in confusion. Why did you choose this firm? Although this law firm isn't well known, it is a true hidden ace in the industry when it comes to primary market investment and financing, as well as private equity compliance. Song Qingyuan explained carefully, Mingyang Law Firm has two core advantages. First, extreme confidentiality. Many hidden capital and private tycoons' tech track investment cases are handled entirely by them with zero leaks since inception. Second, they are highly professional. They have been deeply involved in equity compliance in the tech, innovation, AI, and internet sectors for years and are especially familiar with the investment logic of startup tech companies. This aligns perfectly with our investment direction. Finally, their fee is 1/3 of that of Red Circle firms, and once we sign, we will become their most valued core client. Both response speed and solution design will be prioritized above all other clients. So overall, I believe Mingyang Law Firm offers the best cost-performance ratio. Alright, Chen closed the file after listening. Let's go with this. Send someone to negotiate the contract. Okay. Song Qingyuan nodded and tidied up the documents on the desk. By the way, just as she was about to leave, Chen suddenly spoke up. President Liu is hosting a dinner tonight and has invited several investment firms. Will you come with me? Tonight? Song Qingyuan hesitated. What's wrong? Do you have plans? Well, it's nothing too important. Song Qingyuan thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll go with you. Late at night at the VIP exit of a quiet private club, Chen, Lu Hanyong, and others who had just finished their dinner walked out chatting and laughing. Chairman Chen today was truly delightful. Did you drink well? How about we go find a place to have some fun? Several heads of institutions suggested with beaming smiles. Clearly this young man who controlled a 30 billion trust fund and had a mysterious background was the object of everyone's flattery. However, Song Qingyuan, who was following at the back, showed a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Having navigated this circle for years, she naturally understood that the place to have fun mentioned by these big shots was far more than just simple entertainment. As a woman of integrity, she naturally looked down upon such occasions. But her disgust was of no use. The key was what Chen thought. A wealthy young master like him must have played around a lot, right? Thank you, brothers, for your warm hospitality. Just as Song Qingyuan was thinking about how to take her leave, first Chen with drunkenness in his eyes waved his hand and said, however, I am really not good at drinking. I won't disturb your enjoyment tonight. I'll take my leave first. Hearing Chen straightforward refusal of the proposal, Song Qingyuan was quite surprised. Could she have been mistaken? He wasn't that kind of person. Thinking so, her favorable impression of the young man increased a little. The others still warmly invited. Oh, Chairman Chen, you are being too polite. We won't drink later, just sing some songs, play some small games, and have some fun to sober up. Chairman Chen indeed liked playing small games, but not with those in the club. He only liked to play with respectable women. Alright. Seeing that Chen really had no intention of going, Lu Hanyong understood and quickly interjected, since Chairman Chen is not good at drinking, we won't force it. He turned to Song Qingyuan, who was behind the crowd, and said, well, Manager Song, how about you take Chairman Chen home first? Okay. The black-stockinged office lady nodded her head slightly. She gently helped Chen into the car. The two sat in the back seat of the Cullinan. Under the starry ceiling, Song Qingyuan, sitting next to Chen, had a flushed face. It wasn't because she was shy, it was simply because she had also been drinking. With a big shot like Chen present, naturally no one would think of forcing Song Qingyuan to drink. But out of politeness, she still drank a few cups of matai. It wasn't much, but for someone with ordinary alcohol tolerance like Song Qingyuan, it was still a bit intoxicating. The designated driver arranged by the club got into the front seat. He turned back and respectfully asked Chen, Chairman Chen, where would you like to go? Chen looked at Song Qingyuan beside him and asked, where is your home? My home. Song Qingyuan was stunned and quickly declined. Chairman Chen, I can just take a taxi home later. You don't need to go out of your way to drop me off. It's so late and you, a beautiful woman, are drunk. Taking a taxi is not appropriate. Song Qingyuan felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. He is really so considerate. Also, did he say I am a beautiful woman? Is he attracted to my type? But I am 12 years older than him. So taboo. Amidst her random thoughts facing Chen repeated questioning, Song Qingyuan whispered, my home is in Minhong Rongxing Garden. So far, Chen raised an eyebrow. Yeah, because the housing prices are cheaper. Chen didn't say much, but signaled the driver to start the car. The Cullinan drove along the streets in the deep night. The daytime hustle and bustle had vanished. Only the streetlights on both sides cast soft rays in the darkness. The two chatted in the car about the future direction of Guangyan investment. He looked at the mature office lady beside him with rosy cheeks and the fair prominent curves within the collar of her suit. Her smooth, rounded legs and black stockings shimmered with alluring luster under the streetlights. As the alcohol surged, Chen couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. An hour later, the Cullinan pulled up smoothly at the entrance of Song Qingyuan's apartment building. Song Qingyuan pushed open the door, turned back to Chen with a slight smile, and said, I'm here. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Chen nodded. Watching the beautiful office lady get out of the car, he suddenly spoke up. Aren't you going to invite me up? Song Qingyuan froze for a moment. She turned around, her phoenix eyes filled with shyness, not daring to meet the young man's gaze. In her mind, scenes of adult films involuntarily surfaced. Late at night, a handsome boss and a beautiful female subordinate alone together in a room. The domineering CEO gave a wicked smile and threw the beautiful office lady onto the bed. He tore open her fleece pants, cotton pants, wool pants, long underwear. Oh, the woman screamed in her heart. Song Qingyuan, what are you thinking? No, absolutely not. Manager Song. Oh, okay. Watching the two enter the elevator together. The departing driver looked back with envy in his eyes. Such an exquisite beauty, the boss is going to have a good time tonight, TSK. A soft ding sounded as the fingerprint lock clicked and the lights inside the room came on. Chairman Chen, please come in. Song Qingyuan raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, said softly with a red face. Okay. Seeing the men's slippers she brought out, Chen hesitated for a moment. It's like this. Song Qingyuan quickly explained, my parents come over occasionally, so I have their slippers prepared. After saying this, she felt a sudden panic for no reason. Why am I explaining so eagerly? Afraid he might misunderstand something. Chen smiled, changed into the slippers at the entrance, and walked into the apartment looking around. The interior decoration was very cozy and unexpectedly girlish. It was quite a contrast to Song Qingyuan's mature and elegant style. Chairman Chen, please sit. Song Qingyuan said, let me brew you a cup of tea to sober up. Okay. He watched Song Qingyuan walk to the tea bar and begin to busy herself. Chen gaze then shifted to the balcony outside the living room. On the electric drying rack hung many clothes, lace, sheer spaghetti straps, dark patterns. Truly a mature woman. Great taste and quite bold. Moreover, Chen confirmed a very important point. There was no trace of any man having lived in the room. Manager Song, do you live alone usually? Chen asked. Yeah, except when my parents come over occasionally, I live alone most of the time. Song Qingyuan put tea leaves into the cup and pressed the water boiling button. I had a period of being single before, so I just stayed at home and lay flat. You are 30 this year, right? Haven't thought about finding a boyfriend. Why would I look? I'm doing pretty well alone. Song Qingyuan smiled, her pretty face flushed with drunkenness. Like most women in the finance industry, for someone as capable and financially independent as her, the requirements for a partner were very high. After all, in their minds, they could only accept upward compatibility, hardly downward compatibility. A man with high education, good family background, and handsome appearance who could improve their quality of life was what they called love. Otherwise, it was just a burden. Very realistic, but that's how the world is now. I see. Chen smiled and leaned back into the sofa. Once he relaxed, the alcohol began to slowly rise and drowsiness suddenly washed over him. Director Chen, is oolong tea okay? Song Qingyuan looked up at the sofa only to see the handsome young man now with his eyes closed, fast asleep on the sofa. Song Qingyuan gently placed the teacup on the tea table. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as her gaze fell on Chen sleeping face on the sofa. She silently walked over, smoothed her skirt, and slowly crouched down on her black stockinged legs. This handsome young man had long left a deep impression in her heart, but it was the first time she could look at him so closely like this. This kid, he really is handsome. She quietly gazed at the sleeping Chen, her heart entangled with indecision. Should she wake him up? It seemed a bit rude. Well, since he's already asleep, let him continue sleeping. After all, he was her boss. She couldn't afford to offend him easily. With that thought, Song Qingyuan stood up again. She was never a good drinker. That night, after several cups of strong baijiu, the alcohol hit her, leaving her dizzy and drowsy. Just as she was about to return to her room to sleep, Song Qingyuan suddenly stopped. She lifted her sleeve and carefully sniffed the smell on her coat. Her brows immediately furrowed. After a drinking session in the private room, her body was reeking of smoke and alcohol. As a cleanly girl, Song Qingyuan obviously couldn't stand entering her bedroom like this. After a moment of thought, she turned her head to glance at Chen, who was sleeping soundly with closed eyes. Listening to his soft snores, she blinked. Then she tiptoed to the balcony. She took out a dry cleaning bag from the cabinet, removed her suit jacket, and placed it into the bag. Then came the faint sound of a zipper. The pencil skirt wrapped around her waist slid down silently. Song Qingyuan picked up the skirt and stuffed it into the laundry bag. All that remained on her body was a fitted white shirt hugging her fiery figure, her prominent chest and plump buttocks. Beneath the slightly wrinkled hem, a pair of long black stockinged legs were exceptionally graceful. Subconsciously, she glanced again at Chen sleeping on the sofa. A playful smile tugged at the corner of the mature beauty's lips. What a pity you can't see my beauty. Then, wearing slippers, she walked unsteadily into the bathroom. Splash. The warm water stream washed over her jade-like smooth body. Under the shower, Song Qingyuan's mind, clouded by alcohol, suddenly became a bit chaotic. After all, just a door away in the living room, a young and vigorous strange man was sleeping. And she was taking a shower completely naked. What if he woke up and suddenly rushed in? Should she cooperate with him or call the police? But if she called the police, would she lose her job? So she could only cooperate. Song Qingyuan wiped the water off her face forcefully. She looked at the bathroom mirror. Amid the steaming mist, it was as if she saw herself with both hands on the sink, while behind her a young man breathed heavily. Oh, what a thunderous scene. Song Qingyuan, you're crazy. She shook her head vigorously. Her small hands lathered up soap bubbles. Suddenly, it seemed she lost her way, circling endlessly in one place. Over an hour later, the sound of the hairdryer ceased. Song Qingyuan, now wearing a silk nightgown, walked out of the bathroom listlessly. The hem was very short, and the neckline extremely low. After all, as a single woman living alone, she was usually at home by herself with no worries about privacy. She wore whatever made her comfortable, so her clothes were always exceptionally thin and cool. She glanced at the sofa. The young man who had been sound asleep was now sleeping even deeper. He was lying flat on the sofa with soft snoring sounds. Song Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Good. After the shower, she only felt parched. It felt like her body was extremely dehydrated. She tiptoed to the tea bar and quickly poured herself a glass of water. It was scalding hot. She cast a resentful glance at the boiling indicator light that she had forgotten to turn off after brewing tea earlier. Song Qingyuan stuck out her tongue and frantically fanned it. Oh, well, she was just thirsty before, now she was both burned and thirsty. Her big eyes darted around, and she spotted a bottle of mineral water on the counter. Song Qingyuan, as if seeing a savior, twisted open the cap and gulped down large mouthfuls. Gulp, gulp. The water tasted a bit strange. So strong. And it smells like alcohol. Oh my god. This could it be? Looking at the mineral water bottle in her hand, which she had already downed more than half of, Song Qingyuan knew something was wrong, but her body was already out of control. She staggered as she walked, and her vision became blurry and double. With a clang, her jade-like body fell heavily onto the living room floor. Deep in the night, rumble, rumble. The silent atmosphere was suddenly broken by the roar of a racing motorcycle on the road outside the residential area. Chen, fast asleep, frowned slightly. His body twitched subconsciously. He turned over, and with a thud, fell off the sofa. However, thanks to his excellent sleeping ability, he did not wake up. Instead, he grunted a couple of times, turned over, and continued sleeping. The air conditioner's wind blew silently. The temperature in the room steadily dropped. The small thermometer on the wall showed 17°C. Chen, lying on the floor, felt extremely cold all over. It was so uncomfortable. His body involuntarily squirmed. Still cold and stiff. Forget it. He curled up and continued sleeping. Then, after who knows how long, a soft, fluffy white blanket rolled over and kept burrowing into Chen-Shei's arms. Feeling the warm heat source, Chen-Shei instinctively hugged the blanket tighter. He felt much more comfortable. A long leg hooked over. He tightened his grip on the blanket. It was soft, smooth, and springy. He didn't know what brand it was. So nice to cover and love to cover. His hands unconsciously rubbed the blanket back and forth. Damn, it's high-tech. Do blankets have voice functions now? Time passed. The sun was high in the sky. But since there was no sun, in the cold living room, on the floor, the two were tightly embracing each other, intertwined and overlapping. Their natural breaths wafted onto each other's faces. Ring. The sudden phone ring broke the quiet atmosphere in the room. Chen was startled awake. Due to his hangover, his mind was still in a state of blankness. Slap. He subconsciously patted the perky buttock beside his hand. Your phone, eh? Ah. Song Qingyuan, with her beautiful eyes still closed, extended her jade-like arm and fumbled around on the floor. Where is the phone? You're asking me about your phone. Chen muttered, burying his head deeper into the round blanket's crevice. He closed his eyes and continued sleeping. Song Qingyuan murmured. She covered his head with her hand, preventing him from going deeper. What are you doing? It tickles. I said it tickles. Ah. Song Qingyuan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Chen in front of her, then looked down at herself. They were wrapped around each other like an octopus. Chen, how could you do this? Song Qingyuan, flustered and ashamed, quickly broke free from Chen-Shei's embrace. I told you to sleep on the sofa, not on me. No, I was sleeping on the sofa, right? Chen-Shei rubbed his head. He had drunk too much last night and couldn't remember anything. All he knew was that he had fallen asleep on the sofa in a daze. Then, he must have accidentally rolled off and ended up sleeping on the floor. Well, here's the crux of the issue. Chen-Shei steadied himself and shrugged. Wait, I was sleeping on the floor. How could I have come to sleep with you? Unless you usually sleep on the floor at home. Song Qingyuan blinked. She confirmed that she had indeed been sleeping on the floor. So she was momentarily speechless. I think it's you who deliberately seduced me, the young man said, sitting cross-legged on the floor and analyzing calmly, like Conan deducing a case. Me? Seduce you? Song Qingyuan laughed in anger. Am I that cheap? An innocent girl like me seducing you? Innocent girl, eh? Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with deep meaning. Song Qingyuan froze, then looked down at herself. She was wearing a flimsy silk nightgown. The hem barely reached her thighs. She had to be extremely careful when walking, or even her modesty would be compromised. The thin, deep V neckline revealed a vast expanse of smooth skin. Her silky hair was tied into a long ponytail draped over her left shoulder. It did seem to maximize the allure. I was drunk, Song Qingyuan said awkwardly. Really, after I came back, I accidentally drank half a bottle and passed out. Then here's the question. Chen, why did you drink when you got back? I didn't even know it was alcohol. Song Qingyuan was completely exasperated. How could she explain that the mineral water bottle at home had somehow turned into a bottle of high-proof liquor? The phone rang again. Song Qingyuan grabbed it angrily. Hello? Who is it? Can't a person get some peace early in the morning? Daughter, what's wrong? Why are you so irritable this early? Mom, why are you calling at this hour? Nothing much, just to let you know your dad is coming over. What's my dad coming over for? He went to your place yesterday to give you some free-range eggs, but he left behind the bottle of Mindao LV his comrade gave him. He's been insisting on coming to get it this morning. Mindao LV. Song Qingyuan was stunned, and her beautiful eyes instinctively looked at the mineral water bottle that was now half empty. Case closed. What kind of father was that? He had completely screwed over his daughter. The donkey wasn't knocked out, but it had made his daughter give herself away in a daze. How long ago did my dad leave? He left before dawn, so he should be arriving soon. Song Qingyuan. I have to go. Song Qingyuan hung up with a beep, then turned to Chen. You need to leave quickly. My dad is coming. It won't be good if he sees us like this. Like what? Chen didn't get up. I'm innocent. What did I do? Fine, you're innocent. It's all my fault, okay? Song Qingyuan wished she could die. If she had known this would happen, she would never have let him come over. Don't just sit there, go. The elegant, mature woman was frantic, disregarding everything else, as she shook her long, fair legs and tried to pull the young man up. Chen looked up from the floor. A breathtaking view greeted him. So white and round. A sight to behold. He simply lay down flat, letting the beauty tug at him. His body remained unmoved, but his eyes roamed greedily, savoring the delightful scenery above and below. Get up, get up. Oh, I'm dizzy. Dizzy my foot. Song Qingyuan gritted her teeth and pulled hard. With a soft sound. Oh dear. Blood. Chen. Song Qingyuan also sensed something was wrong. She looked down. Drops of blood were falling on the floor. She was completely stunned. Up. A scream exploded in the living room. Chen, you bastard. You actually made me. It was my first time. Woo. Chen, who am I? Where am I? What the hell did I do? Wait, how could the first snow come at this time? Chen was shocked. Is your hymen delayed? How should I know? You bastard. You're not human. You took advantage of me when I was vulnerable. Hold on. Think about it. Is this scientifically possible? Chen grabbed a few tissues and handed them to her. When is your period? Huh. Song Qingyuan, crying so hard her whole body trembled, froze. Hey, that's right, isn't it supposed to be today? Case closed, isn't it? Chen moved back a little to avoid the bloodstains. Seeing his obvious disgust, Song Qingyuan was completely devastated. Bastard. He couldn't take his eyes off her when he was looking, but now he's so disgusted. What, afraid of getting splashed with blood? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Yuan, open the door. It's your dad. Oh no, my dad is here. Song Qingyuan said, he's a retired veteran. If he knew you did this to me, he'd beat you half to death. What did I even do to you? Chen said, we need to be reasonable. If it comes to it, I do know a little bit of martial arts. Just shut up and hide in the bedroom. And take your shoes with you. With a push and a shove, she finally managed to stuff the troublesome boss into the bedroom. Song Qingyuan closed the door, grabbed a long robe, put it on, and walked out with heavy footsteps. Soon she came running back quickly. Turn around and close your eyes. What now? Chen lying on the bed said irritably. Oh, I. Song Qingyuan took out a pack of Safi pads and stamped her foot in frustration. Oh, right, okay. Hurry up, your dad outside sounds like he's going crazy. Don't talk. And don't look. Okay. Chen obediently turned around. He heard the sound of tearing behind him. The young man idly shifted his gaze. A dressing table. So that's how it's used. Chen had always thought it was held in place by leg strength. He never expected it to be stuck directly onto the underwear. Learn something new, he noted. Speaking of which, the greenery in the community was really beautiful. The forest was so dense. Chen crossed his legs. Alright, I'm going out now. Remember, don't make a sound. Okay. The bedroom door slammed shut. Soon the sound of the living room door opening was heard. A robust, elderly voice rang out. Why did you lock the door? Took so long to open it. Sleeping him. I didn't sleep well last night. Song Qingyuan tightened her robe and casually tied the belt. Didn't sleep well? Work pressure too much. The old man grumbled. These capitalists nowadays are all inhuman. In the old days this was called exploitation. Oppression. They'd be seized and hanged from lampposts. Yuan, if you can't sleep well, Dad will teach you a trick. Before bed, drink a small glass of this wine, and you'll sleep like a log until dawn. Dad, please don't mention the wine anymore. Here you go, your drink. Why is there so much less? Less? There was only this much when I came. Song Qingyuan, alright, hurry up and leave. Why are you rushing me to leave? Song Jianhua asked suspiciously. It's the weekend, you're not at work, and your old man came all this way. Can't I catch my breath before leaving? Fine, sit. Song Qingyuan glanced toward the bedroom, wondering if there would be any major problems. Where are my slippers? I took them to wash. You can wear Mom's. Song Qingyuan thought how lucky she was. Thankfully, she had quickly hidden Chen Chei's shoes earlier. Forget it. I'll go barefoot. The old man didn't mind walking in barefoot. He sat on the sofa, grabbed the remote, and turned on the TV. Song Qingyuan, watching TV first thing in the morning. What's wrong with watching TV? Song Jianhua, you think I'm like you young people holding onto your phones all day doing nothing? Tisk. No matter who's attacking Ping'an County, my 358th Regiment will definitely help out. Watching the old man switch to the drama channel and start watching Glory of the Enemy with great interest. You've watched it hundreds of times and you're still watching. What do you know? No matter which channel is playing Glory of the Enemy, your old man has to help out. Alright, watch. Song Qingyuan sighed helplessly. Worried that the person in the room wouldn't cause any trouble, she quickly walked back to the bedroom. That I'm going back to sleep. Go. She pulled open the bedroom door, and Song Qingyuan's curvaceous figure slipped through, then closed the door behind her. Chen Chei looked at her. What's the situation? Your dad won't leave. Hush. Startled, Song Qingyuan pounced over and quickly covered the young man's mouth, whispering in his ear, Don't talk so loud. My dad was in the military before. His ears are really sharp. Oh. Chen Chei's ears tickled, and his habit of being touchy came naturally. He casually wrapped his arm around Song Qingyuan's slender waist. So what should I do? He's not leaving, so I just lie here forever. The mature beauty let out an exasperated sound and slapped his hand away. A man shouldn't touch a woman's head, and a woman shouldn't touch a man's waist. Fine, then I'll touch somewhere else. Stop. I'll not here, absolutely not. Yuan, who are you talking to? Her father's voice came from outside the door, making Song Qingyuan tremble with fright. No one. I'm on the phone. Oh. While they were talking, Chen Chei beside her squirmed around like a caterpillar, trying to get up. Song Qingyuan pounced on him, pressing her voluptuous body onto him. What are you doing? I really need to pee. Can't you hold it? Can't hold it at all. It's a whole night's worth. Then are you going to go like this? Pee on my bed. Ugh. Song Qingyuan vigorously ruffled her hair, looking flustered. Wait here, I'll find you a bottle. Hurry. The mature beauty wiggled her shapely hips, got off the bed, and walked out the door. She took a bottle of Nongfu Spring from the fridge, poured out the water, and brought it back to the bedroom. Here, make do with this. Can't make do with this at all. Chen Chei looked at the Nongfu Spring bottle opening and shook his head. Do you have any Wuyuan tea? Song Qingyuan, are you serious? Do you really need that much? Hell, well, I don't care about that anymore. Wait, stop. I'll get it for you. She walked out of the bedroom, thump to the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out a bottle of Wuyuan tea, and poured it out. Then thump, ran back. Here. Chen Chei picked up the bottle and gestured. Do you have one that's 900 milliliters? Song Qingyuan, are you done yet? Can you really pee that much? Don't underestimate me, woman. Otherwise you'll regret it. Fine, wait here. Watching his daughter come in and out yet again, the old man, watching Glory of the Enemy, was stunned. What are you doing coming and going like that? Thirsty. Want some water? Watching his daughter carry a large, empty Wuyuan tea bottle into the room, Song Jianhua. There's no water in this. After locking the door, Song Qingyuan stuffed the empty bottle into Chen Chei's hand. Here, hurry up. Okay, what are you doing? Peeing, what else? Go pee in the bottle then. Oh, don't peek. Who wants to peek? Song Qingyuan whispered, red-faced, as if I'd want to see. Chen Chei nodded, walked over, and unscrewed the bottle cap. Swoosh. The thunderous sound of water began. Song Qingyuan's face burned, as if on fire, both hot and flustered. Listening to a strange man peeing behind her, and in her own bedroom. What is this situation? Her beautiful eyes blinked, and suddenly she noticed the vanity table. Song Qingyuan. Thunderbolts exploded in her mind. She exhaled a puff of hot air, the mature beauty tightly biting her lip. So he really wasn't being picky. Nongfu Spring really couldn't contain all of his. Satisfying. So satisfying. This battle is getting more exciting. The little devils in Taiyuan are coming out of their holes. From the living room came Commander Kong shouting. Chen Chei let out a long sigh. Ah, that feels great. He tightened the bottle cap. Miss Song, where's the trash can? No trash can. You can just put it by the corner for now. Okay. Song Qingyuan glanced sideways. Her lips formed a perfect circle of shock. The 900 milliliters was completely filled. He didn't lie about the size or capacity. What a capable young man. Having solved the urgent matter, Chen Chei finally relaxed. He lay back on the bed. Let's rest for a bit. The Battle of Ping'an County is about to start, and your dad probably won't be getting up anytime soon. Oh, ahem, okay. Song Qingyuan forced herself to remain calm and lay down on the other side of the bed. Because she had been drinking and lying on the floor all night, she was particularly exhausted. But because Chen Chei was lying right next to her, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She endured for a long time. Finally, she heard Commander Li's roar from the living room. Fire! 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 The tragic music played. The sound of the door closing came from outside. Song Qingyuan sat up abruptly and urgently pushed Chen beside her. My dad should be gone. You go now. Oh, why are you pulling me? Hurry and leave, or what if he comes back? Alright, I'm going. Bye. Bang. The door closed. Song Qingyuan leaned against the door, letting out a huge sigh of relief. What a situation. Was this Home Alone or what? She laughed helplessly and with a mix of exasperation. Song Qingyuan put on disposable gloves, walked into the bedroom, and carefully picked up that bottle of Wuyuan tea. Splash, splash. Suddenly the sound of water came from the bathroom. Song Jianhua walked out. Song Qingyuan got a fright. Dad, you haven't left yet. Just leaving. Needed to use the bathroom. Song Jianhua put on his mindade. Hey, sweetie, are you drinking this bottle of tea? Can I take it? I'm driving anyway, and need something to keep me awake. Song Qingyuan let out an ugh, thinking that if he drank it, it wouldn't be about staying awake anymore. I'm drinking this. Go buy your own. So stingy. It's such a big bottle, can you even finish it by yourself? Song Jianhua, pour half for yourself, and take the rest from the bottle. I said it really can't be drunk. What's wrong with drinking it? It's chimpy white tea. I've had it before. It's really good. YUCK, Dad, stop talking. The weekend weather was pleasant. The sun shone brightly, and with the typhoon having just passed, the temperature was exceptionally comfortable. At the Huhai Central Tower, the elevator doors opened. Exquisitely dressed Qin Jin stepped out in high heels. She wore a white halter-neck sleeveless top paired with a light khaki metal button pencil skirt, her jade-white feet adorned with diamond-encrusted transparent, high-heeled sandals. Her golden hair, reminiscent of Park Cheong's, was voluminous and lush, glistening in the sunlight. It was the epitome of pure yet seductive style. Pure. No, only seductive. Behind her, the elevator was filled with enchanted gazes. Jinjin, you're here, good morning. At the front desk, Zheng Ranran quickly stood up, her face beaming with a particularly radiant smile. Good morning, Qin Jin nodded with a smile. Although the two had had some conflicts before. However, as Qin Jin's status in the company rose, Zheng Ranran no longer dared to harbor any tricky thoughts about her, becoming exceptionally polite and deferential. Scanning the front desk, Qin Jin was surprised to notice a new face. She was quite tall, seemingly about the same height as Qin Jin's own 175 centimeters. Dressed in a white blouse and pencil skirt with delicate features, she was the kind of beauty that immediately catches anyone's eye. Let me introduce you. This is the new front desk receptionist, Yu Bolin. Bolin, this is Qin Jin, our special investment advisor from the investment department. Hello. Hello, Advisor Qin. The two nodded to each other in greeting. Watching Qin Jin walk toward the office area, Yu Bolin blinked and whispered to Zheng Ranran beside her. Ranran, what exactly is this special investment advisor position? I see Advisor Qin's outfit is all so expensive. Is her income really high? Her income does seem very high, Zheng Ranran whispered. This position is at the same level as a director. It's the only one of its kind in the entire company. Wow, that's amazing. Actually, it's mainly her good luck, Zheng Ranran said, her eyes full of envy. She's very close to the boss of our company's biggest strategic investor. I see. Hearing the deliberate emphasis Zheng Ranran put on the word close, Yu Bolin suddenly understood. So she's just a trophy vase to maintain connections with the big shots. That's one way to put it, but she's got the luck. Since graduating from vocational college, she's had a big shot backing her. Zheng Ranran added, she can come to work whenever she wants and leave whenever she wants and still gets paid. That's so awesome. Hearing Zheng Ranran's words, Yu Bolin's envy was written all over her face. Before she finished speaking, Qin Jin, who had just walked into the office, came out in a hurry. Jinjin, leaving already? Something came up. Okay, bye, dear. Watching Qin Jin step into the elevator, Yu Bolin was so envious she could cry. She so wanted to find a big shot to keep her too. At the foot of Huhai Central Tower, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached from afar. It stopped right in front of Qin Jin, who had been eagerly waiting. Amid the envious gazes of onlookers, Qin Jin gently smoothed her skirt and slid into the passenger seat of the luxury car. Xiao Che, where are we going today? Qin Jin asked excitedly as she fastened her seatbelt. To Xinhua Road to take possession of a property. Chen Che smiled slightly, his large hand landing on her smooth thigh. He squeezed firmly. Smooth and bouncy. Take possession on Xinhua Road. Xinhua Road. Qin Jin couldn't even bother to argue with him. She was so excited her whole body tingled. A house on Xinhua Road. Could it be a Western-style villa? Xinhua Road. On both sides of the road, dense plane trees stood like canopies. On the roadside, on the second floor of an old villa-style cafe with European decor on a terrace shaded by trees, 4 Shanghai aunties sat cross-legged delicately, holding their coffee cups and savoring pastries. Jilan, I really envy you for finding such an outstanding son-in-law. Hearing this, the wealthy lady with big curly hair raised her hand with a smile, revealing a sparkling Cartier watch. Oh, my son-in-law, I told him not to buy it, but he insisted. You see, this watch is almost 1,000 yuan, what a waste, Feng Jilan said. I told him to save the money to buy a house in Shanghai, but he's already found one. a large flat in Pudong. He plans to pay in full. Oh my goodness. Wang Yakin beside her put down her coffee. That's amazing, Jilan, you're set for a life of luxury. Hee hee, Su Hui said, so impressive. Jilan, what does your son-in-law do? He's in finance with several companies under his name. Oh dear, my nephew Jiawen is also in finance. Su Hui eagerly poured her more coffee. Maybe we can arrange for them to meet sometime. See if there's any opportunity for cooperation. Oh, that might not be appropriate, Feng Jilan said with a sweet smile shifting her body. My son-in-law is a big boss, extremely busy. When would he have time to meet just anyone? Watching Su Hui's face instantly darken, Tong Wenjie, who had been silent, couldn't help but let out a snicker. She thought what a fool Su Hui was. After all these years, still not knowing Feng Jilan's temperament, still forcing herself to be nice only to be snubbed. What did Feng Jilan want? Just to show off how amazing and wealthy her son-in-law was. Trying to get any benefit from her. Dream on. Hearing Tong Wenjie's sneer, Feng Jilan picked up her coffee and looked over. Wenjie, your Jinjin graduated this year, right? How's her job search going? Not bad, she works at a fund investment company in Lujiazui, Tong Wenjie said. She's an investment advisor now. Oh, investment advisor. Not bad, Feng Jilan said with a dismissive smile. After all, in this day and age, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could claim the title of advisor or manager. Nothing special. Jinjin's job is good, but that's secondary. Su Hui, who had just been rebuffed, spoke up. The main thing is she found a very impressive boyfriend. He likes her so much he straight up gave her a big Mercedes. What? Feng Jilan's mouth formed an O. He gave her a Mercedes before marriage. Are you kidding? Hee, Tong Wenjie smiled lightly. That's the kid's business. I don't interfere. Did Jinjin drive the car home? Is the registration in her name? Feng Jilan asked incredulously. Not yet. Tong Wenjie said. She said they still need to wait 3 months to pick up the car. Feng Jilan laughed upon hearing this. Wenjie, not to criticize you, but you should warn your Jinjin. There are so many scammers nowadays. Don't let her be fooled. You don't need to worry about that, Tong Wenjie said, fanning herself. I'm quite confident in the capability of my Jinjin's boyfriend. You're confident? How impressive can he be? Before she finished speaking, a deep black Rolls-Royce Cullinan could be seen approaching from afar. It came to a smooth stop in front of the cafe. Wow, Rolls-Royce. Gazing at the dazzling, magnificent, massive vehicle beneath them, several aunties were so thrilled they could barely contain themselves. Even in Shanghai, someone who could drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan would absolutely be of a caliber far beyond what ordinary people could ever aspire to. Hey, Wenjie! Su Hui shrieked. Look, isn't that your Jinjin? What a... The others were completely stunned upon hearing this. They stared in astonishment at Jinjin stepping out from the passenger seat of the Cullinan. Instantly, they exchanged bewildered glances. Even Tong Wenjie herself was utterly dumbfounded. How did Jinjin get into a Rolls-Royce? When did she become acquainted with such an impressive friend? Wait, could it be that? The driver's door swung open. The handsome young man stepping out of the car immediately confirmed Tong Wenjie's inner suspicion. Oh my! Su Hui beside her let out a piercing shriek. Wenjie, isn't that your daughter's boyfriend? He's driving a Cullinan. Her old friend's cry struck Feng Jilan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her completely shaken to the core. Her friend's daughter's boyfriend was actually driving a Rolls-Royce. This was more unbearable than killing her. Below, hearing the commotion above, Chen unconsciously looked up. Before his eyes, hair elegantly swept into a mature bun, her exquisitely made-up face still appearing as tender and youthful as a girl's. Her voluptuous, shapely figure draped in a light mint green embroidered cheapao. The dress's slit reached just above her knees. From Chen angle, he could clearly see the lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings in flesh color covering her legs. A subtle metallic gleam flashed briefly. That should be the metal clasp of the stocking's garter belt. For this Chen was all too familiar. Because this very pair was chosen by his own hands. Worn on Aunt Wenjie's legs. They fit her so perfectly indeed. As the saying goes, only when young does one fail to appreciate the allure of a mature woman. Mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Auntie Wenjie. The young man waved and smiled, greeting her. Xiao, it really is you. Tong Wenjie looked down at Chen, her face instantly blooming with the most radiant smile. Mom, I'm here too, why don't you address me first? Jinjin looked up. She felt as if her mother was unusually cheerful today. Could it be because she saw Xiaoqi driving the Cullinan? While thinking about it made sense. Her mother had been stuck in a miserable life with her father for half her life. This time she could finally hold her head high among her old sisters. How could she not be overjoyed? Jinjin. Tong Wenjie beckoned hastily. Bring Xiao up quickly, let him rest, and have something to eat. Okay. After Chen and the others went upstairs. The first thing Feng Jilan and Wang Yakin saw upon noticing the young man was that they couldn't close their legs. Such a tall, handsome lad. Handsome indeed. Seeing her old friend's utterly shocked expressions, Tong Wenjie lifted her chin proudly, her heart filled with immense satisfaction. A son-in-law's looks are a mother-in-law's glory. Come Xiao, sit over here with Andy. Have some coffee. This pastry is delicious, try it quickly. Thank you, Annie Wenjie. You no need to thank me, we're all family. Watching her smiling, slightly blushing mother Qin Jun. Mom, aren't you going to invite your daughter to sit? Oh, you sit. Mom, I want coffee too. Pour it yourself. Qin Jun. Who's the real daughter here? Xiaocha, do you have business here today? Tong Wenjie asked with a smile. Yes, I have an appointment with someone to handle some matters. Oh, are we disturbing you? No disturbance at all, I'll just have him come here. Then that's settled, he. Wenjie. As she spoke, Feng Zhilan chimed in, your son-in-law is so impressive, what line of work is he in? Hearing this, Tong Wenjie couldn't answer, so she turned to look at Chen Che. The young man smiled and said, I work in investments. What company? Lightyear Investments. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhilan's eyes flickered. As a Shanghai socialite keen on investment and financial management, she had indeed never heard of this company. Perhaps it was just some small fly-by-night operation. Feng Zhilan smiled. What a coincidence, my son-in-law is also in investments. Gaojian Capital, you've surely heard of it, right? We're quite well known in Shanghai's financial circle, he. Chen Che raised an eyebrow slightly. You're in investments in Shanghai and never heard of Gaojian Capital? Feng Zhilan's eyes glinted with suspicion. Such ignorance clearly indicated he wasn't a professional. Though he was driving a Cullinan, that didn't prove anything. Maybe it was rented. Indeed, case solved. He must be some womanizing good-for-nothing. Just as Feng Zhilan was coldly smirking to herself, familiar footsteps echoed urgently from inside the coffee shop. The Shanghai aunties turned to look. 3 men in immaculate suits walked over quickly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Che nod slightly, the leading short-haired man walked up to him and respectfully said, Mr. Chen, I'm Su Wenchang, store manager of the Chongning branch of Anjia Real Estate. Hello. The young man responded politely. Su Wenchang nodded and gestured subtly behind him. His assistant immediately understood, presenting a file carefully wrapped in a document bag, holding it with both hands. Mr. Chen, this is the complete property certificate for Garden Villa No. 106, Lane 88, Xinhua Road, which you purchased in full. Su Wenchang smiled and said, all transfer procedures have been completed for you. Now you only need to present your personal ID for the handover registration, and we can go see your new home. Hearing the real estate store manager's words, the 4 Shanghai aunties present were completely stunned, and Feng Zhilan, who had been filled with disdain, felt her mind explode like a torpedo, her teeth clenched tight as her fingers dug painfully into the coffee cup in her hand. Buying a garden villa on Xinhua Road. Are you kidding? This rich? Xiaocha, did you really buy a garden villa? Tong Wenjie was completely numbed, carefully asking, how much did it cost? Mr. Chen's villa is a detached mansion with a courtyard. The final price, including commission, was 135 million yuan. Boom. Tong Wenjie, Su Hui, Feng Zhilan, and Wang Yakin, the 4 Shanghai socialites, felt as if electricity coursed through their bodies, tingling from scalp to toenails. For pairs of nylon-clad thighs couldn't help but squeeze together. Breathing became rapid, gazes turned hollow. A wave of heat rose from their lower abdomens. 135 million yuan. Full payment. Chen Che's display had violently torn apart their views on money. What incredible luck did Tong Wenjie stumble upon to find such an exceptional prospective son-in-law? After completing the personal identity verification with Chen Che, Su Wenchang respectfully said, Mr. Chen, shall I show you around your property? Sure. Chen Che nodded and turned to Tong Wenjie. Auntie Wenjie, would you like to come along? Tong Wenjie's face flushed crimson with joy. Yes. Yes. Aunt Wenjie, the sun is too strong. Let me hold the umbrella for you. Little Che, you're so thoughtful. Ouch. Auntie, be careful. Did you twist your ankle? Let me support you. Thank you, little Che. Oh, you're so sweet. Tong Wenjie smiled radiantly, her delicate face glowing under the sun. The 3 best friends trailing behind watched with unspeakable envy. What kind of fairy tale son-in-law was this? Handsome, wealthy, and so filial. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Meanwhile, Qin Jun, who was following behind them, had her arms crossed and blinked her big sparkling eyes. She felt as if they were the mother and son, while she was the extra one. Qin Jun had no idea that for Chen Che, although he hadn't yet confirmed a relationship with her. In private, once she called him husband, and he responded she was no different from his wife. So her mother Tong Wenjie was his own mother-in-law, and by rounding up she was a woman of the Chen family deserving of the same affection. Under Su Wenchang's lead, the group arrived at the gate of a garden villa. Amid the dense shade of plane trees, the wrought iron gate slowly swung open. Everyone's eyes were instantly captivated by the 3-story red brick building standing quietly in the depths of the garden. Sunlight filtered through the branches of century-old camphor trees, casting dappled shadows on the clean red brick walls. The Baroque-style Shanghai-style villa outlined a delicate silhouette against the blue sky. This is too luxurious. The 4 Shanghai aunties behind Chen Che trembled with excitement. As native Shanghainese, an old villa symbolized the top echelon of society in their hearts. So their gazes at Tong Wenjie grew even more envious. With such an impressive prospective son-in-law, wouldn't her fortunes rise like a chicken and dog ascending to heaven? The group entered the villa and toured it from bottom to top. Chen was quite satisfied. Although it lacked the overbearing view of the Bund Center CEO's mansion, the tranquil atmosphere amidst the bustle was uniquely charming. Moreover, compared to the Bund Center penthouse, this three-story villa had more rooms and larger space. It wasn't just for a family of 5. Even a family of 10 could live here. A family of 10. He'd have to work harder. Ding Yu triggered a limited-time challenge mother-daughter private photography. Invite Tong Wenjie and Qin Jun to take a set of private mother-daughter photos. Completion reward system gift pack. Chen, was it not possible to just photograph one? Why did it have to be 2? He felt that brother system was leading him down a forbidden path. After touring the old villa, the group returned to the entrance. Seeing her old sisters surrounding her perfect son-in-law, Tong Wenjie quickly interrupted. It's getting late, everyone should head home. It's still early. The old besties refused to leave, continuing to fuss over Chen. Alright, next time I'll treat you all to a restaurant. Tong Wenjie pulled Chen over and shielded him behind her. After years of plastic friendship, she knew exactly what they were scheming. Guard against fire, theft, and besties. A good husband must be guarded. A good son-in-law even more so. Seeing no chance left, the 3 Shanghai ladies pursed their lips and swayed away. Mr. Chen will take our leave too. Alright. After Su Wenchang and the others left, only Chen, Tong Wenjie, and Qin Jun remained in the old villa. Aunt Wenjie, Sister Jinjin, if you have nothing else to do, why not sit here for a while? Rest a bit. Sure, are we disturbing you? Annie, what are you saying? I'd be delighted if you like it here. Annie, come this way. There's a sofa here. Okay, Tong Wenjie laughed happily. She liked Chen more and more. Handsome, rich, and sweet-tongued. He was truly a good man. Following behind them, Qin Jin thought to herself that her little brother was too good at coaxing. He almost charmed her mother into a fetal state. Little Che, your garden is so comfortable. Chen, Annie, do you like it here? Of course. Tong Wenjie, this is an old villa with such profound cultural ambience. It has that Republican-era Shanghai Bund feel, very classy, you're right. Chen thought for a moment. Aunt Wenjie, I think the cheongsam you're wearing today is especially beautiful and suits the atmosphere perfectly. How about I take some photos of you? Of course. Tong Wenjie exclaimed excitedly. Little Che, you can take photos too. Mom, Little Che's photography skills are amazing. Qin Jin gave a thumbs up, master level. Really? Then Auntie must learn from you. In that case, why not have Sister Jinjin join too? Chen suggested with a smile. It would be perfect to take a set of Republic-era fashion photos for you, mother and daughter. Sure. Oh, but my outfit isn't really suitable, is it? Qin Jin looked at her sleeveless bodycon dress. That's no problem. I'll handle the costumes. Chen smiled slightly. With money power, everything was possible. He let the mother and daughter rest in the garden with tea. Chen walked out of the villa. On Xinhua Road, a popular photo-taking street, there were many travel photography shops. Chen contacted the highest-rated shop, spent a hefty sum to rent over a dozen cheongsams along with a makeup kit and various accessories, and asked them to deliver quickly. Then he returned to the car, took out his camera. Click, click, click. He took a few test shots, thinking that this big lens was in for a treat today. In the garden, under the shade of trees, Tong Wenjie and her daughter drank tea and chatted. Jinjin, where are you and Little Che now? How far have things progressed? Tong Wenjie raised her little finger to hold the teacup and looked at her daughter curiously. Facing her mother's gaze, Qin Jun replied awkwardly. What do you mean progressed? Just siblings. Siblings. Tong Wenjie furrowed her brows in disbelief. You mean you haven't confirmed a relationship yet? Oh, it's complicated. Qin Jun's face flushed slightly. The situation is really complicated. She had intended to explain, but remembering that Chen was her best friend by Xiaonan's boyfriend, the words got stuck in her throat. How could she say it? Tell her mother that she shamelessly fell for her best friend's boyfriend, that she was a slut who seduced her friend's man. Too embarrassing. How could she say that? How complicated can it be? Looking at her stammering daughter, Tong Wenjie was disappointed. The worst-case scenario is that Little Che has a girlfriend, right? So what? With a rich second generation like him, how could he be without women? If you keep hesitating like this, when he gets tired and ignores you, you'll have nowhere to cry. It's just you. If it were your mother 20 years younger, I would have snatched him up long ago, and there would be no room for you. Even if he has a girlfriend, so what? Look at Aunt Jilan. Her ex-husband used to be Aunt Yakin's boyfriend. Aunt Suwei even had an abortion for him. Now look at them. They're still on good terms, right? What difference does it make? Xinjun. Sisters, who would have guessed? She accidentally stumbled upon an ancient, juicy piece of gossip. Before long, Chen, with a camera hanging around his neck, returned carrying a large assortment of bags and parcels. Aunt Wenjie, Sister Jinjin, do you think these will be useful? Oh, clothes, makeup, bags, jewelry. So complete. Enough. Tong Wenjie said with a beaming smile. Xiao Che is really thoughtful. Alright, let's get started then. Chen said, today will be mother-daughter pairs, doubling the joy. What wild words are those? Tong Wenjie teased playfully, then glanced at the rented cheongsam. Xiao Che, do you think I should change into a different one? No, Auntie, I think the one you're wearing is absolutely perfect. Chen gave a thumbs up. This set perfectly matches your natural Chongsam physique. Ho ho, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Watching her mother laugh uncontrollably, Qin felt an inexplicable sense of being a loser. What's this feeling of being left out? Jinjin, pick one for yourself. Okay. Qin opened the clothing bag. After rummaging through, she finally chose a dark-colored Chongsam. She went back to her room to change. Soon after, the door opened, and Chunche's eyes lit up instantly. The off-shoulder halter neck style revealed a patch of fair, delicate skin below the collar. Rounded curves, a slender waist, and a plump derriere. The high slit reaching the thigh exposed a pair of long legs wrapped in smooth black stockings, exuding allure and temptation. With every step she swayed gracefully, radiating charm and seduction. Smooth, truly smooth. Wow, Sister Jinjin, that outfit is so beautiful. Humph. Seeing her brother's eyes sparkle, Qin pursed her lips with a smile. I just need to make a slight move, and handling you, little brother, is a piece of cake. Can we start shooting now? No, we still need to do makeup and styling. True. The three of them went to the master bedroom of the villa. Since it was fully renovated, all the furniture was complete. So in the bedroom, there was a large dressing table. Opening the rented makeup bag, they found it even more comprehensive than they had imagined. Nan, come help me draw my eyebrows. I can't do it myself. Okay. Before she finished, Qin had already picked up the eyebrow pencil. Aunt Wenjie, let me do it for you. Xiaoche, you know how to do makeup. Hearing this, Tong Wenjie and Qin were taken aback. I used to work part-time as a makeup artist in a photo studio. Really? Really, Aunt Wenjie, turn around. Okay. Qin picked up the 79 yuan Waxizi eyebrow pencil, bent down, and leaned close to Tong Wenjie's face, carefully tracing her brows. Feeling the gentle stroke of the pencil tip on her brow, the beautiful woman's slightly closed eyes revealed a look of enjoyment. Done, Aunt Wenjie, take a look. Oh my, it's really well done. Tong Wenjie looked in the mirror, both surprised and delighted. Xiaoche, you're so professional. Xiaoche is a top student at the China Academy of Art with excellent aesthetic sense, Qin explained from the side. No wonder Xiaoche is amazing. A mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looks, the more she likes. Aunt Wenjie, the powder on your face is a bit loose. Hey, let me touch up your makeup. Sure. Tong Wenjie shifted her voluptuous figure and turned to face Qin. The young man skillfully picked up the foundation and carefully applied it to her face. While doing makeup, they chatted. Aunt Wenjie, has anyone ever told you that you look a lot like Yu Feihong? Really? More people say I look like Hai Qing. I see. Your front face is like Hai Qing, and your profile is like Yu Feihong. You've combined the best features of both. Haha, not that exaggerated. Aunt Wenjie, your skin is so good, you look so young. What are you saying? I'm 41 this year. What? You're 41. I'd say you look at most 25. Qin said with a cheerful laugh. This wasn't flattery on his part, it was the truth. The main reason was that Tong Wenjie, a beautiful woman from Shanghai, took great care of her skin, and she hadn't gained middle-aged weight, maintaining her figure well. So although she was a mature woman of 41, her face still retained that ageless youthful charm. Not that young at all. Then 28, no older than that. Oh ho. Tong Wenjie's heart blossomed as she looked up. Just then she met the young man's focused gaze. A bright flush crept onto her delicate face. Like a withered tree blooming again. After so many years of marriage, her husband, aside from going to work early and coming home late, spent his free time fishing everywhere with his rod. The so-called home seemed to him just a place to come back to shower and sleep. Although this was indeed the norm for most middle-aged couples. Living together for so long, the passion had long faded and the novelty had worn off completely. The man didn't care and continued doing as he pleased. But women were different. As emotional beings, they might not say it out loud, but deep down, they still longed for a man by their side who would care for them, make them laugh, and bring them joy. This was one of the major reasons why infidelity rates among middle-aged couples remained high. Done, Aunt Wenjie, take a look. After about 10 minutes, Qin put away the makeup bag and smiled. Wow. Tong Wenjie looked at herself in the mirror, utterly amazed. With the exquisite makeup, her already elegant and refined face appeared even more perfect. Rosy lips, white teeth, delicate skin that seemed to glow, and a captivating charm. Xiaoche, you did such an amazing job. Tong Wenjie covered her face in disbelief. Is this really me? I can't believe it. Wow, Mom, this makeup is simply stunning on you. Qin behind her was also shocked. The mother in the mirror seemed to have become 20 years younger. She looked more like her older sister than her mother. Oh my God, Xiaoche, your skills are incredible. Qin exclaimed. Quick, do me. I want it too. Alright, calm down, everyone will get their turn. Qin smiled. Sister Jinjin, lie down first. Qin, what? Makeup requires lying down. Did I not mention that before? Mention what? Before I worked as a makeup artist in the photo studio, I learned to do funeral makeup at a mortuary. Qin, brother. No need for you to help me. Thank you very much. No, that won't do. Come on, Sister Jinjin. No. Mom, save me.